Journey into space. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in The World in Peril. April 15th, 1972, Earth time. The Mars fleet, or what is left of it, is returning to the moon nearly a year before its scheduled time. The expedition started out with 9 ships and 20 men, but only 3 ships and 6 men have survived to make the return journey. 4 men are dead, their bodies destined to drift around the solar system forever, or until, drawn to some planet by gravitational attraction, they go hurtling down towards its surface to be vaporized in the planet's atmosphere, like a meteor when it's captured by the Earth. The remaining freighters, empty of human life, are forever encircling the planet in free orbit, while their crews are held prisoner down on Mars. Yes, Mars is inhabited, and although it's a dying planet, its population has been increasing steadily for hundreds of years. How this was achieved is almost unbelievable, as you'll hear. But meanwhile, Jet Morgan and the remnants of his Mars fleet, after traveling 6 months through space back to the Earth-Moon system, are about to land on the lunar rocket ship base. And with them, they bring disastrous news.
Hello, Space Fleet. Your call received. Course X723, Track E. Platform cleared and ready for touchdown.
Thank you, Control. Landing imminent. Doc, gyro.
Contact.
Motor, Mitch. Okay. Then stand by for firing.
Height 10,000.
Position, Lemmy.
Bang on.
9,000.
Oh, well, at least we got back safely. I wish I could say the same for the ships we left behind.
8,000.
Do you think they're going to believe a word of our story, of what happened to us back there on the Red Planet?
Lemmy, keep your mind on your job.
Yes, Jet.
7,000.
Stand by, Doc.
Okay.
Lemmy.
All right at my end. Freighters turned over and information.
6,000. 5,000.
Contact.
4,500. 250. 4,000. 3,800. 650. 500. 400. 250. 200. 150. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20, 10.
Hold on to your hats. Here it comes.
0. We made it. We're down.
Cut the motor.
Home at last.
Home, he calls it. This is the moon, Mitch. Home is still 250,000 miles away.
Well, at least we're close enough to the Earth to recognize her. That makes me feel I'm home.
More than I do.
Kill the gyro, Doc.
Gyro cut.
How about the freighters, Lemmy?
Down on the deck, motors cut and they're standing upright. I reckon they made it.
Very well, gentlemen. Undo your safety straps. As soon as you're down from your bunk, Lemmy, call up Control and ask them when we can expect some transport.
No need for that. There's a land truck already left Lunar City and heading out this way.
Oh. Well, in that case, we'll complete the logbooks and tidy up. Call up the freighters and tell the crews to make no attempt to leave the ships until told.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Discovery. Controller calling.
Hello, sir. Morgan here. We're ready to leave the ship. May we come down?
Not yet. I want to come up there first. Get ready to let me in, will you?
Very well, sir. We'll exhaust the airlock and open the main door. Let us know when you're inside.
Of course. I'll call you again in a few minutes.
Attend to that, Mitch, will you?
Righto, Jeff.
The controller, eh? I thought there was something fishy in that land truck panicking out to meet us the minute we touched down.
It is rather odd, I must say.
And why can't we leave the ship? Isn't 6 months cooped up in here long enough for them? They have to keep us in here longer, yet...
There must be some good reason for it. The controller wouldn't come out here otherwise.
And alone, too.
If he wants to give us a speech of welcome, he could have used the radio.
It must be something more serious than that, Lemmy.
Entry elevator's on the way up. He'll be here any minute.
And don't forget, he is the chief officer of the colony. Now, everything shipshape?
Yes, Jet.
Then let's get over to the lock and be ready to let him in. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, Captain. Suit is now deflated. You can open the door.
Hatch, contact.
Let me give you a hand, sir.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you.
There you are.
Can you unfasten this confounded helmet for me?
Allow me, sir.
Thank you, Barnet.
There we are.
That's better. Well, gentlemen, welcome home. To the moon, at any rate.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This is a sorry business. How many ships were lost?
6, sir, and 14 men.
14.
I take full responsibility.
Hey, wait a minute, Jet. Nobody's to blame.
We should have turned back.
Oh, every member of every ship agreed to go on. You gave them a choice, remember?
I had no right to give them a choice, only orders. And I should have ordered them to turn back.
Why, Jet, how were you to know the trouble we were going to run into when we got to Mars?
We had enough indications of it on the way, didn't we? What with the destruction of number 7 and the loss of its crew, Whittaker, Peterson's suicide.
Captain Morgan,
Sir?
nobody's blaming anybody for anything. At least, not until after the inquiry.
Inquiry?
Nothing to be scared of.
I'm glad to hear it.
But your account of how those men and ships were lost...
Well, sir?
It's fantastic, almost unbelievable.
You really think so?
In fact, some of the people who have read your reports refuse to believe half of what's in them.
Struth, you don't think we drew them up for fun, do you?
I don't know, but unfortunately some do. They're even suggesting they were drawn up to cover your own negligence.
Let them try and tell me that.
Wait a minute, Lemmy. Sir, you indicated that you didn't doubt them yourself. Is that so?
Gentlemen, for 2 years I helped prepare you for this trip to Mars. I came to know you very well. In my opinion, there was nobody better qualified to handle the discovery and lead this project than you. I can see no reason for changing my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Just the same, you're in for a tough time, I'm afraid.
How do you mean?
You will be called upon to verify every statement in your report about Whittaker, Peterson, the people you are supposed to have encountered on Mars, everything.
That we're quite prepared to do, just as soon as we get back to Earth.
No, Jet. Not to Earth. Not yet, anyway.
Huh?
You will be remaining in Lunar City for some weeks.
Earth weeks or moon weeks?
Earth weeks, Barnet.
Well, that's something.
Perhaps I should make it clear that I didn't ask for this committee to come up here. I, too, have to obey orders, you know. I was merely told it was coming and told what to do about you when you landed.
And what about us?
You are to have no contact with anyone in the colony other than myself and members of the committee. You will make no effort to communicate with anybody down on Earth without my approval. You will be confined to your quarters, which under the circumstances will be as extensive as possible. Apart from that, you will be given as much freedom as such restrictions allow.
As free as a bird.
One moment, sir.
Yes?
Whittaker.
What about him?
He was the first indication that there was anything strange happening. And it was information from Control that drew our attention to it. Well, surely his case, born in 1893, missing from home since 1924, and then turning up in our fleet 47 years later, not looking a day older than 30. Well, surely that should be proof enough that something very weird was going on, that our reports could not have been fabricated.
Whittaker undoubtedly is your strongest point. The mystery surrounding him has never been cleared up. Not down on Earth, anyway.
Well, our reports clear it up, don't they?
They appear to, certainly. But it isn't Whittaker that the investigators are worried about. It's the invasion.
Naturally.
For the first time in man's history, not a shot has been fired in war anywhere on Earth for a whole decade. Fighting forces of all countries have been reduced to the minimum. The world has at last begun to settle down to a long era of peace. And then you come along with a nice little tale of how another planet is about to invade us.
It's true. The date was fixed for the close opposition of 1986, but if they were ready, they could even attempt it in 73. Mars would still be close enough.
Precisely. And how will they attack us? What weapons will they use? How can Earth defend herself? And how do you suppose people would react to the news that their world was about to be taken over by an alien race? Beings no one has ever seen.
Yes, there'd be a worldwide panic.
Exactly. But if what you say is true, they must be told and prepared for the worst. And it is on your evidence alone, scanty though it may be, that the committee must decide what to do.
What if they concede our story is true?
Then their findings will be published and the necessary preparations for world defense put into effect.
And, if they decide otherwise?
Then your reports will be suppressed and the Mars project written off as a failure. Maybe in 15 years from now, another attempt to reach the planet will be made.
I see. Oh, very well, sir. We're at your disposal. What are your orders?
Put on your suits. Then we'll go to ground level, and I will personally escort you to your quarters in Lunar City.
Well, just give us time to collect the logs together.
No. Leave them where they are. Nothing is to be removed from the ship.
Oh.
were kept virtual prisoners in Luna City for 6 weeks. Mind you, we held no grudge against the controller, the investigating committee, or anyone else for that. The things that had happened to us, both during the journey to Mars and after we had landed on the planet, the strange things we discovered, the people we met, were so fantastic that none of us was really surprised that our account, or a great deal of it at any rate, was doubted. The investigation committee worked hard. They saw at least one of us each day and plied us with questions by the hour. Sometimes the 4 of us were interrogated together.
You say, Mr. Mitchell, in all seriousness, that in the middle of the Martian Argia desert you came across a farmhouse in which dwelt people who spoke English and believed they were living in Australia.
Yes, I do.
What were they supposed to be doing there?
Well, raising sheep. They ran a station.
Well, they weren't sheep, really. They were peculiar animals, rather like anteaters.
They looked like sheep to me.
Mitchell says sheep. You, Captain Morgan, say anteaters.
Mitch was conditioned. He was supposed to think they were sheep.
How did he become conditioned, as you call it?
It happened when he wandered away from the land trucks and out of our sight.
And what are the symptoms of this conditioning?
Well, sir, a belief that one is in some place other than where he really is. Down on Earth, usually, at home, or in a place where he was happy. Mitch here thought he was back in Australia. The place looked to him like Australia. He met Australians. To him, Martian animals looked like the animals he'd expect to find in Australia.
And how did they look to these sheep raisers?
Well, like sheep, the same as they did to me. They even had a dog.
Except it wasn't a dog. It looked like a beetle.
To me, it looked like a dog.
No.
It barked anyway.
No, Mitch, it whistled like a bird.
Anything else?
Yes. Conditioned people are able to breathe the Martian atmosphere, and their body temperature is abnormally low.
It would have to be if the oxygen content of the Martian atmosphere is as little as you say. How many of these experiences, Mr. Mitchell, do you remember? Enough to swear on oath that they actually happened?
Oh, not many. They seem more like vivid dreams now.
In fact, when Mitch finally came back to normal, he knew nothing of what had happened to him. Not at first, that is. But when he's reminded of certain things, like, for example, the flying doctor and the Pyramid City, it seems to arouse his memory, and he can now recall incidents as well as we can.
How is this conditioning brought about?
Well, it starts with a noise.
Kind of a noise.
In your head, like you got bees in there. And then you hear a voice telling you not to worry and everything's going to be all right. Next thing you know, you're back home in London. A kid again, with all your old friends round you. At least, that's how it was with me.
You were completely conditioned?
No. Jet and Doc found me just in time. All that happened was I felt all cold inside, was violent when I woke up, and caught Jet a clump round the ear.
And you, Dr. Matthews, were never affected by noise or anything else?
No. No, I believe that some people are immune to Martian conditioning. I happen to be one of them.
Are you, in your professional capacity, able to hypnotize people?
Yes, sir. These days, it's a normal part of a doctor's training.
I see.
Now, you're not suggesting that Doc uses...
We will ask the questions, Captain, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
And so it went on, day after day. Every question, every answer was recorded and the tape flown back to Earth under seal. Our logbooks, which carried a complete record of our journey to Mars and back, were played over to us and the questions asked on over half the entries. We told the committee all we could remember of the great underground factory in the Lacus Solus where hundreds of men worked building spherical spaceships under the impression that they were still down on Earth building aircraft for the use in the Second World War. Of the Earthmen who seemed to realize exactly who they were and where they were, and who begged us to take them along when we made our final dash to get away from the planet and back to the moon. At last, after 6 weeks of grueling questioning on the part of the investigation committee, our ordeal came to an end. We were told nothing of the committee's findings, and a week later, they took a ship back to Earth. We were still confined to our quarters, as were the crews of the freighters who were kept in another part of the colony and with whom we had no contact whatsoever. We learned later that they, too, had been subjected to a searching examination. Then, one morning, Lemmy came bursting into our restroom with some exciting news.
Jet, Doc.
Hello, Lemmy. I thought you were up in the
Listen.
observation tower.
I was, but what I saw up there sent me running back here.
What's the trouble?
The Discovery. They're working on it.
What?
Yes, Jet. There's a whole army of engineers out at the launching ground.
Getting her ready for takeoff, you mean?
I don't know about that.
Well, what else could they be doing?
An inspection, maybe.
Yeah, but what for? She's not going anywhere. And they went over every inch of her for a month after we got back.
How about the freighters, Lemmy? Anybody working on those?
Not that I could see.
Then what can be going on? We have a right to know.
Oh, but everybody else in this colony knows. The way they treat us, you'd think we'd committed a crime or something.
Well, I'm going to the tower to look for myself.
Me too. Coming, Doc?
Yeah, sure. Hey, wait a minute. Who's this?
The controller.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello, sir.
Morning, sir.
Sit down, please. I want to talk to you.
Let me bring over another seat.
What's it about this time, Chief? Not another investigation committee on its way?
No, nothing so grim as that. A few hours ago, I received the result of the first committee's investigation. It's quite a formidable document.
What does it say?
Are they going to turn us loose now? Let us go back home?
You're going back to Earth, yes.
Well, there's a turn-up for the book.
What of the inquiry, sir? What did they conclude?
That you were probably telling the truth.
Probably. Good, I like that.
You must remember, Mr. Mitchell, that no matter how convinced you may be of what occurred during your trip, your individual reports did not always agree. Apparently all of you, with the exception of Dr. Matthews, were at some time or another under the power and influence of the Martians, allowing that such beings do exist. And all of you are rather vague about events during that time.
But the committee has decided that at least something of what we said is true.
Yes, in fact, they are quite prepared for the worst.
The invasion?
Yes.
Well, thank goodness they're awake to it at last.
Yeah, and what are they going to do about it?
That's something for a body on a far higher level than the committee to decide. But this I do know. Copies of their report will be given to all Commonwealth and major foreign governments, and a worldwide conference will then be held to decide how we can defend ourselves against a Martian invasion should it come.
It will come, sir.
In 1986 of the next close opposition?
So we were led to believe.
Well, that gives us 14 years in which to get ready for them.
But how do you prepare to meet something you know next to nothing about?
We hope to find out a great deal in the not-too-distant future.
Oh, how?
Captain Morgan, would you return to Mars if we asked you?
Return? When?
At the next opposition.
Mars will be further away than during the last one. What ship could reach her?
The Discovery, if she were modified.
So that's what's going on over at the launching ground.
Yes, but the modifications would have to be very extensive. How'd she carry enough fuel? We've only 2 freighters left.
The backroom boys think it can be done. Extra fuel tanks and a more powerful motor will be installed. She'll be as tall as a skyscraper.
What about the extra weight?
She'll be a 3-stage job. Should reach twice her old velocity.
And squash her crew flat in the process.
Not quite, Lemmy, but their endurance will be tested to its limit.
And what do we do when we reach Mars?
You'll be told that when you get down to Earth. Now, will you go?
Of course, we all will.
Eh?
How long before we leave?
3 months of the outside. That is the estimated time it will take to get the Discovery ready.
And when do we go back to Earth?
On the next ship. But there's one thing more.
Yes?
This project is to be treated with the utmost secrecy. You are not to talk about it to anyone. Nobody at all, you understand?
Of course, sir.
Very well, gentlemen. Transport to the launching ground will call for you in 12 hours from now. When you reach Earth, you will be escorted to your new living quarters.
Well, where will they be?
I don't know.
Will we be landing in Australia or Europe?
I don't know that either. All I do know is that I'll be coming with you.
We're in for a right old time. I can see it coming.
Well, that's all for now, gentlemen. And good luck.
Thank you, sir.
5 days later, Jet, Mitch, Lemmy, and I were back on Earth. We touched down in Australia, at the launching ground near the Horseshoe Range in the Northern Territory, and from there we were immediately transferred to a waiting plane and flown to England. There, we landed at an almost deserted airport just outside London, and we were quickly bustled into a waiting car and driven to a hotel in town. It was obvious that our arrival in the metropolis was being kept quiet, which was not a difficult task, really, as the Mars expedition was believed by the general public to be still on the planet and not expected back for another year. The security measures were stringent just the same. We reached our hotel suite via a back entrance and deserted corridors. We were then left for the night, and a police guard placed outside our door, not so much to keep us in as to keep inquisitive people out. The guard also brought our meals and, on 1 or 2 occasions, helped us eat them. During the afternoon of the following day, the chief controller of the lunar base called for Jet in a closed car and took him down to the Space Fleet headquarters.
How much longer are they going to keep Jet down there?
Oh, if he's not back in an hour, I'm turning in. It's nearly midnight already. Now, do you think he could stop looking out of the window, Lemmy?
Eh?
I'd like to put the light on.
You can go into your own room and put the light on, can't you?
What's the attraction out there, anyway?
I like to watch the people in the park and hear the hum of the traffic.
There are people in the park at this time of night?
You'd be surprised. Oh, it's good to get a breath of fresh London air again. I bet the air in the East End smells even sweeter. What wouldn't I give to be back there now, walking through the old streets again?
There's a fat chance of that. They won't even let us take a walk in the park.
How long are they going to treat us like this? Like we was a litter of prize pups, too valuable to let out except on a lead.
Yeah, valuable's right. Look, Lemmy,
What that?
that couple walking down there with a dog.
Oh, don't. It makes me think of Becky.
What, the dog?
Do me a favour, Mitch. It's not so bad for you. Your home's in Australia, but mine's here in London. And Becky's not above a couple of miles from here, and she doesn't even know I'm in town. They won't even let me call her up on the phone. What were you going to say about those two down there?
I was going to say that if the Martians do invade, neither they nor anyone else will ever have a park to walk through again.
So?
So he should stop beefing about being shut up and realize that we're kept out of sight and guarded night and day because we are valuable. Because Jet, Doc, you and me are the only 4 people on this globe who have first-hand knowledge of what might be in store for the Earth.
And that's the reason I can't sit here in this window and take a breather?
Well, what if somebody recognizes you, realizes we're back? Somebody else would have to answer some mighty awkward questions.
But it's dark and we're on the top floor.
Oh, Mitch is right, Lemmy. We can't take any risks. If the slightest inkling of what was afoot did get out... Well, that sounds like Jet's back anyway. So draw the curtains, Lemmy, and let's put on the light, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's more like it.
Well, you're back at last.
Hey, what went on down there? Why did they keep us so long?
It's all settled, gentlemen. We're going back to Mars.
What exactly is the purpose of the trip?
They need more information. We have to try and get it.
What kind of information?
All kinds. About the invasion plans, how it'll be done, the kind of ships they'll be using, how they're propelled, and what kind of weapon they're most likely to be vulnerable to.
They don't want much, do they? We taking any other ships with us?
2, but no crews. They don't want to risk having another Whittaker aboard.
They'll be remote-controlled from the flagship?
Huh?
Anything else?
Well, we're to try to bring back at least one conditioned man or woman. If possible, someone who hasn't been up there very long.
That's not going to be easy.
Nothing is going to be easy. In fact, it's realized that we're taking a considerable risk.
That's an understatement, if ever I heard one. We'll be lucky to get back at all.
Well, at least we have some idea of what we're up against this time.
That's what worries me.
Anyhow, that's all I can tell you at the moment. We'll get our marching orders in due course. Now, we'd better get to bed. We have to be up early in the morning, all of us.
What for?
There's a car calling for us at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock? Where are we going?
I don't know, except that it's to an observatory somewhere outside London.
What's the idea, Jet?
Well, that we'll only know when we get there. Now, go to your rooms and get what sleep you can. The guard will bring you breakfast at 3:30. Good night.
Hi, Jeff.
Good night, Jet.
Professor Hadley.
How do you do, sir?
Stephen Mitchell.
Hello.
Dr. Matthews.
Glad to make your acquaintance, Professor.
And Lemmy Barnet.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
A pleasure indeed to meet you, gentlemen. I spend my life gazing at the stars. You spend yours flying among them. I have to admit I'm a wee bit envious.
The professor has something interesting to show you.
If you'll step this way, please, and if you'll no mind, I'll shut out the lights. We'll see the plates much better then.
The plates?
The photographic plates.
Oh, the photo... Oh.
There. Now, if you'll come in a wee bit closer, Captain, you'll be able to see much better. You recognize what's on this photograph, of course.
I'm not sure. There are so many stars, it's difficult to pick... Oh, yes, that's the region of Hercules.
Precisely. How well do you know this constellation?
I know it in outline.
Well, that will do for our purpose. Look in particular at the area below the cluster, just above the star marked Zeta.
Yes.
You see that little group of elongated images?
Yes, I've never seen those before.
And you all see them, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but they must be moving pretty fast to produce trails that length.
Aye, they're certainly moving fast. Look at this plate, taken only 2 hours later. The same images appear in an entirely different part of the constellation, and you'll notice that one of the trails is well ahead of the others now.
So, they're not travelling at the same speed.
No, Mr. Barnet. In fact, although these objects seem to keep together most of the time, their speeds vary considerably as a group as well as individually, and their track is no more constant than their speed, as you'll see on this next plate. Here, you see their position is much lower. In fact, they've very nearly moved out of Hercules entirely, down into the region of Ophiuchus, and all in the course of one evening. That can only mean one of two things. That their speed is far greater than anything ever seen in the heavens before, with the exception of meteors, of course, or that they're very close to the Earth.
Which must be the right answer.
Precisely. There's no doubting it, gentlemen. These objects, whatever they are encircling the Earth, 6,000 miles above its surface, and they've been doing it for at least 2 weeks.
Blimey, the Martians. They're already here.
Is this particular group the only one you've discovered, Professor?
Aye, but that doesn't rule out the possibility of there being others.
You're quite sure they're not experimental orbital rockets launched from Earth?
Quite sure.
Sir, how do they look through the telescope?
Roughly circular and nearly a mile in diameter.
What?
They can't be spaceships, then.
If it were not for their extraordinary behavior and their proximity to the Earth, I'd say they were asteroids, great chunks of rock adrift in space.
Are they visible now in daylight?
No, and they'll be below the horizon now anyway, but other observatories on the night side of Earth will be tracking them.
What would be their present position?
The last time I saw them, they were in Aquila. That was just before dawn.
Do they mean anything to you, Captain?
Oh, if you mean in relation to our visit to Mars, no, they don't.
You saw nothing like it during your trip? Anywhere near the planet? On it even?
No, sir.
The Martian ships were spherical, but made of some kind of metal. And they were quite small as spaceships go, 60 feet in diameter at the most. Now, these things are a mile across.
Do you think there could be any connection between these, asteroids and Mars?
Not that I can think of. How about you, Doc?
Me neither, Jet.
Mitch?
Nah, Jet.
Yeah, don't look at me. I don't know.
Sir, how soon could an orbital rocket, a manned one, I mean, be got ready for takeoff?
By tomorrow, I think.
Then may I suggest you order one to be got ready? The only way to find out what those things are is to go up there and take a close look at them. And that's just what we intend to do.
Well, she's all ready, Captain Morgan. It will take off just after sunset. The asteroids, or whatever they are, will be in the night sky and visible from this latitude. Now, are there any questions?
The takeoff and setting the ship in its orbital course will be automatic?
Yes, takeoff and final orbital speed have been timed to match those of the asteroids. But once you're in free flight, you can maneuver the ship yourself, within limits.
Well, will Doc and I be able to follow the proceedings?
Certainly, Mr. Mitchell. I've arranged for you both to watch the whole course of events from the main control room. Now, there are your crew suits. I'll call for you on the wagon in half an hour.
Thank you.
Well, good luck, Jet, and you, Lemmy.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
If we land on one of those asteroids, I'll bring you back a stick of rock as a souvenir.
A fat chance there is of that, but good luck all the same. See you both sometime tomorrow.
So long, Mitch.
Now, gentlemen, if you'll just follow me...
All right, Lemmy. Put on your suit.
Yes, Jet.
All right, Jet. In you go.
Thank you, sir.
And you, Lemmy.
Ah,
I'm sorry the space is so confined, but this is no passenger ship.
what, no takeoff couches?
No, Lemmy, reclining chairs.
Oh, don't worry about it, sir. We'll be quite comfortable, thank you.
Good. Then I'll step out onto the elevator and make my way down. Take care of yourselves.
So what harm can a few chunks of rocks do us?
All right, Lemmy. Close the airlock and the main door.
Airlock, contact.
Then carry out pre-takeoff check.
Yes, mate.
Hello, sir. Pre-takeoff check now completed. Awaiting your orders.
Very well, Jet. We'll now hand you over to control. Over.
Time 0 minus 5 minutes. Hello, rocket ship X412, launching platform clear. Takeoff in 5 minutes. Are you ready?
Ready, control, thank you. Teleview, Lemmy.
Televiewer on.
Gyro.
Contact.
Safety straps.
In place and secure.
Then lower your seat to reclining position.
Lowered.
Now remember, as soon as the motors are fired, relax.
Oh, if I had just a couple of hot towels on my face, I'd fall asleep.
Hello, Control. All set now.
Stand by. Zero minus 2 minutes. Zero minus 1 minute. Zero minus 30 seconds. Zero minus 10 seconds. 5, 4.
Stand by. Here we go.
Change at Clapham Junction.
1. Zero plus 5 seconds. Height 500 feet. Zero plus 15 seconds. 4.6 miles. Zero plus 20 seconds. Height 6.8 miles.
Oh, Jet! Me lungs! It's agony!
Yell, shout or sing or something.
John Brown's body
Height 8
lies
miles. Velocity
in
1,200.
the grave. John Brown's
Miles. Velocity 6,000.
Oh, blimey. That's better. I thought for a minute I'd be pushed right through this seat.
Well, stay put. We're not finished yet, Lemmy. That's the booster away.
Hello, rocket ship. Booster's now been jettisoned. Stand by for firing of second stage.
Oh, no.
Quiet, Lemmy. Hello, Control. All okay here?
Roger. Firing in 10 seconds from now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think I volunteered for this.
Maximum velocity will be reached in 8 minutes.
Oh. Oh.
Hang on, Lemmy. It'll soon be over.
That's it. The motor's cut. We've made it.
Thank goodness. I wouldn't go through that again for all the rice in China.
All right, Lemmy. Now take over the radio while I switch controls to manual operation.
Yes, Jet.
Hello, rocket ship. Your maximum speed has now been reached.
Thank you, Control.
Your height is 78 miles. You'll proceed along your present trajectory until the orbit of the objects you're pursuing has been reached. Then it's up to you to change the angle of your flight and increase speed. By that time, you'll have passed halfway around the globe.
Yes, we know all about that, mate.
Roger.
And you might tell the supervisor to get some atomic equipment installed in these flying saucepans. The takeoff nearly killed me. Anyway, I'll call you later when we get round to your side of the world again.
Okay. You might like to know that it's quite dark on this part of the globe, and those asteroids have already been sighted. Watch out when you turn the corner. You might run slap into them.
Oh, will we?
Approaching the night side of Earth now, Lemmy. Switch on the radar.
Right.
Any response?
Oh, give it a chance to warm up. Shall I put on the forward televiewer?
No need, Lemmy. I'll look out from the pilot's window.
Ah, the radar's alive now, mate. But she's not responding.
Hello, Control. Morgan calling.
Hello, Jet. Receiving you loud and clear.
We're just passing over the Earth's terminator. Radar's on, but we're not getting any signal.
You will.
Can you see those things?
Yes, and they're traveling much faster than usual. You'll have to step lively. Increase your speed by 3,000 miles an hour.
Very well. Increasing speed. Now.
Hey, Jet, we've got something. On the screen. Right slap in front of us. We found them.
Hold on a moment. Now, where?
There. See? As plain as the nose on your face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them. Same as we saw on the professor's photograph.
Yes, that's them, all right. Strong signals, too. Hello, Control.
Hello, Jet. This is Mitch.
We've picked them up, heading straight for them. We'll give you a running commentary as we approach.
Good on you.
All right, Lemmy. Now get the camera ready and position the telescope.
Yes, mate. We can't be far off now, Jet. Signals are belting in. Can you see them?
Not yet, Lemmy.
Well, you can't be far from them now, Jet. You must see them soon.
Yes, Doc, I can now. Almost directly in our path.
Where, mate? Where?
There, see? Good grief, they seem to be flying in formation, a crescent formation. And they're at least half a mile in diameter, as Hadley said they would be.
Are they asteroids, Jet?
Oh, we're still too far to tell, but we should fly right over them. We'll soon see then what they are.
What else could they be but asteroids?
Let me get back to the camera.
Yes, Jet.
And stay there.
Yes, Jet.
And don't leave your seat again unless told.
No, Jet.
Hello, Control.
Yes, Jet?
We're getting quite close to them now. They are a colossal size.
What are they made of?
Well, they look just as I'd expect an asteroid to look, but a lot smoother, perhaps. Not so jagged or shapeless as an asteroid would be. Very nearly circular, in fact. They haven't changed speed or position since we've been overtaking them.
They are, in fact, just huge pieces of rock. Meteorites, maybe.
Except no meteorites would fly in formation, nor keep a constant orbit so close to the Earth as those things do.
You see nothing else, Jet? Nothing to suggest they might be...
No,
ships
Mitch, nothing.
How long before you're directly over them?
Not long now.
Jet!
And how close will you be to them then?
Jet!
2 or 3 miles. Not near enough to see any surface details with the naked eye, but the telescope is in position.
Jet!
What is it, Lemmy?
Don't you hear anything?
What?
The closer we get to those things, the louder it gets.
Yes, I can hear it.
Oh, and I'm beginning to feel all peculiar.
Hello, Jet.
Me too.
Oh, I think I'm going to black out or faint or something.
No, Lemmy, pull yourself together. Keep that camera going, whatever you do.
Jet, can you hear me?
Yes, Jet, I'm doing that already.
Jet, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, Doc.
Jet, I can't hold out much longer.
Hello. Hello, Jet.
Is that you, Doc? Doc!
Hello, Jet.
That's not Doc. Hello, who is that? Lemmy, what's happened to you? Oh, what on earth is happening to me? Hello, Control, can you hear me?
No, Jet. They can't hear you.
Who is that?
Surely you haven't forgotten me.
Doc! Hello? Oh, for heaven's sake, answer me. Hello? Hello?
Hello, rocket ship X412, control calling, trying to contact you. Come in, please.
They still don't answer.
Give them another try, Doc. If they don't answer this time, we'll have to do something about getting them down.
Oh.
Hello, Jet. Doc calling. Calling rocket ship X412. Come in, please.
Oh. What happened? I must have blacked out after all. Are you all right, Jet? Jet! Oh, crikey.
Hello.
Huh? Who's that?
Calling Jet Morgan aboard rocket ship X412. Come in, please.
Doc. Hello, Doc. Lemmy here.
Lemmy, you can hear us.
Yes. What's all the fuss?
What's all the fuss, he says? We've been calling you for more than 24 hours.
But only a second or two ago, I was taking pictures of those asteroids, or whatever they are. In fact, I still had my hands on the guiding control when I woke up.
How do you mean, when you woke up?
I blacked out.
How about Jet?
Judging from the way he slumped in his chair, I think he must have done an all. Here, wait a minute. Those asteroids, they've gone.
Yes, they have.
And we've changed our position, too. We're not over the same part of Earth we were a couple of minutes ago. It's daylight down below. What's been going on?
Listen carefully, Lemmy.
Yes, Doc.
Is Jet strapped into his seat?
Yes, he is.
Good. Now switch the ship over to automatic control.
Automatic?
Yes. Then go back to your own seat and strap yourself in.
Yes, Doc. Automatic control on. Now moving over to seat. What's the idea?
We're going to hand you over to control and bring you down. We'll explain everything then.
Hey, wait a minute. It's Jet. He's waking up. Hello, mate. How you feeling?
What happened?
You blacked out. We both did. That noise, remember?
Yes, that's right.
Stand by, Lemmy. Firing imminent.
What's going on?
They're taking us down, mate, on the automatic control. So you just sit still and take it easy.
Yes, but what about those...
No use worrying about them. They've opted. Doc and Mitch will explain everything just as soon as we get down on the deck.
Hello, rocket ship X412, control calling. Are you receiving me? Over.
Hello, Control. Receiving you loud and clear. Over.
Motor about to be fired for descent. Are you ready?
Ready?
Firing in 5 seconds from now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact!
And then, as we got closer, the noise got louder. And the louder it got, the more it affected us. And the last thing I remember was seeing Lemmy hanging motionless just above his chair in front of the camera, which was still running.
Yes, Chet. And it continued to do so until the whole reel of film had been used up.
Is there anything on it, sir?
That we'll see in just a few moments.
Oh.
Jet, this voice you heard. We were calling you, you know. You're quite sure you couldn't have mistaken Doc's voice for someone else's?
I'd stake my life on it. It was not Doc's voice. It was McLean's.
What? McLean's? Did you hear it, Lemmy?
No, Mitch. I must have passed out by then. I didn't even hear Doc calling.
Who, may I ask, is McLean?
He was formerly a crew member of one of the freighters in the Martian fleet, but we lost him.
You mean he's dead?
He was captured by the Martians, and we had to leave him behind.
How long did this noise take to have its full effect, Jet?
A minute or so, no more. And it seemed to be no time at all before I woke up again.
It was more than 24 hours. We were just about to send up another rocket after you.
And what happened to those asteroids?
A few moments after you had passed out, they moved across the sky at a fantastic rate. Within half an hour, they disappeared over the eastern horizon.
Where are they now?
Goodness knows. Haven't been seen anywhere in the sky since, even though dozens of observatories have been on the lookout for them.
Yeah, they left you and your rocket standing, Jet. Even if you'd been conscious and had tried to pursue them, you couldn't have caught them. Not in a million years.
Well, it looks as though the moment they realized they were being observed from close quarters, they got out of the way, and quick.
But how could they? Just huge pieces of rock.
We don't know how they did it, Jet. We only know they did.
And where did they come from? Where did they go to?
Well, that we can only guess at, sir. But there's one thing that is crystal clear. The way that noise affected Jet and Lemmy, and Jet hearing a strange voice talking to him just before he blacked out, is almost the identical method used by the Martians to produce the conditioning effect. So, I think we can safely say that those controlled asteroids are from Mars.
You mean the invasion's begun already?
No, not necessarily, Lemmy. They may send advance parties, reconnaissance squads first.
But we never saw anything like those flying rocks. Not during the whole time we were on Mars. The Martian ships were metallic and minute by comparison.
And when we were put to sleep by noises on Mars, we always dreamed we were back on Earth. But there was no dream this time. We hardly realized we'd even been asleep. It was just like 24 hours had been stolen from our lives without our knowing it.
Hello? Supervisor here. Oh? Good. No, leave it there. I'll pick it up and project it myself. That was the photographic section. The film is ready. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Sit down, gentlemen. It will be on in just a few moments.
I suppose you had time to fix the camera, Lemmy, before you blacked out.
Of course I did, Mitch.
What lens were you using?
Telephoto. That's what I was told to use, and I used it. Camera was running just as soon as the objects were sighted.
Oh, there go the lights.
Now we'll see just what the camera did capture.
And there they are. Nearly full the whole screen, don't they?
Not of equal size, that's for certain. The one in the center of the formation seems twice as big as the rest.
Yes.
The surface is a lot rougher than you thought, Jet.
Well, I was viewing them with the naked eye.
They look like miniature moons, and they seem to have little craters on them, all of a uniform size. How big would you say they are?
Diameter about 100 feet.
Will we be getting a close look at them, Jet?
Well, we were getting nearer to them all the time, but it was about now that Lemmy began to hear that noise.
Well, they are increasing in size, gradually.
What, the craters?
No, Mitch, the rocks, the asteroids.
You know what I think, don't you?
What's that, Lemmy?
Those craters are not craters at all. They're circular holes.
What makes you think so?
Well, if they were craters, the sunlight would be lighting up part of their floors at least. But those things are jet black all over.
Well, Lemmy's got something there, you know.
Well, if the reel lasts long enough, we should get a really close look at them in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're holes, all right. No doubt about it.
You remember getting this close to them, Jet?
No, sir. Lemmy and I were out cold by this time.
Good grief, what's that? Something's coming out of that thing. Out of one of the holes.
A ship!
A spherical ship.
Just like the one we saw on Mars.
And there's another. And another.
There's a dozen of them at least.
Well, that settles that, gentlemen, doesn't it? Those rocks are giant spaceship carriers. Everyone must be full of them.
I always said those ships could never reach Earth unaided.
Seems they don't have to, Mitch. They're transported here and merely cover the last few thousand miles on their own.
Touched down on the Earth's surface, you mean?
Where else would they be going?
But surely if that number of craft had landed, they'd have been detected.
Well, they don't seem to be doing any more than hovering over their parent ship at the moment. Oh, blimey. Is that all there is?
That's the end of the reel. And with you sound asleep, Lemmy, there was no one to load up a fresh one.
Oh.
Well, in spite of the shortness of the film, it has told us a lot.
Well, that's putting it mildly, sir.
It's unbelievable.
You saw it with your own eyes, Jet.
Oh, I'm talking about the method of bringing those ships here. How did they propel those rocks? Well, where did they get them from? They didn't come from the Martian surface, that's certain.
Yeah, and how about those spheres? Have they since landed on Earth?
I think they must have, but we'll find out.
Well, how?
A worldwide search could be instigated. We should find at least one of them.
I thought all information relating to the Martian invasion was highly secret. How do you keep it secret if you order a worldwide search for their ships?
If all those ships we just saw have landed on Earth, it won't be a secret any longer.
We'd better report this right away. Come along to my office, gentlemen. I'll get the chief down here and see what he has to say.
Very well, sir.
The controller from Space HQ arrived that same afternoon. He questioned Jet and Lemmy for an hour or more, saw the film through 3 times, and then left for London, taking the film with him. As for us, we were told to remain at the orbital rocket station until we heard from him again, which we did the very next day. And not in person, but through the rocket station supervisor, who called on us in the early light of dawn.
Who is it?
Jenkins.
Oh, come in, sir.
Sorry to wake you at this unearthly hour.
Is something wrong?
There's good reason to believe that one of those spheres has landed.
What? Where?
In the Lake District, 2 nights ago.
Anybody see it?
Only 2 people. A couple of campers. Apparently the weather was foul and it was raining hard. They got up and went outside to loosen the guy ropes of the tent. It was then that they saw it.
A sphere?
Well, we can't be sure. They'd hardly stepped outside when they saw what they took to be a fireball racing through the air above their heads. They saw it descend into a valley.
Did they go down there to investigate?
On the contrary, they were hardly more than kids. What with that and the storm that was going on, they were pretty scared. They got out of that as quickly as they could. Then they got a lift from a passing motorist who dropped them off at the next town when they called at the police station. There they stayed the night.
They told the police what they'd seen, of course.
Yes. Next day, the station sergeant went over to where the 2 kids had camped up on the hill. From up there, he could see that something pretty big had ploughed its way through the trees of a wood below. He went down to see what it was, and what he saw sent him running back to the nearest phone box.
What was it?
He described it as a space missile. Thought it must be one of our experimental jobs that had crashed. A report was then sent down to London and from there to us. We have to go and investigate it, in the hope that you and Lemmy can identify it.
But maybe it is one of your space missiles.
No, Jet. This thing is spherical and large enough to carry a crew. Now, how soon can you be ready to leave?
Half an hour.
Good. I'll go and wake up the others. That must be the spot.
That's it, all right. Certainly made a mess of that wood, didn't it?
I'll land to the east of the trees, by the foot of the hill.
Has anything been done about sightseers?
Yes, Doc. Nobody will go within 5 miles of her. The place is cordoned by mobile police.
Well, don't they wonder what's going on?
Like the sergeant, they all think it's one of our orbital rockets that's come to a sad end. The people are being kept away in case of explosion.
Hey, look. I can see her.
Where, Lemmy?
There. See? In the gap. Just a bit of her. The rest is hidden by the branches of the trees.
Yes, I see her now.
Take it easy, Lemmy. Get back on your seat. We'll be touching down in just a moment. Well, gentlemen?
Yeah, that's a Martian sphere, all right. Identical in every detail with those we saw on the planet. Exactly the same type as that flying doctor used. And the ones that came chasing after us when we decided to leave in a hurry.
Do you think there's anybody in there?
Probably. Hey, Lemmy, what are you doing?
Seeing if there's anyone at home.
Well, don't. Let's walk round, see if we can find the door.
Doesn't seem to be any kind of join or opening in it anywhere near ground level.
There is, sir, if we can find it.
Ah, here it is.
But the wall there is perfectly smooth.
Now, this little button here is the remote control switch for opening the door from outside. The door is always alongside it, as you'll see when I operate it.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to press it now, are you? Just us here?
Why not? We want to get inside, don't we?
But what are these Martians like?
How should we know? We never saw any. Only human beings like ourselves. Or at least they were before the Martians got hold of them.
And you think there'll be human beings in there?
Maybe.
And what if they're not?
Then we'll be the first Earthmen to come face to face with men from another planet.
Go ahead. Open the door.
All right.
Something's happening.
But she doesn't open.
Try again, Jeff.
No. It's no good. Mechanism doesn't function. Yeah, well, now what do we do? We'll have to burn our way through. How about it, sir? Could you get us the equipment to do the job?
I could, but it will take some time.
Go in the helicopter, sir. We'll stand guard here until you get back.
Yes, well, if that thing does open and you need help, call up control point. And 50 armed policemen will come driving over here, just as quick as they can make it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too free with the arms. One of the men in that ship might be a long-lost relative of yours.
What was that?
You'd better hurry, sir, if we're to have that equipment before it gets dark.
Very well. I only hope we have gear powerful enough to cut through that ship. What kind of metal is that thing made of?
How much longer is he going to be with that stuff? We could have burned our way through and out the other side by now.
Oh, give him time, Lemmy. He's hardly been gone an hour.
Well, at this rate, we'll be here all night. Aye, aye. Something's happening.
The door, it's opening.
Stand back, Mitch. Somebody might come out.
Well, they're certainly taking their time about it.
But what caused the door to open?
Search me, Doc. Unless our working on it accidentally completed the circuit or something, I don't know.
Well, how long do we wait here, waiting for them to show themselves?
We'll give them 10 minutes. If nobody's appeared by then, we're going in.
The 10 minutes is up, Jet.
Well, I'll go. The rest of you wait here.
No, I'm coming with you. You can't go in there alone.
All right, if you must.
Then stick close together and take your time.
Come on, Doc. Let's get it over. Now, keep close to me, Doc.
Yeah.
I'll lead the way.
There doesn't seem to be anybody down in this section.
No. Have a good look around, Doc.
It doesn't seem to be any different from the sphere we saw on Mars. Same control panel, same pillar in the middle of the cabin.
Yes, but that ship had a crew, Doc. It needed one to operate it.
Hey, can you remember which controls were which?
No, I can't say I can. But don't go touching anything, Doc.
Would I be likely to? Hey, what's that? Hey, this lever, it moved.
What? You sure you didn't touch something?
Yes, Jet. It moved down at least 3 inches.
On its own?
And now a light has come on. There goes the lever back again, back to its former position.
There must be someone in here. The upper cabin, maybe. Come on.
Now, wait a minute, Jet. If there is somebody up there...
That's just what we came in here to find out, isn't it?
I hate this thing to take off.
I don't think it can take off. If it could, it would have done so 2 days ago, as soon as it was realized its landing had been discovered.
Well, if you say so, I'm game.
Do you remember how to get into the upper section?
Yeah, by this central pillar. It's hollow inside and leads up there. Door control should be here somewhere. Ah, here it is.
And the door's opening. Come on, there's a ladder fixed to the wall.
Watch your step.
I say, look at this.
Good grief. The place is absolutely jammed with all kinds of gear.
A little different from the last one we were in, eh, Doc? The upper section in that one was more or less empty.
Couldn't possibly be anyone up here. There's hardly room to move around.
Then the opening of the main door and the operation of the flying controls must be remote-controlled. Yes, that's why that control panel downstairs was alive.
But who controls it?
Somebody up in those asteroids, Doc. Yeah, they might even know we're in here. Hear every word we're saying, maybe even see us.
Well, in that case, and now we've satisfied our curiosity, let's... Hey, listen, what's that?
The outer door. It's closing.
Land's sakes, let's get out of here quick before this thing takes off with us in it.
It's about time they came out, isn't it, Mitch?
I'll give them a chance, Lemmy. They've hardly been gone 2 minutes.
Well, that's all they'd need to see if there's anybody in there. I think we should call up control point and get some of those coppers over here.
Look, the police are to be called only in an emergency. There isn't one yet that I can see.
Oh, isn't there? Look at that. The door. It's closing.
Great Scott.
Jet! Doc!
Lemmy, look out! Stand back!
Oh, crikey, it's shut. And they're still in there.
Fancy trying to go in. If you'd got caught in that door, it would have crushed you to pulp.
I wanted to warn them, Mitch. What are we going to do now? Jet! Doc! Can you hear us?
Jet! Doc! No, Lemmy, I don't think they can.
Oh.
The walls of this thing are too solid.
Hey, listen. That must be them. They're all right. There, see if they reply.
Yeah, they do.
So, we still can't get them out.
I'll try the outside control again.
It didn't open it before. Why should it now?
Well, there's no harm in trying.
It's no good, Mitch.
We'll have to wait for the proper equipment to arrive.
There's something coming now. Just appeared from behind the hill.
Yeah.
Look, you wait here, Lemmy. Give that ship an occasional kick to let Jet and Doc know we haven't forgotten them.
All right.
I'll go over and meet the helicopter and give the supervisor a hand to bring that stuff over here.
All right, yes, mate. Oh, don't you worry, Jet boy. We'll get you out of there, mate, even if we have to use a tin opener. Hey? Oh, no! Ah! The door! It's opening! Jet! Doc!
All right, Doc. How'd you get quick?
You bet.
Oh, thank goodness you're safe, mate. We thought that thing was going to take off with you in it.
So did we. In fact, we're certain that's what it tried to do.
What did you do, Lemmy? How did you get the door open?
I didn't do anything. It opened up all on its own.
Oh. Where's Mitch?
Gone over to meet the copter and help the supervisor with the acetylene equipment.
Supervisor, did you say?
Of course, Doc.
Well,
Why?
here's Mitch now, but it's not Jenkins with him. It's the lunar controller.
Jet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I flew out from London the moment I heard about this ship landing. Mitch tells me you've already been inside.
That's right, sir, and it's empty. We searched the upper and the lower cabins, but there was no sign of anybody.
Well, it's been sitting here for nearly 48 hours. Its crew have had plenty of time to leave the ship and get well away.
Oh, we're supposing it carried a crew.
Why else would it land, Doc? What would be the point? Now, it's my belief that once this ship had landed and its crew had left it, it should have returned to its parent ship out in space, but something has gone wrong and it can't take off.
You mean it's remote controlled by those asteroids you saw?
Yes, sir. It tried to take off while we were in it, but it couldn't leave the ground. That's why the door keeps opening. Whoever's operating the controls seems to be pressing every button in the hope that something will happen.
Yeah, there she goes again.
Hey, we'd better stand well back, sir. Anything might happen.
That's the door closed once more.
Yeah. Do you think the power circuit in there is so arranged that the ship can't take off unless the door is properly closed? You know, like on a tube train.
That's a thought.
Well, if that's the case and we wedged the door open, it would never take off.
Look at her now, quivering like a piece of jelly.
She's trying to rise.
It's no go, is it? That thing's definitely on the blink.
Well, if it can't take off, there's no danger of our losing it. Our more immediate problem is to find its crew.
But what do they look like, sir? Are they Martians or are they Earthmen? People taken to Mars, put in a conditioned state, and then sent back here as spies. A fifth column to prepare the way for the major invasion that'll come later.
But what if they are Martians after all?
Then finding them shouldn't be too hard. They couldn't possibly look like Earthmen. There's bound to be some marked difference.
But what? They may not look like anything.
What do you mean by that, Lemmy?
Well, I mean, for all we know, a Martian might be invisible. Maybe there is a crew in that ship after all, sitting in there, opening and closing the door on us and generally trying to take the mickey.
That's about the worst suggestion that's been made up to now.
Oh. Aye. They must have heard me.
It's trying to take off again.
And they're succeeding this time. It's definitely moving.
Look out, Duck! Lemmy, get down!
Oh, I thought for a minute it got me. Where did it go?
It skimmed just above the ground for a few yards and then went into a vertical takeoff. Oh, look at it now. No more than a tiny spot in the sky.
What a fantastic climbing rate. If there was anybody in it, they'd be squashed flat.
Well, that settles that, gentlemen. There go all our hopes of capturing that ship.
Yeah, now we'll never know how it works.
Lemmy, call up control point and tell them we won't be needing that equipment after all.
Yes, Jet.
What do we do now, sir?
Search every square inch within a radius of a couple of 100 yards. Look for footprints. Anything that could give us some clue as to what kind of people came out of that ship.
Very well, sir. We'll split up. Start with a small area and gradually increase it.
Sir,
Yes, Doc?
we found something. At least Mitch has.
Where?
On the other side of the wood. Footprints. But whether they have anything to do with the crew that left that ship, we can't say.
There they are. Couldn't be plainer. The ground must have been quite soft when these impressions were made, though it's dried out since.
Which means it was almost certainly raining when whoever made these prints passed this way.
The night the ship landed, there was a storm raging.
They look like the impressions of 2 pairs of golfing shoes. And whoever was wearing them must have been heading for the hilltop.
Yeah, a couple of ramblers. That's the sort of shoes they might wear.
Well, I'll get somebody from Control Point to come over here and photograph them and take some casts. Meanwhile, let's head up the hill ourselves, shall we?
Well, this must be about where those 2 campers who first saw the ship pitched their tent.
Maybe it's their tracks we're following.
Could be. But this is also the way to the nearest road where anybody leaving the ship would be likely to make for. Let's keep going as far as the highway anyway. Spread out. Walk slowly and keep your eyes open.
Well, here we are on the road and no further sign of them.
Well, they certainly headed in this direction. We'll search both sides of the road for a mile each way. You and me this side, Jet. Doc, Lemmy and Mitch on the other.
Right,
sir.
Away you go, then. And watch out for the traffic. Well, Jet?
No, sir. Nothing.
Doc?
Not a thing, I'm afraid.
Mitch?
Same with me.
So, why should I be luckier than anybody else?
Well, I still believe that whoever left those prints came as far as this road. Then they were either given a lift or they walked as far as the next town. In either case, they must have been seen. If not during the night, then either yesterday or today.
Well, how do we find out?
We get the police to help us.
To find two people we can't even describe?
Two people wearing exactly the same type of shoe cannot be such a common occurrence. If they put up at a nearby town, they might well have had the hotel porter clean their shoes for them. They'd walked through plenty of mud.
Well, it's a long shot, but I suppose it might lead to something.
Long or not, it's the only thing we've got. If we can trace these two, it might help us to track down the rest.
The rest?
Don't let's fool ourselves that this was the only ship to reach Earth. Dozens of spheres left those asteroids, and they must have landed somewhere. If somebody left this ship, why not the others?
Why not? And how many others?
See who that is, Lemmy.
Well, let's hope it's the tea. I'm dying of thirst. Oh, good morning. Come in.
Good morning, Lemmy.
It's the controller jet.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello, sir. What news?
We drew a blank there, I'm afraid. The police checked up with every hotel in the district, but nobody was wearing a shoe with a pattern like the one we found in the mud. Whoever made those must have left the Lake District that night. Got a lift along the road.
Well, by now they might be anywhere.
If you go round checking every hotel in the country, it'll be Christmas before you're finished. And by that time, they would have worn out the shoes they got and bought a couple of new pairs.
Lemmy.
Wow.
A nationwide checkup will take time, and we have to work fast. Our best bet would be to find the motorist who gave those two men a lift.
Well, how can you without appealing to him to come forward? And once you do that, you put paid to all hope of a secret inquiry.
We can cover up the real reason if we have to, but first we'll try it without. The police are going to let us have reports of every motoring incident of which they have a record for a week back. Meanwhile, Jet, perhaps you'd like to take a look at this.
What is it?
Read it for yourself and see.
Good heavens. Other ships have landed.
How many?
Where?
3. One in Australia, one in India, and the last in South America.
All of them identical with the one we saw.
Was anybody seen to come out of them?
No, they landed in remote places and were spotted by only a few people. By the time reports of the landings had reached official sources, the spheres had taken off again.
How long did they stay down?
Not long. Apparently they had no trouble taking off.
And their crews, if they had any, haven't been found?
No, which is all the more reason why we must intensify our search. It occurred to me that if our sphere did crash
Well,
land,
there's no doubt about that, sir, judging from the mess it made of the trees.
then there's a likelihood of at least one of the men we're after being injured. That's another clue to their identification, if we can ever find anybody who picked them up. Well, that's all I have to say for now. When I have any further news, I'll be paying you another visit.
Very well, sir.
And, incidentally, I received news from Space HQ that the Discovery and 2 freighters will be ready within the month. You're still willing to return to Mars, I take it?
Of course, sir.
Good. Then I'll see you again soon.
Yes, sir.
Finish that lot, Lemmy. You can start ploughing through these.
Oh, turn it up, Mitch. I've read so many reports I'm going goggle-eyed. Parking offences, speeding, shooting the lights. And you know, I never realised so many people drove while under the influence. Dozens of them.
Get down to it, Lemmy. We've got lots more to go through.
But none of these fellas could ever have been anywhere near Mars. They behave too normally.
Hey, here's something.
What, Doc?
Any of you read this case before? Fellow called Moore.
What did he do?
That's the whole point. He didn't do anything.
What was that?
Yeah, picked up in Hyde Park near Marble Arch on the evening of the 3rd of July.
The day after the ship landed.
So, what's this nothing he was doing?
Found at the wheel in a stupefied state, not fit to be in control of his vehicle.
Oh, I've got a couple like that.
You had one too many.
That's what the constable thought, but he was wrong. Police doctor found the man was ill and had him taken to the hospital.
What is wrong with him?
Apparent loss of memory. Thought he was in Warrington instead of London. And his temperature was abnormally low.
Where does he live?
Manchester, a commercial traveler. But unless he's considerably improved since this report was made out, at the moment he's in Paddington Hospital.
But I think we better see him. Lemmy, get the controller on the phone, will
Yes,
you?
mate.
Now, look, don't let's get too excited. This may have nothing to do with what we're looking for.
Hello. Special line. A247. Yeah, that's right. Tough.
Morgan speaking. Oh, hello, sir. Oh. Yes, very well, sir. We'll wait until we hear from you. And thank you, sir. Moore was discharged from hospital 2 days ago.
Oh, no.
Where's he now?
They presume he's gone back home. Anyhow, the controller's getting onto it, and if he is in Manchester, they'll have him flown down here on the next available plane.
Good. I'd very much like to meet Mr. Moore.
Me too, Lemmy.
All right, gentlemen. He's outside. He'll come in just as soon as we're ready for
You
him.
found him quite easily?
Yes, Jet. He was living at the address he gave the police. Didn't seem to have anything to hide.
What kind of a man is he?
Middle-aged. Portly, a strong character, I would say, but rather worried about what happened to him. Anything else?
No, sir.
Shall I bring him in, then?
Yes, do, sir. We might as well see him and get it over.
Very well.
Here. What if he recognizes us as the men who went to Mars?
It's unlikely. Like most other people, he doesn't know the fleet has returned yet. But to be safe, you'd better handle him, Doc.
Okay, Jack.
The rest of us will go into the next room. He's not likely to recognize just one of us, but the four of us together might be a different story.
Mr. Moore, this is Dr. Matthews.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor.
How do you do? Sit down, will you?
Aye, I don't mind if I do.
The doctor would like to ask you a few questions, Mr. Moore. You can be perfectly frank with him. Don't try to hide anything.
Why should I? I got nothing to be ashamed of.
Good. I understand, Mr. Moore, that you've recently had a lapse of memory.
That's right, sir, I have. And I can't understand it. 1 minute I was driving near Warrington, in Lancashire, you know.
Uh-huh.
And next I'm sitting in Hyde Park at the wheel of my car without the slightest idea of how I got there.
But that's just not possible. I mean, you couldn't be in one place one moment and in another the next.
I didn't say I was. I said it seemed like it.
Ah. What time were you in Warrington?
In the early hours of the morning. When I woke up in Hyde Park, it was the evening of the next day. And the funny thing was, I intended to spend the night in Warrington. I had the hotel booked.
Did you notice anything strange before this loss of memory occurred?
Aye, I did. I don't like to admit this, but long before I got to Warrington, funny things were happening.
What things?
Well, tell me, Doctor, is it possible for a man to have nightmares while he's awake?
I can't say I've ever heard of such a thing.
Well, it happened to me.
Oh?
You see, I'd called at Penrith. That's in the Lake District, you know. And by the time I started out for Warrington, which was my next port of call, it was already dark.
Well?
I'd already done a full day's driving and was feeling pretty tired, so I chose to drive along the secondary roads to avoid the heavy traffic, you see. You know, I found it difficult to keep awake.
I'm not surprised.
Well, I confess it now. I don't intend to hide anything from you.
Good.
Then the storm come up. One of the worst I've driven through for a long time. And I tell you, if I'd seen an hotel or an inn right there, I'd have packed it in and got myself a bed. But there was nothing for it but to press on. And then it happened.
What?
The bad dream, the nightmare.
Tell me about it, Mr. Moore.
Well, I'm driving along, not too fast, mind you. I'm not a fool, you know. Talking to myself to keep awake, when suddenly there's a flash of lightning, and I sees two men standing at the side of the road and waving to me to stop. What's the trouble?
My friend, he's hurt.
This is a fine night to choose for an accident. You want a lift?
Thank you. It is most fortunate that you came by.
Oh, always glad to help someone in trouble. Is your friend badly hurt?
It is nothing but difficult for him to walk.
Well, put him in the back seat. He can stretch out there. Hang on a minute. I'll come down and give you a hand.
No, I will manage. Just open the rear door.
He seems to be in a pretty bad way. Let me come down and help.
No, just open the door.
Oh, all right, if you say so.
Thank you. Don't touch him!
I wasn't going to touch him. Just moving a few things off the seat. You want him to be comfortable, don't you?
He is comfortable enough. He can sleep now.
Put your rucksack on the floor. There's plenty of room. Now, all set?
Thank you.
It's a foul night. I said it's a foul night.
Yes, it's a foul night.
What you doing up in the lakes? On a walking tour?
Yes,
Have you walked far today?
very far.
Ah, beautiful country up here. Not like it anywhere.
Very beautiful.
How did you come to be out on the road in such a lonely spot at this time of night?
My companion fell and hurt his leg, and then we got lost.
Lucky for you, you found the road. You could have wandered through these hills until morning. Still found yourselves miles from the nearest village.
Very lucky.
Ooh, I've never known a July so cold and wet as this one.
Very wet.
Aye, very wet.
It is very hot in here. I would like to open the window.
Oh, well, if you must. But I wouldn't open it too wide. You must be soaked to the skin. You'll catch your death of cold, you and your friend. Here, how about him? Is he asleep?
He is asleep.
How do you know? You didn't even look to see.
He is asleep.
Where exactly are you heading for?
Where are you going?
Warrington. Should have been there by now, but I got held up at Penrith. I can drop you off at the next town or anywhere along the road.
I thought perhaps you would be going to London.
As a matter of fact, I am, but not until tomorrow.
Tomorrow is no good. I must get there as soon as possible.
I thought you said you were on a walking tour of the lakes.
I did not say so. You assumed it.
You're not a very friendly character, are you? You seem to forget I saved you from an almost certain night out in this storm.
You can stop the car and we will get out.
Nah, don't go getting on your high horse. I don't want to turn either of you out. Wouldn't be right in this weather.
Very well.
You might close that window up a little. There's a draft blowing round my legs and I'm beginning to feel right cold.
The wind is cool and pleasant.
Well, I find it far from pleasant. At least you could put it up halfway. Thank you.
Why are we stopping? We are still at least 10 miles from Warrington.
I've been driving for nearly 18 hours and I'm tired. I'm finding it difficult to keep awake.
You want me to drive?
No. I've got a flask of coffee here. I'd like some of it. Any objections? It's not very warm. Hardly surprising, I suppose. I've had it in here nearly 20 hours. Here, drink this. It'll put some warmth into you. Well, go on, take it. Go on, it's not poisoned.
Thank you.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
It's too hot. I cannot drink it.
Too hot? God, it's hardly warm.
Perhaps later, when it has cooled off a little.
Well, you're a rum and no mistake. First you sit there by the window in soaking wet clothes and say you enjoy the draught. Then you can't drink a cup of lukewarm coffee because it's too hot.
Let us get on. We're losing time.
Well, I can't take you much further.
We are going to London.
You may be, but I'm not. I'm only going as far as the next town. I've got an hotel room booked.
We are going to London.
Well, then you'll have to find someone else to take you. I can't. What are you looking at me like that for?
We are going to London.
Hey, what are you doing? Take your hands off me. Oh, good heavens. Your hands. They're so cold. Oh, they're like ice! Help! Help! Help!
All right, gentlemen. You may come in now. He's gone.
Well?
He's the one who gave them the lift, all right.
And who are they? Martians or are they Earthmen?
Conditioned Earthmen who have returned from Mars.
Yeah, did you get a full description of them?
Of one, yes, but the injured one Moore hardly saw.
Does the description fit anyone we know? McLean, maybe? It was his voice I heard up there among those asteroids, I swear it.
It might well be McLean. It might be anybody.
Well, whoever he is, he shouldn't be difficult to trace. A man with very cold hands who cannot drink hot liquids or stand high temperatures.
But what's the purpose of their landing here?
Well, they must have been sent here to prepare the way for the invasion.
But what can they do?
Oh, plenty of things. They don't look any different from the rest of us, so they could easily get themselves jobs in high places. The power they have to hypnotize could enable them to wrest official information on our defense plans or anything else from people who had no idea they'd given it.
In fact, if enough of them were landed, the whole country could well be completely at their mercy in no time at all.
And not only this country.
No, it could happen the world over. And then, when all was ready, the Martians need only appear, could take over the Earth at their leisure.
The world could wake up one morning to find itself conquered, yet not know it.
Oh, turn it up, Jet. What are you trying to do? Frighten the life out of me?
But there's a great deal in what Jet says, Lemmy. If you hadn't escaped from Mars, McLean and thousands like him could have landed on Earth and been absorbed into dozens of countries and nobody suspect a thing.
Perhaps they already have.
Hey, no, don't.
Well, gentlemen, I must get down to Space HQ and report this immediately.
Very well, sir.
And don't forget, if you shake hands with anyone with icy mitts, hang on and don't let go.
I will, Lemmy. Goodbye for now.
Yes, sir.
A nationwide search began, but not a trace of the two men was found. If they were in London, as was supposed, the city had, apparently, just swallowed them up. 2 weeks later, the four of us were taken to space headquarters and told to be ready to leave for the moon base at a moment's notice. It was still intended that we should return to the Red Planet to pick up what information we could about the Martian invasion. For, in spite of the appearance of the asteroids in the sky and spheres down on Earth, Space HQ still believed that the main attack would not take place until 1986. We returned to our hotel to await transport to an airport outside London.
Well, that's me all packed up. Hello, London, and goodbye. I've never spent so long in one place and seen so little of it.
Consider yourself lucky. You at least saw your home. That's more than the rest of us did.
Well, what are you grumbling about? We'll be heading for Australia tomorrow, won't we?
It's some remote launching ground in the outback. My home doesn't happen to be in the outback. Here, sit on top of this case for me so I can close it.
What do you got in there, Nelson's column?
What time is it, Jet?
Close on midnight. Car should be here soon. Morgan speaking. Oh, hello, sir. I see. Very well, we'll see you at the airport then. Oh, yes, sir. That's quite all right. We understand. Goodbye, sir. Well, that was the controller. He won't be coming with us after all.
No?
He's been delayed. Says he'll meet us there. But our transport is already on its way.
Did he say which field we're going to?
No, but then he wouldn't. Not over the phone.
No, I suppose not.
Well, I better get a move on. I've hardly started packing yet.
Me neither. Not that it'll take me long.
We'll see you, that is, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
Your car's here, sir. Allow me to help you down with your luggage.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Mine's the brown one, over there by the bed.
It was the guard who'd knocked at the door. One of the men who, ever since we'd arrived in London, had kept watch outside our hotel suite 24 hours a day. The corridors were deserted as the guard, carrying Lemmy's suitcase, led the way to the elevator. A car was waiting at the rear of the hotel, and apart from the chauffeur, there was no one in sight. Inside the car, the curtains had been drawn over the windows and across the transparent partition that separated us from the driver. Soon we felt the soft vibration of the gearless motor, and a few seconds later we were speeding on our way to the as yet undisclosed airfield.
How soon before we can open the windows, Jet?
Well, not until we're outside town. Controller's orders.
I wonder how many people are raising their hats as we go by.
Why should they?
Well, with the curtains all drawn like this, they must think we're going to a funeral.
All right, Lemmy. Take a peek outside, see where we are.
Nothing out there that I can see, except trees and fields. We must be out in the country already.
Good. Then draw the blinds and open one of the windows. Let's have some air.
Yeah, good idea.
Ah, that's better. Yeah, how about this curtain, Jet, behind the driver? Shall I open that too?
Yes, you might as well. But let me put this light out first. There you are. Now go ahead. And slide back the panel, too, while you're about it. Find out which airport he's taking us to.
Hello, chum. Sorry if I startled you. How far have we come now?
28 miles.
Oh, have we? But it's hardly half an hour since we left the hotel.
Orders were to drive you as quickly as possible.
Well, there's no need to go mad. We'd like to arrive all in one piece.
Hey, Jet.
Which airport are we going to exactly?
The driver's voice.
Yes, Doc, I can hear it.
Our destination is not to be divulged.
Well, of course it isn't, but you can tell us. We're going there anyway.
Lemmy doesn't seem to notice anything wrong. Let him talk. Keep quiet and listen.
Yeah, sure, Jet, sure.
You'll know our destination when we reach it. That is all I can say.
Well, then I think you're being unnecessarily secretive. If the controller had been with us, he would have told us where we were going.
I am not the controller.
A good job, too, if you ask me. Here, now turn it up. You can't get away from me, you know. I'm in this car with you.
And sakes, what's he doing? Trying to kill us?
Hey, slow down there in front of you here. Slow down. A fat lot of notice he's taken of that.
Hey, keep your seat, Mitch.
Wait a minute.
Lemmy, what are you doing? He's climbing into the front seat.
Wait.
Lemmy, be careful.
Don't you worry, Mitch, boy. I'll handle this. Now, you. Oi, slow down. Do you hear? Are you going to? Or do I have to slow this thing down for you?
Lemmy, be careful.
Oh, blimey, his hands. They're cold as ice.
Leave me alone.
Oh, what are you looking at me like that for? Oh, no, you don't. I'm wise to your little game.
Take your hands off that key.
Jet, stop him for Pete's sake.
Slow down. Slow down, do you hear? Slow down.
Lemmy, watch out. Look out in front.
Look out, we're going to turn over.
Anybody hurt?
Oh, I'm okay.
I've hurt my arm. How about you, Lemmy? Lemmy.
He must have been knocked out, Jet.
Let's hope that's all it is.
How about the driver?
Stay where you are, Doc. And you, Mitch. I'll try to open one of the doors so we can climb out.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Mitch.
Can you reach it, Jet?
Yeah, I think so. Heave. That did it.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
You all right, Mitch? Just for a bit?
Yeah, Jet.
Very well, Doc. We'll get the other two out.
Driver first, Jet. He's laying on top of Lemmy there. Can you take his arms?
Yes, I've got them now. Lift him.
Where shall we put him?
I'll lay him here on the bank.
Right.
Now let's get Lemmy out.
Hold on a minute, Jet. His legs are curled up all under him. Let's not lift him until I'm sure nothing's broken.
Very well. How about you, Mitch?
I got a nasty pain in my arm, but okay otherwise.
Lemmy seems to be okay, Jet. Take his head, will you?
All right. You ready?
Yep. Take it easy. We've got plenty of time.
All right.
Jet, for Pete's sake. The driver, he's got up. He's running away.
Take it easy, Jet.
Stay put for a minute. Let me get out.
Where are you going, Mitch?
Well, after that zombie, of course. Where do you think I'm going?
All right, Doc. Come on. Let's get Lemmy out, for goodness sake.
Put him down, Jet. Here on the grass.
You stay with him, Doc. I'll be back later.
Yeah.
Mitch! Mitch, where are you? Mitch! Mitch!
Down here, Jet. Be careful. It's a long way and it's steep.
Have you found him?
No, but he's down here somewhere.
Mitch, are you there?
Here, Jet.
Oh! What? So dark I can hardly see a thing.
Yeah, I'll be lucky to find him now.
Well, where are we, do you know?
I haven't the slightest idea, but wherever we are, the country's very hilly. We've come a long way down.
Let's keep looking. It can't be far away.
It's hopeless, Jet. If it were a clear night, we might stand a chance, but he could be within 10 yards of us and we wouldn't know it.
Hey, listen!
That's a familiar noise. Where's it coming from?
Over to the right. Come on.
Hold it, Jet. Look out! You all right, Jet?
Yeah, yes, Mitch. Well, that settles it. We'll never catch him now.
Yeah, that ship was waiting for him.
Probably waiting for us, too.
How do you mean?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? That driver intended to kidnap us, bring us here to that ship.
Yeah, but how? How could one man hope to persuade 4 of us to enter it?
By the usual method. In fact, just before the car turned over, the hypnotizing process had begun. That's why we heard the noise.
You mean he was expected to hypnotize the 4 of us?
Well, not necessarily. That might have been done by somebody in the ship. It could well have been following the car just above our heads. We wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah, I suppose it might. And then when the driver escaped, it touched down here to pick him up.
Exactly.
He probably wasn't knocked out at all. Just lying doggo until he saw a chance to make a run for it.
How did he know we were expecting a car to pick us up? And where did he get that car from? It's the exact model Space HQ personnel use.
Yeah, I don't suppose it's too difficult to get the car, but how did he know the controller wouldn't be coming with us? That was a last-minute decision.
Yes, and how much else did he know? Did he know we were going to Australia en route for the moon and from there to Mars?
If he did, then our trip back there could well be a darn sight more perilous than the last one.
Come on, Mitch. Let's get back to Doc and Lemmy. Once we get up on the road, maybe we'll find out exactly where we are. Perhaps a phone box, too.
Wherever we are, I bet it's nowhere near the airport.
Lunar Controller speaking. Who? Then put him on immediately. Hello? Hello, Jet. Have you had me worried? Where are you? Near Hindhead? What on earth are you doing down there? What? Well, never mind the explanations now. I'll come down and pick you up myself. Oh. Yes, that's a point. Well, listen. Keep out of sight and walk along the road in the direction of London for a couple of miles. When I turn up, I'll have 3 headlights blazing and one of them will be flashing. Is that clear? Soon as you recognize the car, step out into the road so that I can recognize you. Good. See you later, then.
Sir?
Get a car ready immediately. I'll be leaving in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Will you want a chauffeur?
No, I'll be driving myself.
Very good, sir.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor, please. Hello, Jenkins. I found them. No, I'm going to pick them up right away. Now, have a breakdown squad go along to the Portsmouth Road as far as the Devil's Punch Bowl to recover a wrecked car. It's lying on its side in the ditch at the edge of the road. Meanwhile, ring the police and have them put a guard round the wreck. I want no one to go anywhere near it before the breakdown squad get there. Is that clear? Well, thank goodness you're all in one piece.
The car had slowed down considerably before it turned over. If it hadn't, we might not have got off so lightly.
Are you quite all right now, Lemmy?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, I must have cracked my head on the instrument panel. I was out for fully 5 minutes, or so the doc says.
And your arm, Mitch?
Just a bad bruise, that's all. Nothing to worry about.
Well, that's something. But we have plenty of other worries.
So one headache is not enough?
Why did you leave the hotel without me?
But you rang up to say you'd meet us at the airport, and the transport was already on its way.
Yeah, it arrived not 5 minutes afterwards.
I didn't call anybody. Fact is, I called for you half an hour after you'd left.
What? Then who did ring us?
That's what I'd like to know.
But I thought it was impossible for anybody to telephone us except through the exchange at Space HQ. And even then it was necessary to know the code number of the line.
Well, somebody knew it.
They also knew you were about to pick us up, and at what time. How else could that Whitaker driver have timed his call on us so nicely?
Do you think they knew of our intention to go back to Mars?
Probably. On the other hand, they may have merely wanted to get you out of the way. You're the only people on this Earth with first-hand knowledge of the way the Martians behave. You're the only real stumbling block to their infiltration plans, if that's why those men were landed from the spheres.
I wonder where they would have taken us if they had managed to hypnotize us.
Yeah, I hate to think.
Well, there's one thing arises from this which must not be overlooked.
What, Jet?
Somebody friendly to the Martians, a conditioned Earthman, maybe one landed here only recently, has been planted in Space HQ. How else could they have known of our intention to leave London tonight?
That can be the only answer. And if there is someone there, he must have been there for years. He would never have had access to guarded information otherwise.
Yeah, well, if that's true, there can be hardly anything the Martians don't know about us. They must have known every detail about the first trip to the moon and of the trip to Mars long before the public ever had an inkling of it.
Of course they did, Mitch. That's why Whitaker was planted in the Mars fleet. He probably had orders to wreck the whole project.
And here we are getting ready to do it all over again.
You still want to go, Jet?
Of course we do, sir. The fate of the world may well hang on it.
Well, at least there'll be no Whitaker coming along with us this time.
Yeah, that's right.
Unless one of us happens to be a Whitaker. How about it, Lemmy?
Oh, turn it up, Mitch. You're giving me the creeps.
Nothing further happened to give us cause for alarm. The controller drove us to the airport, which, incidentally, was on the opposite side of London. There we found a super stratocruiser waiting to take us to the other side of the world. We landed in Australia the next day and were taken immediately to the launching ground where a moon ship was waiting to carry us to the Earth satellite. Of course, we handled the ship ourselves and took along the lunar controller, returning to his post up in the lunar colony as our only passenger. We boarded the great ship, and taking our last look at the Earth from close quarters for goodness knows how long, entered the little crew cabin and strapped ourselves onto our takeoff couches.
Firing imminent. Stand by.
Okay, Doc.
Sure, Jet.
Mitch, all okay in my section. How about you, Lemmy?
Bang on, Jet.
You comfortable, sir?
Yes, Jet, thank you.
Go ahead, Control. Ready for firing.
Firing in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact! 0 plus 5 seconds. 0 plus 10 seconds.
Height, 5,000 feet.
0 plus 20 seconds.
Height, 6.4 miles. Velocity, 4,000.
0 plus 30 seconds.
Height, 27.1 miles. Velocity, 6,000.
Stand by to cut motor.
Okay, Mitch. Yeah, Jet.
Motor cut, now!
Oh, that's better.
First class takeoff. Everybody okay?
Yeah, too right. Okay.
Very well, you may leave your bunks. Now, check the gauges and make out the reports. As soon as they're ready, Lemmy, radio them back to control.
Yes, sir.
Well, so far so good. Though why Lemmy had to go round shaking hands with everybody before we left, I don't know.
Oh, don't you? Well, I do. I wanted to see if any of them was cold.
And were they?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mitch...
Yeah?
No.
Well, so we're on our way. On the first lap, anyhow. How soon after we land on the moon do we take off for Mars?
A week from now.
From now? But it takes us 4 days to get to the moon. That leaves only 3 days to get ready.
There's nothing for you to get ready, Jed. It's all been done for you while you've been down on Earth.
Well, HQ don't intend us to waste any time, do they?
No, Lemmy, they don't.
Here you are, Lemmy. The dial readings.
Thanks, Mitch.
And mine, Lemmy. Get them off straight away, huh? Control will be wanting...
Yes, Doc. Hello, Control. Moonship Luna 174 calling. Have first reports. Are you ready to receive them?
Hello, Luna 174. Receiving you loud and clear. Ready for reports. Go ahead, please.
Right, here they come. First, fuel consumption. Tank 1.
We landed on the moon 4 days later. The trip was uneventful, and once the ship had touched down, we were taken to our old quarters in the lunar colony, where we were to stay until the time came for us to take off for Mars. From the observation tower set high on the precipitous slopes of the Jura Mountains, we could see across the Bay of Rainbows toward the launching platform, where the modified Discovery and the 2 freighters were standing. Night on the moon is equivalent to 14 days on Earth. But when we touched down, 12 of those days had gone, and the long, cold lunar night would soon give way to the blinding, long, hot lunar day. The sky was velvet black and studded with millions of brilliant, multicolored stars. Above the horizon was the Earth, now almost full. Its light, much brighter than moonlight, enabled us to see quite easily the launching ground and its tall, stately ships, tall as skyscrapers. One of the most impressive sights I know is the lunar sunrise. At one moment, the moonscape is dark and somber, lit only by the reflected light from the Earth. At the next, at the very instant the first rays of direct sunlight appear over the horizon, the moon's surface is transformed into a study of bright light and deep shadow, the shadows being cast by the mountains, hills, and crater rims. As the long day progresses and the sun rises higher in the sky, the shadows grow shorter and the sunlight more brilliant. We knew the sunrise was not a sight to be missed, so a few minutes before the first of the sun's prominences was due to appear from behind the mountains in the west, the 4 of us gathered in the observing tower to watch the breathtaking sight.
How much longer, Jet?
Just a minute or two, Lemmy.
Yeah, there's one of the peaks catching the sunlight now.
Always dead on time.
Yep. There's another. And another.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. There are no peaks that high over there. That's the direction of the bay.
But something's catching the light up there.
And whatever they are, they're moving.
Good grief, they are, too. Excuse me, Doc. Let me get the intercom, quick.
Sure.
Hello?
Control room.
Morgan here. Is the controller there?
No, Captain. I think he's gone up to the observatory.
Oh, then you put me on to there, right away.
Yes, sir. Observatory?
This is Morgan here. Is the controller there?
No, Jet. He's just left. He's on his way to your quarters.
Oh, he would be. And I'm in the lookout tower. Still, never mind. Listen carefully. I want you to investigate some flying objects just above the horizon to the southwest.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Jet. The sun's about to rise, and that means we've got a lot of work to do. Important work.
I realize that, but these objects are important, too.
Very well, if you'll take full responsibility.
I will, don't you worry.
What is it you want us to do?
Just above the horizon to the southwest, on an approximate line between here and Helicon, objects in the sky, half a dozen or more, moving eastwards. Photograph in close-up, and hurry, they're moving pretty fast.
What height are they?
Oh, can't be more than a few thousand feet. They only caught the rays of the sun a few moments ago.
Very well, Jet, I'll do my best.
Thank you. Well, Doc, where are they now?
There they go.
And here comes the sun.
It's just as though somebody turned on a switch.
Hey, those things are increasing their speed.
It's as though they realize they're caught in the sunlight and might be seen.
They must be flying low for the same reason. They've avoided being illuminated up to now.
Yeah, well, they can't avoid it any longer. All they can do now is move over into the night side, and quick.
And that's just what they are doing. Look at them move.
They're climbing, too.
They're getting away from here fast. Getting smaller all the time. There, they've gone.
Will they be back?
Oh, should I know? Come on, let's get back to our quarters. The controller better hear about this. Just after the sun rose, they gathered speed and disappeared over the eastern horizon.
At first we thought they were the tips of mountains catching the first light of the sun.
And you told the observatory, Jet?
Yes, but whether they were able to get a close look at them depends on how soon they could swing the telescope into position. They were all ready to observe and record the sunrise.
Well, if they did see or even photograph anything, they'll let us know. Meanwhile, I have some news for you.
Oh?
Your takeoff orders arrived less than half an hour ago.
When do we leave?
In 6 hours.
Why not in 6 minutes?
Here are full instructions as to what you are to do when you get to Mars.
Oh, thank you, sir.
No point in opening them, Jet. They're coded.
Eh?
Every message from Earth I have received since our arrival up here has been the same.
Well, we can decode them, can't we?
Not until you've taken off and are well on your way. Even I don't know what's contained in that envelope.
They're not taking any chances, are they? Don't they even trust you?
Since the attempt to kidnap you four, all kinds of security have been tightened up considerably. HQ don't trust anybody now.
They'd better make up their minds to trust us.
How do we decode this lot?
You will take a machine with you. You will also use it to code every piece of information you pick up during your trip before you radio it back here. Normal routine calls may be made in plain language. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, you will be ready to go out to the ships in 4 hours from now. Takeoff will be at 1500 hours Universal Time. I'll come out to the Discovery with you and see you all safely aboard. Now, any questions?
Oh, I don't think so, sir. Oh, except, of course, we'd like to know what the observatory made of those objects, if they made anything of them at all.
I'll go up there and find out. Anything else?
I don't think so, sir.
Very well.
Lemmy, open the door for the controller.
Yes, Doc.
Thank you, Lemmy. I'll see you in 3 hours, gentlemen.
Righto, sir.
Right, sir. Well, that's that. Off to Mars in 6 hours and no embarkation leave.
I wonder what that envelope contains. What do they expect us to do? And why do we have to wait until we're underway before we find out?
Probably because if we knew before we went, we wouldn't go.
Yeah, maybe you got something there, Lemmy.
Hello, Captain Morgan. Observatory calling.
Aye, aye.
Hello, Observatory. Morgan here.
Is the controller with you?
No, he's not. He's on his way to you.
It's just as well. I think you better come up here, too, Jet. We managed to get a photograph of those flying saucers.
You did? What were they?
Well, you better come and look for yourself.
We most certainly will. Be with you in a few moments.
Good.
Come along, gentlemen. Let's see what they have to show us. Is this all you managed to take?
I'm afraid so, Jet. We'd hardly got the telescope trained on them when they disappeared.
Well, there's no mistaking what they are.
The asteroids?
Yes, sir. The same ones, I would say, that Lemmy and I pursued in the orbital rocket.
The spaceship carriers where those spheres came from.
Yeah, but what are they doing up here on the moon? No point in landing any spheres here. The only habitable place is this colony where everybody knows everybody else anyway.
Well, maybe they don't intend landing any more spheres anywhere. Perhaps they're on their way back to Mars.
Yes, if they were, there'd be no need for them to come so close to the moon. Or so close to the colony, come to that. They must have known they were bound to be seen.
Unless they wanted to find out what was going on, or whether we'd left for Mars yet.
Always assuming they know we intend to return.
Well, I'll lay 1,000 to 1 they do. And that fly pass was to let us know it. They've probably been hanging around here for days. Maybe even followed us up from Earth, I'll bet.
If they had, we would have detected them. No, I think they were just passing by. It was pure coincidence that they did it just as the sun was rising and enabled us to catch a glimpse of them.
Well, where are they now, then? Waiting out there, all ready to pounce on us the minute we show our noses anywhere near them.
I don't know, Lemmy.
Well, I think we should make sure before we take off.
What difference does it make anyway? We'll take off just the same.
Eh?
This is the most favorable time. By leaving now, we reach the planet in the shortest possible period with the least expenditure of fuel.
Yeah, but what if those things are out there and they get violent?
That's the strange thing about them, Lemmy. They've never used violence of any kind, not in the physical sense.
Oh, no, of course they don't. Yes, eh?
This power of inducing sleep, this hypnosis, is the only weapon they seem to have.
Well, that's violent enough for me.
And we discovered on Mars that even the hypnosis can be overcome if you're strong-willed enough.
Oh, that's all very well for you, Doc. You're immune to this hypnosis business anyway. But me, I only have to imagine I hear that noise and I'm out like a light.
Well, sir, I don't think there's much point in staring at this photograph any longer. We've a lot to do before we leave here for the ship. We'd better attend to it.
Very well, Jed.
So, we're going, just like that.
Yeah, Lemmy? Do you want to stay behind?
Who said anything about staying behind? I merely said, so we're going, just like that.
Well, I only...
What's the matter? Don't you want me to come with you? Do you think you can handle the ship without me?
No, of course,
Then
but...
don't try to get rid of me. When that ship takes off, I'll be in it. And anybody who tries to stop me is liable to get a thick ear. I don't care who he is.
Then let's get back to our quarters and not start any more arguments over nothing.
Well, I don't want to argue. It was Mitch started it.
Come on, Lemmy, cut the cackle.
Whoa.
When in 1971 we had made the first trip to Mars, it was with a feeling of adventure. We were about to set foot in the world no man had ever visited before, or so we thought. But of course, when we did finally land, it was to learn that it was already populated by people from Earth, although few of them realized where they were. On this, our second trip, there was no feeling of adventure, only of great apprehension. What lay in store for us during our long trip of nearly 400 million miles out from the sun towards the orbit of the alien planet? What of the Martians themselves? These were beings we had never even seen. Would we meet up with them this time? And if we did, what would they be like? What were our chances of obtaining the information wanted by our superior officers at Space HQ? And if we did manage to obtain it, what were our chances of returning safely to Earth with it? What if the invasion took place while we were on Mars? Those spheres didn't land conditioned Earthmen in different parts of the world for nothing. What was their purpose? And why, after being landed, had nothing more been seen or heard of them? Well, these thoughts must have also been in the minds of Jet, Mitch, and Lemmy. But in those long, tense moments before takeoff, nobody, of course, mentioned them. In the tiny, cramped cabin, nearly 1,000 feet above the moon's surface, we lay strapped into our takeoff couches. Jet called up Control to tell them we were ready.
All set, Control. You may close the main door.
Zero minus 5 minutes.
We went through the usual routine. Televiewer, gyro, radar.
Ship over to automatic control.
Roger. 0 minus 4 minutes.
Whenever the time check was heard, I, in turn, checked with the clock on the main control panel.
0 minus 3 minutes.
Now remember, gentlemen, during the firing of the first stage, the acceleration rate will produce maximum G.
If I go through this couch, I'll sue Space HQ for damages.
We're going to be very uncomfortable for a fairly lengthy period, but try not to black out.
Blackouts, hypnosis, are you kidding?
0 minus 2 minutes.
I must admit I felt a little shaky. No ship this size had ever taken off before. Certainly no crew-carrying ship had ever reached the velocity that this one would reach.
0 minus 1 minute.
1 minute? Oh, blimey.
Now relax. No more talking from now on.
0 minus 1 minute.
What was that?
1 minute, he said.
It should have been 50 seconds.
You sure don't. Sounded like 1 minute to me.
0 minus 50 seconds.
That clock's haywire. There's only 45 seconds to go.
And there go the pumps. 10 seconds too soon.
What on earth is going on? Position control panels. Be ready to take over on manual control if I give the word.
Okay, Jim.
Hello, Discovery. Control calling.
Hello, Control. Things seem to be all haywire.
The pumps, they're on.
We know that. We can hear them.
20 seconds to go.
Everything's haywire down here, too.
Why, what's the trouble?
Takeoff is
cancelled.
Yawning at a time like this.
15 seconds.
Somebody started the pumps. The motor's bound to fire.
10 seconds.
Turn them off. Do you hear? Revert to manual control. Turn them off.
What's happening down there? Hello? Hello, hello?
They don't answer.
Don't get off your bunk, Mitch. You haven't time.
0.
Mitch, get back. Do you hear?
Blimey, we're off.
Mitch, get back while you still have time.
All right, Jet. I'm okay.
Switch to manual operation now. Lemmy, teleview, stern view.
Stern view, on.
Height, Mitch.
4,900 feet.
Jet, look on the screen. Look what's down there. Those perishing spheres, dozens of them.
Oh, we can't turn back now.
But what's happening to the boys down there?
Whatever it is, there's nothing we can do. We've taken off and we've no choice but to keep going.
Oh, me chest! Oh, me chest is agony.
Hang on, Lemmy.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Don't black out, for Pete's sake. Don't anybody black out. We've got to keep awake. We must control the ship.
Mitch, height.
7.6 miles. Velocity 1,355.
Course, Lemmy.
Bang on.
Radar, Doc.
Okay. Oh, the pain. Oh, I should die. I know I will.
Hold on, Lemmy. You must not black out.
Height 14.1 miles. Velocity 2,100.
Oh, blimey. Thank goodness. Oh, I'm going to be sick.
Take a deep breath, Lemmy. Concentrate on the screen.
And call up control. Try to contact them.
Yes, mate. Hello, control. Discovery calling. Come in, please.
Doc, the televiewer. Swing it round. See if the freighters are with us.
Right.
Hello, control. Space Fleet calling. Ready to jettison booster. Come in, please.
Yeah, Jet. They're there. Both long side.
Good. Now, how about it, Mitch? How long before the second motor should fire?
2 minutes.
Hello, control. Answer me, for Pete's sake. Oh, it's no good, Jet. I can't get a peep out of them.
What has happened down there?
Oh, let's not bother about that for now. I'm much too worried about what's liable to happen up here.
We'll jettison the booster and fire the second stage ourselves.
All right. 1 minute, 45 seconds to go.
You keep watch on the freighters, Doc.
Right.
Lemmy, keep trying to contact base.
Yes, Jet.
Freighter remote control now switched in.
Hello, control. Hello. Discovery calling. Control. Over.
90 seconds.
Stand by to jettison booster. You ready?
Fire away.
Here we go, then. Now!
Radar boosters away.
Well, that's something. Our remote control is working.
75 seconds.
Hello, control. I've not heard from you since takeoff. Come in, please.
Very well, gentlemen. Second and third stages are about to be fired. The next few minutes will certainly be more uncomfortable than the last.
Oh, no.
But will the motor switch itself off at the right time?
It should. And if it failed, it would normally be operated by control. But they don't sound as though they're operating anything anymore. If it doesn't cut, we'll have to manage ourselves.
And if we're all unconscious when the time comes to do it?
One of us at least must remain conscious. Unless he does, the motor will keep burning until all the fuel is gone.
Yeah, what speed will we have reached by then?
Oh, enough to carry us out to Pluto, I shouldn't wonder. Not that we'd know anything about it.
I'll call them up and tell them to have an ambulance ready.
How much longer to go, Mitch?
40 seconds.
Well, settle back and relax, all of you.
Relax, he says.
Have you got control yet, Lemmy?
No, Jet, they don't.
Then keep trying.
Yes, Jet.
30 seconds.
Hello, control. Discovery calling. Come in, please.
All set, Doc?
All set.
Mitch?
Yeah, Jet. 25 seconds.
All control panels are now fully operative. Everybody be prepared to cut out the motor at the appropriate time.
Yeah, always assuming we can lift a finger to reach the button.
It's only a matter of a couple of inches. How long now?
15 seconds.
Stand by.
Hello, control. Hello.
10 seconds.
Hello.
Firing in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact!
Radar motors are fired.
Good shout.
Velocity, Mitch?
5,320.
Well, I feel all right at the moment. How about you, Doc?
Not so bad, Jet, but the acceleration's hardly begun.
Lemmy?
I feel like an elephant sitting on my chest.
Hang on if you can, and keep calling control.
Hello. Hello. Control. Hello. Hello. Answer me. Answer. Oh, no, don't bother. I couldn't reply anyway.
$6,500.
Lemmy!
Lemmy! He's out cold.
7,000.
30 seconds to go. Get ready to cut the motor.
7,400.
I can't move my arm. Not even my wrist. Mitch!
He's passed out now, Jet. It's up to us.
Can you get to the switch?
I'm trying.
10 seconds.
A little nearer.
5 seconds.
I can't make it, Jet. Can you?
No, Doc, I can't even move.
What happened? Did you reach the switch?
No, Doc, it cut off of its own accord. Oh, it worked.
Thank goodness. There's nothing wrong with the ship then.
How about the freighters, Doc?
Yes, still alongside.
Lemmy. Mitch. Oh, I never felt so crook in all my life.
Come on, drink it down.
Yeah, Doc. What happened?
You blacked out.
Lemmy?
Yeah, he passed out too. He's still out. Jet's over at his bunk now.
Are we on course?
We presume so. You haven't checked yet. As soon as you feel well enough, checking our course is something you can start working on.
Yeah.
But take a rest now. We've got plenty of time.
Oh, too right. I didn't be told that twice.
Well, I'm going to leave you, Mitch, and take a look at Lemmy.
Sure. Don't worry about me, Doc.
Well, Jet?
He's coming round, Doc.
Good.
Oh, hello, Control. Hello.
Hello, Lemmy.
Can you hear me?
Lemmy.
Hey. Oh, it's you, Doc. Did I black out?
Yeah, you did. And Mitch.
Oh, me insides. Oh, feels all funny, like it's not there.
Swallow this, then. It'll make you feel better.
Yes, Doc. Oh, I feel just like I've been on a scenic railway after a dinner of strawberries and cream.
Well, you just lie still for a while.
Yeah.
You'll feel better soon.
Yes, Doc.
And if you want to take your mind off your space sickness, try calling control occasionally.
It was fully 30 minutes before Mitch and Lemmy felt well enough to get up from their bunks. Meanwhile, Jet and I between us carried on the routine work of the ship. A check on the condition of the motor, the fuel consumption, and the position of the accompanying freighters told us that our departure had gone off exactly as planned, except that we'd left 10 seconds too early. But of course, we would have felt much happier if our findings could have been confirmed by control. The fact is, we couldn't raise them.
It's no good, Jet. They don't answer.
What is going on down there?
Nothing by the sound of things.
Well, there's nothing for it now but to contact Earth direct.
Oh, in that case, I'll see what I can do. Now, let's see if we can get them on the receiver first, shall we?
Your height and speed indicate normal landing procedure. Track E. How about...
That's them. Sounds like they're bringing a ship in.
Oh, that'll be X-170. It left the moon for Earth just before we landed in the bay, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
X-170 to Control. Your message received, and thank you. Normal landing procedure will be put into operation in 5 minutes. Over.
Good luck, X-170, and happy landing.
Happy yet. If he only knew the trouble we were having. Now, just retune the transmitter. There. And there. Turn on the juice, and Bob's your uncle. Oh, bags of aerial current anyway. Now, here goes. Hello, Control. Spaceship Discovery calling Earth Control. Can you hear me? Over. Well, they should have heard me. Now, we wait a couple of seconds for the radio wave to get down to Earth and back, and...
Hello, Earth Control calling Spaceship. Will you repeat your call, please?
Hello, Control. Spaceship Discovery. Repeat, Discovery calling. Over.
Operator down there can't believe his ears.
Hello, Discovery. Control replying. Receiving you loud and clear. What are you doing on this frequency?
We've lost contact with Lunar Base, and we're feeling lonely. It happened just as we were taking off.
All right,
We
Lemmy.
just got the...
I'll take over now.
Oh, yes, yes.
Lost contact, but how? Your radio seems to be working all right.
Hello, Control. Morgan here. It's not our radio that is faulty, it's theirs. Have you been in contact with them lately?
No, Jet. We never call them on this frequency anyway, but I'll report the matter. Did you get away safely?
Yes, but only just. Now, listen, Control. I'd like a check on our speed and course. Would you attend to that?
I'll see the right people are informed.
And we'd like you to relay a message to Space HQ in London. But it won't be ready for some minutes yet. Can you keep a listening watch for us?
You'd better.
Yes, Jet, but we're bringing a ship in. If he comes on, I'll have to attend to him.
I understand that. Sorry to have butted in on you like this, but we had no choice.
Don't worry about it. Hear from you later.
Thank you, Control. Oh, well, everything seems to be perfectly normal down on Earth anyway. We'll make out a full report for Space HQ and see what action, if any, they expect us to take. We'll have to code it, of course.
Yeah, I suppose that was Earth Control we were speaking to.
Why shouldn't it be?
I don't know. The tricks these Martians get up to, you can never be sure who you're talking to these days.
Well, velocity and course according to Earth Control agree with our own calculations. That's something.
How about you, Doc? How are you doing?
Almost through, Jet. That's it. Darn good thing we don't have to figure this coding with pencil and paper. It'd take hours.
What will they think of next?
Well, there it is, Lemmy. Get it off right away, huh?
Yes, Doc. OPY42 QRA7P XUWZT. What is this? Martian language?
Oh, that's just the check copy. It's the tape you want. Just feed it into the transmitter. It'll do the rest itself.
Yes, mate. Hello, Control. Discovery calling. A coded message for you. Are you ready to receive it? Over.
Hello, Discovery. Receiving you. Ready to take your message. Over.
From Discovery to Control. Day 1. 16:35 hours Universal Time. Message number 1. Transmitting now. Well, there's one thing about these coded jobs. They certainly save wear and tear on the old voice box.
Hello, Discovery. Transmission of message now complete. Over.
Hello, Control. We got that lot. Thank you very much. And about time, too. What took you so long with the reply?
All right, Lemmy, let's have it.
There it is, Jet. Help yourself.
And don't blame me, Lemmy. As soon as I received it, you got it. How you doing out there?
Oh, all right, mate. Except we've travelled 120,000 miles further since we last heard from you.
Yeah, well, don't let's boast about it, Lemmy. You never know who's listening.
Oh, no. Sorry, Mitch. I forgot myself.
Yeah, well, watch it.
Yes, mate. Hello, Control. That's all for now. Call you again in 1 hour for routine check.
Roger.
Well, Jet, what does it say?
Says we are to proceed with trip as planned and stay tuned to Earth control.
So there's still no contact with the moon?
No.
Well, what are they doing about it?
Well, if no contact is made within the next 6 hours, a ship will leave Earth for the moon to find out just what has happened.
Yeah, let's hope nothing happens to the ship.
Well, whether it does or doesn't, we won't hear for 5 days at least. It'll take them that time to get there.
Maybe by now the whole of lunar colony has been Whittakered, controller and all.
You're a cheerful soul, Lemmy, aren't you?
Well, there's no point in our pretending that nothing has happened to them, is there? We should think ourselves lucky we got off when we did. And whatever happened to the colony didn't happen to us as well.
Yeah, Lemmy. Maybe we should.
There was little for us to do in the ship. Every couple of hours we checked our position relative to the Earth, Moon, and Sun and carried out routine checks on oxygen supply, power packs, radar, radio, televiewer, and other electrical circuits. We very quickly fell into ship routine. We took it in turn to prepare meals. 2 men were always on duty, sleeping being arranged accordingly. To the port side of the ship was the sun, a brilliant blue-white globe, its corona clearly visible. Behind us lay the Earth and its attendant moon, both rapidly decreasing in size as we traveled further from them. The 2 freighters, both as large as the Discovery, coasted alongside us. In spite of the speed at which we were traveling, the freighters appeared to hang motionless in the void. Of course, being remote-controlled, they carried no crews. Seeing them there and knowing they were empty of any kind of human life made them appear uncanny. On our last trip, these same 2 freighters had carried 2 men apiece, and aboard number 2 had been Whittaker, the first condition Earthman with whom we had knowingly come into contact. How many others had there been? How many were down on Earth at this very moment? A week passed, during which time we covered over 10 million miles, left the Earth's orbit, and moved steadily outwards away from the sun towards the orbit of Mars. Then came the day when we received a special message from Control. Jet took the decoded message from the roller and read it over to himself. He read it twice, in fact.
Well, Jet, come on. What's it all about?
The ship that left Earth for the moon.
Didn't he get there?
Oh, it got there, all right.
And then?
They've heard nothing since.
Oh, no.
Well, what do they do now? Send up another one?
Oh, I doubt it. No point in throwing away good men or ships.
Yeah, well, when did they lose contact?
Almost the moment the ship touched down. The pilot reported he'd made a safe landing in the bay, and that was the last they heard from him.
Well, what happens now? To us, I mean.
We press on, of course, and remain in contact with Earth control.
What I meant was, what happens to us when we get back from Mars? These ships can't land anywhere except on the moon.
Controller said nothing about that.
Well, they better start saying something, and quick.
Well, what's all the hurry? We won't be landing back on the moon for a year at least.
And by that time, the mystery of what's happened down there might well have been solved.
And it might not. When we started out on this trip, we only had the prospect of the Martian landing to worry us. Now we've got to worry of what we're going to run into when we land back on the moon.
If things at Lunar Colony are not back to normal by the time we return, we won't land there. We're going to free orbit around the Earth and ask Control to get us down by orbital rocket or some other method.
Always assuming Earth Control is still in control. For all we know, the Martian invasion might take place while we're away. What do we do then? Wander around the solar system forever? Until we starve? Or the oxygen runs out and we die of suffocation?
What makes you such a cheerful character?
Well, it's better to face up to the facts, isn't it?
They're not facts yet, only possibilities.
Well, then we should be prepared for every possibility. If we call up Earth Control one day and get no reply, don't say I didn't warn you.
Lemmy, if the Martians could take over the whole world, it should be easy enough for them to take over control as well.
And give the orders, you mean?
Well, if they cared to. Why they should want to bother, I can't think. With the invasion completed, we'd be of no danger to them anyway. They could afford to ignore us, leave us to get along as best we could.
Yes, but the possibility of their invading before we get back is remote. Meanwhile, it's up to us to get as much information as we can about how the invasion is to be made.
Well, I didn't think there was any doubt about that. Thousands of those sphere-carrying asteroids will approach the Earth, and from them, thousands more spheres will make the actual landing. Whatever kind of creatures those spheres contain will attempt to conquer the world and take it over.
Oh, I don't think it'll be quite as simple as that, Mitch. That method could only result in interplanetary war, and war, in the way we know it, is something completely alien to the Martians.
Well, how else would they do it?
You know as well as I do. The Martian method is to attack the mind, to get people under their control by hypnosis. Once that had been achieved, their subjects could be led to believe that everything is quite normal. I doubt if they'd even realize an invasion had taken place, in the majority of cases.
You mean there would be exceptions, Doc?
Well, not everybody on Earth would succumb to the hypnotic treatment. Thousands, millions maybe, would be immune to it, as I am.
Yeah, and what would become of them?
Well, I suppose they could band together, form pockets of resistance. Properly organized, they might even drive the Martians off the Earth again.
They'll be lucky.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. If we're lucky, the invasion may not take place at all.
You think we can prevent it, just the four of us?
What we find out on Mars may help the Earth to prevent it.
If we get to Mars.
Well, why shouldn't we?
These Martians are no fools. They know what we're up to. If they wanted to, I'll bet they could snuff us out right now.
All right, well, why don't they?
Because they realise that for the next 6 months, while we're coasting out to Mars, we're no danger to them. But when we get to Mars and start poking our noses into things they don't want us to know, it'll be a different story. We'll end up just 4 more conditioned slaves. Just like Frank Rogers, Dobson, Harding, and the rest of the old fleet.
If only we knew more of what we're up against, who the Martians are, or even where they live. There was certainly no sign of anybody on the planet other than conditioned human beings. And they'd all been brought up from Earth anyway.
Well, those pyramid cities certainly weren't built by Earthmen.
No, Mitch, they weren't. They must have been built, long before the first Martian set foot on our planet and picked up the first unsuspecting prisoners.
We never went inside those pyramids. Maybe the Martians live in there.
Maybe. And if they do they ever come out of them?
Maybe they don't have to. Maybe each of those pyramids is a vast control room from where the whole pattern of Martian life is operated.
In that case, if they can live happily there, what would be the point of their trying to conquer the Earth?
They've probably got fed up with life in a pyramid and want to change.
If only there was someone who could tell us.
Yeah, maybe there is somebody.
Who?
The time travelers. Those fellas who are now living on Venus.
Yes, the time travelers.
We've no proof they even exist. Not one of us remembers meeting them. Look, the only account we have of them was written in Doc's diary during our first trip to the moon.
I'd bet my life that we did meet them, Mitch.
If we did, then we must have traveled back in time, as your diary says. Back 25,000 years.
That's right.
Then it must have been 25,000 years ago that the time travelers left the Earth and took up residence on Venus. That's a long time ago. How can we be sure they're still there? Or that they ever got there?
Or if they did, whether their descendants will be as chummy as their forefathers were.
Whether they did or not, or whether they are or not, it makes no difference. We're heading for Mars, not Venus.
If we find the Earth occupied by Martians when we get back, we might be glad to go to Venus.
We'd never make it. We've hardly enough fuel to get to Mars and back. No, Venus is out of the question, so there's no point in discussing it any further.
No, Jet. The thought just struck me, that's all.
Yeah, and the thought strikes me that I'm hungry, and it's your turn, Lemmy, to get the meal ready.
Yes, Mitch. I'll start opening a few cans.
The full journey to Mars was expected to take nearly 7 months. Now, that time is long enough in itself, but cramped as we were in the tight little cabin of the Discovery, it seemed an eternity. There was no division of day and night such as there is down on Earth to help mark the passage of time. The main clock in the control panel was set to Greenwich, Universal Time. The hours it ticked off were the same as those down on Earth. So, a day to us was 24 hours, nothing more. The scene outside looked the same at noon as it did at midnight. There was still no contact with Lunar Base. A second ship had been sent up a week after the first, but the pilot had been told not to make the landing, but merely to encircle the moon and photograph the bay, the launching ground, and as much of the lunar colony as possible. But that ship, too, had failed to return. We could now only assume that the moon base had been taken over by the crews of the spheres we had seen landing. All Earth-Moon ships were grounded now, and no further attempts to land on the Earth satellites were made. In fact, the four of us were the only Earthmen now plying the spaceways, and we were some 30 million miles from home, and had traveled some 360 million miles to reach that far. We passed off-duty hours listening to the radio programs relayed up from Earth, between routine calls with control. We played card games or read books from our microfilm library. I did more writing than reading, although I must admit after a few weeks of coasting through space, my entries grew shorter and shorter. Life had become so much routine, there was hardly anything to record anymore. Then, at last, after more than 6 months coasting through the void, when Mars was close enough for us to see the details of its surface quite clearly, even through the little navigational telescope, the time came for us to do something out of the ordinary.
Well, gentlemen, the time has come to refuel the ship and get ready to slow it down.
What happens if we don't?
Then we overshoot our objective and continue our course round the sun for another few months until we reach the point from which we started.
I'm not so sure that I wouldn't prefer that. At least we'd be near home.
Yeah, but not near enough. The Earth would be in an entirely different part of its orbit.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll stick to routine and slow the ship down. It's better to have Mars to land on than nowhere to land at all.
Thank you, Lemmy. What's the drill, Jet? Well, two of us will have to go over to freighter number 1 and hitch up the fueling lines. Lemmy and I will go.
Thank you. Be nice to go outside for some fresh air.
You, Mitch, will go down to the hold and see the Discovery receives her ration.
Righto, Jet.
You, Doc, will stay here and control the proceedings.
Sure.
Now, Lemmy and I will put on our suits.
Sure.
While we're doing that, Mitch can get down to his post, and you, Doc, can call up control and tell them the transfer of fuel is about to be made.
Well, that's me all dressed in me gent's nappy summer suiting.
And put on your helmet and test the radios.
Helmet fastened. Testing. Can you hear me, Doc?
Yes, Lemmy?
Helmet fastened. Testing radio.
Okay, Jet.
Down you go, Lemmy. Into the airlock.
Right.
Now, remember, Doc, contact will be by personal radios until we're in the freighter. Then we'll switch over to the ship-to-ship system.
Okay.
Very well. You can close the hatch.
Contact. Exhausting airlock. Inflating.
Hello, Mitch. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Jet, I'm down in the hold now.
Then let out the fuel lines. We'll pick up the free ends outside.
Righto.
Very well, Doc. You can open the main door.
Main door. Contact. Oh, blimey. Milkman's only left us half the pint again.
Out you go, Lemmy, and cut the cackle.
Yeah.
And make your way down to the stern and pick up one of the lines.
Yes, mate.
Hello, Mitch. We've picked up the line and are now making our way across to number 1.
Roger. I can see you on the televiewer, Jet. Is everything okay?
Yes, Doc. No hitches as yet. Almost at the ship's side now. Ah, we've made it. Now hitching pipelines. Pipelines secure.
Mine too.
Now moving up to outer door.
You and me both.
And now we're outside main door of number 1. Contact. Door opening.
Ship-to-ship radio system on. Now.
In you go, Lemmy. Main door closing. Oh, put the lights on, Lemmy, for goodness sake.
Give us time to find the switch. There. Ah, that's better. And there's the door closed. You can fill up the airlock now, Jet, and we get upstairs.
Contact.
Suit deflating. She's filling up. We're beginning to hear things again.
Air pressure maximum. Opening cabin hatch. As soon as you get up there, Lemmy, switch on the radio, and I'll check the air replenishing system. No point in working with our suits on if we can avoid it.
No, mate. Uncanny. Isn't it?
How do you mean, uncanny?
I don't know. Coming into this ship like this, finding it all dark and without a crew, it don't seem right somehow. It's like going into an empty house, one that's been empty for years. Hey, listen. What's that?
What? I didn't hear anything.
Well, I did. Sounded like somebody talking.
It's probably Mitch or Doc.
We shouldn't hear them. Not now we're inside the ship. The walls act as a screen. That's why we need the ship-to-ship system. Listen. There it goes again.
Yes, I heard it that time.
There's somebody up there.
But there can't be. There was nobody in here when we took off.
They could have stowed away, couldn't they?
If they had, they'd never have survived the takeoff. There are no couches in this ship.
It sounds like they didn't need them.
Listen, Lemmy. Let's hear what they're saying.
I can't understand a word. Oh, don't like this, Jet. Let's get back to our own ship.
We can't. We've got to transfer the fuel. We'll never reach Mars otherwise.
Surely they must hear us. Why don't they show themselves?
That's why, don't they? And if they won't, we'd better show ourselves to them.
Eh?
Come on, let's climb the ladder. I'll lead the way.
Oh, blimey.
Well, doesn't seem to be anybody up here.
And who was that we heard nattering?
Close the hatch, Lemmy. I'll check the air supply. Everything seems to be okay with the air. You can take your helmet off.
Yes, mate.
Stow your helmet, then call up Doc. See if the radio's okay.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'll make a thorough search of the cabin.
Maybe when they heard us coming, they nipped down into the cargo hold.
In which case, we'd have heard the airlock, or the hatch, at least.
That's a point. But where else could they have gone? Nobody could hide in here.
The only place they could be is down in the inspection hold. I'll take a look there.
Now, be careful, Jet. Don't go doing anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry. The inspection hatch is transparent. All I have to do is put the light on and look.
Oh, what are we panicking about? The ship-to-ship radio's on, isn't it? That means the receiver in this ship must have been alive before we even got through the airlock. Doc's probably been calling us.
Why isn't he still calling? I'd stake my life on that voice not being Doc's.
No, it wasn't much like it, was it? But I'll call him up, Jet, just to make sure. Hello, Discovery. Freighter number 1 calling. Can you hear me? Over.
Hello, Lemmy. Doc speaking. Are you all right?
Yes, mate. Why?
Well, I heard you calling a couple of minutes ago.
Oh? What was I supposed to be saying?
Well, I couldn't make it out. It was a strange voice, all distorted. I couldn't understand a word.
So you heard it too. We thought maybe it was you. Did you try and call us?
Yes, I did. But I realized that you must still be in the airlock and couldn't possibly hear me.
Hello, Doc. Jet here.
Hello, Jet. Did you hear all that?
Yes, Doc. So it did come from the radio. And that voice, sounded for all the world like somebody in the cabin. Have you heard it since?
No. Maybe it's Control trying to contact us.
On the ship-to-ship frequency, Doc?
Oh, no, I suppose not. But who could it have been, then? Who would know we were using this frequency anyway?
Maybe it's some freak transmission, harmonic or something.
On this equipment?
It has been known.
Well, it's all very strange. I've never known the equipment behave so oddly before. Normally, the reception is as clear as a bell with no kind of interference from anywhere.
Well, we got it this time.
Well, so long as communication with the ships is okay, we'll leave it at that. Let's get on with the work we came over here to do.
Very well, Jet.
Lemmy, hook up our personal radios to the Discovery.
Yes, mate. We're hooked.
Lemmy and I will now go down into the hold and transfer the fuel. Is Mitch all set?
Yeah, Jeff. All ready and waiting.
Did you hear any voices, Mitch?
No, I didn't. Doc told me about it, but I couldn't hear anything. Maybe something to do with my being stuck down here in the bowels of the ship. It's not all that easy to hear you.
Oh, well, we'll get down to the hold ourselves. I'll call you just before I'm ready to set the pumps going. Come on, Lemmy. Let's go.
Contact.
Coming up to maximum, Jeff.
Check.
Ready to switch off.
Cut.
Tanks now filled. Pressure 478.5.
Good. I'll leave you to extract the residue from the lines.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lemmy and I will prepare to leave this freighter. Once we're outside, we'll disconnect the lines and return to the Discovery.
Good on you.
Hello, Doc. Did you hear that?
Yes, Jet. And did you hear that? That voice is definitely trying to contact somebody, and he's not succeeding.
All right, Doc. Keep listening. Stay on the ship-to-ship system until we get back. Record all you hear.
Sure, Jet.
Oh, he's persistent, isn't he?
I heard the voice twice more before Jet and Lemmy returned to the Discovery. During the second call, Mitch came up from the hold and heard it too, but neither of us were able to make any sense of what he was saying. And that was the last we heard, for the time being at any rate. 3 more weeks passed, during which period we traveled another 13 million miles. The red planet now looked almost as large as the moon does from Earth. Its polar ice caps reflected the brilliant sunlight, and the pink and olive green features of the planet's surface stood out sharply. Gradually, as the planet rotated on its axis, the familiar places passed before us. The Lacus Solis, the Argier Desert, and the Mare Erythraeum were easily discernible. The planet looked lifeless. At this distance, it didn't seem possible that human, and so far as we knew, inhuman beings roamed its surface, tilled the land, and populated the strange pyramid cities which we knew to exist in the oases where the canals meet. We were rapidly approaching the time when we would have to slow our ships down to match the speed of our objective. Unless we did, we would overshoot and miss the planet entirely. Only 5 million miles now separated us from Mars. But in spite of our speed, our spiral course dictated that it would be another week before we could go into free orbit round the planet. And before that could be achieved, we'd have to slow down. We carried no forward motors in the Discovery or the freighters, so it was necessary to turn the ships over before the braking power was turned on. We strapped ourselves to our takeoff couches and got ready for the turnover routine.
Position control panels. All set, Mitch?
Yeah, Jet.
Doc?
Okay.
You, Lemmy?
All right, mate.
And switch on the televiewer.
Televiewer on.
Freighters in full view.
Mitch, gyro.
Gyro, contact.
Freighter gyros, contact.
Position, Lemmy?
Bang on.
Our points of reference were the stars. Slowly, very slowly, the great ships began to turn over.
Rate of turn, Lemmy.
0.5 degrees.
I could see the two giant freighters very clearly on the screen. As always, they appeared to hang motionless against a background of myriad stars set in a velvet black sky. And then, slowly, very slowly, the sky began to revolve. Stars, which for so long had occupied an apparent permanent place on our televiewer screen, now began to move out of the picture, and new ones appeared to take their places. Of course, it wasn't the stars that were moving, it was us.
1 degree.
1 degree. We had 180 to go, at the end of which our ship's tail would be facing the direction in which we were traveling, and its nose pointing in the direction we had come.
1.5 degrees.
Slowly, the minutes ticked by, and slowly, as the ships turned turtle, the background of stars on the televiewer screen also turned over.
179 degrees.
At last, after what seemed an interminable time, the maneuver neared completion.
179.5 degrees.
Stand by to cut gyros.
180.
Ship's gyro, cut.
Freighter gyros, cut.
Stern televiewer, Lemmy.
Stern view, on. And there she is, the red planet, slap in the center of the screen.
Stand by to fire motors.
Standing by.
Position, Lemmy.
Okay, Jet. No drift that I can see.
Firing in 20 seconds. Freighters, Doc.
In position and ready to fire.
Motors, Mitch. All set. 15 seconds.
Let's hope when we put the brakes on we don't go into a skid. Oh.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact.
Freighter motors firing.
Speed decreasing. 4,500. 4,100. 3,700.
Prepare to cut motors. 15. Now. Motor cut.
Freighter motors cut.
Well, that's that little job jobbed. And what's the next?
So far as you're concerned, Lemmy, call up control. Tell them to stand by for a coded message.
Yes, mate. Just let me undo me straps, and I'll be right onto it.
Doc, code a message, will you? Tell control the ships have been turned over and speed reduced.
Yes, Jet.
look at it. The Larcus Solis, the Eye of Mars. Looks just as sinister now as it did the first time we saw it. You remember, Mitch?
Too right I do, Lemmy.
Lemmy, Mitch.
Yeah.
Coming, Jet. All right, put up the telescope now, Lemmy. Jet wants to discuss our orders.
Oh, be right with you, Mitch, boy. Yeah.
Come on, then.
Well, gentlemen, by this time tomorrow, if all goes well, our journey will be over. And we'll be encircling Mars in free orbit about 1,000 miles above its surface.
And the best of luck.
And what does that remark mean exactly?
Oh, nothing in particular, Jet. But as soon as we go into the free orbit, they're bound to see us, aren't they?
Well, they might mistake us for stars.
And they might not.
The fact remains we have to go into free orbit.
Yeah, how long do we stay there?
For as long as it takes us to survey the whole surface of the planet in close-up.
Jet, what do you hope to see?
Oh, we should be able to see the city in the Larcus Solis quite clearly. We could also confirm the existence of other cities, too. That so-called flying doctor told us there were many more in the northern hemisphere.
And then?
Then we select the loneliest spot we can find and make a landing.
What about the ice caps? They were good enough for us before.
The only trouble with landing on either of those is we'll have to travel such a long way before we can hope to meet anybody. And in an emergency, we'd also have a long way to get back.
Yeah, so all we have to do is land in a lonely place, near a city.
You know, there's one thing in favour of landing back on the ice cap, Jet.
What's that?
Well, when we panicked away on our last visit, we left a freighter full of supplies, a complete land caravan, and a radio station at our polar base. If they're still there, they could be very useful.
Perhaps. Meanwhile, we have other, more important things to discuss. There are 4 things above all else that Space HQ want to know. First, how are Earthmen conditioned, and how, if at all, can they be brought back to normal? And if they can, what will they remember of the time they were in a conditioned state?
Yeah, from personal experience, I'd say very little.
But when you came back to normal, Mitch, you remembered quite a lot.
Yeah, only events in which you had a share or could remind me of.
Exactly. But it's my belief that all the things you did while in a conditioned state could be brought back to you if somebody could remind you of them, or if you again visited the places in which they occurred.
You mean a conditioned man's memory could be jogged by an association of places and ideas?
Yes. And Mitch's case isn't the only thing I'm basing that conclusion on. There were those men we met at the underground factory, the ones who asked us to take them back to Earth.
Well, how do they fit in?
Well, I believe that until we came along, they thought they were on Earth, just as most people on Mars do. But their contact with us, our way of speaking, all sorts of things about us, aroused long-forgotten memories. When we talked to them of Earth, the memories of their previous lives on that planet came rushing back.
Yes, but those men hardly seem to be conditioned at all, Doc, any more than Webster did. Had the conditioning worn off, do you think?
Very probably it was allowed to wear off. We mustn't forget that even though those men looked young, they were, in fact, very old. They knew, even though they didn't admit it, that they were too old to return to Earth. Back home, they would have reverted physically to their true age and died. So there was no need to keep them conditioned any longer. They wouldn't escape.
Then if we do get hold of a conditioned type, he must be a young man. Somebody who hasn't been up here very long, isn't it?
Exactly, Lemmy.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
And how do we tell how old they are?
Well, the shorter the time they've been here, the deeper will be their conditioned state.
Well, what brings you to that conclusion, Doc?
Remember Dobson and Harding, and McLean, even Grimshaw and Frank Rogers. Their conditioning was such that they wouldn't move a muscle without being told. On the other hand, the flying doctor, who had been on Mars for more than 50 years, was, to all appearances, quite normal. He wasn't kept deeply conditioned anymore because it suited the Martians better for him to be in command over his own faculties.
Traitor.
But Dobson, Harding, and the rest weren't. They were hardly more than robots. And that's the type Space HQ want. The type we must try to take back. If we get back.
And how do we go about unconditioning them?
Well, that's up to the experts down on Earth. Unless we're lucky enough to stumble on some method ourselves. But I believe they may return to normal on their own account, as Mitch did, the moment they come into contact with familiar, earthly things.
Well, so much for condition types. What's next on the agenda?
Next, the spheres.
No, they don't expect us to capture and take one of those back to Earth with us, do they?
No, Lemmy, but they do hope we may find out something of how they're made and how they work. And if we can't discover either of those things, then we must find out how they can be destroyed. If thousands of those spheres suddenly appear over London one night, HQ want to know how to deal with them.
And that's about the toughest task of the lot. But there's one thing that's certain. Those ships are not propelled by any method that we're familiar with. There are no rocket motors. Rates of acceleration can be slow or fast. Maneuverability's fantastic. They can go straight up, sideways, backwards or forwards, how and when they like. Unlike us, who, once we're coasting, are stuck with whatever course we're on. With minor exceptions.
Yes, Mitch. Our method of propulsion, the reaction method, must seem very antiquated to the Martians. Our ships must appear to them as, well, old sailing ships appear to us. They move, and eventually they get there, but That's about all.
Yeah, my theory is that the Martians have long ago tapped some power, magnetism maybe, that pervades the whole solar system, maybe the whole universe. So wherever they go, that power's always with them.
They use magnetic lines of force, you mean?
Yeah, something like that. Though what exactly it is, I've no more idea than you.
What hope do you think, Mitch, of our learning how the spheres work?
Even if we captured one and took it to pieces, not much. What could an ancient Egyptian make of a dynamo, or even a steam engine if he suddenly came across
And
one?
yet Earthmen, conditioned Earthmen, I realize, help build those spheres. Somebody down there must know exactly how they work.
Then it's up to us to get hold of him, isn't it? I'll bet that supervisor geezer at that underground factory would know. There wasn't much he didn't know.
Well, that's a job you can do, Lemmy. Soon as we touch down on Mars, nip over to that factory near Lacus Solus, capture the supervisor and bring him back to the ship.
No need to be sulky, Mitch. It's not called for.
A great deal depends on our getting hold of the right kind of conditioned personnel.
And how do we do that?
Well, that's a problem we'll have to tackle once we've landed.
Together with the problem of avoiding conditioned personnel getting hold of us.
And then there's the exact date of the invasion. If we never get off Mars, we must find that out and radio it back to Earth at the first opportunity. And finally, there are the Martians themselves. Who are they? Where do they live? What do they look like?
Yeah, and where do they get those asteroids from? The ones that carry the spheres. And are they propelled on the same principle?
Well, they must be.
Well, in that case, they could leave for Earth or any other part of the solar system whenever they please.
Of course they could. They wouldn't be dependent on favorable positions between Earth and Mars before they left, as we are. They wouldn't have to travel halfway around the sun, 400 million miles, to reach an objective that comes within 40 million miles of their own planet anyway.
Yeah, the only thing they'd have to consider was the direction in which the Earth was traveling in relation to their own planet. Though if their ships are as efficient as they appear to be, they'd hardly have to consider that if they didn't care to.
The outlook isn't very rosy, is it?
No, it isn't. But we'll do our best anyway. Maybe we'll find somebody down there who will want to help us, as Webster did last time.
Maybe.
Meanwhile, we'll make our plans as though we're getting no help from anybody. Once we're down there on the Martian surface, we stick together as much as possible. Nobody is ever to wander away on his own. Now, is that clear?
Too right.
Okay, Jet.
Now, if we have to split up, it'll be only in pairs. And one pair will always remain in the vicinity of the ship, wherever we put her down.
Right.
Yep.
Now, remember, our main object is to radio all possible information we can to Earth. If we can get away ourselves later, with or without conditioned types, then all the better. But our own safety is second to the relaying of the information that is so vital. Now, if anything should happen to me, Doc will take over duties as captain of the ship. After him, Mitch.
Don't go any further. I'm not used to giving orders anyway.
Very well, gentlemen, that's all for now. Exactly how and where we land will be decided after we've traveled round the planet a few times and taken a good look at it. Right now, prepare to go into free orbit. How's it going, Mitch?
Hey? Oh, fine, Jet. Everything's bang on. The freighters and the Discovery can be fired just as soon as we're ready.
We don't need to transfer more fuel.
Nah, not until we're in free orbit. We've still got enough in the tanks to get us that far.
Good.
How far off are we now?
Oh, about 5 hours, Doc.
I only hope this trip has been worthwhile.
Why shouldn't it be?
Oh, I don't know. When I think of those Martians with all the power they have at their disposal, the thousands of ships they must have, and then I think of us and these, let's face it, antiquated space machines.
I know, Doc, I know.
These 3 ships are the only ones the Earth possesses that can fly beyond the moon.
Well, I don't think it'll help to dwell on the fact.
No. It just seems so hopeless.
Yeah, as hopeless as David going out to meet Goliath.
Hmm?
If I can drag Lemmy away from the telescope, I'll get him to call control.
Oh, I'll do it. You've got plenty on your hands.
Thanks, Doc. The message is already coded. He can send it as soon as he's made contact.
All right. Hey, Lemmy.
Hello, Doc. Here, do you want to have a look?
Maybe I will. But Jet wants you to call up control. There's a message waiting on the table.
Oh, just as I was enjoying myself.
Now get over to the radio. There's a good fellow.
Yes, Doc. Right away. Hey, Jet, Doc. He's here again. I heard him.
What was that, Lemmy?
The voice is back. Come up, almost slap on control's frequency.
Are you sure it isn't control?
Of course I'm sure. I switched the gear on and there he was. I hadn't even called anybody.
Well, how loud was he?
Strength 1 to 2, but it was him all right.
Were you able to make out what he said?
No, not really. He was on and gone almost before I realised it. I don't know how long he'd been calling. There he goes again.
Quiet, Lemmy. Switch on the recorder.
Yes, dear. Eh?
Mars fleet, he said.
And freighter number 1.
Can't be. There's nobody in our freighters, I hope.
How far off frequency is he, Lemmy?
Not much.
Would he hear you if you called?
I doubt it. Not without a retune the transmitter.
Very well. Call control. Tell them we have a message for them.
Hello, Earth. Discovery calling control. Have a message for you. Come in, please. Well, it'll be nearly 8 minutes before we get a reply.
While we're waiting, Doc, perhaps you'd code another message requesting permission to retune transmitter.
Yes, Jet.
Can you hear me? Trying to contact you. Over!
Aye, aye. There he goes again. He seems to be in a bit of a state, doesn't he?
Well, Doc?
Permission granted.
All right, Lemmy. Away you go.
Yes, Jet. What do we use as a call sign? Or do we let him know who we are?
Use XOP.
Right. Well, now that's the transmitter retuned. Now, let's see what happens. Hello. Hello. Station XOP calling. Can you hear us? Anybody? Doesn't sound as if anybody can.
Now, give him a chance, Lemmy. He's probably millions of miles away from us.
Hello?
Oh, is he?
Freighter number 1 calling Earth. Can you hear me? Trying to contact you. Over.
He's not so far away after all.
Call him again, Lemmy.
Hello. Station XOP calling. Receiving you, strength 1. Are you receiving me? Over.
Is the recorder on, Doc?
Yeah.
Get ready to take a bearing this time, Lemmy, and be quick about it. He may not talk for long.
Yes, Jet.
Hello, XOP. Receiving you, strength 5. Who are you? Are you Earth or moon control?
Never you mind, mate. Who are you? He doesn't answer that one.
Here, Lemmy. Let me take over. Hello, freighter number 1. XOP to freighter number 1. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We asked your question. Who are you?
I asked you first. Who are you? Are you Earth or moon control?
Listen to the tone of his voice. That's a condition type if ever I heard one.
Will you answer my question, please?
I know who this is. It's the Martians trying to contact those spheres that landed on the lunar colony when we took off.
Then why should he want to talk to Earth?
That's a point.
He must know the signals between here and the moon would take minutes to cover the distance. Yet there's hardly any delay between replies.
Which means he must be somewhere down there on the Martian surface.
Hello, freighter number 1. Moon control here. Receiving you, strength 1. Over. Now, see what that produces.
Hello, moon control. Thank goodness I've got you at last. I've been trying to contact you for weeks. I have a most important message for you. Can you take it?
Hello, number 1. Your call received. We'll take it in a few moments. But first, who are you?
It's freighter number 1 of the Mars fleet. Have important message for you.
And what of the rest of the fleet? Where are they?
The rest of the fleet?
You're only number 1. There must be others.
I can't remember. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's all so vague. There were others, but I can't remember.
I'll bet you can't, chum.
Can't you even remember who you are?
Rogers. Frank Rogers.
Frank? What?
Frank Rogers was in number 1, in the original fleet.
Only part of the time, Lemmy. His ship was actually number 2.
Can't be, Frank. It can't.
Well, why not? We left him behind, didn't we?
But the Martians got him. He was deeply conditioned, or so you said, Jet.
That's right, Doc, he was. Last we saw of him was in the Lacus Solis. Why, he didn't even know me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, number 1. You say you are Frank Rogers.
That's right, that's my name.
Are you alone in your ship?
Yes.
Nobody else with you? The freighters carry a crew of 2.
2? Yes, that's right, I remember now. Grimshaw, where are you? Grimshaw!
Now he's gone crackers.
Hello, Rogers. Hello.
Hello, number 1 calling, receiving your strength 5, over.
Strength, this is a weird business.
Can I talk to him, Jet?
Sure, if you think you can get any sense out of him.
Hello, Frank.
Hello, who's that?
This is Doc.
Doc? Oh, Doc, what are you doing down there? You should be out here in the fleet with us on our way to Mars.
I am. I'm in the flagship.
I must talk to Earth or lunar control.
If you have any message, Lemmy will pass it on for you.
Lemmy?
What's the matter? Doesn't he like the name?
Lemmy Barnet. He got lost out in the land truck.
Yes, I think this is Frank Rogers' jet. Every time we mention something to do with the fleet, it seems to jog his mind.
But I was never lost in any land truck.
Him and 2 others. They'll never get back to Earth. None of them will. I'm the sole remaining member of the whole fleet.
Hello. Hello, Frank. Can you hear me?
Freighter number 1 calling. Have a message for you.
Oh, for goodness sake, Doc, let's take the message. Maybe that'll give us some insight as to what's on his mind.
Ready to receive your message. Over.
Hello, here is the message.
Receiving you. Give us your message, please.
From freighter number 1 to Discovery. Have routine checks. Are you ready to receive them?
Whoever it is, he must be clean off his rocker.
Hello, give us your message, do you hear?
I can't. It's
Whittaker? But he's dead.
Get away, do you hear? Hello, flagships, emergency! Hello! Hello!
Hello! Hello! What's all this talk about Whittaker?
It sounded as though he was there with him.
Hello, Frank, can you hear me? Hello?
He doesn't answer, Jet.
Where is he? Where'd he call in from?
From down there on the planet, of course. Where else?
Oh, I know that, Lemmy, but from whereabouts on the planet?
Now you're asking.
Hello, Captain Morgan calling Frank Rogers. Come in, please.
Look, Jet, we can't spend too long on this. The time for getting into free orbit is getting very close.
Lemmy, take over, will you?
Yes, mate.
Keep trying to contact him. If you do, give me a yell. Meanwhile, the rest of us will get the ship ready.
Hello. Flagship calling Frank Rogers. I've not heard from you for some minutes. Come in, please.
Lemmy called Rogers for an hour, but we heard nothing more from him. At the end of that time, Lemmy had to leave the radio panel and return to his bunk, in readiness for the increase in speed that would carry the Discovery and the two freighters into free orbit 1,000 miles or more above the planet's surface. The maneuver went off without hitch. When it had been completed, the main transmitter was retuned and Earth Control informed of the fact. We encircled the planet approximately every 5 hours. At the same time, of course, the planet itself was turning on its axis, so each time we completed a full circle, it was to find a new part of Mars below us. In this way, during a period of 18 to 20 hours, we were able to observe every part of the planet's surface. You may remember that when we had so hurriedly left Mars more than a year ago, we'd left 3 of our freighters behind. This was unavoidable, for with the loss of so many of our personnel, we had no crews to man them. The freighters were left encircling the planet in free orbit, as we were doing now. Provided they had not been disturbed, they should have remained in free orbit for many years, and naturally we expected to see them. But we were disappointed.
What could have happened to them?
Maybe they crashed down on the surface.
Ah, but they couldn't, unless somebody came up here and took them down.
Well, it's time we began to survey the surface anyway. Doc, get on the televiewer, will you?
Yes, Jeff.
Use the telescopic lens.
Sure.
If you see anything of particular interest, photograph it.
Right.
Mitch and I will take turns with the telescope.
And what do I do?
Get back to the radio, Lemmy. Have another try at raising Frank Rogers.
Yes, mate.
We had been encircling the planet for 3 days, and our main interest now was centered on the oases, the places where the canals cross, and, in particular, the great oasis known as the Lacus Solis, where we knew a Martian city was located.
Can you see it, Jet?
Yes, Mitch, I can. But it blends so well with the surrounding features, I'm sure we'd never have noticed it had we not known it was there.
Any sign of any activity?
Not that I can see, but we can hardly expect to at this distance.
Well, that establishes 2 cities up to now, the one in Ophir and the Lacus Solis. But there must be many more.
I'm sure there are, Doc. If we knew exactly where to look for them, we could probably see them. But to scrutinize the whole planet would take days, weeks, in fact, and we haven't the time for that.
Then how about those asteroids? We should see them. They're bound to be parked near together, wherever they are, and should be easy to pick out.
But they can't come from the planet, Mitch. They're much too big. They'd never get off the ground, not in 1,000 years.
Where do they come from, then?
And how do they get those spheres into them? What are the insides of those asteroids like?
I don't know, Doc. But where they come from puzzles me even more. Well, how about one of you taking over here? I've stared through this eyepiece for so long, my eye is weeping.
I'll take it, Jet.
Very well, Mitch. I don't think there's much more to be seen in Lacus Solis, so cover as much as you can of the area up to the South Pole. We should be directly over it in about half an hour.
Sure. Hey, Jet.
What is it, Mitch?
Polar base, it's still there. I can see what can only be the land trucks, both caravans.
What?
Here, let me take a look. Sure, go ahead. Well?
Yes, you're right. But how did the second caravan get there? There should only be one.
Aye?
Well, don't you remember I left my caravan in the Argia Desert? You, Doc, and Lemmy picked me up in that sphere, and we completed the journey to Polar Base in that.
Yeah, I do remember now, though I can hardly say I was aware of it at the time.
And how did that other caravan get up there?
Somebody must have taken it.
Of course, but who and why?
Beats me, Jeff, but there they are. You can see them for yourself. They're very minute, but there's no mistaking them, is there?
No, there isn't.
Hello, land fleet. Polar base calling land fleet.
Hey, Jet, I got him. Is that it again?
Coming, Lemmy. Stay on the telescope, Mitch, will you?
Yeah, sure.
You sure it's the same voice, Lemmy?
Of course it is. But now he says it's Polar Base, and he's calling the land fleet.
Hello? Hello, flagship calling. Receiving you loud and clear, over. Switch on the recorder, Lemmy.
It's on already.
Hello, land fleet. Polar base calling. Have a message for you, over.
Take a bearing on him. We're so close to him now, we ought to be able to find out his exact position.
Yes, mate.
Hello, Polar Base. What is your message?
Have routine checks for you. Are you ready to receive them?
Routine checks? What's he talking about?
Go ahead, Polar Base.
Freighter now landed safely. What are your orders?
Will you repeat your message, please?
Polar base to land fleet. Repeat. Freighter now landed safely. What are your orders? Do we unload the land trucks now, or do we wait for number 2 to get done?
First is number 1, then is polar base. Now he's waiting for number 2.
Hello. Who do you say you are?
Polar base, Frank Rogers calling. I'm ready to start unloading as soon as you give the word.
Polar base, did you say?
Of course. Who else would it be?
That's what I'd like to know.
Have you got a bearing on him yet, Lemmy?
Keep him talking just a little longer.
Hello, Polar base. Flagship calling.
Flagship? But you can't be. The flagship is parked outside. Not 100 yards from here.
Hey?
Hello, I'm afraid we're not hearing you very clearly now. Would you repeat your call, please?
Hello, Landfleet. Polar base calling. Repeat. Polar base calling. Are you receiving me now? Over.
Hello, Polar base. Receiving you. We'll call you again in a few moments.
Standing by.
Doc? Mitch?
Yeah.
Come over here. See what you can make of this.
Sure. Be right with you. Well, if he is Frank Rogers and he says he's at Polar Base, why shouldn't he be?
That might be the answer to both sets of land trucks being down there on the ice cap.
You mean he somehow got away from whoever conditioned him, found the caravan, and took it back to Polar Base?
What else are we to think, Mitch? All the trucks carry radios. He could be using one of them to call us.
Yes, but how could he possibly know we'd be anywhere near Mars?
Well, from what he says in his so-called messages, I doubt very much if he knows where anybody is, even himself.
Well, I'm pretty sure there must be somebody down in those land trucks. Either Frank Rogers or somebody pretending to be Frank Rogers.
You think so?
Well, why not?
Then maybe you can explain why the bearing puts the transmitter which sent those calls slap in the middle of the Mare Australis.
Well, where is he? In the land trucks at Polar Base or down there in the Mare Australis?
Just a minute. Freighter number 2.
What about it?
That crashed in the Mare Australis. It's probably still there. You remember Frank salvaged most of the supplies from it and took them back up to Polar Base.
Well?
Well, the last time he was in there, he got the radio to work, didn't he? Maybe it's still working. Maybe it's from number 2's transmitter that those calls have been coming.
It could be. But then why does Frank, if it is Frank, say he's at Polar Base?
If you ask me, Jet, he don't know whether he's on his head or his heels.
Well, in my opinion, that's to be expected. Whoever is calling us, and I believe it is Frank Rogers, he's certainly not in control of himself. His mind is wandering. Occasionally he does have periods of knowing exactly where he is. At other times he lives in the past, imagines he's still with the space fleet, coasting towards the Red Planet for the first time. And what's more, each time he doesn't just remember what happened over a year ago, he relives it. Hence, in his thinking, he is sometimes in freighter number 1, which was his old ship, and sometimes at Polar Base, where he spent a great deal of his time after we'd landed on the planet.
And where do you think he really is, Doc?
I'd say down in the Mare Australis, in freighter number 2.
Yeah, but how long could he expect to remain there? He has to live.
Well, there are supplies enough left in that ship to keep one man alive for 3 months at least.
Yeah, and how long's he been in there already?
I don't know. When did we first hear him calling?
A month ago, but he could have been calling long before that.
Well, I still think he's where he says he is, at Polar Base.
You don't think the DF gear is working properly, then?
That's not that, Lemmy, but I think the whole thing's a hoax. A decoy to get us to land near the wrecked freighter, and once we touch down, we'll probably find a whole army of conditioned types waiting to greet us.
The Mare is as flat as a pancake. If anybody is waiting there for us, we'd be bound to see them.
So?
So if we do, we increase speed, rise again, and land somewhere else.
I still think Polar Base would be a better bet.
Well, I'd think so, too, if it weren't for that second caravan being there.
The trucks may be a trap, too, you mean?
Why not? The Martians may well think we'd land in the same place as before, and that we'd need the land trucks to travel over the planet.
Well, they've got another thing coming, then, haven't they? We don't need them at all. Besides, they've got no proof we're even arriving.
You think not? With spies obviously planted in Space HQ down on Earth?
Well, maybe they have and maybe they haven't. But the fact remains we have to land somewhere. We've encircled this planet a dozen times already.
Well, I'm still for landing on the ice cap.
How about you, Doc?
The Mare, Jet. As near to the wreck of number 2 as we can safely get. I think Frank is in there.
If he is, we owe it to him to pick him up.
And that's not all. If he has escaped, he'd be very useful to us. Tell us a lot of things we want to know.
Yeah, always supposing he's in a fit enough state to tell us anything. He certainly doesn't sound like it at the moment.
Well, who knows? He may come back to normal. We may even be able to bring him back.
Yeah, always assuming we can find him.
Well, Jet, what's it to be?
The Mare Australis.
Okay, you're the captain.
Code a message, will you, Doc? Tell Control what we're about to do.
Sure thing.
Meanwhile, Lemmy will stay at the radio, send the message to Earth as soon as it's ready, and keep a listening watch on that voice.
Right.
Mitch, you and I will begin transferring from number 2 the fuel necessary to make the landing.
Right you are.
Put on your suit. We'll make the descent just as soon as our orbital position is favorable.
As soon as the message had been coded, I handed it to Lemmy for transmission, then went down in the hold to receive the fuel that Jet and Mitch were to pump into our tanks from the second freighter. We needed very little to get us down to the Martian surface, just enough, in fact, to propel us into the atmosphere through which, with the aid of our huge wings, we would glide the rest of the way. But to get off Mars again, we would, of course, need a considerable amount of fuel, so we had no choice but to take it with us. The transfer took about 2 hours. By the end of that time, Jet and Mitch were once again safely back in the Discovery.
That's a weird feeling floating around out there with the sunlit side of the planet lying directly below. I felt at any moment I go falling down towards the surface.
And that's just what we will be doing soon, Mitch. Gliding down at any rate. I think we'd better prepare for the descent. Motors will be fired in half an hour.
Right. How about it, Lemmy? Have you contacted Rogers?
No, Jet. I've been calling him constantly all the time you've been away, but he doesn't reply.
Well, if he is in that wrecked freighter down there, we'll be talking to him face to face before long. Did Control acknowledge the signal?
Yes, Jet, and they wished us luck.
They might well. We need plenty of it. Well, you better get on your bunks.
Yes, Jet.
Good. Then I'll get up into the pilot's cabin and get ready to take the ship down.
19.5. 20. 20.5.
Stand by to cut gyro.
Right.
21. 21.5. 22 degrees.
Gyro cut.
All set, Mitch?
Yeah, Jet.
How long, Doc?
25 seconds.
You can say your last farewell to the freighters. For the time being, at any rate.
Well, let's hope they're still here when we get back.
15 seconds.
Well, they're down in the right place, Jet. I'd hate to land in the Larker Solars right in the enemy's camp.
Oh, do me a favour, Mitch. Ain't we got enough trouble?
10 seconds.
Hello, land fleet. Polar base calling land fleet.
Aye, aye. He's here again.
5 seconds.
Don't answer it yet, Lemmy. I'll tell you when.
You don't think I'll get out of this seat now, do you?
We're off.
Hello, land fleet. Polar base calling. Can you hear me? Come in, please.
We can hear you, but you'll have to wait now, chum. We've got other things to do. Where are we now, Doc?
Over the southern ice cap, Lemmy.
Can you see the trucks down there?
Sure, come over here and look for yourself.
Height, Mitch?
17,000.
They don't seem to have suffered any damage, do they?
No, and they certainly haven't been in action lately, or we'd be bound to see the tracks they'd left. That ice down there doesn't have a mark on it.
And the ice cap's a lot bigger since we were here last.
Yep. Winter has clamped down over the southern hemisphere, Lemmy.
$5,000 feet.
Where are we now, Doc?
Over the Mare Australis. Get back to your seat, Lemmy. We'll be landing soon.
Hello, land fleet. Polar base calling. Can you hear me? Have not heard from you for some hours.
Land fleet yet. Is much louder now than he's ever been. He must be in that freighter, and the closer we approach it, the louder his signals get.
Answer him, Lemmy. Tell him we've heard him and we'll call him in a few minutes.
Right.
Height, Mitch?
4,000.
Can you see the freighter yet, Jet?
No, Doc, I can't.
Well, you should. We're dead on course.
Hello, Polar Base. Land fleet calling. Receiving you loud and clear. Over.
There's no sign of it. Maybe the wreck has been cleared away.
Hello, land fleet. Receiving you at full strength.
3,000.
Well, we're getting mighty close to something, Jet. Signals from Rogers are belting in.
Hello, Polar Base. Receiving you full strength and all.
What are your orders?
Orders are that you have to be a little patient. We'll be calling you again in a few minutes. Is that clear?
2,500.
I said, is that clear? Now he's not replying again. Hello, Polar Base. Hello.
Never mind it now, Lemmy. Get back to your seat and strap yourself in. We'll be landing any moment.
Yes, Doc.
2,200.
Hello, Mitch, Doc.
Yeah, Jet?
I can see it, the wreck, exactly as we left it, standing off at its nose. I don't think anyone's been anywhere nearer.
2,000.
Are we going to land anywhere nearer, Jet?
I think so. Putting the nose down now.
1,500.
And the flaps. Stand by to release a parachute brake, Doc, if I give the word.
Okay.
We're nearly down to landing speed. I think we'll make it all right.
1,200.
Let's hope the ground is firm enough to take the weight.
Should be, Lemmy. It's probably frozen solid anyway. Turn off the televiewer, will you?
Yeah, sure, Doc. Televiewer off.
1,000.
No signs of any Martians yet, I hope?
No, Lemmy. Nothing but the wreck and the purple plain as far as the eye can see. You'd never guess there was any kind of life on Mars from this view.
800.
Put out a brake, Doc, will you?
Number 1, shoot. Release.
700.
Coming into touchdown. Hold on to your hats.
600.
Here we go.
500.
Taking it a bit steep, isn't he?
400.
He'll straighten out in time, don't worry.
300.
Let's hope so. We've come a long way and no insurance.
200. 100.
Get ready. Straightening out. Touching down. Now.
Ooh.
Tails down. We made it.
Yeah, wait till we stopped and I'll agree with you.
Now applying brakes. That's it, gentlemen. We're down.
Good on you, Jet. First-class landing.
And we're all in one piece. But for how long, I wouldn't like to say. What can you see, Doc?
Nothing. It's just as Jet said. There's only the purple plain stretching clear to the horizon.
And the freighter?
Oh, can see that too, of course. It's to the west, about half a mile away.
Well, do you mind if I get up there and have a look?
Okay, Lemmy. But you could have used the televiewer and seen just as much.
Oh, no, Doc. But that isn't the same as seeing it in the flesh.
Lemmy,
Yes, Jet?
we've work to do. You can look at the scenery later.
Oh, just my luck. All I wanted was a glimpse outside through the astro hatch.
You'll get plenty of chance for that later.
What's happening, Jet? We unloading the gear?
Only part of it. Just the high-speed land truck. We've 3 hours before the sun goes down. Time to go over to that wreck and see if Frank Rogers is in it.
Well, he must be. The last call we had from him definitely came from that freighter. It couldn't have come from anywhere else. The strength it was.
Well, let's hope so.
Who's going, Jet?
Mitch and I. While we're gone, Doc, look out for spheres or anything that might suggest somebody heading this way to investigate us.
Right.
And you, Lemmy, will remain at the radio. Try to re-establish contact with Rogers, and at the same time keep in contact with us over the personal radios.
And what if Rogers isn't over there?
He must be Mitch. Where else could he be?
I hate to think, but I hope you're right, Doc, and that we're not walking straight into a trap.
I'd bet my life there's not a Martian or conditioned Earthman within 100 miles of here. If there was, we'd have been sure to see some sign of them when we landed. Or their spheres, at least. How else could they get here?
Well, if you're so confident, let's go. I'll put my suit on and open up the cargo hatch.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hearing you loud and clear.
Mitch and I are in the truck now and about to head for the wreck.
Right.
Okay, Mitch. Start her up.
Well, she seems to be working all right.
Well, let's go. We haven't all that much time if we're going to get back here before dark.
Hello, Jet.
Yes, Doc?
We're in contact with Rogers again. The signals are so powerful, they're overloading the receiver.
Can you get any sense out of him?
Not really.
Did you tell him we'd landed?
No, but I did say somebody was on his way over to the ship.
And what did he say to that?
That he wasn't in a ship.
Oh?
Now he thinks he's out in space again. Lemmy's having quite a time with him.
Well, get him to sit tight. Tell him we'll be with him in just a few moments.
Okay. I only hope I can get him to understand what I'm talking about.
All right, Mitch. This is close enough. Put on your helmet and we'll go outside.
Sure.
Hello, Doc?
Yeah, Jet.
We're alongside the ship and leaving the truck now.
Okay.
Testing personal radio.
Okay, Mitch.
And me, Doc.
Okay.
Then open up the airlock, Mitch.
Airlock. Contact.
Hello, Doc. Mitch and I are now outside an approaching freighter. Have you heard any more from Rogers?
No, nothing.
Very well. We'll inspect the ship first. We'll go around to the cargo flaps, Mitch. See if they're open.
Yeah. Well, they're open all right. The ship looks no different from how we left it over a year ago. I shouldn't think anybody's been anywhere near it. Even the ladder's down.
Then let's get in. I'll lead the way.
Take it easy, Jet.
Don't worry, Doc. We will. Try putting the lights on, Mitch.
Yeah. There. Well, the power circuits still seem to be working.
Then let's go up as far as the cabin. Can you still hear us, Doc?
Yeah, Jet.
We're walking through the cargo hold towards the cabin airlock. Nothing here seems to have been disturbed.
In that case, you should find the airlock open, the outer door anyway.
We've just reached it now.
Well?
It's closed.
Oh.
Then somebody must be in there.
Call up Rogers. Tell him we're outside.
There's no point, Jet. He doesn't answer anymore.
In that case, there's nothing for it but for us to go in.
Always assuming the remote controls are still functioning.
They are. Come on, Mitch, and close the door behind you. We're in the airlock now, Doc. If Rogers is in the cabin, he should hear us operating it.
Well, if he does, he gives no indication of the fact. Lemmy's calling him constantly, but gets no reply.
Filling airlock. Now opening cabin hatch.
That's strange. The place is in darkness.
What?
Ah, that's better. Mitch has switched on the lights.
Take it easy, Jet. Have a good look round before you go in.
That's just what we are doing.
Well, is he there?
No, Doc. The cabin is empty.
Discovery calling.
Put Doc on, will you, Lemmy?
Yeah, Jet, hang on a minute. Doc.
Coming, Lemmy. Take over the televiewer, will you? Keep it rotating all the time.
Yes, Doc.
Hello, Jet. Doc speaking. What's up?
Well, Mitch and I have searched the cabin over here thoroughly.
And?
And although there's certainly nobody in it now, there has been.
Oh? How do you know?
The radio transmitter, it's on. And judging from the juice it's used up, it's been on about a month or more.
Then we could well have been receiving calls from it.
We must have done.
And there's no sign of Rogers?
No. Mitch is back in the cargo hold having another look, but it's pretty certain he's not in the ship.
Well, maybe he, if it was him, left the ship when we landed.
But how? And what in? We'd have been bound to see him.
Hello, flagship. Frank Rogers calling flagship.
Good grief, did you hear that?
I'll say I did, and no wonder. It was this transmitter that radiated that call.
What?
Yes, Doc, it's working by remote control.
Where from?
That's what I'd like to know. Answer the call, Doc. See if you can get any sense out of him.
Then switch off your transmitter. I'll contact him direct from here.
Transmitter off.
Hello, Land Fleet. Flagship calling. Receiving you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Hello, flagship. Thank goodness I've got hold of you at last. Where are you?
Well, what is more the point, where are you?
At Polar Base. My instructions were to stay here until further orders. Did you find the wreck?
Yes, we found it.
How about the crew? Are they hurt?
There's no crew in her, Frank.
No? Then what's happened to them? Where have they gone?
Listen, Frank.
Yes, Doc?
You're up at Polar Base, you say.
Of course.
Are you alone?
Yes. That's the funny thing. Where is everybody? Yesterday the Discovery was parked right alongside these trucks. Now she's gone. Where are you?
Listen carefully, Frank. Are the land trucks still mobile?
Of course they are. Why shouldn't they be?
Then these are your orders. You will drive your truck down to the Mare Australis.
What position?
We'll put out a bearing beam for you. That should guide you straight to us.
Very well, but what's happened? How did you get down there? Why wasn't I informed?
Never mind about that now. Just come here as quickly as you can and call me as soon as you're underway.
Message received and understood. Call you again in half an hour.
Hello, Jet. Did you hear that?
I certainly did, Doc. It sounded exactly like Rogers that time.
But he still seemed very confused.
Do you think he really is at Polar Base?
Where else could he be? He's been calling from there and using the transmitter of number 2 to boost his signals, just as we did last time we were there.
Well, if that is the case, and if he manages to handle the truck, he should be here in about 36 hours.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much point in Mitch and I staying over here any longer. We're coming back.
Good. Just as well. It's getting dark soon.
I'll give you a call as soon as we leave.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll set the DF system so Frank can home on it.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, Jet.
Now leaving cabin and about to enter airlock. We'll call you again just as soon as we get outside.
Right.
Any further word from Frank?
Oh, yeah. He reported that he's using the bearing signal and is already on his way. But he still seemed very puzzled about our being down here.
Okay. Call you in a few minutes.
Doc! Doc!
What is it, Lemmy?
Come over here, quick!
Yeah, what is it?
Those perishing spheres. Hundreds of them, like a flock of birds, and all heading this way. Look at them.
Land's sakes, they are, too.
Do you think they're coming after us?
What else would they be doing?
Oh, blimey. The game's up, then. We don't stand a chance against that lot.
And what about Jet and Mitch? They'll be out in the open in a few minutes.
You keep at the televiewer. I'll call them up and tell them to stay where they are. Hello, Discovery calling. Jet. Hello, hello.
They're getting very close now, Doc. Almost directly overhead.
Hello, Jet. Hello.
What's the matter? Can't you get them?
No, Lemmy. They don't answer.
Those spheres, they've stopped. They're hovering right above us. They must have seen us.
How could they miss us? What are they doing now?
They're just parked up there, not moving at all.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me?
Hello, Jet. Receiving you. What happened? We were calling you a minute ago.
I don't know. Our radios went dead. I can't understand why. They seem to be all right now.
Well, where are you?
Just leaving the airlock and going outside.
Well, then get into that truck and get over here as quickly as you can.
Why? What's up?
Look at the sky, directly above us.
Eh? Well, I'll be... Look, Jet. Martian spheres. Dozens of them. Just poised up there. Into the land truck, Mitch. Quick as we can. Head down right. Be ready to let us in, Doc.
Airlock's empty. Main door is open. You can step straight in.
Right. Entering land truck airlock now, Doc.
Good.
What do you think those spheres are up to?
Oh, whatever it is, the sooner you both get back into this ship, the happier I'll be.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah?
Those spheres, they're coming down.
Be right with you.
There. See? Getting bigger all the time. I bet they don't intend that Jet and Mitch should get back to this ship.
Hello, Jet.
Yes, Doc?
Those spheres are descending, and rapidly. Are you going to make it?
I hope so. We're about halfway now.
Can you come any faster?
No, Doc. We're going flat out already.
Oh, blimey. Those ships are about down on the deck.
What's up, Lemmy?
I don't know. I feel all peculiar. Like when Jet and I met up with those asteroids.
Yeah. I'm beginning to feel rather odd, too.
You, Doc? Oh, dear. What's happening?
Hello, Jet. Mitch.
Hello, Discovery. Frank Rogers calling. Can you hear me? Over.
Hello, Jet. Well, what was that?
It wasn't Jet, mate. It was...
Lemmy, what's happened to you?
Hello, Discovery. Rogers calling. Can you hear me? Over.
Hello, Frank. This is Doc.
Hello. Hello. Answer me, please.
Oh. What happened? Where am I? Hello, Doc! Doc! Now pull yourself together, mate. Don't panic. That ain't gonna help. Now take it easy. Try to think what might have happened. Now let me see. I was standing by the televiewer, watching Jet's truck, and... Oh, yeah, Doc was standing right next to me. And those spheres, those perishing spheres, were just about to land. But how did I get here? And where am I? Feels like a mattress I'm lying on. It can't be me bunk. It don't feel like me bunk. And why can't I see? What's happened to me eyes? No! Lemmy, don't panic. It's night and the lights are not working, that's all. Yes. Now, if I opened up the pilot's cabin, I'd see the stars. Yes, that's it. Now, if I can only find the pilot's cabin and open the door... Oh, I give myself a clump every time I move. Now, what should that be? Something above me head, that's why. Now, feel it with your hands, Lemmy boy. Easy now. Oh, no wonder. There's no point in trying to sit up. Sideways, that's it. Get off this bed sideways. Oh, no. Something on that side as well. What is this? Oh. Now, mate, take hold of yourself. You've got 3 other sides to go yet. Now. Oh, nothing there. Oh, thank goodness. Now, put one foot over the side and feel for the floor. That's it. Now, easy now. Just a little further. Oh, where is it? What's happened to the floor? It's a nightmare. That's what it is, a horrible dream. I'll wake up in a minute, find myself back in the Discovery with Doc. Doc! Hey, what's that? Who's there? Oh, Doc! Is that you, Doc?
Lemmy, where are you?
Oh, it is Doc. Oh, thank goodness. What's happened to us? What's happened to the lights? Where are we?
In the Discovery, I hope.
I don't think we are, Doc. Are you lying on some kind of a bed?
Yeah, I am.
Then don't try to get up. You'll only crack your head if you do.
Oh, thanks for the warning.
And don't try to find the floor. There isn't one.
What?
Feel around, Doc. Feel about with your hands. Don't move until you have.
Yeah, doing it now.
Well?
Oh, there's nothing above me at all.
Eh?
And there is a floor. I can feel it.
And I must be lying on this bed upside down.
But where are we? This can't be the Discovery.
What's happened to the lights? Why is it pitch black?
It is pitch black, Doc, isn't it?
Yeah, Lemmy, it is.
Oh, it can't be just me, then. For a minute, I thought maybe I'd come...
If you had, I have too.
Is that you, Doc?
What? That's Jet. Doc, that's Jet's voice.
Lemmy.
Yes, mate. Where are you?
Where are you? I can't see a thing.
Neither can Lemmy or I, Jet. Are you lying on some kind of a bed?
Yes, I am. But how did I get here?
That's what we've been trying to figure out.
Jet? Jet, for Pete's sake. What's going on?
And there's Mitch.
Take it easy, Mitch.
But what's happened to me? Why is it so dark?
Calm down. We're all in the same boat. Now, Mitch, how much can you remember?
Hey? Well, all I remember is being in the truck with Jet and heading at full speed for the ship.
That's all I remember, too, Doc.
Those spheres had landed. I remember that. One of them had landed just outside the ship and completely blocked out our view of the truck.
Well, it's pretty obvious what happened. We were overpowered, somehow rendered unconscious, and brought here.
Where?
How do I know?
Well, we'd better find out, hadn't we? You fellas stay where you are. I'll get up and see. Oh, truth. Oh, I cracked me head on something.
Aye, I did that, Mitch. Don't try to get off your bunk. There isn't any floor.
Eh?
I told you, Lemmy, I can feel a floor. Can you, Jet?
Yes, I can. This bed can't be more than a couple of feet off the ground.
Then mine must be 10 feet.
Your voice, Jet. And yours, Doc. They seem to be coming from a lower level than Lemmy's.
Yeah, that's right, Mitch.
Well, you two stay where you are. Don't attempt to get up in case you fall and injure yourselves. Doc?
Yeah?
If you can reach the floor safely, then do so. See if you can stand up.
Right.
Well?
Yes, I can. Standing by the bed now.
Me too. Now, stay put, Doc. I'll walk over to you, and keep talking.
Right. Over here now. Take it easy. There's no guarantee that the floor is level.
Seems to be up to now.
Come on, then.
Nearly with you, Doc.
Here I am.
I can't be more than a couple of feet away from the sound of your voice.
No, you can't.
There, I've made it. That is you I'm touching, isn't it, Doc?
Yeah. You still have your suit on.
All but my helmet.
Have you got on yours, Mitch?
Yeah, I have, but like Jet, no helmet.
How about you, Doc? What are you wearing?
My suit. But I wasn't wearing it in the ship. And I have no helmet either.
And I've got mine on. Yeah. Who dressed me and Doc? What's the game?
Well, never mind that now. Here, Doc, hang on to me. We'll start from this bed. Find the wall and go all round this place. Feel it out.
Right. But take it easy.
Well, Jet?
Smooth wall, just as before.
Yeah, but there must be a door of some kind.
Of course there must. We couldn't come in through the wall.
Well, if there is, we can find no trace of it.
Hold it, Doc. Let's stop for a minute.
Well?
Let's get a picture of this place as far as we've explored it. Now, first, there's your bed. And Lemmy seems to be in another one some feet above it.
Yeah.
And now we're back to what must have been my bed with Mitch up above.
Yes, and that took us just 36 paces.
We didn't find any corners, so this room could be circular in shape.
Or oval, maybe.
Supposing the beds are opposite one another, and it sounds that way, you can't have gone more than halfway round yet.
About that, I reckon, Mitch.
Let's keep going, Jet.
Right. If the walls are still smooth when we get back to your bed, we'll start searching the floor.
Okay, away you go.
Here, hold it, Doc.
What is it?
I found something.
What?
Hang on a minute. Now, directly in front of you, something on the wall, Doc. Can you feel it?
Yes, I can.
Blimey, what's that?
The roof. It's opening.
What?
Land sakes, it is, too.
It's all right, Jet. It's a kind of skylight, like an astro hatch.
It's just as well. Had it been just an opening, we'd have lost all our air.
Yeah, whatever you pressed, Doc, must have operated it.
Yes.
Well, thank goodness we can see something again, even if it is only the stars.
I had no idea it was night outside.
But stars or no stars, they don't throw all that much light down here, do they?
I'm beginning to see things vaguely.
Yeah, so am I. I can see that my bed's over yours, Jet.
And mine's over Doc's. But there's no ladder to climb down. How did we get up here?
Now, we must have been put up here, of course.
Must have been pretty strong men to lift us this high, even on Mars.
Well, hold on to your hats. I'm coming down.
Struth.
Good grief, he came down in slow motion.
This must be a ship. We're adrift in space.
Well, in that case, there'd be no gravity at all.
No, there wouldn't be, would there?
You all right, Mitch?
Yeah, Doc, but it's a bit of a shock drifting down like that, huh?
Where can we be?
We must be on Mars, Jet.
Why all this floating around?
Is it possible to get up to that astro hatch?
Well, we could try. Any of these bunks movable?
Yes, they are. They're just standing against the wall.
Hang on, Doc. I'll drift down and give you a hand.
No need, Lemmy. I can manage it quite easily myself. It's hardly any weight at all.
I'm coming down all the same.
Oh, wherever we are, gravity here is less than on the Earth's moon.
Well, who's going up to that window?
You and I, Doc. Up you go, and don't exert yourself too much. You may go bumping into the ceiling.
Right.
Here, look at him. Just like he was on a wire.
Okay, Jet. Up you come.
Coming. There. Almost frightening, isn't it?
Can you see out of that dome, Jet?
Not quite. Lift me up, will you, Doc? I can't possibly weigh more than a stone by Earth standards.
Okay. Ready?
Uh-huh.
How's that?
Fine.
Well?
We're not in space, that's certain. There's land out there, and this place is built on it.
We must be still on Mars, then.
The ground looks rocky and hard. Yeah, not unlike the surface of the moon in many ways.
There's enough light out there for you to be able to see that much?
Yes, Doc. In fact, it's quite bright outside, as bright as moonlight down on Earth.
But there's no moonlight on Mars.
No, the two Martian moons are too small to give off any appreciable light.
Jet, can you see where the light is coming from?
From behind. And whatever is giving that light can't be very high in the sky either. Here, turn me around, will you, Doc? Let me have a look in the other direction.
Sure. There. How's that?
That's fine. I can see it now. It is a moon, a huge one. Good grief.
What is it, Jet?
That's not a moon up there.
What is it, then?
It's Mars.
Mars, you say, Jet? But how can it be?
It's there, Mitch, I tell you, hanging low in the sky. Here, Doc, put me down. I'll lift you up.
Very well.
Now, you ready?
Yep.
Well?
It's Mars, all right. Hanging in the sky like a colossal red moon.
And we must be thousands of miles away from it.
There's no doubt about it. You want to come up here and look for yourself?
No, what's the point? You and Jet say it's Mars, then it must be.
Stand clear, Mitch. And you, Lemmy. We're coming down.
We're not in the way. Come down as soon as you like.
Oh, sorry, Lemmy, but it looks pitch black down there. We can't see a thing.
You down, Jet?
Yes, Doc.
Then watch out below.
We must be adrift in space, as I said.
Wherever we are, Lemmy, we're not adrift. That's solid land out there with rocks and hills and a horizon. We're not adrift in space any more than if we were on the Earth's own moon.
You think this is a moon, then? One of the Martian moons, maybe?
I didn't say so, Mitch. I merely said the surface outside looked similar to that of the Earth's moon.
Well, on one of the Martian moons is about the one place we could be. But how we got here or who brought us, I hate to think.
Well, at least we should be grateful they put us all together. If I'd been alone in this place when I woke up, I'd have gone crackers in no time, I'll swear it.
If only we could see something more than just that little patch of sky up there.
Here. If it's bright Mars light outside, why is it so dark in here?
Because there's no atmosphere out there, Lemmy, that's why. If Mars rises high enough in the sky to shine directly through that hole, then perhaps we'll see something of this place. If it doesn't, then we'll see precious little.
Oh!
Lemmy, what happened?
Oh, I walked into that skyscraper of a bedstead, that's what.
Well, put it back against the wall, out of harm's way.
You don't want to look out of that astro hatch again?
Not at the moment, Lemmy.
All right. Oh, sorry. I hardly know my own strength.
I suppose Mars light isn't the only light we're liable to get.
Of course not. If this is one of the moons of Mars, we're bound to catch the sunlight sooner or later.
Let's hope so. I'd hate to spend all my time here in this inky darkness.
And how much time are we going to spend here?
How should I know, Doc?
But surely, Jet, whoever brought us here can't possibly intend to leave us here forever.
Well, why not? For all we know, this might be some kind of prison.
Well, it's certainly that, or we wouldn't be in it. But if it was intended that we should be left here to die, why go to the trouble of laying us all out on beds?
Maybe they thought we were dead already.
Trust you to think of something cheerful, Lemmy.
If they'd wanted to kill us, they could have done, and been sure it was well done.
No, but there's no record of a Martian ever killing anybody, Jet.
I'd rather they did kill me than keep me cooped up in this black hole for the rest of me days.
Well, our imprisonment here may be only temporary.
Well, let's hope so.
Well, there's no point in sitting here moping over the fact. Let's do something.
I'd dance, only you couldn't see me.
Well, what had you in mind, Doc?
Well, when we found that panel, or whatever it was that opened that skylight, we'd only got halfway round this place. I think we should continue our search.
Yeah, why not? Plus we find another panel and the whole roof will fall in.
All right, Lemmy, that'll do. Now, where were we when we found that panel, Doc?
Over by your bed, Jet. We'd about reached it, judging from the sound of Mitch's voice.
Very well. You and I'll go back to it and go over the spot again. But this time with our suits off. We'll not be so clumsy then.
Can I take mine off too? It's getting like an oven in here.
Yes, Lemmy. And you, Mitch.
Okay.
We lay them on the bed. Lemmy, just move back to the wall. Mine on the extreme left, then Doc's, then Mitch's, and finally yours, Lemmy. Then we'll find them easily in the dark, should we want to put them on again.
All right, Jet. That's mine in position. Now what?
Well, Doc and I will cross the room and find that panel again.
From here, it'll be to the right of the bed.
And Mitch, you will come over with us too. But when we reach the bed, you go to the left of it.
Right.
Now, feel your way around the wall. Up and down as far as you can reach.
And what do I do?
You start from this side. Go round to the right. You should meet Mitch halfway.
Yes, mate.
All right, gentlemen. Let's go.
Let's hope there's not a hole in the floor.
How you doing, Jet?
Not very well, Mitch. We can't find that panel this time.
Well, it can't be far, Jet. It was somewhere near here, I swear it.
How are you doing, Lemmy?
Gradually making me way round, but the walls are smooth as glass. It don't seem to be a crack or a bump in it anywhere. Oh! Oh!
Lemmy, what happened?
Oh! Blimey, Mitch.
Lemmy, answer me. What happened?
I tripped over Mitch, that's what. I might have hurt myself. Why didn't you warn me?
How could he warn you when he can't even see you?
Well, he heard me talking, didn't he? He could have warned me he was near.
I'd have been glad to, Lemmy, if I had been anywhere near you.
Well, I both... Eh? You mean?
From the sound of it, we're still on opposite sides of the room.
Then who's this over there?
There can't be anybody.
There is, Jet. I tripped over somebody. I thought it was Mitch. Stooping down, examining the wall. It was just about here. Oh! Oh! Oh, no!
Lemmy, what is it?
There's somebody lying on the floor, and he's cold. As cold as ice.
Where are you, Lemmy?
Over here, Doc. You're not far from me now. Oh!
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see you. Now, where's this body, as you call it?
Lying on the floor, Doc. Right by me feet.
Oh, yes. There's somebody here, all right.
Is he alive, Doc?
Oh, I don't know. Give me a few moments and I'll find out.
Well, who on earth can it be?
How should I know, Mitch? I've never yet recognized anybody just by touching him.
It gave me such a shock. I didn't think there was anybody in here but us.
I wonder if there's anybody else.
Eh?
Well, why not?
Well, if there are, there must be others who died here. And that's what's going to happen to us, I'll bet.
While Doc's examining that fellow, we three had better continue searching this place.
Oh, no.
We'll split up. Finish going round the walls and then cover the floor methodically so no part of it is left out. Yes, Doc?
Whoever this is, he's as much alive as we are. But his pulse is slow and he's cold to touch. I'm going to carry him over to my bed.
Very well, Doc. I'll make my way over there, too. We'd all better, I think. Did you hear that, Mitch? Lemmy?
Yeah, Jeff.
I'm right near Doc's bed anyway.
Well, I think he's about as comfortable as we can make him without being able to see him.
I suppose he is a normal man, Doc. Not a Martian or anything.
Yes, Lemmy, I think so. And he's wearing a spacesuit without a helmet.
Who can he be? And where could he have come from?
Goodness knows.
Well, is he going to recover?
Without looking at him, I can't say. All I know is that he's alive. You found nobody else, of course?
No, Doc. I believe we went over every inch of this place. There are only 5 of us here.
That's one too many. And how long are we going to stay here?
And what are we going to do about getting out?
I don't believe we can get out.
And even if we could, it wouldn't be safe to go, not without helmets. There's no atmosphere outside. Or so Jet said.
I still say it.
Isn't there any way we can find out where we are?
Well, we're on some body or other that revolves around Mars. Probably one of its moons.
But which?
Well, a careful observation of the sky should tell us.
But we see so little of it from down here.
We'll move one of the bunks to the middle of the room, directly under that opening. 2 of us will climb to the upper bunk and keep constant watch. In that way, we should be able to make a fairly good guess at where we are.
All right, let's do it now.
What about sleeping arrangements?
Sleeping? You've only just woken up.
Well, it seems ages ago to me.
It may seem like it, but I'll bet you what you like is not more than an hour or 2.
What's the point in betting? I've got nothing to bet with. And another thing, when do we eat? I'm getting hungry.
Then you'll have to go hungry. We've no food here, that's certain.
Thank you very much. I'll have 2 helpings.
First watch will be taken by Mitch and me. After that, Doc can keep lookout through that hatch by standing on Lemmy's shoulders.
Of course.
Well, what's the odds, Lemmy? He can't possibly weigh more than a few pounds by Earth standards.
Yes.
Now, with 2 of us keeping watch and that unknown person occupying the lower bunk of the other tier, that leaves just 2 beds empty whenever the 2 not on watch feel like sleeping.
Worked out just nicely, didn't it?
All right. The first watch will start right away. Now, let's move that double bunk back to the middle of the room, and Mitch and I'll get upstairs.
We watched in pairs in what we believed, by observing the stars, to be 2 hourly intervals. Mars, which had been hanging low in the sky when Jet took his first look at the silent world outside, disappeared below the horizon during the first watch. We were left in total darkness, but for the starlight, which sent the faintest glow through our peephole. Whoever it was Lemmy had discovered lying on the floor now lay, so far as we could tell, motionless on the bed where I had placed him. Lemmy and I had taken our second watch, and Jet and Mitch, feeling tired by now, had lain on their respective beds, one below Lemmy and me, the other above the stranger. In spite of having no bed covers and having taken off our spacesuits, the chamber in which we were confined was quite warm, perhaps a little too warm, and neither Jet nor Mitch lost any time in falling asleep. At least, we assumed that to be the case, for a few minutes after taking over the watch, neither of them answered when we called them.
I suppose they're all right, Doc.
Why shouldn't they be, Lemmy?
I don't like their not answering when we call them. Something might have happened to them.
How can they sleep if we keep waking them up every 5 minutes?
That's a point.
Now, come on, lift me up. I can hardly see anything from down here.
Yes, Doc. What was that? Somebody groaning. It must be Jet or Mitch. Something has happened to them.
Calm down, Lemmy.
Hey?
Quiet. Listen. I don't think it's either Jet or Mitch. It's that fellow laying down there on the bed. Put me down, quick.
There.
Man's sakes.
Oh, what kind of a groan is that?
Let's get down to the floor level, Lemmy, and wake up Jet.
Doc, the hatch! It's closing!
Stay where you are, Lemmy. Don't move.
Oh, blimey, that's goodbye to what little light we did have. Oh, shut up, can't you? Doc, where are you?
I've just reached the floor. Let yourself down, and keep a tight hold on the bunk until you reach floor level.
Yes, Doc. Oh, now what?
For Pete's sake, what's going on?
Where are you, Doc?
Standing right by you, Lemmy, and don't shout in my ear.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were so close. That noise, it stopped.
Jet.
Why doesn't he wake up? How can he sleep with all that row going on?
Jet, wake up.
You must be standing next to his bed, Doc. Get hold of him and shake him.
Oh, that's what I'm about to... Good grief.
Now what?
His bed, it's empty. He's not in it.
Oh, crikey. What are they trying to do? Send us mad?
Look, Lemmy, do you think you can find Mitch's bunk?
Yes, I think so. Should be directly behind me on the other side of the room.
Then get over there. See if you can find him and wake him up.
Oh, Mother. It must be one long, horrible dream. It must be.
Jet, where are you?
Mitch, wake up! Ah!
Lemmy.
Is that Mitch? Who's... Oh, blimey! Doc!
What is it?
The geezer, the cold one, he's got up and he's walking about.
Then grab hold of him, Lemmy. Hang on to him.
Hey?
Go on.
Oh, yes, Doc. Oi, you! Where's he gone? Hey, he was here a minute ago. I've lost him, Doc. He must have walked away from me.
Then keep walking towards Mitch. But if you bump into the other fellow again, hang on to him this time.
Doc, I can't.
How do you mean?
Well, Mitch's bunk, I've got no idea which way it is now. I've lost my sense of direction.
Oh, okay, then walk back to me and start all over again. Come on.
Yes, Doc, coming. Oh, there they go again. It's giving me the creeps.
Come on, you're getting closer to me.
Yes, Doc, I can hear I am. Oh, I've got him, Doc. I've got him. I've got him.
Let go, Lemmy. It's me.
Oh, sorry, Doc.
Pull yourself together now. Now, line yourself up and have another try at finding Mitch. If you don't find him this time, find the wall and walk round it until it brings you to his bunk. Now, is that clear?
It'd be much clearer if there was some kind of light on.
Yeah, well, there isn't. Now, keep going. Meanwhile, I'll grope around and try to find Jet.
Oh, there's his nips again. He seems to be on the far side of the room. What's he have to make that noise for?
Well, the more noise he makes, Lemmy, the better chance we have of finding him.
Noise? Isn't that enough noise for you? Enough to waken the dead? Oh, what am I saying? Mitch!
Hey? What is it, Lemmy? For Pete's sake, what's going on?
Oh, you're awake, boy. Thank goodness.
Lemmy! What are you doing back here?
Oh, I must have walked round in a circle, come back to where I started.
Then stay here.
Doc, what's that noise? And who closed the lookout hatch?
Nobody, Mitch. It closed of its own accord.
Well, what's happening?
You tell us, mate.
Mitch.
Yeah?
Jet is missing.
He's what?
And that fellow we found unconscious is up and walking around. Lemmy keeps bumping into him.
Good heavens! What's that?
We don't know. Noises like that have been going on for the last 10 minutes or more.
Well, I'm coming down, Doc. Keep talking so I can find my way to you.
No, Mitch, wait. Stay where you are.
Well, why?
Look at the floor. It's glowing. Part of it, anyway.
The
circular patch. Like a transparent manhole. It is a hole. I can see down into it.
You can?
Yeah, Doc. That must be the entrance to this place. Struth.
Oh, blimey. That manhole's opening. It's gone all quiet again.
Yeah, but at least we can see something now. Watch out, Doc. I'm coming down.
Don't go near that hole, Lemmy.
Oh, just taking a look, that's all.
Oh, well, don't. Keep well clear until we're sure it's safe.
Now, what's all this about Jet being missing?
Yeah, that's right, Mitch. He is.
Hey!
What is it, Lemmy?
Over there, by the wall. That geezer, the cold one.
It's Ruth. It's Frank Rogers.
Yeah. Good. Frank! Here, what's the matter with him? What's he staring at me like that for?
Mitch, look around for Jet. I'll attend to Rogers.
Yeah, sure.
You help Mitch, Lemmy.
Yes, Doc. Mitch, where are you?
Over here, Lemmy, by Jet's bunk.
Oh, yeah. Have you found him?
Give me a chance. I've hardly started looking. Now, this is the bed he was lying on, isn't it?
Yes, mate.
Well, he's not here now.
So Doc discovered in the dark. Hey, look.
Huh?
There he is, under the bed.
Well, what's he doing down there? Hey, Jet. Jet! Come on, wake up, you hear?
Oh, thank goodness. Hello, Jet boy. How you feeling?
What's the matter? Where's the light coming from?
You all right, Jet?
Well, why shouldn't I be?
We thought we'd lost you.
Yes, mate, you were lying under the bed. We couldn't find you in the dark.
But it isn't dark. Good grief, what's that?
What, that manhole, you mean?
Yeah.
It opened up about 5 minutes ago.
And what's down there?
We don't know. We haven't looked yet.
Well, why not? And where's Doc?
Over on the other side of the room. That fellow we'd found on the floor turned out to be Frank Rogers.
Frank?
Yes, Jet. He's regained consciousness and Doc's gone over to him.
Here they come, both of them.
Out of the way, let me get up.
Thank goodness they found you, Jet.
Hello, Frank. Do you remember me?
What are your orders, Captain Morgan?
He remembers you all right, Jet, but in a confused kind of way.
He's conditioned?
Yes, but not very deeply. He behaved quite normally for a moment or two just now.
But he has to be told what to do.
I'm afraid so.
But how did he get here? The last we heard from him, he was in a land truck heading down from Polar Base to the Mare Australis.
Where does Frank think he is now, Doc?
Well, he doesn't seem to know or care very much.
Look, do you know where you are, Frank?
What are your orders?
No, I don't think he does. Pity. I was hoping he might throw some light on how we got here.
Well, it looks like we were brought here through that hole in the floor. Oh, I wonder where does it lead to?
Well, we'll look and see. Come on. How did this hatch come to be open?
Oh, I don't know, Jet. So many things were happening at that time. We heard a low whine, the light came on, and then this hatch opened up of its own accord, apparently.
Were you or Lemmy anywhere near the walls at the time?
No.
Nor me.
Why?
Well, I thought perhaps you might have accidentally touched a control, as you did, Doc, when that astro hatch opened.
No, we didn't touch anything, either of us.
Well, the point is, now that it is open, are we going down there?
No, Mitch, we're not.
Yeah, but perhaps the whole idea is that we should.
That's the very reason I think we should stay here. If nothing happens in an hour or so, maybe we'll chance going down. One of us, at least.
Who?
Well, that'll be decided later. Meanwhile, now that we have a little light in this place, Mitch and I'll search it thoroughly. Doc, you stay with Frank. See if you can get any sense out of him.
Sure, Jet.
And what do I do?
You'll stay here, by the hole.
Eh?
Now, keep watch. If you see or hear anybody coming out of it, give a yell.
You're darn right I will. I'll yell me head off.
Jet and Mitch's search of our prison revealed little more than we had already discovered when we first felt our way around it in the dark. As we had surmised, the place was circular in shape, with smooth walls about 10 feet high and a dome-shaped roof with a lookout hatch in the center. The little panel Jet and I had found in the dark, and which operated the shutter over the hatch, refused to function now, even though Jet tried the control a number of times. While the investigation was being carried out, Lemmy sat by the opening in the floor, listening intently for any sound that would herald the approach of visitors, Martian or otherwise. Meanwhile, I made a thorough examination of Frank Rogers. He appeared to be in the same state as Mitch had been when we rescued him from the city in the Lac of Solis nearly a year ago. He was, in fact, in a partly conditioned state and vacillated between long periods of deep coma or delirium and short periods of normality, during which he was like a man recovering from an anesthetic or the effects of a narcotic drug. I couldn't get much sense out of him. Then I remembered what Webster, the man who had helped us escape from Mars during our first trip, had told me about partly conditioned Earthmen, at that time with particular reference to Mitch.
This isn't a bad case. Almost back to normal. While he's in this sleepy state, it's possible to penetrate right deep down inside a subject's mind. Tell him he's in Africa, and when he wakes up, he'll believe it. That, Dr. Matthews, is the Martian method. On the other hand, put him to sleep now, tell him all that has happened to him since the time his memory failed him, and when he wakes up again, he'll remember everything.
Webster's suggestion had worked with Mitch. Maybe it would work with Rogers, too. I waited for one of the moments when he passed from a deeply conditioned state into the stupefied one of near normality. Frank, do you know me?
Hello, Doc. What am I doing over here in the Discovery?
Is that where you think you are?
I should be in the freighter. I was there a minute ago with Whittaker, and he...
Whittaker?
No, it couldn't have been him. He's dead. He was found in number 6.
That's right.
Are we on the way back to Earth, Doc?
No, Frank, we're not.
But we did land on Mars, didn't we?
You don't remember?
Oh, everything's so vague and confused.
Frank, look at me.
Yes, Doc?
Can you see my face?
Yes, I can. There's not much light, but I can see it.
Now, look, I'm going to put you to sleep. When you wake up again, I'm hoping you're going to feel a lot better.
Am I sick, Doc?
You're going to be all right. Now, look at me, Frank. Now go to sleep. Go to sleep, and everything will be fine. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, and you'll be okay. When you wake up, everything will be okay.
Well, Doc, how is he? He seems to have been asleep for a long time.
Maybe. How can we tell? We've no means of measuring time in this place.
But he's going to be all right, Doc.
I hope so. I think his temperature is rising. His pulse is quickening, and his breathing gets gradually deeper. All good signs. It was that way when I deconditioned you, Mitch.
Yes, but how soon before we know for sure?
Well, if all goes well, he should wake up feeling normal.
And how much of the past year will he remember?
Well, that I don't know. Mitch remembered nothing until we reminded him of events in which we knew he was involved.
But we know nothing of what happened to Frank.
Yes, I realize that. And so I think everything that happened to him since we last saw him will be just a blank in his memory.
Yeah, but is there no way of getting him to recall events? He must know a lot of things that'll be very useful to us.
If he could revisit all the places he's been in the last year or more down on Mars, maybe it would jog his memory.
A fat chance there is of that. We're not even on Mars.
Oh, keep your voice down, Mitch, and let him sleep. Better if he can wake up on his own good time.
Sorry, Doc, I didn't think.
Look, let's get over to the other side of the room. We can talk there without disturbing him.
Yeah, come on.
We'll see how Lemmy's getting on.
I've been sitting here listening so hard, my ears are growing.
But you've heard nothing?
No, mate. Heard nothing and seen nothing.
How long is it now since this hatch opened, I wonder?
It must be hours. I seem to have been sitting here forever.
It may seem that way, but it probably isn't very long.
It must be, Mitch. I'm getting that hungry, and I'd give anything for a drink.
I feel much the same. The time we've been in here might well amount to days.
It might well, including the time we were stretched out on those bunks unconscious.
Well, I don't think anybody intends to come up here.
The hatch opened so we could go down, you mean?
Well, why not?
Well, if it's an invitation to dinner, they might have told us, whoever they are.
Well, why should they? They must know that hunger or thirst will send us down eventually anyway.
And what happens when we get down?
I hate to think.
Well, hungry or not, I'm for staying here. Let them come to us.
Look, what difference does it make who goes to whom?
But what about Rogers, Jet? We can't leave him here alone, and I don't want to wake him before he's had his sleep out.
How long was it, Doc, before I woke up when I was in Frank's state?
About 16 hours.
No, Doc, you can't go. And we can't leave you here with only Rogers for company.
Of course not.
You intend to go down there, then?
Oh, yes, Mitch, I do. I don't think we learn anything by just waiting.
Then I'm coming with you.
No, Mitch, you stay here, too.
But you can't go down there alone, mate.
I don't intend to.
Well, I was going to say.
You'll come with me.
Me?
Be careful, Jet.
Do you think I won't be, Doc? Now, let me put on your suit.
Me suit? But what for? With no helmets anyway.
No, but the radios might be useful should we get separated.
Yeah, I suppose they would. Always assuming they work.
Very well, then, get a move on. We start down those steps just as soon as we're dressed. All right, Lemmy, you ready?
Yes, mate.
Then check your radio, see if it functions.
Right. Hello. Testing radio. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lemmy, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jet.
Very well. Switch off. We'll use them only if we have to. Now, I'll lead the way.
Well, take your time.
Come on, Lemmy.
I'm right behind you. Don't worry.
Not very easy to walk down. There's no rail to hang on to.
Go on, Lemmy, down you go.
All right, Mitch. You told me to take me time, didn't you?
Jet's turning the corner already. What's round it, Jet?
More steps. Goodness knows how far down they go.
Well, wait for me. You're not in that much of a hurry, are you?
All right, I'm waiting. Come on.
There goes Lemmy round the corner. Now they're both out of sight. Can you hear us?
Yes, Mitch, we're still descending.
Can you see?
Yes, there are lights in the wall, every couple of feet or so.
Hey, what's that?
The hatch, it's closing.
Jet, come back! Doc, for Pete's sake, don't let it close. Hang on to it.
Good grief, it makes no difference. Get your fingers out of the way, quick.
Doc, they're shut in down there. Jet!
Calm down, Mitch.
But they're trapped. Who closed that hatch, and how did they know Jet and Lemmy were in there?
Wait a minute. Looks like they're coming back. Jet, can you hear me?
No, he can't. That manhole cover's too thick.
Mitch, get your suit. Bring it over here.
What for?
So we can talk to them over the radio.
Oh, yeah. Hang on a minute.
Oh, hold it, Lemmy. We're doing all we can.
Here you are, Doc.
Oh, good. Hello, Jet.
Hello, Doc. What happened?
Oh, you hardly got out of our sight when the hatch closed.
We tried to stop it, Jet, but even with both of us hanging onto it, it made no difference.
Well, what do we do now? Just stand here with Doc and Mitch staring at us like we was fish in the Brighton Aquarium?
Well, so long as the radios are working, we'll go on, Doc. Just as arranged. But keep in touch.
Okay.
Here we go, then. Come on, Lemmy. Keep close to me.
You don't have to tell me.
Oh, there they go.
And now they're disappearing round the bend.
Round the bend is right.
Can you hear me, Jet?
Yes, Doc. Still descending. On the second turn now.
He's not very loud, is he?
Still descending.
No, he isn't. Jet,
Yes, Doc?
is your radio okay? You're not very loud.
Neither are you. In fact, the further we go down, the fainter you get. Is it the same for you, Lemmy?
Yes, Jet. But what else do you expect? Our signals are blocked. It's solid rock we're walking through.
I don't think there's much we can do about it, Doc.
How far down are you now?
We must have come about 20 feet.
Yeah, we're going to lose contact with them altogether soon.
Can you still hear us, Doc?
Yes, Jet, but only just.
Barely hear you.
What was that? Hello, Jet. What did you say?
They must be way down by this time. We've lost contact with them altogether now.
Hello, Doc. Doc, can you hear me?
Obviously he can't, Lemmy, so there's no point in calling him anymore. Switch off your radio.
But how are we going to let him know if anything happens to us?
If anything does, I don't suppose we'll be in a position to let anybody know anything.
And what if you and me get separated? There's no guarantee of our keeping in touch with each other.
And we'll see to it that we don't get separated.
Well, let's hope it's as easy as that. Oh, if these steps go down much further, we come out on the other side of the moon, if that's what we're on.
Wait a minute, Lemmy.
Eh? What's the matter?
We've come to the end of the steps.
So? Where do they lead to?
To a huge open hall.
Is anybody about?
Not that I can see. Come on, down to the bottom.
Oh, Grand Central Station.
What?
New York.
Yes, it is rather like that.
Are we going out there?
Yes, come on.
Yeah, where's the light coming from?
From up in the roof.
What kind of a place is this?
Look at the walls. See, through those archways. Other spiral staircases like the one we just came down.
Yeah, where do they lead to then? Other dungeons like ours?
Probably.
Do you think there are any prisoners in them too?
How should I know? But we're not climbing them to find out.
Oh, I should hope not. None of those stairs are lit up as ours is.
Look, Lemmy. At the far end of the hall.
Eh?
A much bigger arch leading to a long corridor.
That's lit up all right, but the only place leading out of here that is.
Then that's where we head for.
This place seems to be carved out of solid rock, like a great cave.
Beautifully carved it is, too. Oh, look at those designs up there.
Yeah, like those rock carvings you see in South America. Aztec or Maya or some such name.
Aztec and Maya, Lemmy.
Yeah, well, that's what I said.
It must have taken years to do.
Yeah. Here, wait a minute. Those pyramids we saw on Mars.
Oh, what about them?
Well, they were step pyramids. You find that kind of thing in South America too, don't you? Remnants of an ancient civilization.
Yes, Lemmy, but I'd say the Martian pyramids were more in the nature of the ziggurat.
The ziggurat?
The ziggurat, a kind of step pyramid built by the ancient Babylonians.
Go on. Are those carvings Babylonian too, then?
Oh, no, Lemmy. Far from it.
And neither are those arches with the steps behind them. They look more like what you might find in an old castle.
Yes, sort of Norman.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Hold it, Lemmy.
What's up?
I want to take a good look down that corridor before we go any further, that's all.
What for? There's nobody in sight.
It's that makes me cautious.
And what difference does it make if we do meet anybody? We've got nowhere to run to. I'm certainly not nipping up any of them dark stairways. I'm going nowhere where I can't see to put me feet.
Come on, we'll walk slowly and keep close together.
Wait a minute. Listen.
What do you hear?
Somebody's singing.
What?
You must hear it. It's as plain as... Blimey.
I can hear that.
That's the same noise Doc and me heard upstairs, before that transparent hatch opened.
What on earth is it?
That noise has stopped, but the singing hasn't.
But I don't hear any singing, Lemmy.
Well, I do. There. Now it stopped.
Where did it seem to come from?
I don't know. From all round. Like that noise just now. I couldn't pin it down to any particular direction.
But you don't hear it anymore?
No, mate.
You must have been imagining it.
I don't think so, Jack.
Or perhaps it's connected with that other noise in some way and you thought it sounded like singing.
That's what it did sound like, and that's what it was.
Well, let's keep going.
Down the corridor?
Yes, and keep your eyes open. Look out for doors or any kind of opening in the walls.
Yeah, both walls seem perfectly smooth from here, as far as I can see.
Well, watch out, just the same.
Yes, Jack. I wonder how Doc and Mitch are getting on up there in the first floor back.
Hold it, Lemmy.
Now what?
Look. Down there on the right. A door.
Oh, yeah. Flush with the wall. No wonder we didn't see it before.
Come on.
Here, Jack. Now, don't be too hasty.
Fits very snugly, doesn't it?
Yeah, like it was airtight.
Pretty solid, too.
No, don't bang too hard, Jet. We might wake somebody up.
How does it open, I wonder?
It doesn't. At least not to you.
Eh?
Who was that? Somebody spoke.
Do you think I'm deaf already?
Hello? Who are you?
Where are you?
We didn't realize you were awake.
Well, we're supposed to have been asleep then?
You were the last time we saw you. All 5 of you.
All 5 of us?
He must know about Frank.
Of course we do. We carried you up there and laid you out in the beds.
We? Who's we?
Where are the rest of you? Or have only 2 of you woken up?
Look, before we answer any more of your questions, would you mind telling us where we are and what's going on?
Of course. You're aboard number 734.
Oh, thanks very much. That explains everything.
734 what?
Asteroid 734.
Asteroid? Is that what this is, an asteroid?
We thought we were on one of the Martian moons.
The moons are already occupied by the enemy. There's no point in taking you there.
That all depends on who you mean by enemy.
You must be hungry.
Oh, indeed I am. I'm famished.
Then keep walking. Straight down the corridor. There's plenty of food for everybody here.
Where?
Straight down the corridor, I said. But don't attempt to enter any door until I tell you. There's nothing to be scared of.
Yeah, I don't like this, Jet.
You think I do?
Look, let's go back to Doc and Mitch.
And, Starve?
Oh, straight down the corridor.
Very well, whoever you are.
Flynn is my name. Flynn.
Very well, Mr. Flynn. We're walking down the corridor now.
Good. Stop at the 5th door you come to.
Hey, listen. There's that singing again. Oh, crikey, what's that?
You've a most peculiar taste in music, Lemmy.
I can't help it. It's the gypsy in me. Door number 5, he said, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, this is it.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, Paddy, we're talking to you. Can you hear us?
How did you know my name is Paddy?
Well, it's a common Irish name, isn't it?
And how did you know I was Irish?
I heard you sharpening your shillelagh.
Look, we've got as far as the 5th door.
Then come on in.
But how can we? Oh. Well, that settles that little problem, doesn't it?
Are we supposed to go in there?
Yes, come on.
But this place is hardly bigger than a cupboard.
The 2nd door doesn't open until the first one is closed.
You mean it's some kind of airlock?
Well, you might call it that. Now, are you coming in or are you going to stop out there all day?
All day. It was pitch black the last time I took a look outside.
In you go, Lemmy.
Eh? But you think it's safe? What happens if we get in there and the other door doesn't open? We'd die of suffocation.
That's a fine thing to say when all I'm doing is trying to help you.
I wish I could believe it, mate.
And now you're calling me a prevaricator.
Am I?
Go on, Lemmy.
Well, if you say so, Jet.
All right, we're in.
Whether we like it or not, he's got us now. Well, come on. What about this other door, eh?
Hello?
Hello?
Hell. Now, what did I tell you? He has got us. We should never have... Who?
Then he was speaking the truth.
But who is he?
When that door opens, we shall find out.
Any sign of them yet, Doc?
No, Mitch.
Well, at least the light's still on down there. That's something.
I don't see how that helps.
Neither do I, really. I'm sorry, Doc. I'm so agitated, but I reckon I'd be more so if that light went out. While it burns, I feel Jet and Lemmy must still be okay.
I wish I could think the same.
I wonder where those steps do lead to. And why did that hatch close the minute they went down them? What if it's a plan to separate us?
I don't see how. Whoever opened that door couldn't have known who was going down those steps.
No, they couldn't, could they? There's that noise again.
That's the third time since Jet and Lemmy left us.
I'd give anything to know what's going on, where we are.
On one of the Martian moons. Where else can we be?
If only we could take another look outside. I suppose that astro hatch still doesn't function.
I don't know.
It ceased to work when that manhole opened. But now it's closed and... Yeah, maybe that has something to do with it. Here goes, anyway. It's working. Struth.
Land's sakes.
Doc, it's so bright.
It's sunlight, Mitch, shining directly through that opening.
Yeah, it's blinding. I can hardly see. Shall I close it again?
No, we've been in the dark so long, it'll take a little time for our eyes to adjust themselves. Leave it open.
I didn't expect to see daylight outside. For some reason, I thought it was perpetual night in this place.
I'm beginning to see things a bit better.
Hey, that's Frank. He's waking up.
Yeah, no wonder. The sun's shining directly on his face.
Then let's move him, quick.
Yeah, pull his bed over, into the shadow.
There, that's better.
Where am I?
Frank, how are you feeling?
What's that noise?
Now, don't worry about it, Frank. Noises like that keep happening.
Yeah, but it sounded like a...
Like what, Frank?
I don't know, but it's a very familiar noise, Doc. I can't seem to place it.
You still know who I am, then?
Of course. Why shouldn't I?
Is he normal, Doc? Has he come out of that conditioned state?
Condition, Mitch?
You know me too, then?
Well, why not? Where are we? And who left the hatch open? The sun's rays can be dangerous out here.
Out here?
In space. Isn't that where we are? But what ship is this?
Frank, lie down. Take it easy for a spell.
But what's going on, Doc? Where's Jet and Lemmy? Weren't they here?
The last time you woke up, they were here, but they're not here now. Frank, listen to me.
Yes, Doc.
Can you remember being at Polar Base?
Polar Base? Yes, I do. I most certainly do. I was in one of the land trucks.
What were you doing there?
I was trying to call somebody on the radio. That's right. I was trying to call Earth or Moon Control.
Yes, that's right, Frank.
Now, then it was him.
Yes, it all comes back to me now. The Discovery had taken off without me. It had gone and left me behind.
Frank, that was more than a year ago.
What?
Yes. Don't you remember flying over the Lacasolis in the freighter that crashed?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And what happened after that? It's important you should try and remember.
I don't know. All I remember clearly is arriving at Polar Base in the land truck and finding the Discovery had gone. And I tried to call up Earth and tell them.
There was more than a year between those events, Frank. Meanwhile, a great deal has happened you've forgotten.
Forgotten? But why should I forget? A whole year couldn't be missing just like that.
Can you remember what happened then?
No, I can't. I remember nothing between crashing in the freighter and the next minute I was in the wreck of number 2.
Yes, Frank, number 2. But she crashed on the Mare Australis.
That's right, and her crew disappeared.
But that was before your lapse of memory.
It all comes back to me now. You and Lemmy and Mitch were in that Martian sphere. I flew over the Lacasolis and saw you, and then... Oh, there's that noise again. I've heard it before.
You have?
Many times. The wreck, number 2.
That has something to do with that noise?
No, Mitch, I went back to it alone.
But how could you?
I did, Doc. I distinctly remember I did, and I tried to get the radio going, tried to call somebody, and then... Oh, that's all I remember about that. The next thing I knew, I was at Polar Base trying to contact Earth. It was imperative that I contact Earth.
Well, of course, if you'd been left behind.
No, it wasn't because of that, Mitch. I had a message, a most important message. I had to get through. There wasn't much time.
We heard your call, Frank.
You did? But where from?
Never mind that now.
What was the message?
Well, the fleet.
That was it, the fleet.
You thought you were in it? You thought you were still in the original fleet during our first trip here?
Oh, no, not our fleet, the Martian fleet. That was it. I had to warn Control.
What did you have to warn Control about?
About the invasion.
The invasion?
Yes, Doc. I had to tell them that the invasion fleet had left and was already on its way to Earth.
What?
Already on its way?
Yes, that's why I had to contact them.
You would never have managed it, Frank.
Oh, but there was just a hope, Doc, a chance that somebody down on Earth might have heard me. I had to do something.
When did you find out that the invasion fleet was leaving?
I don't know. All I remember now is that I knew it was leaving and that I had to warn somebody.
You have no recollection of anything that happened to you while you were conditioned?
Conditioned? Me?
Yes, Frank. Since we last saw you, we have been back to Earth and returned to Mars for the second time.
Except, so far as we know, we're not on Mars anymore.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You're getting me all confused.
I'll explain everything later, Frank. Right now, you must tell us all you know about the invasion, the date the fleet left, everything.
But I don't know anything more.
Frank, what do you remember?
I remember landing on Mars, the land trucks, number 2 crashing.
That was a year ago.
And then I remember being in number 2, trying to contact Earth.
How did you come by that information regarding the Martian fleet leaving for Earth?
I don't know. I only know it's the one thing that's uppermost in my mind.
Okay, Frank. You take it easy now. Lie quietly for an hour or so.
Could I have something to eat, Doc? I'm so hungry.
I'm afraid we haven't anything.
Not even a flask of tea?
No, not even that, I'm afraid.
Doesn't the ship carry tea anymore?
Well, there's lots of it in the Discovery, but we're not in the Discovery, Frank.
Where are we, then?
I wish I knew. Now, you take it easy. When you've rested a while, I'll come and talk to you again.
Yes, Doc.
Come on, Mitch. Let's leave him alone for a spell.
Sure, Doc.
Well, didn't get much out of that, did we?
No, but at least he's back to normal, and that's something.
Yeah.
I suppose this business of not remembering is all part of the plan.
What plan?
Well, the Martian plan. A condition type up here remembers nothing of being brought up here, or of Earth for that matter, except what the Martians want him to believe. Then, when he's deconditioned, he remembers nothing of being on Mars. Very handy.
From what point of view?
Well, from the point of view of any of the condition types who are landed on Earth suddenly reverting to normal.
I see what you mean. He loses all memory of having been to Mars.
Yes, of course.
And how would he account for the years he's been away?
Well, loss of memory. You read such things in newspapers often. Man missing from home, turns up again a few years later, doesn't know where he's been or what he's been doing meanwhile. Years of his life gone just like that.
And all the time, he may have been on Mars.
Well, why not? That's the safeguard. Any spies, fifth column, call them what you will, landed on Earth, will carry out their orders to a T, so long as they remain conditioned. But if the conditioning should leave them, it's no matter. They'd never remember they'd ever been on Mars, so there could never be a danger.
Yes, but if they went back, it would be a different story.
What chance is there of that?
Oh, I doubt very much if any of them ever make a trip twice.
There goes that music again.
I wonder why we keep hearing it.
And I wonder what's happened to Jet and Lemmy. They haven't returned.
Hey, Doc!
It's Frank. He's sitting up.
Coming, Frank.
That noise.
Oh, what about it?
Well, it's,
Well?
I've heard it before.
So you said, but can you remember where?
Yes, I can. It's all rather vague, but
Go on.
It reminds me of a huge control room.
Where?
I don't know, but lots of other men were there, dozens of them. We were all seated at control desks, that's right.
What were you controlling?
Well, I can't remember. Orders were given, and we manipulated the controls accordingly. And something I was handling always produced that kind of noise.
Was it a ship, Frank? A sphere, maybe?
A sphere?
A Martian sphere. Remember the kind you saw on top of the pyramid in the canal out in the Argia Desert?
Oh, no, not exactly. I seem to remember a sphere of some kind, though, but a huge one. It needed a whole army of men to run it. We even lived in it.
Wow, then it must have been a size.
Doc, let me get up.
Sure, go ahead.
I want to look around.
Why, is this place familiar to you?
It was in a place like this that we slept when we weren't on duty.
Frank, have a good look round. Maybe the sight of a few more familiar objects will bring a few more things back to you.
Yes, they're beginning to come back. That hatch, it leads downstairs, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, but it's shut tight. It won't open.
Jet and Lemmy went down there just before it closed. We've heard nothing from them since.
And that astrodome up there, does it give you a clear view of what's outside?
Yeah, too right it does.
Is it barren out there?
Yes, it is.
Just like the Earth's moon, only a lot rougher and on a smaller scale?
Yes.
An asteroid.
What?
An asteroid, that's what we're on.
But what would we be doing on an asteroid?
Well, the Martians control them, live in them.
Live in them?
That's why you never see a Martian on Mars. They hardly ever set foot on the place. They spend most of their time between here and Jupiter in the asteroidal belt.
But how can they possibly live on asteroids?
They don't live on them, Mitch. They live in them.
You mean under this floor, somewhere at the bottom of those stairs, is a Martian?
Almost certainly.
And what about the Earthmen aboard? What do they do?
They're the crew.
Crew? Look, you talk as though this is a ship.
It is, Mitch, a great spaceship. The Martians can propel these things through space.
Of course. Yes, they can, Mitch. Don't you remember? Jet and Lemmy saw exactly the kind of thing Frank's describing hovering over the Earth. Great spaceship carriers carrying spheres which landed on Earth, dropped a number of personnel, and then returned to the mothership again.
Well, I know nothing about that, Doc.
Yeah, but you were on one. Or so you think.
Yes, but I don't remember ever going anywhere near Earth.
No, it's not likely they'd let you know if you did.
Did you ever know where you went, Frank?
I can't say I did, Doc. I did my turn of duty at the panel and slept in a place rather like this. That's all I remember clearly.
Well, you have good look around here. See if you were reminded of anything else.
Yes, Doc. Right away.
Martians living on asteroids. Do you think there are any on this one?
Who knows? How can we even be sure Frank's got his facts straight?
Well, they seem to line up all right. He knew what the scenery outside looked like without even a glance out of that astro hatch. Yeah, but look, what about Jet and Lemmy?
Yes, you don't have to remind me.
It must be a couple of hours now since they started down those steps. Have they met any Martians? And if they have, what's become of them? Jet and Lemmy, I mean.
I hate to think, Mitch. As we discovered later, Jet and Lemmy had, of course, on reaching the base of the spiral stairway, found themselves in a large, well-lit hall, carved out of the solid rock of which the asteroid consisted. At the far end of the cave-like structure was a long corridor. Jet and Lemmy made their way down this, and then were surprised to hear a voice, and an Irish one at that, talking to them. It guided them to a door, which opened to reveal a small chamber that Jet took to be some kind of airlock. The voice invited them to enter, and, somewhat reluctantly, they obeyed. The door then closed behind them, and Lemmy thought he and Jet had been neatly caught in a trap.
Well, come on. What about this other door, eh?
Hello? Hello?
Hell, what did I tell you? He has got us. We should never have... Oh, something's happening.
Then he was speaking the truth.
But who is he?
When that door opens, we shall find out.
Come on in. Make yourselves to home.
Come on, Lemmy.
But where's the geezer? I thought he would be here.
Perhaps he is, but we won't meet him by hanging back now. Come on.
Be careful, mate. He's probably behind the door, waiting to hit us over the head.
No. That's an unkind thing to say about me. It wouldn't even hurt a fly.
Blimey, mate, you scared the life out of me.
Are you the same man who was talking to us outside?
I am, to be sure, and it's a pleasure indeed to meet you face to face, Captain Morgan.
Well, thank you, but who are you?
I told you, Flynn. Paddy Flynn.
We know that, mate. But what are you doing here?
Now, that's an odd question to ask a man. What are any Earthmen doing up here?
But you're not conditioned. Or are you?
I have a strong mind, Captain. The Martians do their best, but I laughed at them. Paddy Flynn has a will of his own. Nobody conditions him.
And what are you doing on this asteroid? This is a Martian asteroid, isn't it?
Oh, it is, to be sure. Or perhaps I should say it was. The Martians think they control it, but they don't.
Well, who does?
Well, there's two of us. Jack Evans and myself.
Two of you? Is that all? Well, there can't be much to control.
Oh, but there is. All manner of things. The like of which you never saw. There's the main control room for a start. The flight, speed, and course of this vessel is controlled from there.
This is a great ship, you mean?
Oh, of course.
And does it carry a fleet of spheres like those we saw on the Martian surface?
Yes.
And does this asteroid ever approach close to the Earth?
Oh, it never has yet, but it soon will.
Eh?
Number 734 is only one of a whole fleet of asteroids, all bound for Earth.
What?
Yes, the invasion fleet. Jack and me wanted to go back to Earth, too. That's why we're aboard. This is the only chance we'll ever have to go back home.
Look, Mr. Flynn.
Me friends call me Paddy.
Look, Paddy, you'd better tell us the whole story from the beginning.
Oh, it'll take time. I thought you said you were hungry.
We are, mate. I'm starving.
Then I'll explain everything while you're eating. Now, are Doc, Mitch, and Frank Rogers awake yet?
Of course they are. Doc and Mitch, anyway.
Then why didn't they come down with you?
Well, first, because none of us had a clue where those steps led to or what we'd find at the bottom of them.
Ah, yes.
And second, Frank Rogers is conditioned. Doc wouldn't leave him.
Ah, sad thing about Rogers. And such a nice fella, too.
Oh, you know him, then?
I had to teach him a thing or two. He was trained as an asteroid crewman.
Oh, where?
At the city of Lacus. That's the central training school. All personnel brought up from Earth spend a considerable time there before they're allocated to a regular trade, you might call it.
Trade? How many trades are there?
Oh, hundreds. Engineers, farmers, builders.
And who do they work for?
The Martians, of course. I thought you knew that already.
But who are the Martians?
Oh.
What do you mean, oh?
If I knew, I'd be glad to tell you. But I will tell you this.
Eh?
There's one on this asteroid.
Where?
I can't talk about it here.
Well, why not?
Well, you'll have to kind of trust me. Now, about the rest of your party up there in the sleeping quarters. Are you quite sure they're awake?
Of course we are, except for Rogers. He was asleep when we left, but he may well have woken up since.
Ah, well, it doesn't matter. Doc and Mitch can carry him down. He doesn't weigh much.
What do we do? Go back there and get them?
Oh, you needn't go to that bother. I'll get them down myself.
Oh, how?
I'll talk to them. Tell them to come down.
Why didn't you talk to us when we were up there?
Oh, I intended to, Captain. But Jack and me have a lot to do. I had to leave this place and go to another part of the ship. So I just opened up the hatch up there and hoped you'd come down of your own accord, like.
As soon as we did, the hatch closed.
Ah, yes, it does that. There are times on this ship when all hatches have to be closed. A safety precaution so that atmosphere cannot escape. But an audible warning is always given a few minutes before.
Is that what all that row was?
A noise like a scream.
Yeah, it frightened the life out of us.
Oh, that was it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go and give them a call.
Do you mind if we come with you?
No, not at all. We have to go to the next room. We controlled pretty well everything from there.
Come on, Lemmy, and keep your eyes open.
You think I won't? I don't trust this geezer. Do you?
I'm not sure.
Come on now, what are you holding back for?
Coming.
You can imagine the surprise of Mitch, Frank, and myself when, from out of nowhere, as it were, came first the voice of Paddy Flynn and then the voices of Jet and Lemmy, telling us to leave the sleeping quarters and make our way down the steps to where they all were. When we protested that we had no idea how to open the hatch, it was opened for us. On Jet's instructions, we took our suits with us and made the descent down the long spiral stairway, passed through the great hall and down the long passage until we reached the door behind which we were to find our crewmates. Frank, who had undoubtedly been on this or a similar asteroid before, now began to remember a great deal. He had, it seemed, spent some time, while in a conditioned state, inside one of the huge, controllable pieces of flying rock. By the time we had joined Jet and Lemmy in the anteroom, where a meal had been laid out for each of us, Frank's recollections of the period he had spent on the asteroid were flooding back.
Yes, I remember it all now. This isn't just an asteroid, it's a flying city. I should think up to 100 or so people live on it.
150.
All of them conditioned types, trained to man the thing, manipulate the controls according to received orders. And where they come from, I can't remember.
From a place like this. I give orders myself.
You do?
And why not? Of course, I received them from somewhere else in the first place.
From where exactly?
From what you might call the nerve center.
From inside the asteroid?
Precisely.
But who gives you the orders?
The Martian who is in charge of this asteroidal ship.
Yes, but where is he?
And what's he look like? Is he human?
I don't even know whether we should refer to him as he or she.
Doesn't his or her voice give you any indication?
Well, it's a very high-pitched voice. You might call it feminine. But the things it says and the way it says them are distinctly masculine. He never speaks, except to give an order.
What makes you think he's on this, ship, as you call it?
There's one room here which none of us has ever entered.
Well, why not?
There are notices which make it perfectly clear that you should keep out.
That's right, I remember that.
Not that there's any need to tell people to keep out. There's no way of getting in that I can find.
Well, how can you be sure there is anyone in it?
Well, it's a well-known thing that at least one Martian dwells in every asteroid. Of course, some say more, 2 or 3. They give the orders to trustees like Jack and me.
And those orders are passed on to the conditioned crew who carry them out.
But don't the Martians ever come out of their rooms?
I've never heard of one coming out.
You mean they spend their whole lives in there?
No, I wouldn't know that.
But how do they live? What do they live on?
I wouldn't know that either.
Well, come to that, what do you all live on, Paddy? Where do you get your food?
From Mars. All the food we carry is grown on Mars. When we run out, we approach the planet, release the spheres, and pick up more. Pick up new personnel, too. Send back the old ones.
And what for?
Because no man can remain conditioned forever, isn't that right, Paddy?
Oh, you're right. That's right.
The conditioning gradually wears off, but before it's worn off completely, the men are returned to the lack of solace.
For a refresher course, as you might say.
Only sometimes the conditioning wears off completely. The subject becomes immune to it.
And then they have the choice of throwing their lot in with the Martians or working in the factories. Forced labour. You might even call it slavery.
How many of that type are there?
Hundreds.
But you, Paddy, threw your lot in with the Martians.
They treat you well if you do.
Then why are you treating us so well? We hold no brief for them.
The fact is, Captain, you're looking at a rebel.
Eh?
So long as I knew there was no chance of getting back to home, I did as I was told. But now a whole fleet of asteroids, just like this one, is about to leave for Earth.
They haven't left yet, then?
No, but we expect our sailing orders any minute.
Just how many of those asteroids are there?
Dozens of them. Hundreds for all I know.
And all the men on them are to land on Earth?
Oh, no. Normal types like me are not allowed to. And only a selected few of the conditioned types will actually make the landing.
And what do they do when they get there?
And nobody's told me that.
Where does the rebellion come in, then? It seems to me that things are going exactly the way the Martians want them to.
Ah, that's where you come in.
Oh, I thought we'd be dragged into this.
Well, how do we make any difference?
Oh. I have to leave you now.
Where are you going?
That noise. It's Section 4 air conditioning. Happens about every hour. Excuse me, I'll be back directly. The men down there can't do a thing unless I order them to.
Frank, where's he going?
I don't know, Doc. I don't remember being in any place quite like this.
Well, wherever he's going, he's gone.
What do you make of all this, Doc?
Oh, I don't know, Jet.
You think he's genuine? About being a rebel, I mean.
I wouldn't bet on it, Mitch. Hey, listen. There's that celestial choir again. Anybody else hear it?
Yes, I can.
What?
Well, that's no choir. Can you still hear that singing, Lemmy?
No, Jet, it stopped now. Just as it did before when that noise came on. Oh, crikey, what's that?
The wall! Look at the wall!
For Pete's sake!
What is it? Oh, blimey, what's happening?
Lemmy!
Oh, let me get out of here!
What's happening to the wall?
It's fluorescent. It's glowing.
There's something behind it. You can see through it.
See through it, nothing. It's dissolving. It's disintegrating before our eyes.
Here we are, Mitch. Don't go near it.
Good grief. It's completely gone now. The whole wall just disappeared. And what's that beyond?
Looks like a vast control room.
And all those blokes in boiler suits sitting at those tables. Who are they?
Not so loudly. Don't attract their attention.
What difference does it make? It only needs one of them to look this way and they'll see us.
Frank, does this place mean anything to you?
Yes, Doc, it does.
What is it, Frank?
I used to be in a place just like it. I wore a suit just like the ones those fellows are wearing.
But what are they doing?
Blimey, look! Look! One of them's coming over here.
All right, stay where you are. Don't move.
Oh.
He turned off.
But he was heading directly towards us. He must have seen us.
And he preferred not to.
Yes, but why?
How should I know? Paddy's the boy to answer that question, not me.
Hey, wait a minute. Yes, he's seen us this time. He's looking straight at us.
And he's coming back.
Here, why doesn't Paddy come back? Paddy! Paddy!
Quiet, Lemmy.
Getting very close now. Now he's stopped.
All right, mate. Don't just stand there staring. If you've got something to say, say it.
What are your orders?
Hey? Orders? Us?
We have no orders. Who are you? I said, who are you?
Orders received and understood.
Orders received and under... But nobody gave him any.
Now he's turned round and is walking back.
Is it him that's crazy, or is it us? Wait, you! Hey, you!
What is going on?
He must be stone deaf as well.
Either that or he chose to ignore us.
I'm not sure he even saw us.
How could he miss us, Doc? He looked straight at us.
Then why didn't he come any closer? And who did he get the orders from? He certainly behaved as though he received some from somebody.
Yeah, well, why don't we go out there?
Aye?
If we walked up to that fellow and tapped him on the shoulder, he'd have to take notice of us, wouldn't he?
And then?
Yes, come on.
Yeah, and what happens if the wall reappears once we're on the other side of it?
We needn't all go through.
We'll go as far as where the wall should be, and then Mitch and I'll carry on. The rest of you stay on this side of it.
But if they don't want to be sociable, why bother?
Oh, come on, Lemmy, and stop arguing. Oh, what's up?
There is a wall here.
What?
Yes, Doc. Absolutely solid, but invisible. Feel it. Go on, feel it with your hand.
Land sakes, there is, too.
An invisible wall?
It's not a wall. It's a giant televiewer screen, three-dimensional. Why, it's so realistic, it completely fooled us.
And who was that foreman or whatever he is talking to? He was looking straight at us.
He was looking at the camera that picked up his picture. That made him appear to look at us.
Look out, we're off again.
The picture's fading.
Stand back, Lemmy. Keep clear.
Well, looks just like a normal wall again. The show's over.
What? No Mickey Mouse?
It's as solid as a rock. What can it be made of?
Rock? And how can it show a picture? You'd expect it to be thin glass or something similar.
Yeah, when you stand back a bit, you can make out its shape.
Yes, it's a little darker than the rest of the wall. I wonder we didn't notice it before.
How many other surprises are they going to spring on us? Aye. Why don't I keep my mouth shut?
All right, it's only Paddy returning.
Oh.
Sorry for the interruption, gentlemen, but certain things have to be attended to. You know how it is.
I wish we did know how it is. The next time you play any of those Wizards of Oz tricks on us, you might warn us.
The Wizard of which?
What Lemmy is trying to say, Paddy, is that the moment you left the room, the wall over there disappeared, and a three-dimensional picture took its place.
Oh, that.
That's quite normal.
Just a televiewer, that's all.
With a three-dimensional screen the size of a wall?
I thought televiewers were common things on Earth, and that you even carry them in your own ship, the Discovery.
Well, we do, but the main televiewer is only 3 foot square, and it gives a flat picture.
Well, that surprised me, I must say. I understood that during the last few years, great scientific progress had been made down on Earth.
That depends on what you mean by few.
Well, to put it more precisely, since I left the place.
When was that?
That's the funny thing. I can never quite remember.
Oh?
But you must remember something.
Oh, I do.
Where did you live?
In Ireland.
Whereabouts?
Dublin.
You don't seem too sure.
If you'd spent as long drifting around the solar system in this asteroid as I have, you wouldn't be sure either.
But you must remember something of your life on Earth, Paddy.
Oh, yes. When I lie in bed, I remember. Though sometimes I can't be sure if I'm remembering or dreaming.
Well, what do you dream?
Of green hills. Green is such a wonderful colour. There's no green on Mars.
Is that how you remember Dublin? As green hills?
Quiet, Lemmy.
He'll be saying he was picking flowers in Piccadilly Circus next.
Paddy, can you recall anything else?
The railroad.
Which railroad?
The one I was helping to build, of course. There was hundreds of us.
Where were you building this railroad?
That I can't remember. But we lived in a special train. As the track got longer, the train moved up. We always lived at end of track. I was a grading supervisor.
What kind of equipment were you using?
Picks and shovels and dynamite.
No bulldozers?
I was a railroad builder, not a farmer.
He's never heard of a bulldozer.
And you'd never seen a televiewer before you left Earth. Isn't that right, Paddy?
I don't think so.
Paddy, this railroad you were building, did it run through good, green country of the kind you dream about?
Oh, no.
Well, was it barren, unpopulated? No towns, just rolling, undulating country, virtually without trees?
Yes, I think it was. But I can't be sure. It certainly wasn't green.
And the machines that pulled the trains, what did you call those?
The locomotives, you mean?
Driven by steam?
Of course, how else?
Tell me, Paddy, would you know what a diesel engine was?
No, I never heard of one of them.
Ever heard of a helicopter?
No.
Atomic power?
That's a new one on me.
Did you ever hear of Marconi?
No.
Einstein?
No.
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, yes. Now that's a familiar name. Abraham Lincoln. Was he an Irishman?
Oh, he was an American. Were you ever in America? Well, were you?
Yeah. What's the matter with him? He's gone all gooey-eyed.
America.
When you were working on this railroad.
I can't. Oh, that's it.
Well, that's what?
That noise. I'm wanted. Must answer at once.
Well, where are you going?
I'll be back soon. Stay here. Don't leave this room.
If he makes any more walls disappear, I'll do him.
Well, what do you make of him, Doc?
Do you think he really remembers anything about Earth?
Yes, he does. But he's talking of a time so long ago, it's a wonder he remembers anything at all.
How do you mean?
I believe he was working on a railroad, but in the States.
Well, why?
Because of the terms he used. Locomotives, end of track.
But who ever heard of building a railroad with picks and shovels?
In the 19th century, that's exactly what they did, Jet. They practically used their bare hands.
So all his memories of Earth date back 100 years or more?
Exactly.
Oh, blimey. You mean he's been up here all that time?
Yes.
We'll be meeting Cleopatra next.
But he's hoping to go back to Earth.
He'll never make it, Mitch. You know what will happen the moment he sets foot on Earth.
Yes. He'll revert to his true age.
Ah, but he's been looking forward to it so much.
Quiet, Lemmy. Here he comes.
It's come at last.
What?
The orders to join the main fleet. We're going back to Earth. We're going home.
Oh, no.
Paddy, have you made the trip before?
No, I haven't. But I know one of the men on an asteroid that has.
Oh, which?
Number 53. It made the trip 3 times.
What for?
To pick up new personnel. Or at least to go close enough to the Earth to allow the spheres to go down. It's him that tells me what's going on down there.
Did your friend ever actually land on the home planet?
No, he didn't. The men who lands on Earth are highly conditioned. If they weren't, there'd be no guarantee they'd ever come back.
Well, how do you propose to make a landing?
I have it all worked out. You see, I receive orders from the Martians and pass them on to the asteroid crew.
Well?
Well, all I have to do is carry out orders until we reach Earth, or as near to Earth as the asteroids ever go.
And then?
Then the time will come to transfer the selected crews to the spheres, the ones that will actually land on Earth. But the crew of one of them will not be selected personnel at all, but us. You and me and Jack Evans, of course.
And you expect to get away with it? Without the Martians suspecting anything?
Why not? If they were suspicious, do you think they'd let me run this ship? Oh, what a surprise for the folks back home when I turn up. After all these years. Oh, there it goes again. It's going to be like this all the time now. I'm not going to have a moment's peace.
Now where's he off to?
Doc, before he gets back...
Well?
What do you think now?
I still think he's been up here for years and years, and that he's been conditioned most of that time.
Well, even if that's true, he certainly doesn't seem to be conditioned now.
No. Maybe at last he's grown immune to it, just like that flying doctor. They've trained him to run this asteroid, and only the time he's spent on it is clear in his mind. His condition period is a complete blank, and the time before that, at the time he spent on Earth, is just a vague memory.
I should think so and all after 100 years.
He thinks it's no more than 4 or 5.
And that's why he believes he can go back to Earth.
Well, who's going to tell him?
Nobody.
Eh?
If he knew the truth, he might not be so ready to rebel, and we'd find ourselves prisoners again.
What are we now, then?
Well, at least he's taken us into his confidence. So long as he trusts us, we've a good chance of making a landing on Earth. And that's better than being in the hands of the Martians for the rest of our lives.
But this asteroid is supposed to be part of the main fleet, isn't it?
Well?
Well, if we do land on Earth, in the way Paddy suggests, there'll be thousands of others too, and not rebels either, all carrying out their orders to conquer the Earth, which is what the Martians want, and what we're supposed to prevent. We've got to get a message to Control before we leave.
How do we send it?
Now, look, don't tell me a place that carries a 3-dimensional televiewer doesn't carry radio too.
Well, of course not, but what kind of radio is it? Would you know how to work it? How to tune to the right frequency? Always assuming it's tunable.
If it's a radio, I'll get it to work.
I'm glad you're so confident, Lemmy.
Thank you.
Well, Paddy must know the answer to all these things.
Then why don't we ask him?
If he'd stay with us for more than 5 minutes at a time, perhaps we would.
Yeah, why does he have to keep going into that other room? What's in there?
Have you any idea, Frank?
Now, Jet, I told you that control room was familiar, the one we saw on the screen, but that's all.
And where's this Jack Evans? Why don't we see him?
Oh, he's supposed to be in another part of the ship.
But why doesn't he show himself?
And how about this business of joining the main fleet? Where do we join it and when?
Any minute, I should think, judging by the state Paddy's in.
We must get him to tell us more, much more. We should be able to find out enough about the running of this ship to be able to take over ourselves if we have to.
Why not take over the old Martian fleet and have done with it?
There's no need to be flippant, Lemmy.
Well, what about the Martian who's supposed to be sitting in his private suite somewhere on board? Is he going to let us do all that without raising a finger to stop us?
Oh, Paddy certainly seemed to think so.
Paddy, he can't even remember how long he's been up here. For all we know, he's talking out of his hat.
Yes, but he's our only hope. We must get all the information out of him that we can. Be ready to step into his shoes if we have to.
But Lemmy's right about that Martian. I wonder where he is.
Yeah, and I wonder if he knows we're here.
Well, why shouldn't he?
As soon as Paddy comes back, we'll ask him.
If that Martian knows we're here?
No, Lemmy, where he's supposed to be.
And then?
Well, maybe we'll pay him a visit.
Oh, blimey.
Paddy didn't come back. Where he had gone or why, we had no idea. Yet, in spite of his odd behavior, I felt somehow that we could trust this strange Irishman. The more I thought of it, the more certain I became that, although he was, mercifully, quite unaware of it, he had been away from Earth too long ever to be able to return. Perhaps it was this knowledge that made me feel sympathetic towards him. Or perhaps I was merely grateful for his apparent normality in the midst of these new and alarming circumstances. The past few hours had been so full of incident that we had had little opportunity to take stock of our situation. But now we had plenty of time, and I found myself thinking how sudden and, for all we knew, final, had been our transition from the Discovery to the huge mass of asteroidal rock on which we now found ourselves. Would we ever get back to Mars? Or would the Discovery remain, for all time, empty of human life? An ironic monument to all we hoped to achieve when we set out on our second trip to the Red Planet. Was Control, even now, still trying to call us? Or was all hope of contact already abandoned? We were completely cut off from home, helpless intruders on an alien world. A world, for all we knew, peopled by beings who, although our destiny lay in their hands, we might never even see.
Well, how much longer is Paddy going to be? He seems to have been gone for hours.
But the other times he left us, he wasn't gone more than a few minutes.
Can't we call him in some way? There must be some kind of intercommunication system in this place. How else could Paddy have spoken to you, Jet, when you and Lemmy were on your way down here?
Yeah, and come to that, how did you and Lemmy speak to us when we were still upstairs?
Well, we did it from the next room, where Paddy is now.
What sort of room was it?
Oh, just a small one. Had a control table with a small televiewer screen set in it.
Oh, a vision phone, you mean?
You might call it that, but although you could see the person you were talking to, they couldn't see you.
One-way system.
In vision, yes.
Which means you can watch and hear what's going on without whoever you're watching knowing anything about it.
That's it.
Then how do we know we're not being watched right now? By that Martian, for instance.
Maybe we are. But if that were the case, do you think Paddy would have been so keen to talk about his plans to get back to Earth?
That depends on whose side he's on.
Well, let's try calling him anyway.
Here, wait a minute.
Now what?
If he can hear us talking, he must have heard us talking about him.
Yeah, and about how, if he did set foot on Earth, he'd revert to his true age.
Which, if Doc is right, would be about 130 years.
I can't imagine he'd want to go back if he knew the truth.
Maybe that's it. He does know and doesn't want to.
Then why was he so excited at the prospect?
That's a point.
No, I don't think he did hear us talking.
Well, let's try calling him anyway.
Paddy! Paddy!
Paddy, can you hear us? Paddy! Come on, mate, answer us.
I don't think he's going to.
Well, what are we supposed to do? Just sit here until we're as old as he is?
No, we're not. How did he open that door?
There was a control at the side of it.
All right, let's go in there, see what's going on.
Come on, Frank.
Coming, Doc.
Well, she's opening all right.
The place is empty. There's not a sign of him.
Oh, I thought there was something fishy going on.
Yeah, but there's nowhere in here that he can hide.
Is this the control table you were telling us about, Jet?
Yes, Doc.
Yeah, it's the only thing in the room.
Where on earth did he go? He couldn't just disappear.
And if he was going to be away so long, why didn't he tell us, instead of leaving us waiting outside like a lot of mugs?
Maybe he didn't know he was going to be away for so long.
You mean somebody carted him off?
Hey, how about this?
What is it, Doc?
Another door. Where does it lead to?
I wouldn't know. I didn't notice it last time we were here. Did you, Lemmy?
No, Jet. I was so surprised at meeting Paddy, I hardly noticed anything.
Try opening it, Doc.
Okay.
So?
Try again, Doc.
And again. So?
No, it doesn't function.
What's that?
Hey, Jet, there's a visual telephone. It's warming up.
What brought it to life?
Well, Frank, he sat down and started operating it.
You've used one of these before, Frank?
Yes, Jet, I have.
Where?
Down on Mars, I think.
Hey, the picture on there. Isn't that the big hall where we saw all those carvings?
Yes, it is.
And that's where we first heard Paddy's voice. Yeah. He must have been sitting here watching us.
Can you get a different view of the hall, Frank, or is the camera fixed?
Wait a minute.
That's it.
Hey, listen. There's that singing again.
Then it must be coming from the hall.
Scan the whole place, Frank. Let's look at every corner of it.
Yeah, there's the Norman arches and the steps leading up. And there's that passageway.
And look, there are the singers.
Blimey.
and all dressed in boiler suits.
Just as those men in the big control room
Hey.
were.
Where are you going, Mitch?
Back into the other room. An idea just struck me.
Get after him, Lemmy. Bring him back.
Yes, Jack. Hey, Mitch, wait a minute, Mitch.
From the heart's bright soil of Luna to satin rainbow rings, in the hearts of lonely spacemen is the longing voice that sings. Let the cup I hold be empty, and let there be no mirth, till it be the day I'm on my way to the cool green hills of earth.
Yeah, just as I thought, Lemmy. The picture on that panel in there is the same as the one on the wall out here.
Yeah, it's like we were down in that hall ourselves. It's so realistic, isn't it?
Yeah, where are those fellas marching to? Or from, for that matter?
From that passage. The same one we came down to get here. The one outside. They must have passed right by our door a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, they've certainly passed out of range of the camera now. Come on, let's get back to the others.
Blimey.
Yeah, that's the signal for all doors to be closed.
Then what are we waiting here for?
Let's get back to Jet quick before we get shut off.
Mitch, Lemmy, where are you?
Coming, Jet. Come on, hurry, Lemmy. The door's closing.
I'm right with you, Mitch boy.
No, wait. You'll never make it.
Hold it, Lemmy. If you get caught in that door, you'll be crushed to pulp.
Oh, it's shut. And us on the wrong side of it. Jet, can you hear me?
No, of course he can't, Lemmy. The door's too thick.
Oh, crikey, now what?
The wall. The picture's changing.
Never mind about the picture. What about this door? How do we get through it?
But, Lemmy, look.
Eh?
Look at the screen.
It's turned into a mirror. Look, that is us, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubting that.
Hey, wait a minute. It's all cockeyed.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, look at it. We're facing the thing, but our images are turned sideways. Then when we turn sideways, the images in the mirror face outwards.
Yeah, of course they do. That's no mirror, Lemmy. It's a televised picture of us, and the camera must be on that wall.
I don't see no camera.
Oh, we didn't see any screen until the picture appeared.
Hello, Mitch, Lemmy.
It's Jet. Yes, mate. Can you hear us?
Yes, and we can see you, too. I think this panel would show us any part of this asteroid we wanted.
Well, how did you get us?
Well, Frank manipulated a few controls, and there you were.
He knows how to work that thing, then?
Yeah, but he doesn't know what picture's likely to turn up next. The fact that we picked you up first go was pure luck.
The door shut tight, Jet. What do we do?
This must be one of those safety measures that Paddy told us about when all doors have to close for a while. I don't think we need worry. You'll probably be able to open it again in a few minutes.
Well, let's hope so.
Why did you go rushing back in there, Mitch?
Well, I suspected that the panel you're operating must have something to do with the picture on the wall in here.
And does it?
Yeah, Jet. We saw the hall and the men walking down it as large as life.
We can see ourselves now. It's uncanny.
What did you make of those fellows, marching and singing like that?
I've seen Boy Scouts marching better.
Yes, Lemmy, but what about the song?
What about it?
Didn't you hear the words?
Well, not really. I was too intrigued by the men themselves. But what about the words?
Well, one line that kept cropping up was Green Hills, the Green Hills of Earth.
So what?
Green Hills were what Paddy chiefly remembered about Earth.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's nice. But what does it all add up to?
I wish I knew, but there must be some connection.
Has Paddy turned up yet?
No, we've not seen or heard anything from him. Frank's going to continue to manipulate this panel, see what else we can get. So don't be surprised if the picture on your wall changes.
And what about us? How do we get back with you?
Oh, don't worry, Lemmy. I'm sure we'll be able to open the door before long.
That's all very well, but I do worry. And so would you if you was in my shoes.
Well, keep trying the control from time to time.
Trying it. But it doesn't open. Oh, does that thing have to make that noise?
Apparently it does, so the quicker you get used to it and stop complaining, the better.
Well, what's that a picture of?
It looks like the surface of the asteroid. Here, it must be. Look, over there. There's one of the domes. Sleeping quarters, I suppose, like the one we were in.
It must be night outside again. Oh, it's just like we were really out there, isn't it?
Look at the stars. Yeah. Yeah, look at them.
What about them?
Well, they're dipping below the horizon.
So that's unusual.
Well, at that rate it is. This asteroid must be rotating.
Eh?
Yeah, Lemmy.
What for?
Well, there's only one reason I can think of.
Well?
We must be moving. We must already be on our way to join the main Martian fleet.
Oh, no!
Hello, Jet. Hello.
Jet!
No, he can't hear us, Lemmy.
But why not? He was talking to us a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago he was tuned into us.
But isn't there some way we can tune into him?
Yeah, there probably is, but what is it? Oh, well, let's try the door again.
Oh, it's working.
Come on, Lemmy.
You don't think I intend to stay out here alone, do you?
Hey, Jet! Mitch, are you all right? Yeah. Thank goodness that door's working again.
And what about that picture on the screen?
A view of the asteroid's surface. We're just about to see what else we can get.
Yeah, but haven't you noticed anything?
No, what?
This asteroid's rotating, and pretty fast, too.
What makes you think so?
Frank, switch back to the previous picture.
Yes, Doc.
There. Now, take a close look at it this time. Watch the stars near the horizon.
Land sakes, I think we are rotating. And judging from the direction in which the stars are traveling, the camera that picks up that picture must be situated somewhere near this asteroid's equator.
Is it possible to rotate that camera, Frank, as you did the one in the hall?
Well, I should think so. Try it, Doc.
Which is the control?
Same one as before. Now, that's it.
Turn it full circle, Doc.
The view in the other room's much better.
But there doesn't seem to be any way to control the picture from there. Everything seems to be done from this panel.
Oh, that's a fat lot of use, isn't it? What do? Keep rushing from one room to another all the time?
Well, I think under normal conditions there'd be an operator here permanently to produce pictures for the big screen next door on order. This little screen here is merely a monitor.
Hey, look, just coming into picture now.
Mars.
Doc, come with me.
Where are we going?
Into the next room. Keep that picture on the screen, Frank, and keep the camera rotating.
Yes, Jet.
Lemmy, you stand at the door.
Yeah.
If I want to give Frank any further instructions, I'll call you and you pass them on.
Right.
Mitch is right.
Certainly is. Mars never moved across the sky so rapidly when we observed it from that astro hatch upstairs.
I thought it strange that there was no sunlight.
Well, there will be soon, I bet.
Are we just rotating, or do you think, as Mitch does, that we're on the move already?
I wouldn't like to say. And it would take us some hours to find out just by sitting here gazing at that picture.
Well, we've got to find out, Doc.
Paddy would know.
Yes, but where is he? What's happened to him? And what if he never turns up again?
But why shouldn't he?
Well, why should he have disappeared? He said he'd be only a few minutes.
Maybe he had to go somewhere else, unexpectedly. He probably went through that other door.
But he wouldn't open.
Hey, wait. To enter this place, we had to go through two doors.
That's right.
And one wouldn't open unless the other was shut, just as in the airlock of the Discovery. It must be the same with the second door in there. For all we know, Paddy is on the other side of it and can't get back because that door we just came through is open all the time.
Very well, we'll go back in there and give it a try.
Okay, Jet, she's closed.
Very well, Doc. See if the other door operates.
Contact.
It does.
Well, where does it lead to?
We'll give it time to open, Mitch, and we'll find out.
Oh, another passage. This place must be honeycombed with them.
Well, of course, what else would you expect? This place can't be very dissimilar to our own lunar colony. And that's honeycombed with passages, too.
Well, what's the plan of action now?
I think we should do a little exploring. Try to find Paddy, at least.
But all of us?
No, Frank will stay here and keep working on that panel. From in here, it's probably possible to look at and communicate with every part of this asteroid. Now, it's up to you, Frank, to find out how. Do you think you can manage that?
I think so, Jet. All I have to do is to remember which combination of controls produces which pictures.
Well, Frank, you know how to tune into that hall, to next door, and to the surface for a start.
Hello, what's that?
It's the control room, the big one. First picture we saw.
Yeah, and there's that foreman, the one who asked for orders.
He's walking towards the camera.
There must be some means or other which tells him when his section is being watched.
There he is.
What are your orders?
You can hear me clearly and distinctly?
I can hear you.
Well, there are no orders at present. Just carry on.
Well, what's he standing there for? Oh, he's going. You know, for a minute I thought we was going to witness a little insubordination.
Turn it off, Frank.
Well, shouldn't we ask him a question or two?
Frank, turn it off.
What's the matter, Frank?
I don't know. I get a very uneasy feeling every time I see that place.
Yeah, what was the idea of turning the picture off anyway?
Because that fellow on it seemed surprised.
At not receiving any orders?
No, at hearing a strange voice.
He expected Paddy to talk to him, you mean?
Of course, but what could I do? He was filling the screen and demanding his orders, almost before I had time to think what to say.
Well, we can't worry about it now.
Well, while we're gone, Frank, do your utmost to follow us on that screen.
I'll do my best.
Mitch will stay here with you.
Sure, Jeff.
Doc, Lemmy and I will go down that corridor and see what we can find. Now, as soon as we've gone, close the door behind us.
What for?
So that if Paddy comes back by way of the next room, he can get into here.
Oh, all right.
Come on, Doc. And you, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
Now, once we're outside, Mitch, we'll bang on the door. If you can hear us, give a reply.
What's that for?
So that when we return, Mitch will know when to let us in.
And if I don't hear you knocking?
Then leave the door open. Paddy can find his own way home.
Come on, Lemmy.
Coming.
All right, Mitch. Close it.
Well, the door's not that soundproof. That's something.
Oh, let's hope they do find out something, or Paddy at least.
Now, Frank, let's get on with it. And the first thing to do is see if we can locate them on the screen.
The corridor down which Jet, Lemmy, and I walked seemed endless. Fortunately, it was well lit, which led us to think it must have been in fairly constant use, for the steps leading up out of the great hall to the asteroid's surface were left in darkness, except, or so we assumed, when the men who formed the crew of this great ship climbed them to reach their sleeping quarters. Occasionally, we passed openings in the wall of the corridor and could see the same kind of narrow, spiral stairways that were to be found in the great hall. But as these, too, were in darkness, we made no attempt to descend them. We must have walked for an hour or more, during which time we saw no sign of any living thing, human or otherwise, nor heard any sound, save that of our own voices and footsteps.
Oh, I don't think we're ever coming to the end of this place. We'll probably find we'll walk for a week and then end up where we started.
It must lead somewhere. Paddy must have come this way.
Not so far as this, necessarily. For all we know, he went down the first spiral staircase we saw.
In the dark?
He'd know how to put the light on.
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Look. The end is in sight. There's a blank wall way on ahead.
You mean we've come all this way to find ourselves in a blind alley?
Well, I'll answer that question when we get there. Come on. It's not the end at all. It's a T-junction.
Well, that makes a change anyway. Well, which way do we go? Left or right?
It looks much the same either way.
Except that both corridors follow a circular course.
In which case, it wouldn't matter which way we went. We'd arrive back here eventually.
I wonder why they're built that way. What the circle encloses.
Come on, let's see where the left fork leads.
Hey, Jet. Jet.
What the... That's Mitch's voice.
Hello, Mitch. Can you hear us?
Not only can we hear you, we can see you.
Well, how on earth did you manage that?
We've been tuning into all manner of things. Frank's really got the hang of this control panel now.
It's just a case of reviving what I already knew, Jet. The more I use it, the more I remember about it.
What else have you seen?
Well, there are 5 cameras up on the surface. 3 of them on the equator and 1 at each pole. There's no part of the heavens we can't bring into view. We can tune into any one of them at any time.
Are we still rotating, Mitch?
Yeah, we are.
Anything else?
Well, there are 3 other great halls besides the one we passed through. And we've been able to locate the sleeping quarters that each of them connects with. They're all up on the surface, too.
And we've now discovered how to look in on that control room without attracting the attention of the condition type in charge.
That's right. He'll only come running over to the camera if the sound system is switched in. But if you cut it out, you can watch him with impunity. And neither he nor any of the men with him seem to realize it.
That's a great comfort. I wonder who's watching us without our realizing it.
And there are at least 3 other rooms of a similar kind, all with condition types working in them.
Well, any idea what they're working at?
No, Doc. But 2 of the rooms are circular.
Eh? But this corridor...
And we passed through miles of corridors, via the televiewer, of course, before we finally caught up with you.
Well, now that you're here, why don't you stay for a while?
Have you any idea of our exact position, Mitch? The way we've come is twisted and turned so much we've lost all sense of direction.
No, I'm afraid not, Doc.
You wouldn't know if we're near any one of those control rooms or anything.
No.
Has Frank any idea?
No, Jet, I'm afraid I haven't.
Well, how about Paddy? Any sign of him?
No, I looked next door a couple of times, but he hasn't turned up yet.
Well, keep us in your picture if you can, and your sound system on.
Too right I will. We began to think we'd never find you.
Well, meanwhile, we'll keep going. We must come to something soon.
Okay. I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Come on, Doc, Lemmy.
Right.
Here we go again, round the bend. Hey, listen. That's a new noise, isn't it?
Now, what does that mean?
And where's it coming from?
Oh, I'd say from farther along the corridor, round the corner.
Come on, and take it easy.
Go back.
Hey? Somebody said, go back.
It is forbidden to come any further.
Sounds like a woman's voice.
No crew personnel are allowed in this section. Go back immediately.
A woman? Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no?
Don't you remember? Paddy told us he didn't know whether to call him a he or a she.
Good grief, yes. The Martian. The one that's on this ship. That must be him.
Go back.
That's all very well, mate, but where do we go back to?
No crew personnel are allowed in this section. Go back immediately.
You said that before.
It is forbidden to come any further.
He said that before, too.
Monotonous, isn't it?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go back.
Hello, who are you?
It is forbidden to come any further.
I think the idea is that we should turn back.
Well, I'm not turning back.
Eh?
There's nothing in sight. I don't see anybody. Why should we turn back?
Hello, Mitch. Mitch, can you hear us?
No crew personnel are allowed in this section.
Hello, Doc.
Go back immediately.
Mitch, do you hear that voice?
Yes, of course, Doc.
And you can see us?
Yeah, Jet, sure we can.
Can that vision phone go on ahead of us?
Well, I should think so. We've been following you easily enough for the last 10 minutes.
How far ahead are you?
About 30 yards.
Then keep that distance. We'll move on. If you see anything that might mean danger, let us know before we reach it.
No crew personnel are allowed in this section. Go back immediately.
Come on, Doc. And you, Lemmy.
Now, wait a minute, Jet.
Come on and don't argue. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, Jet. It's still clear ahead. Not that we can see very far with the corridor curving round the way it does.
That's strange. What was all the fuss about then?
Ah, goodness knows. But it must have meant something.
Well, we haven't heard that voice for some minutes now.
He must be getting ready to do us, that's why.
Attention.
Oh, blimey.
Hold it.
You have ignored the order not to proceed.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Personnel proceeding beyond this point do so at their own peril.
A cheerful character, isn't he?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go back.
I asked if you could hear me.
Go back.
The least you can do, mate, is answer a civil question.
Go back.
He wants us to go back.
Hello, Mitch.
Hearing you.
You're still ahead of us.
Yeah, Jet.
You have ignored the order not to proceed.
Why does he keep saying the same old thing?
And it's still clear, Mitch.
Yeah, Jet. Just the corridor following the same curve. You must have gone nearly halfway around the circle by now.
Personnel proceeding beyond this point do so at their own peril.
All right, you said that before.
There's no sign of anybody, Mitch?
No, Jet.
Go back.
Oh, shut up.
No doors or openings in the walls or anything like that?
Well, not that I can see.
Then we'll keep going.
We would.
Go back.
You think you should, Jet?
Why not?
Why not? Well, that Martian or whatever he has given all those warnings.
He's been doing that for 10 minutes or more. Nothing's happened to us yet.
Go back.
If he'd answer just one of my questions, maybe he would take notice of what he's saying.
I'm not so sure he's even hearing you.
But why not, Mitch? You can.
And what an odd voice he's got.
Voice? He sounds like a whole perishing choir.
You have ignored the warning not to proceed.
Why does he keep saying the same old thing?
Maybe that's the only English he knows.
Well, it sounds to me as though he just keeps repeating the same orders at regular intervals.
We go on, then?
Yes, come on.
Go back.
And what if we refuse?
He still isn't answering.
Go back.
Or is he?
Still clear, Mitch?
Yeah, Jet.
Go back.
Ah, go and eat Coke.
Hey, Jet. Jet, can you hear me?
Yes, Mitch.
You'll soon be coming to the end of this corridor.
Oh, then it doesn't go round in a full circle.
No, it doesn't. It leads to a wall with a door in it.
What kind of door?
Just like most of the doors we've seen in this place up to now. Big, hefty, and I should think airtight.
Is that where his nips is? Behind that door?
Now, how should I know? But take it easy, fellas. You'll be round to it in just a couple of minutes.
This is the last warning.
Aye, he's back again.
Go back immediately.
Who are you? Where are you? Why don't you answer us?
Go back.
Hold it. The door. There it is.
Yes, and there's another one in the side wall, and another one opposite.
This is your last opportunity to return to your quarters.
We have no quarters on this ship, mate. We're stowaways.
Doc, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
Well?
Wait here. I'm going on alone.
Eh?
I'm going to examine that door, the one facing us. If anything should happen, it's best that it happens to only one of us.
Well, watch it, Jet.
You think I won't, Mitch?
I've already had a close look at that door on the screen up here.
Well, do you see how to open it?
No, there's no control of any kind that I can detect.
If you did, you couldn't operate it from up there. I'm going up to that door now. I don't intend to touch it or anything near it until I've looked it over thoroughly.
Very well, if you must.
Here I go.
Go back immediately.
Answer my questions, and perhaps I will. Who are you?
Go back.
No, I shan't.
Well, is that the door now?
What do you see, Jet?
Nothing much, Doc. It's as smooth as glass, just as all the other doors are.
Blimey, what's that?
Captain Morgan! Captain Morgan!
And who's that? That's no Martian.
Don't touch that door!
Jet, look out! Don't touch it!
Too late, he's done it.
And something's happened to him. Come on, Lemmy, quick!
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me? Hello? What on earth happened, Frank?
Well, I don't know, Mitch. As soon as Jet approached the door, that noisy signal came on and the picture cut out.
He did reach the door, didn't he?
Yes, he actually touched it, and then he seemed to recoil from it violently.
Well, try and get that picture back, for Pete's sake. We must find out what happened.
Well, I'm doing my best, but this thing doesn't seem to respond. Oh, wait a minute. Here's something.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Oh.
That's not a picture of the corridor.
No, it's that control room again.
Now, tune it out quick before that foreman, as Lemmy calls him, starts asking for his orders.
Right.
You did tune it properly, Frank.
Well, I think I did.
Well, have another go.
Hey, this is a place we haven't seen before.
What the?
What's that?
That must be one of the hangars or whatever the Martians call them, where they store their spheres.
Yeah, but look at that one in the center. Look at the size of it. I've never seen a sphere that big before.
Well, neither have I. Surely that must be used for bigger flights than just ferrying from a close orbit down to the Martian surface.
Well, it must be.
Rotate the camera, Frank. While we're here, let's have a good look round.
Yes, but what about Jet and Doc?
Well, it's just for a few seconds. We may never find this place again.
All right.
Yeah, it's shaped like a colossal bow. See if it has a roof.
Right.
No, it hasn't. There's the sky. Those spheres are stored in one of the craters we saw out in the surface.
Well, is every crater filled with spheres, then?
I shouldn't think they're all big enough for that.
Do you want to see any more?
No, but we must remember to tell Jet about this. Maybe that we can find our way up to that place sometime. That big ship, if it's controllable, might be just the thing we need to get away from here.
Yes, but we don't even know on what part of the asteroid that crater's situated.
Well, Paddy might know. He'll tell us.
Yeah, he might, if he ever comes back. And always assuming Jet will be in a fit condition to go looking for it.
Look, try that thing again. See if you can find that corridor. If we can tune into other places, we should be able to tune into that. Hey, that's it, isn't it?
Yes, at last. There's the door, the one Jet touched.
Yeah, but where is Jet? Or Doc and Lemmy, for that matter. That corridor's empty. They've disappeared.
Mitch needn't have worried. It was quite true that when he finally found the corridor in which the door leading to the Martian quarters was situated, Lemmy, Jet, and I had gone. But we had not been spirited away, nor overcome by any strange creature that had emerged from the room. The moment Jet collapsed, Lemmy and I, of course, ran to his aid. He lay unconscious on the floor, and nothing I could do would rouse him. Jet! He must have received some kind of shock when he touched that door.
What, an electric shock, you mean?
Something like that.
Now what? Oh, look out, Doc. That door, it's opening.
What?
Not that one, the one behind you.
Paddy!
I told him not to touch that door.
You were a bit late with your advice, mate.
Well, pick him up and follow me.
Where to, Paddy?
Through here. We'll take him down to sick quarters.
Right. Sure thing. Pick him up, Lemmy, and don't touch that door.
It wouldn't matter now, anyway.
What do you mean it wouldn't matter?
Well, touch it and see.
Not me, mate. You carry out your own experiments.
You think I'm telling a lie? Now.
Hey?
Now do you believe me?
Well, but when Jet touched it, it knocked him cold.
Didn't you hear Nicholas give you a last warning?
Nicholas?
Yes, the Martian. Who did you think it was?
But what's his last warning got to do with that door being harmless now?
Well, it's like this, you see. No asteroidal personnel are supposed to come along here.
So old Nick was saying.
If they do, they get a warning to turn back. If they keep going, they get another. And then if they haven't gone back by that time, the door comes alive and a warning sounds all over the ship. And I come running up here to get the victim.
Victim?
Well, I call him that because by the time I get here, he's touched the door and he's lying flat on his back just like Captain Morgan is now.
And the door?
The shock apparatus switches itself off just as soon as I get here.
How many others have touched that door?
Only 2. They never do it again, and the next time we touch down on Mars, they're taken off the asteroids and put to work in the factories.
Oh, why's that?
Because no fully conditioned personnel would dare disobey Nick's orders. They would turn back long before they got to the door.
And if they don't?
It means their conditioning must be wearing off and they're no longer considered fit for asteroid crew work. Up here, when an order is given, it is obeyed.
Paddy.
It must be.
Paddy.
Yes.
Have you ever tried going through that door?
I've got better sense. If just touching it can lay you out, what must the result of going inside be?
You've no idea what's in there, then?
Oh, yes. Nicholas. He's in there. I told you, there's a Martian on every asteroid, and that's where he lives.
But he never comes out, and you've never seen him.
No, no.
Then how can you be sure he's in there?
You heard him talking, didn't you?
That's not proof that he's in there.
He certainly didn't reply to any of our questions.
Martians don't answer questions. They give orders, and they expect them to be obeyed. Nick's in there, all right. You can take it from me. Now, do we take Captain Morgan downstairs, or do we leave him lying down there all day?
Pick him up, Lemmy.
Yes, Doc. Out. Now, there we are.
Come on, then. In you go. Straight down the slope and turn left. That's it. Now bring him in and lay him on one of the beds.
Is this the sick quarters?
Yes.
You don't do much business here, do you?
Now, what do we do about Jet, Paddy?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Just let him lie quietly for a while until the effect of the shock wears off. It usually takes, about a half hour or so.
I see.
We just have to be patient, like.
Patient is right where you're concerned.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, what do you think we were doing up there outside that Martian's door anyway?
Looking for me.
How did you know?
Well, I knew that if I didn't return to the televiewer room, you wouldn't just sit and wait.
Well, you said you wouldn't be gone for more than 5 minutes.
Well, really, I didn't intend to be. Fact is, after I left you, I was called down to the main control room.
Well, you might have told us.
I hadn't the time. I had some very important things to attend to.
Well, what things, Paddy?
I had to get the ship underway.
What?
Yes, it's true. We've been traveling through space for more than 2 hours.
Hey?
We're on our way to join the main fleet.
And when do we meet them?
Oh, I don't know. But you can bet your life it won't be long from now.
And then?
And then when the whole fleet is assembled, we start out for Earth.
What?
But don't worry about that. I'm sure neither Nicholas nor any other Martian knows of our plan to appropriate a sphere to make a landing on Earth ourselves.
It's not that worries us, mate.
Oh?
No, Paddy. We don't care if we never get back to Earth.
Huh?
So long as we can prevent that invasion taking place.
But you can never stop them now. Nothing can stop them.
Jet came to about 15 minutes later. The shock he had received didn't seem to have caused him any physical harm. All he remembered was approaching the door and putting his hand on it. Then he said he thought he received a severe blow on the back of the head. A blow, or so he described it, curiously without pain. The next thing he knew, he was lying on the bed. Anyway, Jet soon forgot the door and the way it had treated him when he learned the news that the asteroid was on its way to join the rest of the Martian invasion fleet. He bombarded Paddy with questions, but the Irishman could tell him nothing except that we'd been underway for several hours. He didn't even know in which direction we were traveling. All he knew with certainty was that as soon as we'd kept our rendezvous with the other asteroids that formed the fleet, we would be on our way to Earth. We soon realized that Paddy really had little idea of anything other than his duties aboard the asteroid. Everything on the ship was so designed that it could be controlled by men with the most elementary training, and there seemed no more to running the ship than manipulating a few controls and levers. But if Paddy could give us little information, there was a lot we could find out for ourselves. With this aim in view, we returned to the great televiewer room, where we projected a picture of the asteroid's surface and the surrounding sky onto the giant screen. The three-dimensional picture was so vivid, so realistic, that it was difficult to believe that we were not gazing at the fascinating scene through a great hole in the wall. As the asteroid rotated, once every 4 hours or so, we saw the whole heavens revolve before us. Mars, the Earth, and Jupiter with its 12 attendant moons all passed across our screen in their turn. We watched the awe-inspiring picture for hours, and with the aid of improvised instruments, hasty calculations, and, I must admit, not a little guesswork, we finally arrived at a rough estimate of our speed and position.
60,000 miles an hour? But that's fantastic.
Only twice as fast as the speed Discovery was capable of.
Yet I hardly noticed any acceleration, Jet.
Of course not. It must have taken us hours to reach the final speed. The Discovery does it in a matter of minutes.
What about that course?
Well, that's the biggest shock of all.
Why, we're going to Earth, aren't we?
No, Lemmy, we're not.
Eh?
So far as we can tell, and our calculations are very far from accurate...
Well?
We're heading in exactly the opposite direction.
But where to?
At a rough guess, I'd say Jupiter.
Jupiter? Oh, no.
Yes, Lemmy.
You mean we're not going back to Earth at all?
Not at the moment, we're not, Perry.
But how far is Jupiter from the Earth?
Its mean distance is roughly 390 million miles.
And we don't go anywhere near Earth to get to Jupiter.
For a man in charge of the biggest spaceship you can imagine, you don't know much, do you?
Oh, why should I? Sure, before I came up here, I didn't even know Mars was a planet. I thought it was a star. But I'm not as bad as the rest of the crew. They think they're still down on Earth.
Now, listen carefully, Paddy.
Yes, sir?
Have you ever been out as far as Jupiter before, or heard of any other asteroid that has?
I did hear of an expedition going out to start a colony on one of its moons.
Oh?
Yes. When the Martians decided that they'd have to leave their planet, they thought a Jovian moon would serve as a new home for them, like.
Well, what happened?
Oh, it was too cold. Or the atmosphere was too thin or something. Anyway, the idea was abandoned.
And they decided to invade Earth instead.
Oh, I suppose so, yes.
Then why should this asteroid be heading out towards Jupiter?
Oh, I shouldn't think it's going all the way. It must be heading for the asteroidal belt.
What for?
Maybe there's a new ship just being completed.
A new ship?
A new asteroid like this one.
Oh.
You know, it takes 10 years to dig into an asteroid this size, install all the equipment and convert it into a ship.
You mean every time the Martians need a new ship, they convert a minor planet from the asteroidal belt?
Where else would they get them from? The Martians have to live somewhere. Their own planet can't support them anymore. At least not on the surface. Or so I've been told.
And when did they get the idea of colonizing the Earth?
Oh, I don't know. They've been getting ready for it for years and years. Long before I got here.
And it must be a long time.
Lemmy.
Wow.
Or maybe the invasion fleet is assembling in the asteroidal belt.
If they are, there's no guarantee that this asteroid is going with them.
Oh, don't say such things, Captain Morgan.
But I am saying them, Paddy. The fact is, you're not sure what the ship is doing or where it's going.
Well,
For all you know, the invasion fleet has already left.
Yeah, but...
And if it has, we must warn Earth.
And how do you propose to do that?
Well, this thing carries a radio, doesn't it?
Not that I've ever seen.
But it must, Paddy.
Why should it? Nobody here has ever any need of one. The only people I ever communicate with are on the ship. And I can speak to them over the intercommunication system and see them, too.
And what about that Martian? The one that gives you orders? Where does he get his orders from?
Oh, no.
Yes or no?
They must come from outside the ship. Either from another asteroid or from Mars itself.
Yes, I suppose so. But if they do, Nicholas's radio machine must be where he is.
It would be.
A fat chance of using that, then. Even if we had any idea of how to operate it, which we certainly haven't.
What do we do, then? Build one for ourselves?
We have a perfectly good radio on the Discovery.
But that's down in the Mare Australis, on Mars.
Paddy, you've got to stop this ship. Turn it round and head back to the Red Planet.
But I can't. Only Nicholas knows how to do that.
You're quite sure the orders come from him?
Yes, I do.
The ship is not controlled from outside, by remote control?
No. Nicholas receives his orders from outside and then decides what orders he has to give according to those he receives.
Well, what orders would he give to stop this asteroid and set it on course back to Mars?
Oh, now, that wouldn't be easy. It's quite a complicated business. When the time comes to stop, I'm giving orders all the time, passing them on as fast as I receive them.
And you receive them from Nicholas?
Yes, of course.
How?
Over the intercommunication system. But he doesn't tell me what the instructions mean.
I don't understand.
Surely. Well, now, what I mean is, he just spouts out a long string of orders. I don't know what results they would produce until it actually happens.
But the same order must always produce the same result,
Oh,
Paddy.
it does, yes, yes.
Can you remember any specific one?
Oh, there's a powerful lot of them. Well, I remember a few.
Could you stop this thing? Just stop it?
Yes, I could.
Fine. Then do it.
Now?
Yes, go ahead. What do you do first?
Well, I don't do it exactly.
Then who does, Paddy?
Nicholas,
But you just said you could do it.
Well, what happens, you see, is Nicholas comes on and tells me to stop the ship.
And then?
Then I tune into main control and tell them, like, to stand by.
Yeah?
And then when we're ready, I press the little button in the control panel here.
Control, Section 1, Operator 2D, Panel A, red, depress. Panel A, blue, depress.
That is the Martian.
The orders you hear now would slow the ship down.
Is that a recording?
Of course. But it makes no difference to those condition types down in the control section. Recording or no recording. Whatever they hear him say, they do.
Can I hear him now?
Oh, no. He can't be heard beyond this room at the moment.
Have you anything else?
I have, yes.
Stabilizing procedure. Control, Section 1, Operator 1C, Panel 2, green, depress. Operator 2B, Panel 3, blue, release.
And so on and so on.
How is that voice reproduced?
On here.
What's that?
The recorder.
Well, the next time Nicholas gives any orders, I want you to record them, every one.
What for?
Because playing back the tapes might well give us a clue as to how the ship is propelled and how to control it.
But why bother? Nicholas handles all that kind of thing anyway.
Because, Paddy, by listening to his orders repeatedly, by learning what they do, we could almost certainly learn how to control the ship ourselves.
Now I wonder why I didn't think of that.
I wonder.
Have you anything else on there besides slowing down and stabilizing routines?
Indeed I have. Listen.
From the heart's bright soil of Luna to Saturn's rainbow ring.
Oh, that choir. So that's where that singing has been coming from.
Do you like it?
What's the idea?
It's the rebel song. I composed it myself.
Oh, did you know?
Well, you can't lead a rebellion and not have a rebel song. I have it played over to every part of the ship, at least once in every 24 hours. I order the men to sing it whenever they're marching to and from their living quarters.
But what do you hope to achieve by that, Paddy?
And doesn't the Martian realize what you're doing?
Oh, that's the funny thing. He doesn't seem to mind at all.
Have you talked to him about it?
Oh, no. I told you before, he's not a man you can talk to. He does the talking. He never listens to what anybody else has to say.
So we discovered.
What else have you got on there?
Well, we've got manning the bays routine.
The
and
bays?
The sphere bays, where we keep the spheres.
Oh.
The ferry ships that go down to the Martian surface. Shift changeover announcements, sphere crew assembly.
Haven't you anything but routine stuff? Or is everything the Martian would ever want to say already recorded?
Oh, no, no.
Then what orders does he give? In his own voice, I mean.
Well, he sets speed and course and gives orders concerning anything else outside normal routine.
But you wouldn't know how to do that. Set a course, I mean.
Oh, no, no. It's far too complicated for me to understand, and I don't do anything unless ordered to.
All right, Paddy. Stop the ship.
Huh?
Go on, it's an order.
But Nicholas hasn't ordered it.
I realize that. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Terrible things might happen.
Why should they?
I've never done anything like this without being told.
Frank?
Yes, Jet?
Tune into control section.
Right.
Now, wait a minute, Captain Moore.
I thought you were a rebel.
I am, but...
Well, the rebellion's beginning quicker than you thought, mate.
But I didn't plan anything like this. All I wanted to do was to get back to Earth.
Then what was all this talk about you running this place? And old Nick only thinking he did.
That was only big talk to impress you. You see,
Okay, Jet, control section, and the fella in charge is coming over for his orders.
Tell him, Paddy. Tell him to stand by to slow down the ship and to stop.
I daren't.
What are your orders?
Go on, Paddy. He's waiting.
No, you don't know what you're doing.
What are your orders?
Here, Jet, leave this to me.
No, Lemmy, listen.
Stand by to slow down ship.
Orders not understood.
I said stand by to slow down ship. Is that clear? I mean, is that clear?
Orders received and understood.
Oh, well, that seems to have done the trick.
Hadn't we better give the order?
Yes. Now, which control was it, Paddy?
Now, wait a minute.
Which
now,
one?
That one. That's it.
Attention, attention.
That's it, all right?
Control, Section 1, Operator 2A.
Hey, third table from the left. You see that fella sit up there?
Yeah, that must be Operator 2A.
Panel F, green, depress.
And he's doing it.
Listen to every order. Watch every move.
Operator 3C, Panel 3, blue, release.
Operator 3C, second from the right.
Doc, Do you feel anything?
A tendency to lean over to one side.
We must be decelerating. It's working.
Operator 4D, panel H, red, release.
I'll say it's working. I can hardly keep my feet.
Operator 4C, panel J, green, release.
And the rate of deceleration must be on the increase. It's not easy to remain upright.
And what's that noise?
That humming, you mean?
Yeah, Jet. I haven't heard that before.
No, neither have I.
And it's getting louder.
Paddy, what does that noise mean?
Oh, look at him. He's gone as white as a sheep.
Paddy.
The ship.
What about it?
I think it's out of control.
But how can it be? All we did was give the order to slow down.
I've never felt this sensation before.
It's because of the deceleration. It must be extremely rapid.
This is the first time I've ever noticed it.
Paddy, look out!
Oh, he crashed into the chair. Has he hurt himself, Doc?
Wait till I go to see him, I'll tell you.
Watch out you don't lose your own balance.
Paddy.
That must have knocked him cold.
Attention.
Oh, blimey, now what?
Emergency.
Emergency? Then there must be something wrong.
You didn't think this was the normal course of events, did you, Lemmy?
Well, how should I know? I've never been on a Martian asteroid before.
Doc, how's Paddy?
That fall must have hurt him. I can't rouse him.
Attention, emergency.
Then do something about it, for Pete's sake. Oh, no. Music at a time like this.
Lie down, Lemmy. Mitch, lie down.
Operator 2A, panel J.
Now what's he spouting about?
Depressed.
Lemmy, look out!
Oh!
Operator 4B, panel Z.
Lemmy, are you all right?
Green, release.
Lemmy!
Don't worry about him, Mitch. Look out for yourself. Grasp the control table. Hang on.
I can't reach it.
The pressure's getting stronger.
Everybody's sliding across the floor.
Watch out for the wall, Mitch. You'll crash into it. Watch out.
Oh, me head.
You all right, Lemmy?
I caught it a terrible clunk against the wall.
Emergency.
Emergency is right. I've got a bump as big as an egg.
You're lucky it's no worse than that.
I couldn't help it, Jet. I lost me balance and went sailing across the room.
Emergency.
You should have hung on to something.
Now he tells me.
How about you, Mitch? You all right?
Yeah, Jet.
Frank?
I think so, Jet. Me too, Jet, but Paddy doesn't seem to be.
Get over to him, Doc.
Doing it.
Well, at least the pressure's gone down. We must have stopped now.
Well, how could we? Out in space, nothing can remain stationary.
I realize that, Mitch. What I meant was we were no longer being propelled. We're now in a natural orbit round Mars. Or the sun, maybe.
Emergency. Stabilizing procedure to be put into operation immediately.
Hey, Jet.
Yeah, Doc?
Be careful when you get up. It's not easy to walk.
Oh? Oh, don't worry about it now. Tend to Paddy. We need his help. Everybody else get up. Get over to the control table.
Emergency. Stabilizing procedure to be put into operation immediately.
Why don't you do it then? Whoa!
Steady, Lemmy.
What's going on? The ship's rocking like a ship in a heavy sea.
Paddy.
Hello, Doc.
You all right?
No. I hurt me back. And my legs. I can't feel them.
Oh. Well, lie still. Don't try to move. You took a nasty fall.
What happened, Paddy? What went wrong?
Emergency.
Ah, shut up.
Stabilizing procedure. Tell control section.
Frank, see if you can get them.
Right. The ship's unstable, but she's settled down. Stabilizing instructions should have been given before we stopped.
All right, Jet. Control section. I've got them.
Oh, blimey, and look at the mess down there.
Half the operators are on the floor.
And there comes the supervisor. He seems to be all right.
What are your orders?
Tell him, stabilizing procedure, stand by.
Stabilizing procedure, stand by.
Orders received and understood.
What now, Paddy?
The control, on the panel. Third from the right. Press it.
Contact.
Stabilizing procedure, control, section 1, operator 3B, panel C, blue.
We'll be all right now.
What was wrong?
The ship was rocking on her axis, wobbling like a top.
Take it easy, Paddy. Lie still.
Oh, there'll be the devil to pay for this. I told Captain Morgan it was dangerous to try anything without the Martian giving the order first.
I don't see why, Paddy. The procedure to stop the ship must be the same, whoever gives the order.
Maybe, Jet, but how can we be sure? Maybe that Martian has to carry out some kind of operation at the same time as the men in the control room. That's why it's so necessary for his orders to be followed and timed so accurately.
Well, we certainly upset his calculations this time. Maybe he'll even come out of his hole to see what went wrong.
Attention.
Aye, talk with the devil.
Damage to installations may be extensive. All injured personnel are to be removed to sick quarters. Remainder of ship's crew are to remain at their posts until further notice. Repeat, remain where you are. Stand by.
Stand by. What for?
He's taking stock of the damage. If the ship's unfit to continue our voyage, we'll have to stop here.
What, stuck between Mars and Jupiter? For how long?
Oh, until another asteroid comes to take off the crew while the damage is being repaired.
That might take years.
Yes, Lemmy, it might.
And what happens to us meanwhile?
Oh, you'll be taken off with the rest.
Back to Mars?
Almost certainly.
Well, that's what you wanted, Jet. Now maybe you're satisfied.
As prisoners, Paddy?
Unless the asteroid comes here as rebels aboard like me. If not, you'll be conditioned and put to work.
Things haven't worked out quite as we planned, have they?
I feel pretty bad about this. Why should you? We had to stop this thing, didn't we? What are our chances of getting back to the Discovery otherwise?
And damaging a Martian asteroid shouldn't worry you.
No, it's not that. I don't care if it's wrecked beyond repair. It's Paddy. He's badly hurt. And lots of these condition types down in the control section seem to be hurt, too. And how many more in other parts of the ship?
Yeah, I know how you feel, mate.
But if you'd known this would happen, you'd have avoided it.
Of course I would.
Well, what's more important anyway? Wrecking this asteroid or getting the information about the invasion back to Earth?
Mitch, there might have been some other way of doing it.
What?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, snap out of it, Jet. You can't be blamed for this. You did your best under the circumstances.
Yeah.
If it went wrong, it's no fault of yours.
Of course not. We've got enough trouble already without you piling up more for yourself.
Well, we certainly have. Look, now we've brought this thing to a stop, as you might say. How do we get it back to Mars?
Yeah, and how about that Martian?
He may have chosen to ignore us up to now, but our stopping the ship may have made him change his mind.
You mean he'll take steps to prevent our doing any further damage?
Well, of course. Wouldn't you, if this had happened in the Discovery?
I certainly would.
Attention.
Aye.
Damage to the ship is superficial,
Well, that's something.
but the voyage will not be continued. Number 734 will remain in its present orbit until asteroid 786 arrives.
Asteroid 786? What's that?
Well, Paddy might know. Let's ask him. How is he, Doc? Can I talk to him?
He's in a bad way, Jet.
Oh.
I've got to get him someplace where he'll be more comfortable.
But can I talk to him now?
Go ahead, but be quick.
What's wrong with him, Doc?
He's injured his spine, Lemmy. He might even have broken his back.
Oh, no.
Paddy,
Hello, Captain Morgan.
you heard that announcement just now.
Yes, yeah.
What did it all mean?
Exactly what it said.
I mean, about the asteroid.
Oh, it'll come.
How long will it take to get here?
Maybe a few hours. Maybe a few weeks. It all depends on where it is.
It travels about a lot, you mean?
Yes. Ships sometimes go wrong. 786 puts them right.
It's a kind of space breakdown wagon.
Yes, you might call it that.
Well, who'll be on it, Paddy?
Oh, mainly breakdown and construction engineers.
Condition types?
With unconditioned types in charge of them to tell them what has to be done.
Tell me, Paddy, who knows we're on this asteroid besides you?
Jack Evans. It was his idea that we picked you up.
And Nicholas, the Martian?
Oh, I don't think there's anything he doesn't know.
Then he must know why the ship came to such a sudden stop.
Oh, of course, yes.
And he'd have told the crew aboard 786.
Yes.
Yet he never mentions us. He's never done anything to keep us in check. He made no attempt to stop us slowing the ship down.
I was supposed to keep you in check.
Will any action be taken against you because you didn't?
I'll never command an asteroid again and never get another chance to go back to Earth. I'll be taken off this ship as soon as 786 gets here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paddy.
Don't be sorry for me. You've got to look after yourselves. You must get away from this ship. Get back to Mars.
But how?
Jack Evans. Find him.
Where is he? You've talked of him often, but he's never put in an appearance yet.
He's in charge of Spheres and Spheres personnel. His headquarters are on the far side of the asteroid. He seldom comes over to this section.
How do we get to the far side of the asteroid?
Oh, it's not easy to find unless you know
Jet.
the way.
Yes, Doc?
Let Petty rest for a while.
Yes, but Doc,
We must get him down to that dormitory below.
the sick quarters?
Yeah.
But won't there be others there? You heard what the Martian said.
What of it? They'll all be condition types, won't they? Probably won't even notice us.
No, Doc, I don't like it.
But he can't stay here on the floor.
What if we brought a bed here?
Well, that would be better than nothing. But where from?
From the sleeping quarters. Lemmy?
Yes, Jack?
Could you find your way up to that dome, the one we woke up in?
I think so.
Then I want you to go up there and bring down one of the beds.
What, on me own?
I'll go with him, Jet.
And what if we meet any of those condition types?
Then we order them to get out of the way.
Eh?
They won't know any better than to do as they're told.
All right, Mitch. Come on.
You know the way back?
Of course. Through the main hall and up the flight of steps behind that Norman arch at the far end.
Good. Then hurry.
Right. Aye. The door doesn't function.
Try it again.
No, it doesn't open. This must be one of those bits of superficial damage old Nick was talking about.
Try the other door.
But can we get up to sleeping quarters that way?
I don't see why not. Paddy can probably direct you.
I'll ask Doc if I can talk to him.
Now this door opens all right. Well, Mitch, which way do we go?
Straight down the corridor and down the first flight of steps we come to.
Those steps were pitch dark the last time we went past them.
Now, according to Paddy, a light will come on the moment we set foot on the top step.
Oh.
Away you go, then. But be careful and hurry back as quickly as you can. We'll try to follow your progress on the vision phone.
Right.
That's no good, Lemmy. We're lost, hopelessly lost.
But we followed Paddy's instructions.
Oh, we think we did. We've gone wrong somewhere.
Well, we'd better go back and start again.
Yes, if I knew which way to go, I'd be glad to.
Well, we just can't keep wandering aimlessly on. Who knows what we're bumping into?
Well, let's keep going. Maybe we'll bump into some familiar place.
Oh, we must have been walking for hours now.
And yet we haven't met a soul.
Here, wait a minute.
Well, what's up?
This place is familiar.
Oh?
This corridor. It's curved.
Well?
Well, don't you remember? It was at the end of a curved corridor that we came to the place where that Martian was supposed to be.
Well, that's fine. The door to the left of it leads back to the Great Hall. Once we reach there, we'll get our bearings. Come on.
That's funny.
What is?
We should have been warned to turn back by now.
Oh?
In fact, we got this far when we had the second warning last time.
Then the door must be just round the corner.
Then slow down, Mitch.
Ah, we haven't time to slow down. We've been gone too long already.
Yeah, why doesn't Jet contact us on that vision phone? He said he would.
He said he'd try. Maybe that's not working either.
Oh, look.
Struth.
The door. The Martian door.
And it's wide open.
Maybe that's why we had no warning to turn back. But we don't need it, do we?
Why not?
We're going back, aren't we?
No.
Hey?
This is the chance we've been waiting for.
What chance?
To see just what that Martian does look like, and to meet him face to face.
You mean we're going in there?
Well, why not? We may never get the opportunity again.
Well, if you say so.
Come on then, and keep your eyes open.
They've never been open wider. Blimey, Mitch, it is dark, isn't it?
Yeah, there's just enough light to see by.
But only just. Yeah. Hasn't this place got a roof?
I must have, but it's too high for us to see it. Stop a minute.
What's that?
Let our eyes get used to the gloom.
Don't Martians need light to see by, then? Everywhere else on this asteroid is lit up as bright as day.
Listen.
Huh?
Don't you hear anything?
No?
A deep hum? I feel it rather than hear it. As though the floor were reverberating.
Oh, yes, Mitch. Now you come to mention it, I do.
What was that?
Mice.
Seemed to come from deep inside this place.
Maybe it was Nicholas gnashing his teeth.
Are you seeing any better now?
Yes, Mitch, I am.
What can you see?
Well, I can see a big, square-shaped mass, as big as a house.
Yeah, me too. Come on, and mind where you step.
Why, what's on the floor?
Nothing I know of. I just want you to be careful, that's all.
Oh. Here, we'll look a couple of chumps if that Martian isn't in here after all.
Now, why shouldn't he be?
Well, the door was open. He might have gone out.
Paddy said he never left this place. He'd never been known to come out.
Paddy thought this asteroid was joining the invasion fleet and heading back to Earth. Oh, it's enough to give you the creeps, isn't it? What am I saying? I've got them already.
There's that humming again.
And the floor, it's shaking like a leaf. And now it stopped. It stopped when that clicking noise came on.
Careful, Lemmy. We're almost up to that great box-shaped thing.
Oh, crikey.
That's the warning for all the doors to be closed.
Does that include the one we just came through?
It certainly does. It's closing already.
Stay where you are.
Hey?
Don't move.
Who was that?
Attention, attention.
Well, that's the Martian.
Control personnel, Section 2. Operators 3A, 3B, and 3C report to control Section 1 immediately. That is all.
Oh, I should think it is all in all. Sounded as though he was shouting right in my ear.
Yeah, then he's in here all right. He can't be more than a few yards from us.
But who was that geezer who spoke first? That wasn't the Martian.
Hello? Hello?
He told us to stay where we were and not to move.
Hello? Anybody there?
You may proceed.
Aye?
It is quite safe now.
Aye? Proceed? Where to? We can hardly see a thing.
But whatever you do, don't touch the coordinator.
The what?
The big square construction directly in front of you. Go round it.
Oh, if you say so, mate. Which way, right or left?
It doesn't matter.
Here, Lemmy. This way.
Hey, listen. Those noises are coming from inside that thing.
Never mind that. Who's that talking to us?
You've got us into a fine mess, haven't you?
Who, us?
Who else?
Why, what have we done?
Well nigh wrecked the ship, that's all.
Hey, wait a minute, Lemmy.
Now what?
That voice. It's strangely familiar.
Eh?
I'll swear I've heard it before.
But how could you, Mitch?
Next time he speaks, listen carefully. I'm sure you'll think the same as me.
How observant of you, Mr. Mitchell.
Do I know you?
You seem to think so.
Oh, if it comes to that, so do I. Mitch, it's... No, it couldn't be. It's impossible.
What happened to Paddy Flynn?
Yeah, now, wait a minute, mate. We've got to clear this thing up.
Answer my question. What happened to Paddy Flynn?
He was injured when we decelerated.
Badly?
Doc thinks he might have fractured his spine.
What are you doing up here?
We were looking for a bed.
You expected to find one here?
We lost our way. The door leading out from the Vision phone room in the Great Hall was jammed.
Paddy told us to go the long way round, and we got lost, and here we are.
So you leave him lying there and decide to do a little exploring?
Well, we were lost anyway.
Weren't you warned not to come into this place?
Not this time, we weren't.
How did you get through the door? It should have knocked you cold.
It was open.
Was it? Well, that's something else for 786 to attend to when it gets here.
Look, who are you and where are we supposed to be walking to?
This coordinator, as you call it, might be as tall as a house, but it's as long as a street. When do we get to the end of it?
Attention.
Oh, he's here again.
6 quarters. 2 men to go to main telephone room at once.
Isn't that where Jet and Doc are?
Pick up supervisor of control, section 1. He's badly injured, that is all.
Yeah, wait a minute. What's going on?
You want Paddy to be looked after, don't you?
Well, of course we do.
Well, you don't seem to have done the job very well yourselves, so I attended to it for you.
But it was old Nick who gave the order. I thought he was supposed to run this place.
That's right. He does.
And where is he? That's who we came in here to find.
He's as tall as a house and as long as a street.
Eh?
You're walking by him now.
You mean this thing, this coordinator or whatever you call it, is the Martian?
Not really. That's only his brain.
Bighead.
You will have walked the full distance soon and have passed him.
Well?
When you have, you'll see an open door in the wall that faces you. Behind it is a flight of stairs that lead up to the surface. Climb them.
Well, we can't go out on the surface. We've got no helmets.
They're up here. I have them.
You think of everything, don't you?
I have to. That's my job.
He wouldn't be kidding us, would he, Mitch?
I don't think so, Lemmy. Here are the steps, just as he said.
Oh, yes. Well, it's nice to see a little light again, I must say.
It's even lighter up here. The sun's shining.
I know your voice, I swear I do.
Then why not come up here and see if you know my face?
Have you got a face?
You'd better come up and see for yourself.
Come on, Lemmy. We've got to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
All right, Mitch. Away you go. I'm right behind you.
When Mitch and Lemmy left us, we expected them back within 20 minutes. However, when after an hour they hadn't returned, we began to get worried. We tried to pick them up on the Vision phone, but with no success. Half the places we had been able to materialize on the screen before no longer appeared, in spite of Paddy's instructions on how to manipulate the controls. We could only conclude from this that the Vision phone, like other installations in the ship, had suffered some damage. Either that or somebody was deliberately preventing our contacting Mitch and Lemmy for reasons best known to themselves. And then, to the amazement of all of us, we heard the Martian announce that 2 asteroidal crew members had been detailed to pick up Paddy and take him down to sick quarters. Not long after this, the same voice indicated that the men were on their way and that we would get ready to let them in. The Martian also made it clear that to try to prevent the detail from taking the Irishman away could only result in dire consequences for us and for for Paddy.
You have been warned. When personnel from sick quarters arrive, you will let them in immediately.
What do we do about this, Doc?
That depends on whether Paddy can get expert attention down in those sick quarters.
But surely the asteroid doesn't number doctors among its conditioned personnel?
That I shall find out. If we do decide to let those conditioned types take him, I'll go with them. And I won't return until I'm satisfied that Paddy's in capable hands.
But, Doc, how capable can men be who walk about in a constant hypnotic state?
Well, the Martians find them capable enough.
Yeah, but I don't like the idea of your leaving here. We've heard nothing from Mitch and Lemmy, and they were only going up to sleeping quarters.
Oh, I can take care of myself.
Yeah, Mitch and Lemmy thought the same.
Now, don't let him go. We don't even have to let these fellows in here if we don't want to.
How can we stop them?
By keeping open the door into the main televiewer room. The door leading out of here won't open unless that's closed.
And if Lemmy and Mitch get back, how do we let them in?
They'll bang on the door as arranged.
Very well. If Mitch and Lemmy return first and bring the bed with them, maybe I'll reconsider.
Hey, there's somebody trying to get in now.
It must be those zombies from sick quarters. Mitch and Lemmy would have banged on the door first.
Attention, attention.
The Martian. Now what?
Open the door immediately.
And what if we refuse? I said, what if we refuse?
Doc.
Yes, Frank?
Paddy. He looks most peculiar.
Huh? Good grief.
Captain Morgan.
Jet, that Martian's calling you by name.
Well, I'm listening. What do you want?
Paddy Flynn is seriously hurt and he needs medical attention at the earliest opportunity. You are preventing him from receiving it.
No, we're not. We don't want it to fall into your hands, that's all. If we open the door, will you allow Doc to accompany Paddy and guarantee Doc's safe return to us? Do you hear what I said?
Jet.
Yeah?
No matter what he says, Paddy must be removed from here and quickly.
Oh, well, why?
He's in a very bad way now. He's not even conscious. Maybe they can do something for him down there, and if they can, they should do it as soon as possible.
Dr. Matthews may accompany Paddy Flynn. We guarantee he will not be detained anywhere on the asteroid against his will. He may return to you whenever he wishes.
Well, that settles that, doesn't it?
Yes. And we know for certain now that the Martian is not just a voice on a piece of recording tape. Frank, close the inner door and let those men from sick quarters in.
Right.
Take care, Doc. Now I know that Martian has a real existence, I trust him even less.
Okay. Inner door closed.
Thanks. You can tune to sick quarters, can't you, Jet?
No, Frank can, anyway. But we must also use that vision phone to try and track down Mitch and Lemmy.
Well, look in on me occasionally if you can, and I'll let you know how things are going.
Very well. And, do your best for Paddy, Doc.
Of course, but I don't hold out much hope for him, I'm afraid.
It's no good. We've examined every inch of corridor from here right up to sleeping quarters and back. There's no sign of Mitch or Lemmy.
But where could they have got to?
Oh, goodness only knows. Shall I start again?
No. Tune into sick quarters. See if there's any more news from Doc.
Oh, there he is. Coming over to the camera now.
Hello, Jet. I was hoping you'd come on soon.
Well, Doc, how is he?
There's no need to worry about him anymore.
You mean he's...
Yes, Jet. There was nothing we could do.
Well, how about his age? How long had he been up here?
As long as we thought. Nearly 100 years. He would never have gotten back to Earth. The Martian, or whoever he was, kept his word. I was allowed to return to where Jet and Frank were waiting without hindrance. As I expected, I had found ample medical facilities and sick quarters. Also, a conditioned type who, I assumed, had received medical training down on Earth. But, judging by the old-fashioned methods he used to treat Paddy's injuries, I gathered that he, too, had left Earth many years before. He did not resist any orders I gave him and seemed only too willing to allow me to supervise Paddy's case. There was nothing either of us could do to save the Irishman. I remembered how Webster, the man who was injured in the fight in the underground factory down on Mars, had died from injuries far more superficial than those Paddy had received. Losing Paddy was a great blow. We had all come to like him, even though we'd known him for only a few hours. It was with a heavy heart that I returned to Frank and Jet, only to find that Mitch and Lemmy were still missing. We didn't know then that at that very moment they were climbing the steps that were to take them to the owner of the voice who had spoken to them when they entered the Martian's quarters.
Come on, Lemmy, and take it easy. Don't worry, Mitch, boy. I'm in no panic. Here, I'll power up this staircase to the geezer live.
Not very far.
Oh, well, thanks for the information, mate. Aren't there any lifts in this asteroid?
Lifts are something it never occurred to the Martians to build.
That's probably because they never had to do any walking about themselves.
Precisely.
Eh?
You hit the nail right on the head, as you might say.
Hold it, Lemmy.
Huh?
The door. That must be it.
Oh, blimey.
Now be ready for trouble.
You think I'm not?
And here goes. Well, don't stand there. Go on in.
Hey, I don't feel well.
Oh, come on. We got to meet him sometime.
Yes, Mitch.
Hey, what place is this?
Oh, it's some sort of lookout tower. Built high above the asteroid's surface.
Yeah, but what's all this equipment?
Oh, never mind the equipment. Where's the geezer?
Oh, there's nobody in here.
First we have a Martian who's only a brain. Now we have a bloke who's only a voice.
Come on, he said he was here. Let's look around. And don't go touching anything.
As if I would. But there's nowhere he could hide here. Except under that table.
Well, there's nobody under it.
Of course not. There's nobody in the room but you.
But where are you, and what is this place?
Lemmy more or less told you.
Hey?
You might call it a lookout tower. You can see every part of the horizon from here. The walls are transparent, as you can see.
Yes, we can, mate. But what happens when the sun comes up? We'll be burnt to a cinder.
No need to worry about that. The harmful rays are filtered out by the walls, just as they are by the air down on Earth.
Oh, yeah. We could do with something like that in the Discovery. Save using the televiewer all the time.
Why don't you sit down? Make yourselves comfortable.
Oh, I didn't know this was a social call.
Who are you?
Yeah, why don't you show yourself?
I intend to, but would you mind closing the door first?
What, the one we just came through, you mean?
Yes.
All right, close it, Lemmy. Let's get this over.
Contact.
Thank you.
Well, where's the door he'll be coming through, Mitch?
Over there, I suppose. It's the only other door I can see.
Oh, and here he comes. The door's opening.
Hello, Mitch. Lemmy. Nice to see you again.
Blimey. It's the lunar controller.
Surprised to see me?
We both thought we recognized your voice, but we couldn't see how it could possibly be you.
Well, last time we saw you was down on the Earth's moon, just before the Discovery took off for Mars.
How did you get here?
Don't you remember? As you took off, a fleet of Martian spheres landed near the lunar colony.
That's right. Well, no, I wrecked the takeoff. We only got away by the skin of our teeth.
You were lucky to get away at all.
Eh?
The spheres were late. They were due to arrive 3 hours before.
You mean you were expecting them?
Of course.
But how'd you know they were coming?
Well, you saw them yourself. From the observation dome. You were watching the sunrise, remember? It was you and Jet Morgan who drew my attention to them. And very grateful I was for the information, too.
But just seeing them didn't mean they were going to land.
To me, it did.
Eh?
You mean you had advance information?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, Lemmy?
Are you trying to tell us you've been working with the Martians all the time?
Yes.
And that the lunar controller, one of the highest officials in Space HQ, is a traitor?
Now, I wouldn't go that far, Lemmy.
Well, what else are you, then? No wonder every move we made was known. No wonder that condition geezer picked us up in an official car and took us down to Hindhead, instead of the airport, where you were supposed to be waiting.
No wonder at all, really.
You and all your talk about there being conditioned types planted in Space HQ. It was you that planted them there.
Of course.
And then you have the nerve to allow us to take off from Mars again. Find out all you can about the invasion. Why, you big... You knew about it all the time.
I had to get you off the Earth. I nearly succeeded with that phony chauffeur, but you were too smart for me. So I had then to let you get at least as far as the moon. Nobody on Earth, in Space HQ, or anywhere else could possibly suspect that I had any other interest at heart than getting the Mars fleet safely on its way.
Well, you certainly fooled us. We trusted you to do just that.
But it was never intended that you should get away safely.
Eh?
Just before takeoff, the spheres from the fleet of Martian asteroids were to have arrived, overcome the lunar colony and all the personnel, including you.
And why didn't they?
I told you. They were a little late. And before they appeared, your rocket motors had been fired. The Discovery and the 2 freighters had to take off then. I really should congratulate you on getting away at all, without any further help from lunar control.
And what happened to them?
They were easily overpowered. They were all hypnotized, conditioned, as you call it, transferred to the spheres, later up to the asteroid, and then to Mars. They got there some 3 months before you did. I believe they're all getting along very nicely now.
And What about the 2 ships that were sent up from Earth to investigate the lunar colony's failure to answer radio signals?
A skeleton staff of specially trained personnel were left behind to deal with them. The crews of those ships are on Mars too now.
And the ships?
They're still back there on the moon, on the launching ground. They were not damaged.
And what about the colony now?
There is no such thing. Now the Earth is no longer sending ships to the moon. The place has been evacuated.
How about the Earth itself?
100,000 conditioned personnel have been landed to date.
Eh?
They are there, living among normal people, just waiting for the invasion to start. They know exactly what to do when it does. Taking over the Earth will be an easy matter. 90% of the population won't even know what has happened. There'll be no bloodshed, no fighting.
But how could you avoid it?
Quite easily, Mr. Mitchell.
That still doesn't tell me how.
When you were back on Earth, did either of you ever watch television?
Of course we did.
You can't get away from it. It's in every home.
Yes, in every home. In the telecinemas, restrooms, works canteens, schools, hospitals, restaurants.
Look, I don't see what this has to do with conquering the Earth.
Television is the most important weapon at our disposal.
What are you talking about, chum?
Surely you haven't forgotten the famous hypnotism incident of 6 years ago.
Professor, what was his name?
Brewer.
Yeah, Brewer, that's it. Gave a lecture on hypnotic medicine. Yes, it was relayed throughout the British Commonwealth.
What, you mean that geezer who puts people to sleep just by looking at them and talking to them from a televiewer screen?
Yes.
Am I likely to forget it?
You'll remember that Professor Brewer had incredibly strong powers as a hypnotist. He had only to stare fixedly at the camera for a few minutes and speak in his soft and soothing way to have half his viewers falling asleep.
That's right. Didn't take more than a couple of seconds in some cases.
Professor Brewer had spent some years on Mars.
What?
Before he was taken to the Red Planet, he was an ordinary medical student. But on Mars, he was conditioned, trained as a hypnotist, and returned to Earth to practice his art and make a name for himself.
And he certainly made one, but I wouldn't like to repeat it here.
His appearance on TV on a worldwide link-up was engineered by us.
You mean you fixed it all?
Of course. We wanted to carry out a little experiment. It worked beautifully. And if it worked so well with a trained Earthman, you don't need me to tell you how it'll work when a Martian, to whom hypnotism is commonplace, carries out a similar telecast.
Oh, blimey.
But how far do you think he'll get? The moment the first reports of the effect of Brewer's talk reached the television authorities, he was cut off.
Yeah, and in any case, the cameraman went to sleep. And for the last couple of minutes, the only view people got of Professor Brewer was his knees.
The cameraman won't go to sleep next time. People already conditioned will be unaffected and will carry on as they normally would.
You mean you've got conditioned types planted in all television organizations?
The world over.
But every station in the world won't necessarily carry the picture?
Oh, yes, they will. It has all been arranged.
But how's a Martian, especially if his brain is as long as a street, as you say it is, going to get into a studio without being noticed?
He doesn't need to. At the time of the transmission, he will be in an asteroid like this one, poised above the Earth. Then, every station in every part of the world will suddenly tell its viewers to stand by for an announcement of worldwide importance. They will be told to bring as many people as possible to the receiver. This, they will be warned, is an international emergency.
And can't you just see them, sitting there with their tongues hanging out, not wanting to miss a thing?
And then it will happen. The regular program will be replaced by the one from the asteroid. It is estimated that everybody watching the screen will be conditioned within 2 minutes.
And then?
And then, they will be in a condition whereby they cannot fail to do exactly as they're told. And they will be told to carry on life much as before, to go to work, run their homes, and obey the orders of the local supervisors, who by then will have taken over and have things well under control.
Blimey. Even Big Brother's Big Brother didn't think of going that far.
But surely these people will know something must have happened to them?
Not in the least. They'll never realize life was any different. They'll imagine things are quite normal, as they've always been.
Slaves of a television screen.
They're hardly less than that now.
And what about the people who won't be watching?
There are bound to be some, I grant you.
Well, won't they realize the rest of the populace has suddenly become abnormal?
On the contrary. By then, it will be they who are the abnormal ones. It's all a matter of comparison, you know. The majority consider themselves normal, so to be in a minority is to be abnormal. You may be sure that the majority will soon try to bring the rest into line, and they will be fully briefed as to how this can be done. They will merely have to inform the local supervisor or his representative. All abnormal people will then be rendered normal by conditioning.
And what if they're immune to it? Or want to carry on their lives in the way they always have and don't want to change?
I have no doubts arrangements have been made for such people.
Oh, bet they have and all.
And how long have you been a supporter of this happy project?
Since before I was returned to Earth, 5 years ago.
You mean you were on Mars before?
Yes.
You're a trustee.
That's right. And for that, I am to be rewarded with the post of supervisor to the London region. One of the most important positions a man could wish for.
And what good will it do you?
It will be a comfortable life. Once the whole world is under Martian government, there'll be no wars, no hunger, no unhappiness.
No, you think not?
Why should there be? With people properly organized, obeying orders because they can't help it, not having to think for themselves because it's already all worked out for them, why should they be unhappy?
And why should they be happy?
What is happiness but the absence of unhappiness?
Well, I like to be happy in my own simple way, thanks. I don't want it all organized for me.
But if you are unaware of it, what difference does it make?
I think it makes a lot.
Is a poor child playing with a stick and a paper ball any unhappier than a rich child with a complete cricket outfit?
A child doesn't know any better.
Precisely. And neither do conditioned types.
But we're not conditioned, and neither are the people down on Earth, yet. Or are they?
No. The invasion is close at hand, but it hasn't begun.
Then why don't you ask the folk down on Earth what they think of your plan to make them happy? Give them a choice while they still have the chance.
I don't plan this invasion. I'm merely helping to effect it.
Lemuel.
What was that?
You heard me, you big...
Lemmy,
Lemmy, well...
Calm down. Losing your temper isn't going to help.
And you are helpless, Lemmy. Make no mistake about that. So you might as well accept it. There's nothing you can do to stop the plans for the invasion being put into action. So, if you have any sense, you'll listen to my proposition.
I've heard enough, thanks. You can keep your proposition.
And that goes for me, too.
A pity. Men like you and Jet and Doc would be so useful to us. You could gain much from cooperation.
Well, we ain't feeling cooperative. Now, do you want to make something of it?
Very well. Maybe you'll change your minds later.
Not me. Now, if you don't mind opening the door, we'll get back to Jet. He must be getting worried about us.
I'm sorry, but that can't be permitted.
Eh?
Now, wait a minute.
Neither of you can leave this room.
You mean we're prisoners here?
Yeah.
In effect, yes, you are. Unless you care to think again about cooperation.
We've thought about it, and the answer's no.
Very well. Then you'll have to stay here. When 738 arrives, I'll have you transferred to it.
And then what?
You'll be taken back to Mars. Maybe a few years in one of the factories down there will make you wish you'd changed your mind.
Oh, no.
All right, Frank. Try once more. If we don't find them this time, we'll organize a search.
Yeah.
Well, there it is, the Great Hall.
Scan the place from end to end.
Roger.
What's the point? We've covered the whole route between here and the sleeping quarters a dozen times.
Well, once more can't hurt.
Oh, nothing. Do you want a close-up of the foot of the staircase?
Yes, please.
Well, there it is, in darkness, just as before.
Well, then they can't be up there. Hattie distinctly told us if anybody used the stairway, the light would automatically come on.
But once they reached the room, it'd go out.
Only if they closed the door behind them. And Lemmy and Mitch wouldn't have done that. They didn't intend to remain longer than a few moments that it would take to collect the bed and head back here again.
What could have happened to them?
Well, they could have got lost. Paddy said that from here, the way to the sleeping quarters was rather complicated.
But he gave them the fullest directions. And if they did miss their way, all they had to do was turn round and come back. They must have been gone for at least 2 hours now.
And if we go and search for them, and they return meanwhile?
Well, one of us will have to stay here. You'd better, Frank. You and I'll go, Doc.
Very well, if you say so.
Try to follow us on that vision phone, will you?
Well, I tried to follow Lemmy and Mitch, but he doesn't seem to receive all the places he did before.
Well, do your best just the same.
Well, of course, but find them soon. I'd hate you and Doc to get lost as well.
If Paddy was right, it shouldn't be possible to get lost. He controlled only part of the ship, and he said it was almost impossible to pass from one section to another without the Martian's permission.
Well, let's hope he's right.
Come along then, Doc.
Look, hadn't we better try the other door?
Why? Nothing happened the last time we tried it.
Well, it's the quicker way, and it might be working.
Very well. Nope, still out of action. We'll have to go the other way. Come on.
The directions Paddy had given Mitch and Lemmy, and which Jet and I now followed, seemed simple enough. But we soon found them to be totally inadequate, and it wasn't long before we were lost in a maze of corridors. We could well understand now why Mitch and Lemmy had not found their way back to the room in which we had first found ourselves awake. There was no word from Frank, so we could only assume that the vision phone of the control panel, where we hoped he was still sitting, was incapable of being tuned to whatever part of the asteroid Jet and I were now unwillingly exploring. We were in a long, winding, well-lit corridor, similar to the one where we had first heard the voice of the Martian. It was so similar that for a while we both thought we knew where we were, but as we progressed and no warning voice told us to turn back, we soon realized we were mistaken.
Hold it, Doc. Oh, this can't be the way. There should be a set of those spiral steps leading out of here.
Should have been on the right, about 50 yards after coming down that slope.
That's if Paddy's instructions were correct.
Well, I doubt if they are.
Yeah, so do I.
Well, maybe we'd better go back to that big junction.
Where the 4 corridors meet?
Yeah.
Well, Paddy said it would be 3.
Well, that was the only junction we've seen up to now, and it was 4, all identical in appearance.
Well, let's go back there. We'll take another way this time. Come on.
Say, this is the place, isn't it? The junction, I mean.
I would have thought so, but there are only 3 corridors here.
But we couldn't have got lost in that short distance.
Unless we took a wrong turning on the way back.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, there are certainly only 3 corridors meeting here. They couldn't have rebuilt them since we were here last.
Perhaps we'd better retrace our steps again.
If there was only somewhere marking the way we'd come. We don't even possess a pencil between us.
A large ball of string would be even more useful. Well, what are you doing?
Seeing if I can make a mark on the wall with my boot.
Well?
No. Goodness knows what that wall can be made of. I can't make even a scratch on it.
This could be the 3 corridors that Paddy meant, I suppose. The ones we should have passed originally.
In which case, assuming we came down that one, we should take the center of the 3 passageways facing it.
Right, let's do that.
Come on, then.
But we were still no better off. The stairs we had hoped to find did not appear. The corridor forked twice in a very short time, and then again assumed a circular course, but in the opposite direction to the one from which we had just retreated. And then we heard a sound that made us instinctively flatten ourselves against the wall. Not that doing that helped us much, but there was no openings of any kind in which we could have hidden.
What do you make of that, Doc?
Sounds like a drum. Or a piece of machinery.
Nice. It's marching feet.
What?
Well, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is. Not far off, either.
Should we retreat, do you think? About 100 yards back, there was a flight of stairs. Maybe we could hide there.
No point. Here they are. Just coming round the corner now.
Yes. Conditioned types. Look at them. Like men sleepwalking, looking straight ahead, neither to right nor left.
Doesn't seem to be anybody in charge of them. I wonder where they're going.
When they get level with us, we'll find out.
Well, how?
You'll see. They're nearly level with us now. I'll approach the one on this side of the front rank. Stop. There. See what I mean, Doc?
What are your orders?
Where are you going?
To Sphere Bay number 5.
What for?
It must be made ready to receive the sphere from asteroid 738.
That's the one that's on its way here.
When is 738 due to arrive?
I do not know.
Well, who'll be in that sphere when it does get here?
I do not know.
Well, who told you to get the bay ready?
Orders were received, and orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
I've heard that before somewhere.
But don't you know who gave you the orders?
Orders must be obeyed without...
Yes, we know all about that.
Hey, Jet, just a minute.
Yeah?
That bay Mitch saw on the vision phone, the one with the huge sphere in it.
Well?
Well, according to him, it was built into a crater up on the asteroid's surface.
So?
And if those men are going to the bay, they'll have to go outside where there's no atmosphere.
But all they're wearing are their crew suits. They couldn't go outside in those.
Yes, then they must collect some kind of spacesuit first.
Well, what if they do?
Well, don't you see? Look, we've been without helmets ever since we came aboard this ship. Why were they taken from us?
To prevent our going outside. What other reason could there be?
But why try to prevent it? We couldn't do any harm just walking around on the surface. No. There can only be one reason. They wanted to be sure we wouldn't wander into one of the sphere bays, because if we did, we might well board one of those spheres and make off with it. They're easy enough to control, as Lemmy and I found out when we escaped from that flying doctor.
And if these men are going outside, they'll need suits, of course.
Of course. Come on, let's follow them. We may find where the suits are stored and find our helmets among them.
All right, Doc, we'll fall in behind. Now, you...
What are your orders?
You will proceed to Bay 5 and carry out the orders already given to you.
Orders received and understood.
All right, Doc. Come on. Let's see what a little conducted tour brings forth.
Jet and I walked alongside the group of men. We passed through at least a mile of corridors, occasionally climbing flights of steps and walking up slopes which brought us nearer and nearer the asteroid's surface. At last, we came to a huge circular door. Without hesitation, the man Jet had spoken to approached it and pressed the control. Immediately, there came the now familiar rasping sound of the warning for all doors in our section of the asteroid to be closed. A few moments later, the door opened to reveal a great hall, similar to the one we had passed through when we first left the room in which we had been confined. The difference between this hall and the other was that instead of a corridor being at the far end of it, there was another airtight door, similar to the one we were now passing through. There was also a number of smaller doors set in the side wall. The first door closed behind us. Then the men split up into fours and made for some of the smaller doors. Jet and I followed the men who had been at the rear of the column. When the door for which they were heading was reached, one of the men opened it. He and his 3 companions went inside. Jet and I followed, then stopped in surprise at the sight that met our eyes.
Come on, Doc. Let's get inside before that door closes and locks us out.
This must be a storeroom for spacesuits. Do you think our helmets are up here?
If that hope we have of finding them if they are, it'll take us hours to explore this place.
Hey, wait a minute. Those condition fellows, they're taking 4 of those suits to pieces.
Yes, they're going to put them on. We'll do the same.
And go outside?
Well, why not? Nobody should recognize us in these get-ups, and we may learn quite a lot that will help us to get away.
Well, I'd rather find out how to locate Mitch and Lemmy, but... Okay, what you say goes, Jet. I'm with you.
And let's hurry up, or those fellows will be out of here before we're even dressed. Now, keep a close watch on them. Put every piece on in the same order as they did.
You bet.
Well, so far so good.
Yeah, they're putting their helmets on now.
Okay, watch how they do it. We'll put ours on, too.
Right, here goes. This suit feels so stiff, it's like being enclosed in a suit of armor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, quite clearly. These suits must carry radio.
But where? And where does the oxygen supply come from? And what do we do if it runs out?
Well, it must last as long as it'll take those fellas to do whatever they have to do outside.
And they're going.
Fall in behind and stay close to them.
Right.
And even more important, stay close to each other.
Attention! Attention!
Martian. Sounds as though his voice is right here inside my suit.
All personnel are to assemble at the Sphere Bay airlock immediately.
Well, that includes us, Doc. Come on. We'll join the end of the main column.
All personnel will now enter airlock.
Come on, Doc. Well, there's no turning back now. The inner door is closing.
What's that?
They're exhausting the air out of here before opening the outer door. This is when we find out if we put those suits on properly.
The airlock is now exhausted and outer door about to open.
And these suits must be okay.
Thank goodness for that.
And there goes the outer door.
All personnel will proceed orders as instructed. On completion of tasks, you will return to the airlock. That is all.
Here we go, Doc. Come on.
It is a crater, with dozens of spheres parked on its floor.
Yes, and room for dozens more.
Look, there's the big one that Mitch told us about.
Could be. Stick close to the working party, Doc. We should get a good chance to look this place over.
Stick close to them, you say? They're splitting up and going in different directions.
Oh.
Well, what do we do? Follow just one of them?
No point in that. We'll go our own way.
Huh?
No, not too far. Just up to that big ship. I want to get a really close look at it. Well, it doesn't seem to be any different from the smaller spheres. Not from the outside, anyway.
Do you think it's operated in the same way?
Probably.
In that case, we should be able to get inside merely by pressing this control.
We certainly can. Anybody watching us?
Not that I can see.
Very well, let's get inside.
Right.
The construction of this sphere seems to be exactly the same as the smaller ones.
And the control panels are identical, too.
Which means it needs only a few men to operate it.
Yeah, but how about navigating the thing? How about food and water? And, always assuming we get the ship off the ground, where do we head for?
For Mars and the Discovery. At least we can contact Earth from there.
If Control is still listening, they may have given us up as lost.
Well, we've seen all we need to down here. Let's get up to the next deck, see what's up there. Open the door into the central pillar.
Right.
The stairs leading up should be behind it.
Contact.
Well, the ship has 4 decks, carries a captain and a crew of 8, is well stocked with food and water, and seems to work on exactly the same principle as the smaller spheres.
Well, I think we've seen enough for now. Let's hope Frank was taught to be a crewman on a ship like this, as Paddy says he was.
If so, the mere sight of that control room downstairs should bring back to his mind all the training he received when he was conditioned.
Yeah.
Operating it should then be simplicity itself.
It should be, yes.
Well, let's get outside again, see what those condition types are up to. That's strange. I can't see anyone.
Well, let's get back to the airlock. Maybe we'll catch sight of them from there.
Right. I wonder when that sphere from 738 is due to arrive.
Do you think we might see it land?
Well, I'm rather hoping we will. It must be fairly close now.
Jet!
Yes, Doc?
The door leading inside the asteroid. It's closed.
Good grief, so it is. Come on.
Take it easy. Don't run too hard, Jet. Jet! Is it closed? Tight?
Yes, Doc. We can't open it. It's remote controlled. We're stuck. Stuck out here on the asteroid's surface.
Well, what do we do now?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Who on earth are you calling?
That Martian. We heard him distinctly enough.
Well, it doesn't follow that he can hear us.
Well, why not? Must have been him who closed the door. If he hears us calling, he might open it. Hello? Hello?
Why should he?
Well, supposing we really were conditioned, he wouldn't want to leave us out here, would he?
Maybe not. But not being conditioned may well prove our undoing.
How?
Those condition types obey orders down to the last letter. They were told to do whatever they had to do and then return to the airlock. The Martian must have known when that would be, and he closed the door accordingly.
But none of them could have been out here for more than 15 minutes. They could hardly have carried out their work in that time.
That depends on what their work was.
They were supposed to prepare the bay to receive the sphere arriving from asteroid 738.
But who knows what that entails?
I'd have thought they'd have waited for the thing to land, at least.
Well, they didn't. And here we are, stuck in this crater with no idea how long the oxygen supply in these suits is supposed to last, nor when that door is likely to open again.
Well, we won't starve and we won't suffocate. If we have to, we can camp in that big sphere.
But look, what about Mitch and Lemmy and Frank? How do we let them know where we are?
That is a problem.
And what if that sphere from 738 does land?
I hope it does. The door's bound to open to let the crew in.
That depends on who's aboard.
We must get up to the surface.
Climb out of this crater, you mean?
Yeah. Frank is probably trying to locate us. If he tunes into the surface, he's far more likely to see us if we're up there than if we're stuck down here.
It won't be an easy climb. The walls of this crater are pretty steep.
But quite rough on the far side. I think we might find enough footholds over there.
What if our oxygen supply does run out?
Oh, we don't have to climb any higher than the crater rim to give Frank a chance of seeing us.
Okay, let's go over there and begin climbing.
Doc, what would you estimate the diameter of this crater to be?
Oh, roughly, I should say about 1,000 yards.
Oh, nearly there now, Doc. Made it. Give me a hand.
Right, but take it easy. I don't want to go sailing up into the sky.
You ready?
Yep.
Now. There.
Thanks. Well, here we are. This asteroid's exactly like a miniature moon. This crater must be one of the largest on it.
Do you think it's natural, or has it been dug out specially?
Well, it looks natural enough to me.
Floor's very smooth, though.
No doubt they had to do a little work on that.
You feel okay, Doc?
Yeah, why shouldn't I?
Oh, just wanted to be sure, that's all.
Say, wait a minute. Look.
What?
Well, over there. What's that?
like some kind of control tower.
Yeah.
Pretty tall, too. Some of it lies below the horizon, out of sight.
What can that be for?
Search me. Upper part seems to be made entirely of glass.
And there's a light burning in there.
Do you think there's a way into that place?
From outside, you mean?
Yeah.
There's a chance.
But who'll be in it?
Well, if it's condition types, we've no need to worry. We can order them to let us in.
Meanwhile, Mitch and Lemmy were, of course, still in the main control room, for that's what it turned out to be, with the lunar controller. You'll remember that when they refused to cooperate in the Martian plan to invade the Earth, the controller refused to allow them to leave the control tower and return to the main televiewer room where Jet and I had waited in vain. The central control room in which they found themselves was a large circular room built on the top of a high tower, not unlike a colossal lighthouse, but with a much greater diameter. It was full of gadgets of all kinds, including a vision phone, just like the one we had been using, which enabled the operator to view and talk to any part of the ship at will. This tower was, in fact, the asteroid's nerve center, like the bridge of a colossal ocean liner. The underground control suites could be compared with the ship's engine room, although their tasks were far more numerous, and, if the asteroid's flight was to be correctly maintained, had to work in perfect coordination. The coordinators were, of course, the Martians. All this was explained to Mitch and Lemmy by the lunar controller, who, although he would not give them their freedom, treated his prisoners politely and did not hesitate to answer their questions as to how the ship worked.
It seems to me that you run this asteroid, that you're the captain.
Well, perhaps first mate would be a better description.
And who is the captain? Jack Evans?
I am Jack Evans.
You?
But Paddy Flynn told us Jack Evans was a rebel, like he was.
Paddy Flynn was a good asteroid crewman, but he was a fool. He thought he could get back to Earth. He didn't realize just how long it was since he had left it.
You knew he was a rebel and you did nothing about it?
I knew his plan could not succeed. He intended to do nothing until we reached Earth anyway, and by that time he would have been safely locked up and out of harm's way.
And meantime, you let him believe you were a rebel too.
It kept him happy, and a happy man works well. He had as much chance of leading a rebellion on this ship as you have of getting back to Earth.
Thanks very much.
But what about that rebel song he taught the crew?
What about it?
Well, wouldn't their singing it make any difference to them?
The crew of this asteroid are all conditioned. You could teach them to sing a song in Chinese and they'd sing it, if they were ordered to.
Yeah, but that song mentioned the Earth. Didn't that have any effect on them, remind them of the planet they were native to?
Mr. Mitchell, to a conditioned type, Mars is the Earth. They are all under the impression that whenever they touch down on Mars, they have reached home.
And just like those so-called sheep farmers on the Argia Desert. They thought they were in the Australian outback.
It's no more than a state of mind. Where you believe you are, you are. If Lemmy were conditioned and I told him that the surface outside was the commercial road, he'd believe it.
Right.
It would be just like the real thing to him. He wouldn't know any better.
Well, what about that Martian? Is he a state of mind, or does he really exist?
To the conditioned types, he does. He did to Paddy. Paddy never knew about this place. He'd never been in it.
That still doesn't answer my question.
Most of the orders you hear that voice give are definitely Martian.
But what about the geezer who gives the orders? What is he?
I told you. He is a colossal brain.
Nothing else?
No.
If I could see in that big box downstairs, what would be in there?
A mass of electronic equipment, far beyond your or my understanding.
Is that what a Martian consists of, then? A mass of electronic equipment?
On this ship, it does.
And how about the voice?
It emanates from the same place. It's produced by electrical impulses.
But it seemed to have the power to think.
It has. In much the same way as the computing machines down on Earth, or the one you carry aboard the Discovery. Although that hardly amounts to more than an abacus compared with the one aboard here.
So it's not a Martian at all, just a colossal electronic brain.
Which you operate.
To a great extent I do, but I also receive my orders from
What
it.
do you mean? Something you're in charge of, a machine, tells you what to do?
Yes, and I have better sense than to disobey.
Oh, blimey.
Would it know if you disobeyed?
Yes, it would.
And who built this thing?
It was assembled by condition types, specially trained for the work.
But who designed it?
The Martians. They design everything, but they use condition types to do the manual labor.
Oh, regular lords of the manor, aren't they?
So this story of there being a Martian on every asteroid's a lot of nonsense.
Not really. That great electronic brain represents the Martians. That amounts to the same thing as having a Martian aboard the ship. It is through it that my contacts with Martians are made.
You mean it's a radio receiver as well?
Receiver, transmitter, computer. It does everything a man could do, but 1,000,000 times quicker. It'll even answer questions.
What kind of questions?
Look. Ask it anything you like. The date, the time, anything. Go on.
All right. What's the distance from here to Mars?
Distance to Mars is 1,800,331.5 miles. 331.6, 331.7, 331.8, 33...
Now, do you believe me?
Why was he increasing the figure?
We have a slight drift. Our orbit round the sun, and that's what we're traveling in at the moment, is not quite fast enough to keep the distance between us and Mars constant. But it's hardly worth worrying about.
I'm glad to hear it.
Your slowing the ship down so rapidly has upset the mechanism slightly. We're lucky it didn't even do more damage.
How does 738 find its way here?
It's following us on a homing beam that we're transmitting. It'll fly to us automatically. The brain could compute its arrival time to the nearest minute, if you care to ask it.
Can we?
If you want to. Now, go ahead.
But what do I say?
Just ask for the information you want.
At what time will asteroid 738 reach us?
Is that his brain ticking over?
You might call it that. Here comes the answer now.
Estimated time of arrival of asteroid 738 is 48 hours, 52 minutes. Ferrying sphere will arrive at Bay 5. Have landing arrangements completed in good time.
Landing arrangements? But nobody asked him anything about that.
It was just a check. Extra information relating to your questions is often given, but the bay has already been prepared. I sent a party out there less than an hour ago.
Where is Bay 5?
It lies on the edge of the horizon. You can just make it out. Come over here and I'll show you. There. See that oval-shaped dark patch?
Yeah?
That's the crater known as Bay 5. We're not close enough to see down onto its floor. If we were, you could see the ferry spheres stowed there.
And is that where the sphere from 738 will land?
Yes, you'll be able to see it.
What, you mean we'll still be in here 2 days from now?
You will remain here until I have you transferred to 738's ferry.
And what about Jep, Doc, and Frank?
I will have them picked up and taken to the bay in good time.
Well, I'll say this for you, mate. You've got things well organized.
Very well organized. You see how powerless you are. And yet, by cooperating with us, you could have many privileges.
If we cooperated, what would we have to do, like?
Lemmy.
Well, let's at least listen to what he has to offer.
Jet would take Paddy Flynn's place as supervisor of Section 1.
Oh, yeah?
Doc would be put in charge of sick quarters.
Yeah?
And other jobs found for you and Mr. Mitchell.
Go on.
But your greatest use to us would be on the moon colony. We need to establish a much larger one than anybody down on Earth has yet conceived.
Oh.
That is where you would be really useful. And you would be well rewarded for your troubles.
Sounds marvelous, doesn't it?
You'll think it over?
No. I just wanted to know what you had in mind, that's all.
Well, if you'll take my advice, you will think about it. And you have just 48 hours in which to make up your mind.
Until 738 gets here.
Precisely. And remember, there is nothing you can do to save the Earth. There is plenty you can do to save yourselves.
From what?
From endless years spent working in an underground factory down on Mars. How does that prospect strike you?
Not very pleasantly, mate. Any more than you do.
Of course, Jet and I had absolutely no knowledge of Mitch and Lemmy's meeting with the former lunar controller. We were, in fact, still exploring the large sphere in the crater at that time and hadn't realized that the men we'd followed had by now finished their work and returned to the airlock, leaving Jet and I shut out on the asteroid's surface. It was about then that the great Martian brain issued an order to the lunar controller. This necessitated his leaving Mitch and Lemmy in the tower, from which they had an uninterrupted view of the asteroid surface to every point of the horizon.
Well, that's good riddance to him for a bit anyway.
And this is our chance to find our way back to Jet. Let's try the door we first entered this place by.
No go?
No, doesn't seem like it. No, the door doesn't budge.
How about the door that Jack Evans, as he calls himself, went through?
I'll give him a chance to get well clear of here first. We don't want him to know we're following him.
Oh, I don't suppose it'd make any difference anyway. He wouldn't have left us here alone if we could get out.
No, but at least we might be able to contact Jet. You know, this vision phone seems to be exactly the same type as the one downstairs in the televiewer room. Try it, Lemmy.
Right.
Yeah, something's appearing.
Oh, blimey.
Retune it, Lemmy, quick.
Oh, that was the lunar controller, walking along a corridor.
Yeah, well, let's hope he didn't hear us talking. Now, try and get Frank.
Ah, but how? I don't know his number.
Well, we'll have to use the hit-and-miss method. Now, get going.
Yes, Mitch.
I'd have one more try, Lemmy.
We must have been all over the ship a dozen times with this thing. I don't think it can tune into that televiewer room.
Hey, maybe you're right.
Oh, I'm glad you think so.
Don't you remember? Paddy said he could never tune into Jack Evans unless he had the Martians okay first.
You mean we have to ask that electronic brain?
No, it's not as simple as that. The lunar controller is Jack Evans, and the request must have come to him eventually. He must be the only one who knows how to tune this thing to the place we want to see.
And he only did it when he felt like it?
Of course. It's things like that that would have impressed Paddy that there really was a Martian aboard.
Well, the lunar controller's not here. So now what do? Consult the electronic oracle?
Attention, attention.
Aye, he must have heard me.
Message to controller from asteroid 738. Can you take it now? Repeat, can you take it now?
How can he? Is not here.
Yeah, I wonder what happens in a case like this. Does he hear the Martian's voice in whatever part of the ship he happens to be?
Message will be recorded.
Hey?
Ah, so that's how it's done.
Hey, look. On that panel. The red lights come on.
Yeah, that must be an indication that there's a message waiting for the controller. He'll play it over when he gets back.
Like an automatic telephone, you mean?
Ah, similar principle, I expect.
Well, what do? Try to pick up Frank again?
I don't think there's much point in that.
No. Blimey, Mitch.
What's the trouble?
Look, Martians.
Hey? Where?
Outside, on the asteroid surface. 2 of them. Oh, and how horrible they look.
Ah, they don't look like Martians to me. They look like ordinary men in spacesuits.
Where have you ever seen a spacesuit like that?
Our condition types must need suits if they ever go outside, and, well, they're bound to differ considerably from ours.
And what are they doing out there? Taking a stroll?
And whatever they're doing, they're heading directly for this lookout tower.
They must be off the sphere from asteroid 738. They're coming here to pick us up.
But the Martian said 738 wasn't due to arrive for more than 48 hours.
He could have been wrong, couldn't he?
I doubt it.
Now, let's get out of here while the going's good.
Always assuming we can.
Well, let's try anyway, before those zombies or whatever they are get here.
Okay, we'll try the other door this time. It works! Come on, but I haven't much hope of our getting very far.
Yeah, this must be Evans's living quarters. Posh, isn't it?
Yeah, now I know what he meant when he said we'd have a comfortable life.
Yeah, darn sight more comfortable than anything those condition types have got. All they have is a bed to sleep in and work to do.
And that's all we'll have if we don't get out of here. Look, there's another door over there. Let's try it.
And I better close this one first?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Mitch. She's shut.
And this one's opening.
What's behind it?
A spiral staircase.
Which is what he must have gone down.
I reckon so. Come on, let's follow him.
Not so fast, Mitch. You're making me dizzy. How much further?
We're just coming to the bottom now.
So?
Another door directly ahead. And a lofty corridor leading off to the right.
Try the door.
Nah, it doesn't function, Lemmy.
And it'll have to be the corridor, won't it?
Yeah, let's go.
Looks like we're coming to the end of it at last.
Attention, attention.
Aye, aye.
Crew personnel are warned that it is dangerous to proceed beyond this point without protective clothing.
What protective clothing?
If you are not suitably dressed, turn back immediately.
Now, what's all that about?
Yeah, it must be something to do with that door at the end there.
Yeah, let's get a little closer to it, Lemmy. But take it slowly.
Oh, of course. Where do you think it leads to?
Lemmy, now how should I know?
Well, you might have
Attention,
known.
attention.
All right, there he goes again.
The door you are now approaching leads to the asteroid surface. It is dangerous to proceed any further unless you are wearing suitable clothing. This is the last warning.
So that's it. He means spacesuits.
And we haven't got them. All right, Lemmy, hold it. Well, that's that, I reckon. We have no choice but to go back. We cannot escape.
Silly. And it... Hey, Mitch, listen.
An airlock.
Somebody's coming through that door. And it must be those two geezers we saw outside. Hadn't we better scarper? Oh, blimey, here they come. Well, what are you standing there for? Come on, Mitch.
What difference does it make? We got nowhere to run to.
We can go back upstairs, can't we?
If we can, they can. We'd have to face them in the end. We might as well do it now.
Here they are. Oh, look at them. Enough to frighten the daylights out of you.
Doc, look who it is.
Mitch and Lemmy.
Stand your ground, Lemmy. Don't let them see you scared.
Mitch, how did you get here? What is this place?
You come a step nearer and I'll land you one.
Lemmy, it's me.
Well, they can't hear us, Jet. With our faces inside these helmets, they don't recognize us either.
Let's take the helmets off, and quick.
Doing it.
Jet? Well, where did you spring from?
I might well ask you, then.
Well, I'll be... It was you and Doc all the time. We thought you were a couple of Martians.
Well, what are you doing here?
We've been looking for you.
What, outside? When you know we haven't got a helmet between us?
Well, we got left out there by accident, but we'll explain everything in due course.
Yeah, what you have to explain's nothing compared with our news.
We found a sphere, Mitch, just like the one you described. If we can get out to it again, we believe we could take off in it and get away from here.
You think so?
Well, why not? All we have to do is find Frank, get up to Bay 5, and help ourselves to the necessary number of suits.
Yeah, but how are we going to get to Bay 5, except by the way you just came? And we need suits for that, and only you and Doc have got them.
We go back by the same route as you came here. Back to Frank, that is. It shouldn't be too difficult then to find our way back to that suit store.
And then?
We pick up 3 more, return, go back through that airlock, and make our way back to the crater, where that sphere is.
That sounds dandy, Jet, but there's just one snag. There is no way back to Frank.
How do you mean?
Lemmy and I are prisoners here. We can't go out, and we can't go back. At least no further than to that lookout tower upstairs.
Right. Well, who's holding you prisoners?
Get ready for a shock.
The lunar controller.
Lunar?
What?
Oh, you're joking, both of you.
If we are, it's the silliest joke I ever played.
But how can he possibly be on this asteroid?
It's all too simple, and there's no time to explain now.
But you've got to explain,
I
Mitch.
tell you there isn't time. What's more important is that you should get back to the Discovery, if that sphere will take you, and warn Earth to close down every television station until further notice.
Are you crazy?
I wish I were. You say you think you can get that sphere off the ground?
We certainly do.
Then put your helmets on, get back there and do it.
And leave you behind.
How can we get to that ship? You and Jet getting back to the Discovery is far more important than leaving us here.
Now, wait a minute, Mitch. It's not so easy as that.
Why not?
In the first place, that ship's built to carry a crew of 8, and we've no idea how to navigate it. We're hoping Frank has. According to Perry, Frank was trained as a crewman, and he'd know exactly how to control the thing. Put us right when we made mistakes.
Oh, that's reasonable.
In the second place, I don't see what closing down television stations has to do with a Martian invasion.
Incidentally, where's the lunar controller now?
In another part of the ship, but he'll be back, I can guarantee it. And if you intend to get away, you'd better get started.
I tell you, we have no intention of leaving you, Frank, or Lemmy behind.
Very well, if that's your final word on the matter.
It certainly is.
All right, let's get upstairs, and you can see a few things for yourself while Lemmy and I explain exactly what's happened to us since we saw you last.
Believe it, Mitch. The lunar controller.
And this is where he controls the asteroid from?
Yes, Doc. And if you ask me, is the big noise aboard here.
But where does he get his orders from?
From outside somewhere. The Martians themselves, he said.
Did he say where they were?
No, he didn't.
I don't think he knows any more than Paddy did.
And the Martian, the brain, as you call it.
What, you don't believe it?
It seems so fantastic.
You listen to this, then. What is the estimated arrival time of asteroid 738 at this position? And how's your father? There he goes, figuring it out.
How long does it take?
Estimated arrival time of asteroid 738 at present position is 47 hours, 54 minutes. Second question, not understood.
I don't suppose he even knows what a father is.
This is almost unbelievable.
47 hours, 54 minutes. That's the maximum time we have to find a way out of here, pick up the suits and get out to that sphere.
Not forgetting going back to Frank.
Which way did you come in?
Now, we came through that door that knocked you out.
You mean it didn't affect you?
It was open and we just walked in. The huge case that contains the super-electronic brains housed in there.
Well, no wonder the place was so well guarded.
Then can't we go back that way? I know I could find the teleview room from there.
It's no go, Jet. The only door leading to that place doesn't work. Not to us, anyway. Mr. Jack Evans wasn't kidding when he said we were prisoners.
Oh. And you've no idea when the controller will be back?
No, Jet. It might be hours. It might be minutes.
Then we must work fast. Lemmy.
Yes, mate?
Go into the other room. Yeah? Take the sheets off that bed in there, then put the rest of the covers back in place so they look as though they haven't been disturbed.
What's the idea?
Oh, don't ask questions. Do as I tell you.
Yes, Jet. Right away.
Well, what's on your mind?
I think we might persuade Mr. Jack Evans, lunar controller, or whatever he cares to call himself, to help us get away from this asteroid back to the Discovery.
What? How?
Do you think he realizes Doc and I are here?
I don't know.
Well, he's not superhuman. Not like that electronic brain. He could only know we were here if he were told.
But look, Jet, he may have a vision phone where he is and be looking at us and listening to what we're saying right now.
And he may not. We'll work on that assumption anyway.
Oh, here comes Lemmy back now.
I'll strip that bed down, but it doesn't seem to have any sheets. All the covers are the same, so I brought this one.
See if you can tear it.
Well, that'll spoil it.
Go on, Lemmy. Help him, Doc. If he does tear, rip it into strips.
Okay. Come on, Lemmy. I'll give you a hand.
Right.
Now, Mitch, ask that brain how long it'd take a sphere to get from here to Mars.
Right. Question. What is the estimated time it would take for a ferry from Bay 5 to reach Mars? Let's hope he doesn't throw that question back in our face.
Ferries cannot reach Mars from this distance.
Oh.
Well, we knew that already.
The large sphere, that's the one I meant. What do they call that?
I'm afraid I haven't a clue.
And we can't ask any questions about it. But I'm sure it would reach there. It's well stocked with food and obviously is built for long-distance flights.
Then what are you worrying about?
I want to know how long we can expect to be traveling, that's all. A lot may depend on it. An asteroid like this could easily overtake one of those spheres. I just want to know if we have a chance.
If we get away immediately, we'd be nearly 48 hours ahead of any other ship that tried to pursue us.
It sounds a long time, but 1,000,000 miles is a long way. Assuming we are pursued by a faster ship, or even an asteroid like this, will 48 hours start help us much?
I wish I could answer that.
Here you are, Jet.
Yeah.
It was pretty tough material, but we managed it.
Good.
Now, what do we do?
Mitch and Lemmy will sit here in front of the door where the controller can see them as he comes in.
Uh-huh.
You and I will stand at the side, by the wall on which the door is hinged.
Right.
Then, as soon as he's in the room...
Now, this sounds like him now.
About time and all. I was beginning to think he was never coming back.
Now, quiet, Lemmy, and try to look as though we've never left this place.
Here he is.
He's got Frank with him.
In you go, Rogers.
Mitch and Lemmy. So this is where you are.
This is where you are, and this is where you stay, until the big asteroid gets here.
And then?
You'll be taken back to Mars, all of you. Where are the others?
How should we know? We were looking for them ourselves when we wandered into this place.
Well, it makes no difference. I'll find them sooner or later.
Sooner than you thought, mate.
Right, now grab him.
Down him, boys.
Tie him up quick.
Nice to
Hold
have.
him, Lemmy. Sit in his chest.
All right, it's a big bloke. Come on, Mitch.
Get his hands behind his back.
Oh, that's that. You can get up now. Well, Mr. Evans, how does it feel to be a prisoner yourself?
You can't get away with this.
We'll have a good try.
Untie me immediately.
What, after the bother we went to tie you up?
What do you hope to gain by this, anyway?
Command of this asteroid.
You haven't a chance. 786 will be here in less than 45 hours.
All we need to know is how to get hold of some suits and get out to that sphere.
You wouldn't get very far. You'd be overtaken long before you reach Mars.
We'll take that chance. Now, how do we get to that storeroom?
Find out for yourself.
This is your last opportunity to tell us.
I've no intention of telling you.
Very well. Doc?
Yeah?
Put that spacesuit on.
Where are we going?
I think perhaps the controller would like a walk outside on the surface. And give him time to think things over.
But we have no suit for him.
We won't bother with a suit.
What was that?
Unless, of course, you care to change your mind.
You wouldn't do it. You're bluffing.
You think so?
You wouldn't murder a man. Deliberately murder him?
What's the life of one man when the freedom of the whole world is at stake? All right, Doc, put your suit on.
Okay. That's me already. Do we put the helmets on now?
No, we'll wait until we're in the airlock. Or we may not hear if the controller tells us he's willing to cooperate after all.
I still think you're bluffing.
Pick him up, Doc, and let's go.
Sure thing.
Open the door, Lemmy.
Yes, mate.
Thank you. Now, Frank.
Yes?
Follow us down to the door on that vision phone and keep in touch.
Right.
Come on, Doc.
Surely Jet doesn't mean to take him outside.
He certainly spoke as though he did.
Yes, but with no suit on and atmospheric pressure outside down to 0, he can't mean it. He must be bluffing.
Now get over to that vision phone, Frank. See if you can pick him up.
All right.
Here comes a picture now.
Yeah, but not the one we want.
We'll try it again.
There they are.
Hello, Jet. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mitch. Yes, we can.
Does he still think you're bluffing?
Yes, he does, but he'll soon learn differently.
Attention, attention.
Aye, the Martian.
Crew personnel are warned that it is dangerous to proceed beyond this point without protective clothing.
Heard that warning, Mr. Evans?
Of course I heard it.
You know what it means to go outside with no suit on?
I most certainly do.
And you're still willing to let Doc and me take you out there?
Go ahead. You can't scare me.
Very well.
Attention, attention.
Final warning coming up.
The door you are now approaching leads to the asteroid surface. It is dangerous to proceed any further unless you are wearing suitable clothing. This is the last warning.
And this is your last chance. Cooperate with us or we take you through the airlock.
Go on, then. Get it over.
Very well.
You're sure you don't want to change your mind? You think I'm a fool, Captain Morgan? You wouldn't murder anybody. You won't get me to talk this way.
Take him inside, Doc, and put him on the floor. I'll close the door.
Sure.
Now, Doc, put your helmet on. See if Mitch can hear you.
Fastening helmet. Hello, Mitch. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear him, Jet?
No, I can't.
Of course you can't. Those suits are soundproof. You can talk to him only through the suit's radio.
That I can do as soon as I put my helmet on.
But then, he won't be able to talk to me.
Mitch can, though, through that vision phone. Anything you have to say, you can say to him, and he'll relay it to me.
But I have nothing to say.
In just a few moments, we'll be exhausting the air from this place. You know what that means, so far as you're concerned.
You expect me to suffocate?
You don't have to. All you have to do is give me the information I require.
I daren't do it.
Why not?
The Martians would punish me. Send me to work in the underground factories down on the Red Planet for the rest of my days. And on Mars, that can be a long, long time. At least twice the normal lifespan down on Earth.
You don't have to stay behind. You can come with us back to Earth.
That's a laugh. You'll never get back to Earth. None of you will.
We'd rather try than stay on this asteroid.
I'd rather stay here than try.
Then you can, for good. Hello, Doc. Mitch, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Me too.
It's up to you now, Mitch. The controller can hear you, but he can't hear us. Take over, will you?
Right. Now listen.
I'm listening.
Do you agree to cooperate?
And be sent to the underground factories?
That's what you intended to do with us, isn't it?
The answer's no.
He says no, Jet.
Very well. Okay, Doc. Exhaust the air from here. And slowly. Contact.
Well, there it goes. In 5 minutes, it'll all be gone.
You're bluffing. You wouldn't exhaust all the air out of here.
Wouldn't we? You'll see, chum.
Well, don't you see I can't help you? It's more than my life is worth.
Right now, your life ain't worth very much. Now, what's it to be?
Turn off the exhaust.
Oh, getting all excited now.
Well, turn it off, Captain Morgan. Turn it off.
No good yelling at him, mate. He can't hear you.
You have about as much air now as you'll find on the top of a mountain. And it's getting thinner all the time.
You can't do this.
Doing it, mate.
Stop. Stop. I'll cooperate. I'll do anything you say.
All right, Jet. That's it. He's willing to tag along.
Yeah, look at him. He's turned Charlie. Sweating like he was in a Turkish bath.
I'll do anything.
Yeah.
Anything you say.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Fill her up again, Doc. We'll go back upstairs. Sure. Contact. And Mitch,
Yeah?
you can switch that vision phone off now. We'll see you in a few moments.
Good on you. Frank, see to it, will you?
Well, thank goodness he came round. I was beginning to think he wouldn't.
Oh, me too.
So what? There was hardly any air let out anyway.
What? But the way the controller looked, he seemed hardly able to breathe.
That was all in his imagination. Jet was bluffing.
Yeah.
But the controller was convinced the lock was exhausting, so he reacted as though it were. Let's thank our lucky stars he did.
Yeah.
Put him in the chair, Doc.
Okay. Aren't you going to untie me?
Not at the moment. Later, perhaps, when you've proved that you really mean to help us.
Well?
How do we open that door?
It's operated by control on the main panel. The red row. Fourth from the left.
Do all red controls operate doors?
Yes. And certain doors can only be operated from here.
Which? Which?
That one. The main door that leads into the room where the brain is housed.
The one that gives you a shock?
Yes.
How do we make it harmless?
That green button above the red control. Just press that.
Good. Now, how do we find our way to that storeroom?
It's very complicated.
How do we find our way?
If you call for one of the Sphere crew to meet you at a given place, he'll guide you to it.
And bring us back?
Yes.
Very well. We'll see how much of what you've told us so far is true. We'll try opening the door leading down to the Martian's room first.
It's working.
Good. All right, Mitch. Take Doc with you. Go down as far as that electrified door and wait.
And then?
Well, by the time you reach it, there should be a condition type waiting to escort you up to the storeroom. Collect 3 more suits from there and then come back.
Righto. Come on, Doc.
Okay.
Get to that viewer phone, Frank. Keep your eye on them. If things go wrong, let me know at once.
Nothing should go wrong.
It had better not. Now, how do I get a condition type to meet Mitch and Doc?
The control is on the left-hand panel. Press and speak. They'll hear you, and they'll obey you.
Hello, Jet. Can you hear me?
Jet, it's Doc.
Going. Hello?
We've got the suits.
I can see you have.
Is there anything else before we come back?
Yes, in that same room, I remember seeing some metal bars.
Oh, yeah, they're still here. Though what they're for, goodness only knows.
I have a good use for them. Bring half a dozen with you.
Right.
And hurry back here as quickly as you can.
Sure thing.
When you get to the main door leading to this place, tell the condition type to return to his quarters.
Roger. See you later, then.
Ah, Mr. Evans, there are a few more things I'd like to know.
Well?
That asteroid that's on its way here, how does it find us?
It homes on us. On a radio beam that we're transmitting.
Where's the transmitter?
That's it. There.
Uh-huh. When this asteroid is flying through space, how is its course set? Do you do it?
No. It's done by remote control. Radio signals are received, which are fed into the brain downstairs and then translated into orders, which are given to me verbally.
And then you pass the orders on to the crew personnel down below.
That's right.
So if that brain ceased to function, this asteroid would just be adrift in space, eh?
Yes.
And if the homing beam were cut off, could 786 still find its way here?
Not until it got fairly close.
And it's still a great way off.
It must be. It's not due to reach here for 44 hours at least.
Now, just one thing more. The big sphere in Bay 5, can that reach Mars?
Yes, it can.
How long would you take?
Why don't you ask the brain?
What are those big spheres called?
Long-distance cruise ships. That one is number 7.
Question. How long will it take long-distance cruise ship number 7 to reach Mars from this position? How long do I wait for an answer?
A few moments. Here comes your reply now.
The estimated time for a long-distance cruise ship to reach Mars from this position is 3 days. Number 7 is ready for takeoff.
3 days. Well, if we leave now, it'll be nearly 2 days before anyone is likely to pursue us.
Why do you wish to go back to Mars anyway?
I have my reasons, and I'd rather not tell you what they are.
Somebody will be after you before you've been gone half an hour.
Huh?
That little bank of apparatus over there is constantly sending signals to HQ down on Mars and to the flagships of the invasion fleet. They know everything that goes on. No sphere is supposed to leave any asteroid without permission.
This is one time it will.
Hey, it's Doc and Mitch. They've come back.
Here you are, Jet. The suits.
And the metal bars. What do you want these for?
Are they tough?
It's impossible to bend them.
Put them to one side for a moment. Now, hand out those suits and everybody put one on.
What about our own suits?
No, we carry those. Don't leave them behind.
Here, you. You told me and Mitch you had our helmets up here.
I have. They're in the next room in the locker.
Go in there. Let me get them.
Right.
Well, if our own suits are complete, what do we need these Martian ones for?
In case our own have been damaged. Give Frank a hand, will you, Doc? He's having trouble.
Oh, sure. Hold on, Frank. That's not the way. The bottom half must go on first.
The helmets were there, every one of them.
Put them on the floor, and I'll help you get into this Martian outfit.
Well, I have to wear that.
If you're coming with us, you do. Why?
Well, I don't like the cut. It's not my style.
Put it on and don't argue. Everybody dressed?
Well, aren't we going to put the helmets on?
No, not yet. Each of you pick up one of those bars.
Well, What for?
Lemmy, that section in the corner. Smash it up.
Well, all that lovely equipment.
That lovely equipment will have a whole fleet of asteroids on our tail unless we render it useless. Now wreck it.
All right. Here we go.
Frank, get to work on that vision phone.
Sure.
The rest of us will work on this little lot, too.
It's a
right.
pleasure.
Attention, attention.
All right, we've woken him up.
Emergency.
You've never had an emergency like this one, chum.
All right, that'll do. If anybody can get that gear to work now, they're welcome to try.
Emergency.
Shut up.
Emergency.
I said shut up. There, that's fixed him.
Emergency.
There, when you're dead, mate, you should lie down.
Well, Mr. Evans, that I think about fixes any hope you had of making contact with outside.
You mean you're not taking me with you?
No.
But you must. If I stay here, I'll be sent to work in the underground factories.
Well, that's what you were going to do with us, wasn't it?
But you can't do this to me.
Can't we? You just watch us, mate.
At least untie me before you leave.
And have you tried to prevent our taking off?
But nobody knows I'm here. I shall starve to death.
All right, gentlemen, we'll go. Out onto the surface from the door downstairs and walk across to Bay 5. Put on your helmets and test the radios.
Testing. Okay. Mitch calling. Fine.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Lemmy.
Frank Rogers testing.
Okay, Frank. Now start downstairs, all of you.
Aren't you coming?
I'm staying for just a moment to speak to the controller.
Very well.
Wait. Come back. You can't leave me here.
There's no use you yelling your head off, mate. We can't hear a word you're saying.
Jet.
Oh, it's Jet now, is it?
Jet. Don't go. Listen to what I have to say.
Well?
If you take me, I could be of great help to you.
And where's the guarantee that you won't contact the Martians and tell them exactly where we are and what we're doing?
I won't. I promise you. You can lock me up in the Sphere's restroom. There's no way I can contact anybody from there. The radio is done on the main deck, in the flight control room.
And when we get to Mars?
If we're caught, it'll be as bad for me as it will for you. We're all in the same boat now.
Very well. I'll untie you. Put on your suit and walk in front of me. Head for the door that leads outside.
Yes. Yes, of course.
We made our way down the stairs and along the high corridor to the airlock which led out to the asteroid's surface. Once through the airlock, we crossed the rugged, pitted ground towards the crater known as Bay 5. As we did so, the brilliant sun suddenly appeared above the horizon and lit up the entire landscape in a magnificent, awe-inspiring contrast of white, illuminated rocks and long, pitch-black shadows. We reached Bay 5 and slowly and carefully climbed down the precipitous wall to the crater floor. We made our way across the floor to the large sphere, pressed the door control, and went inside.
All right, gentlemen. Take off your suits. Lemmy.
Yes, Jet?
When everyone is undressed, collect the suits together and take them up to the top deck.
Well, how many decks are there, then?
4. You get to them through the door in that central pillar. There's a ladder inside.
Right.
On the top deck, you'll find a line of 8 lockers. Stow the suits in there.
Sure. Let's have 'em, boys, and I'll get 'em out of your way.
How about me? Your idea to go up to the restroom is a good one. You better go. But don't move from there unless I give you permission.
You're sure you don't want me to help you handle this craft?
Quite sure, thank you. Frank can tell us all we need to know about that.
Very well. I'll wait upstairs until I hear from you. How soon before you attempt to take off?
Just as soon as the boys have got those Martian suits off.
You still don't trust me, Jet, do you?
Why should I? Get upstairs and stay there.
Very well. But if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask.
Well, that's my helmet. I'll let you have the rest just as soon as I get this darn thing off.
Get it off is right. It's harder to get out of these suits of armor than it is to get into them.
Now, Frank.
Sir?
According to Paddy, you were trained as a crewman for one of these ships. Is that true?
I don't remember being trained.
Well, you were conditioned at the time.
But this cabin is as familiar to me as my own room down on Earth.
You know what the controls are for? You can handle them?
Well, not both panels at once.
Of course not, but you could handle either equally well.
Well, yes, Jet, I think so.
And the first thing you do is explain to the rest of us how to operate the controls.
It's simplicity itself.
Fine. Well, just as soon as the others are ready, we'll start.
And this lever in neutral position holds the ship in whichever orbit it happens to be, whether it's round the sun or any other object in the solar system.
Well, that's clear enough. Is it clear to everybody else?
Well, what's the acceleration rate? There are no takeoff couches in this cabin.
Well, it's quite slow, Mitch, but goes on for a long time. The highest possible speeds can be achieved with very little discomfort to any of the men.
It must take hours to slow down, then.
Well, it does.
Well, I think we know enough to risk a takeoff. Frank, you'll take the main panel.
Right.
Mitch, you'll take the other, the one that sets us on course.
Roger.
Tune in that teleview, Lemmy.
Right.
Now, let me know as soon as you get a picture.
It's coming now. It shows part of the crater, the sunlit side.
Well, rotate it. See if everything is clear out there.
Rotating.
We taking off now?
Yes, Doc, any moment. We'll take it slowly at first. Go straight up before we make any attempt to set course for Mars.
Televiewer rotated full circle. Not a sign of anybody.
Then let's get off. Take her up, Frank, and slowly.
Here we go.
Nothing happening yet. We haven't budged. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, we have. We're moving. We are taking off. In slow motion.
Keep her that way, Frank. Slow is fast enough for the moment.
Right.
Height 6 feet, and she's steady as a rock.
Change to lower camera, Lemmy. To the view below.
Coming up.
12 feet.
Crater floor now in picture.
Increase the climbing rate, Frank, but take it easy.
Climbing rate increasing.
24 feet. 30. 35. 40. $95, 2,000 feet.
Hold her there. That's high enough.
Oh, blimey, take it easy, Frank, boy. What are you doing?
Sorry, Lemmy, I slowed down a little too fast.
Oh, I'll say you did. I nearly went shooting up to the ceiling.
Well, so far, so good. Now to set course. You ready, Mitch?
Yeah, Jet. Lemmy will give me the necessary picture. All I can see now is the asteroid surface down below.
Did you hear that, Lemmy?
I heard. Manipulating camera now.
Yeah, picture's changing. I can see the sky, and there's Mars. Center it, Lemmy. Slap in the middle of the screen.
Doing it.
You're nearly there. Right, hold it.
Yeah, you quite sure this thing will head for the red planet just by our lining up on it on that screen?
Well, according to Frank, yes. Why?
Well, it just seems too good to be true, that's all.
Okay, course set. Now turn on the juice and let's see what happens.
Away you go, Frank. Maximum comfortable acceleration. Lemmy, keep your screen tuned to that asteroid.
And what else would I be doing?
Contact.
It works.
We're leaving the asteroid behind anyway.
But are we flying on course?
I think we are, heading straight for Mars. We got away without a hitch.
Don't speak too soon, mate. According to that electronic brain, it's going to take us 3 days to get there. And anything could happen in that time. The old perishing Martian fleet could be after us. And catch us, too.
Yeah, that's the thing I like about you, Lemmy. So cheerful and optimistic.
Wow.
How are things, Doc?
Okay. Speed still constant.
How long before we're close enough to go into orbit around the planet?
Oh, just a few hours. How are things upstairs?
Frank and Mitch are asleep.
And the controller?
Sullen as ever. Just lying on his bunk and looking very worried. He thinks the moment we set foot on Mars, a whole army of condition types will be waiting there to meet us.
He certainly doesn't look forward to falling into Martian hands again, does he?
He has good reason, Doc. The punishment for falling down on a job is very severe, or so he says.
Yeah, and he certainly fell.
He'd prefer to go back to Earth and face a charge of treason. Only he doesn't think any of us will ever get back. Still, he's not going to fall into Martian hands if I can help it. He's too valuable to us.
Well, we'll have to watch him pretty closely when we land. Make sure he doesn't attempt to escape.
I don't think he's likely to want to, judging from what he says.
And I don't think we can believe half of what he says.
Well, I'll watch him, Doc, don't you worry. Like a hawk.
Hey, Jet, come over here.
Coming. We'll continue this little talk later, Doc.
Sure.
Lemmy, what's your trouble?
I'm in no trouble. I thought you'd like to look at the televiewer. We're so close to Mars now, it more than fills the whole screen.
In just a few hours, we'll be making the landing right there in the Mare Australis.
And then?
We'll touch down alongside the Discovery, transfer to her, open up the radio, contact Earth, and tell them to close down all television stations immediately.
Yeah, I can see them doing it and all.
They'll have to. You know what the result will be if they don't.
Well, let's hope we can convince them. And what's more, let's hope the Discovery is still where we left it.
The Martians would have no use for an antiquated old crate like the Discovery.
Yeah, antiquated by their standards, but to us, the latest and most luxurious thing in space travel.
Earth is certainly behind the times when it comes to flitting around the solar system.
Yeah, I suppose they will still be listening for us.
Well, why not? We haven't been missing all that long. They wouldn't give us up so quickly or so easily.
Not even if the invasion had already taken place?
But it hasn't.
Oh, anything might have happened since we were last on Mars.
You sound tired, Lemmy.
Oh, it's constantly staring at that screen.
Well, let me take over.
But there's at least another hour of me watch to go.
I'll do it, Lemmy. You go up and get some rest.
Oh, thanks, Jet boy. That's nice of you.
You won't get much anyway. Everybody will be down here for landing operations long before you've had your sleep out. Change the picture, Lemmy. Let's have a look at the ground.
Picture coming up. Oh, and there's the Discovery. Exactly as we left her. And the wrecked freighter alongside.
Any sign of anybody having been near?
Yeah, not that I can see. But we're still at a good height.
But descending rapidly. Take it easy, Frank. Touch her down gently.
Right, chap.
500, 400, 300. 1,000, 900, 800.
Decrease landing speed still further.
700.
She's almost as slow as she'll go now.
600.
Still clear down below. Not a soul in sight
500.
anywhere. Just the Discovery and the wrecked freighter.
400.
Nearly down.
300. 200.
Just a few feet. Get ready for the bump.
100.
What bump? We're down. We're on the deck.
I hardly felt a thing.
Nice work, Frank. First-class landing.
Oh, couldn't have done better myself.
Well, let's not waste any time. We'll get out of the Discovery right away.
What, all of us, Jet?
No, just 2. Then if anything should go wrong, there are at least 3 of us still safe. For the present, at any rate.
You'll take Lemmy, of course.
Of course. I need him to get that radio going. Whatever else we may not do, we must contact Earth.
Well, it doesn't look as though you'll have any trouble. There's no reception committee out there.
Get your suit, Lemmy, and put it on.
Right, yes, mate.
Keep your eye on the controller, Doc. See he makes no move to contact any of his old cronies down here on Mars.
Old is right.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can see you, too.
Then we'll get over to the Discovery straight away.
Which way are we going in? By the cargo hatch?
No, Lemmy, by the main door.
But that's on the other side of the ship.
Oh, what of it? We can still talk to Doc and Mitch around there, even if they can't see us.
Well, all right, then. The main door.
Can you still hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Just coming round to the main door now. We'll...
Hey, what's going on here?
Something wrong?
The door, it's open.
Well, of course it is. Doc opened it to let in you and me. Just before we were carried off to the asteroid, remember?
No, I don't.
What does it matter anyway? Saves us opening now, doesn't it? Come on, let's get inside.
Up you go, then.
Climbing the ladder now. Oh, this is just like coming home after a long, wet, dull holiday. Oh, blimey.
Now what?
Yeah, you wait till you get up here and you'll see.
Well, up.
What is it, Jet? What's wrong?
The inner door is open, too.
The airlock, you mean?
It's an air unlock now.
But that's impossible. One door must always be shut. The others can't open unless it is.
Impossible yet. And both of them wide open, as large as life.
Oh, that puts paid to taking our suits off.
I can still manipulate the radio. Or I could do it with boxing gloves on.
Well, let's get into the cabin and see you do it. I'll lead the way this time.
Up you go, then.
Good grief.
Not more trouble.
Wait till you get up here. You'll see.
What is it this time?
Oh, blimey. The bailiffs have been.
Pete's sake, what's going on over there?
Is the radio out of action?
Out of action, nothing. There's no radio here.
What was that?
In fact, there's very little of anything here.
The whole place has been stripped. Equipment, bunks, lockers. There's nothing but bare walls. Everything's gone.
How about the cargo hold? Have they cleared the stuff out of there, too?
The cargo hatch is wide open.
I think it's almost certain that they have, but we'll go in there and make sure. Come on, Lemmy.
Yes, mate.
Hello, Mitch.
Well?
Everything's gone. Land truck, food, oxygen cylinders, water.
Even the cigarettes. And the old microfilm library.
Well, what do we do now?
Or do you think they ripped out all the gear from the wrecked freighter, too?
I don't see why not.
Oh, but everything was intact the last time we looked in, even though the wreck had been lying there for more than a year.
Maybe they thought the stuff would be unserviceable. That freighter took a nasty bump.
Still, the radio was working, after a fashion. Frank was using it.
But on less than a quarter of its normal power. Its signals could never reach Earth.
Maybe it could if you repaired it.
But I never got a chance to find out what was wrong with it. I didn't even go in there.
Well, we'll go in now. If it's still there, you can look it over.
Well, if you say so. I'm willing to try anything.
Did you hear that, Doc?
Yeah, but be careful. That freighter is at least half a mile away. We don't want you wandering too far from this ship.
Then bring the ship nearer to the freighter.
I keep forgetting how maneuverable this thing is. Okay, Mitch, we'll take off, rise just a few feet, and move over to alongside the wreck of old freighter number 2.
Roger. Here we go.
Hello, Doc.
Hearing you. What's the news? Has the gear been taken out of there as well?
Some of it, about 50%.
Oh. Well, what have they left behind?
The faulty stuff, mostly. Anything that has even the most superficial damage, they haven't bothered with.
Particular, aren't they? How about the radio? Is that there?
Yes, and Lemmy's working on it now.
You mean they didn't rip out the power packs?
Only the main ones, the emergency packs, the storage batteries, they left behind.
And how long will they last?
How about it, Lemmy? What hopes?
And with half the gear ripped out, we've got no means of recharging them.
Then we'll have to find some other way.
Well, there's only one way I can think of.
What's that?
The 2 freighters we left in free orbit.
What about them?
Well, their radio should be working all right.
But they're not strong enough to reach Earth either.
Well, they would be if I coupled this job to one of them. We've got no power supply problem out there. That sphere would get us out into the same orbit as the freighter, wouldn't it?
Of course it would. But how long would it take to disconnect this lot from here?
Oh, not long. Couple of hours at the most.
It'll be dark by then.
Well, if I had help, I might even get it done before dark.
Very well, I'll get Mitch and Frank over here to give you a hand.
Well, I could do with 3 people.
I can't spare 3 people. 2 must stay in the sphere so long as the controller's in there.
Well, then, we'll have to think ourselves lucky there's still some tools left in this place. We couldn't rip out that gear with our bare hands.
Hello, Mitch.
Yeah, Doc.
Look, it's getting dark. Whether you've finished or not, you must come back now.
We have finished. Lemmy and Frank have just lifted the main transmitter out of its bed, and we'll be over to the sphere with it in just a couple of minutes.
Good.
Oh, come on, Mitch. There's you nattering and me and Frank standing here like a couple of lemons.
I'll be right with you, Lemmy. Doc, get ready to let us in. We're coming straight over.
Right.
Now, Lemmy, what do I do?
Well, get down the ladder and get ready to receive this lot as we pass it down. And be careful with it. It's the only one we've got.
Is it all secure now?
Yes, Jack. So long as we don't accelerate too quickly, she'll come to no harm.
Then stand by for takeoff. Climb to 1,000 miles, Frank. That's the height the freighter should be.
Climbing.
As soon as we find them, we'll match their orbital speeds, draw up alongside, and enter number 1.
I'll need plenty of gear from number 2 as well.
We can transfer that while you're reassembling the transmitter. Let's hope it works when you're through.
Yeah. Are you casting aspersions on my prowess as a radio engineer?
No, Lemmy. But if it doesn't work, if we fail to contact Earth, we might as well give up our home planet as lost.
Slowly, the great sphere rose from the Mare Australis into the deep mauve evening sky. From there, we took what was to be our final look at the Discovery. But that was the last we ever saw of her. An empty hulk, completely stripped of all the electronic and mechanical gear that had taken men down on Earth years to design and months to install. Our course was a spiral one. As we rose, we also encircled the planet, gradually gathering momentum which would eventually place us in free orbit round Mars. We had been traveling about half an hour, and were over the sunlit side of the planet, which slowly but surely rotated below us, when Mitch, who was at the sphere's main televiewer, sighted the 2 freighters.
There they are, look. Just a couple of dots on the screen, hanging over the planet's limb. That's them, all right. Yeah, we're overtaking them pretty rapidly, too. I hope we won't overshoot. Oh, don't worry, there's little chance of that. I reckon we should reach them in about 15 minutes. Line them up on the center of the screen. We'll fly to them with the aid of the automatic navigation unit. Okay, lining up now. Coming into center. Slowly does it, Frank. We're almost on their tails.
200 yards, 175, 150.
Slowly.
125.
Dead slow.
115.
Stand by to cut motive power.
110, 105, 100.
Close enough. Well, we made it. Now what? Well, we transfer to number 1. What, all of us? Yeah. But how about the lunar controller? Wherever we go, he goes. Goodness knows what he'd get up to if we left him alone in this sphere. Meanwhile, we've no time to lose. We've already lost half the day's grace we set out with. If anybody is pursuing us from 734, they'll be here in about 12 hours. That doesn't give us much time, does it? Now, get your suits on. Frank?
Sir?
Call the controller. Tell him to come down to the main deck and bring his suit with him.
Yes, sir.
And all be sure to bring a safety line. I don't want any of us to go drifting off into space at this stage.
Well, this ship doesn't seem to have been tampered with.
That we'll find out. Is everybody over?
No, Lemmy's just coming across now, towing his precious transmitter.
Everybody okay? All right. Well, let's open the main door and get inside.
so far, so good.
Everything is just as we left it. Nobody's been in here.
Frank, Mitch, put the gear you brought down there. Right. Then go across to number 2 and bring over anything that Lemmy might need.
Right. And I'll certainly need plenty. The spare power packs in particular. Bring those first, will you, fellas?
Righto, Lemmy.
Now, how about me?
You stay here with us.
I could help transfer equipment, too. I know my way about these freighters as well as you do.
Thanks for the offer, but we'd rather you stayed here. If you really want to help, you can give Lemmy a hand. Pass him tools as he needs them.
You still don't trust me, do you?
No, I don't. And I don't intend to let you out of my sight at any time.
Very well. If that's the way you want it.
I do. So you can get your suit off and stow it away. You won't be needing it again for some hours.
And hurry up, mate. I'm ready to start.
You stay here, will you, Doc? Keep a general eye on things.
Well, where are you going?
Go into the holds to inspect the ship. Switch on the televiewer and check that Frank and Mitch are okay.
Right.
Then have them transfer all remaining equipment from the other freighter to this, including food and fuel.
What's the idea of that?
This freighter may be our only means of getting back to Earth. So we might as well have it well stocked.
Right. I'll get the televiewer on as soon as I have my suit off.
And switch in the intercom in case I want to talk to you from down below.
Okay.
Get in, you. Oh, that's it. Hey, you. That spanner. Let's have it.
This one?
That's it. Now, hold that. Tar. Oh, that's all right then. Now, don't touch that other one, or you'll very likely knock yourself out.
How much longer, Lemmy? It's 10 hours now.
Well, not long, Jet. I've had to disconnect some of the remote control circuits.
Was that necessary?
Well, I needed the wire. And what difference does it make? The Discovery won't be remote controlling anything anymore anyway. Did I do wrong?
I don't care what you do, so long as you contact Earth before any Martian sphere, asteroid, or any other craft that might be trying to overtake us gets here. Time's running out fast.
Oh, just a couple of minutes, Jet, and I'll be turning around. Here, you. Get hold of that.
Hold it yourself.
Well, you're a fine help, ain't you? It's quite harmless. Look. Oh! Oh, blimey. We must have got a couple of wires crossed or something. Here. Now, wait a minute. Input 1 to point 4. Oh, yes, there. Now we should be all right. Switch her on, Jet. See what happens.
She's on.
Now, the receiver.
Receiver on.
And they both seem very lively. Now, see what aerial current we can get out of the transmitter. Oh, bags. It seems like Bob is our uncle after all.
Fleet Control calling Space Fleet. Have lost
Hey,
contact
oh,
with you.
blimey, we got something.
It's Earth. It's Control calling us.
Oh, I knew they wouldn't give up all that easily.
We won't reply to them.
Give us a chance. I've got to tune the transmitter first. I'm not even sure that it works.
Oh, then hurry up and tune it.
I'm doing it, and I.
Well, that'll be Mitch and Frank back from the hold.
Well, that's that. Every movable thing from number 2 has been transferred to here. Fuel, food, everything.
Oh, I thought we'd never finish.
And what happens to number 2 if we do go back to Earth in this crate?
We leave it behind.
Do we have to?
Well, we have no choice, Frank. With the Discovery out of action, we can't control it. And there's only enough gear to modify one freighter, this one, for manual control. No, number 2 will have to stay.
Well, it's not going to be very comfortable traveling back to Earth in here. No take-off couches, not even a bed to sleep on. Virtually no room at all.
And we sleep on the floor.
Hello, Earth. Space Fleet calling. Repeat. Space Fleet calling.
Sounds like Lemmy's trying out the transmitter.
Well, let's get over there.
No, Mitch. Jet wants you on the televiewer.
Oh, very well. But let me know if Lemmy gets through.
Yeah, you bet.
Hello, Earth. Space Fleet Freighter number 1 calling. Picked up your call a couple of minutes ago. Can you hear us? Have most urgent and important message for you. We must establish contact. It's a matter of life or death. Over.
How long before you're likely to get a reply?
Well, if they answer immediately, they receive us. About 8 minutes.
Let's hope they do.
Who's that on the televiewer?
Oh, Mitch. He's just checking up on the position outside. Now, you keep your mind on your own job. And thanks for all you've done so far.
Well, that's all right, mate. What else could I do?
What the... Hey, Jet. Come and look at this.
Coming.
What is it? Look, there on the screen. See that group of stars?
That cluster, you mean?
Yeah.
What about it?
Well, 10 minutes ago, it was just a sort of hazy patch, but now it's resolving into separate star-like bodies. There must be dozens of them.
They must be approaching us.
Yes, of course, which means they can't be stars.
Hello, freighter number 1. Control calling.
That's Control. They heard us. I'll be back in a minute, Mitch. Roger.
Control calling freighter number 1. Have received your call, but very faintly, strength 1. It is difficult to understand what you are saying. Could you repeat your message, please, and boost the power of your transmitter?
Well, Lemmy, can you?
No, Jet. I can't. It's working flat out.
Then call them again. Repeat everything twice. And speak clearly and distinctly.
Don't I always? Hello, Control. Hello, Control. Received your call, Strength 2. Strength 2. I am working at maximum strength. Repeat, maximum strength.
About those objects on the screen.
Yeah, they're getting bigger all the time. Isn't that so, Doc?
It certainly is, Jet. That cluster has spread out quite a bit since Mitch called me over here. It seems to be made up of dozens of objects. The screen shows them merely as pinpoints.
Well, that proves little. It shows the stars in the same way.
Well, whatever they are, they're lying astern and heading in this direction.
Yeah, it could be our pursuers. Maybe a whole fleet of spheres similar to the one we escaped in.
There's only one person who'd know for sure.
The lunar controller.
Yeah, hang on a moment. I'll bring him over. Well, what are they? Are they spheres?
No. Asteroids.
Struth! But there must be hundreds of them.
There are hundreds of them. That's the Martian invasion fleet. And it's on its way at last. On its way to invade the Earth.
So they're on their way.
Yes, Captain Morgan. And there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Maybe there's nothing we can do to stop their reaching Earth, but there might be plenty we can do to prevent their conquering it.
And what if this ship is lying directly in their path?
No, it won't be for long. We're encircling the Red Planet ourselves. 2.5 hours from now, we'll be on the other side of it.
And 5 hours from now, you'll be back in this position. And those asteroids will be much closer.
Are you suggesting they'll hit us? It's 1,000 to 1 chance.
Not if the speed of that asteroidal fleet has been so calculated that it will be in this precise spot at exactly the same time as we are.
What? Hey, Mitch.
Yeah?
Figure out the speed of approach of those asteroids. I want to know to the nearest minute when they'll reach this position. I also want to know what our new position will be at that time.
Right.
And Lemmy.
Yep.
Have you heard from Earth yet?
No, mate, not a twitter.
How long since you last called?
12 minutes. We should have had a reply by now.
Then call them again, and keep calling.
Right. Hello, Earth. Space Fleet Freighter number 1, calling Earth. Have not heard from you. Hello, Earth. Space Fleet Freighter number 1, calling Earth. Have not heard from you.
Which means that fleet of asteroids will be in the position you mentioned in 13 hours. But by then, we would have encircled the planet 3 times.
And how close to the Martian fleet will we be?
Slap in the middle of it. If the ship hasn't been crushed to pulp by collision with an asteroid by then.
Do you think they really would collide with us?
Well, that seems to be their intention.
Then we must change our position. Go into a closer orbit. They daren't go too near the planet.
What's the fuel position, Mitch?
Well, if we use it to change orbital speed, we'll never have enough left to go back to Earth. If we ever intend to go.
Well, that is the intention. But more important is getting the message about the invasion fleet through to Control.
Hello, Space Fleet. Control calling Space Fleet.
That's Control now.
Not heard from you for more than an hour. Your signal was very weak. Did you increase the power of your transmitter? If not, will you please do so?
Oh, blimey. They're not hearing us at all now.
So much for getting your message through. And the invasion fleet is getting nearer all the time.
Well, there's no need to gloat over it, mate.
I'm not gloating, merely stating the facts.
Keep trying, Lemmy. Don't give up.
No, chap. Hello, Earth. Space Fleet Freighter number 1, calling Earth.
If we used
Hello,
every
Earth.
scrap of fuel we have,
Space
what speed
Fleet
would we
Freighter
reach?
number 1,
Well, you'll have to give me time to work it out.
Oh, I don't want an exact figure, not at the moment.
Well, roughly, I'd say 30,000.
And what's the speed of approach of that fleet?
Slightly more, maybe, not much.
What's on your mind, Jet?
We'll play for time. Use every bit of fuel to obtain maximum acceleration.
With what object?
With the object of staying ahead of that Martian fleet for as long as possible. It'll also put us on course for Earth.
Oh, but they're bound to overtake us eventually.
But it'll take some time. Days, in fact.
Well...
In which time we might establish contact with Earth and get the message through.
And what happens when we get to Earth? We'll have no fuel to slow down. We'll be able to stop.
Is that important when the fate of the whole world is at stake?
No, I don't suppose it is.
When do we reach a favorable position to fire the motors?
Well, we could have done it a couple of hours back, but now we'll have to go around the planet once more. 3 hours from now, should see a spot on.
Very well, we'll get the ship ready.
It'll be a risky business, Jet. With no takeoff couches and acceleration rate at maximum, anything might happen.
Can you improvise some kind of couches for us?
Well, I'll try. Everyone will have to lie on the floor, of course.
What if we inflate our suits? Use them as air cushions?
Yes, it might work, but they'll probably get damaged.
Oh, we still have the Martian suits.
I'll see what I can do, but I'll have to rip out every piece of metal. The microphones, heat controls, and so on. Won't do to have anybody lying on anything hard, no matter how small.
Well, Frank can help you.
Very well. I'll get him onto it right away.
Say, Jet.
Yeah?
These asteroids. They're closer to the horizon. They'll be out of sight soon.
Oh, they'll appear again, just as soon as we've encircled the planet once more.
Here they are, just appearing over the limb now. Yeah, they look a lot bigger this time.
Well, they should. They're a lot closer.
Well, if you're still determined to make this final dash for Earth, I'd better carry out the routine checks on the motors.
Okay, Jet. The couches are ready.
Will they be effective?
I hope so. This will be the most uncomfortable time we've ever spent. I only hope we're doing the right thing.
We're doing the only thing left to us.
I suppose so.
Now, carry out your routine checks, will you, Doc? And let me have the result as soon as possible.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'll get over to Lemmy and give him his final instructions.
Oh, hello, mate. Those zombies in sight yet?
Yes, they are. We'll be underway soon.
Well, what happens to the radio once we're accelerating? I can't remote control this job as I could in the Discovery.
This transmitter will still keep working while the motors are firing.
Well, of course it will, why shouldn't it? But you don't expect me to stay here, do you? Or sink through the floor up to me knees?
Of course not. Does that recorder work?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't see why it shouldn't. Yes, it works.
Good. Now, take part of the tape and make it endless. Can you do that?
What, make a loop of it, you mean?
Yeah.
What for?
I'll record the message we want to send. Then you'll set the tape so that it keeps repeating itself over and over again.
Oh, yes.
Feed it into the transmitter.
Yeah.
And leave it running the whole time the motors are active.
Right.
And no matter what happens to us, Earth may hear us and take the necessary action. How long will it take you to fix that up?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
Now, get on with it right away. We haven't much more time than that anyway.
Right, here goes.
Everything okay?
Goes for me, too.
Very well, gentlemen. Get onto your couches.
Couches, he calls them. A park bench would be more comfortable.
Is the radio fixed, Lemmy?
Of course. That message is being pumped out at 2-minute intervals. It'll keep going until we switch it off. Or until the ship blows up.
Well, if you'll all lie down, I'll come round and see that you're all comfortable.
Do we get a bedtime story?
Mitch?
Yeah?
You'll stay by controls until the motors have been fired.
How about you?
I'll stay by the televiewer. As soon as our position is favorable, I'll give you the order to fire the motor. Then you get to your couch as quickly as you can.
Roger.
Centering up. Stand by, Mitch.
Standing by.
Stabilizer.
Contact.
Those asteroids are so close now, they're beginning to look like solid objects.
Well, that's what they are, aren't they?
Everybody set?
Okay, sir.
I'm all right.
Me too.
And stand by for firing. Coming into center. 0.9 degrees.
Well, let's hope we can reach sufficient speed to keep ahead of them.
0.8 degrees.
Well, if we do, at least we'll get a look at the Earth again, even if it's only to wave to it as we go by.
0.7 degrees.
Now, they must be able to overtake us. As soon as they see us trying to get away from them, that's just what they'll do.
0.6 degrees.
And we'll be completely helpless then.
0.5.
Don't talk so much, Lemmy.
In no better position than a mouse the cat's playing with.
0.4.
And don't move. Lie flat. And keep still.
Oh, just getting comfy, that's all.
0.3. 0.2. 0.1. Contact!
We're off.
Lie down, Jet. Quick, while you've still got the chance.
I'm okay. How about you, Mitch?
I made it, Jet. Don't worry. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to get up again to turn the motor off.
Just let her burn herself out down to the last drop.
Of blood.
What was that, Lemmy?
No, nothing, Jet. Just talking to myself.
Pressure's increasing.
You're telling me I can't move?
You don't have to.
Oh, Mother, it's getting painful.
Save your breath.
Oh, it's agony. Oh, it's like there's an elephant sitting on my chest.
We've got a long way to go yet. A long way.
Oh, don't remind me.
If we fire to go now, the fuel has almost begun.
Can you see the gauges, Mitch?
No, I can't.
Oh, we seem to have been accelerating for hours.
For days, you mean? Oh, won't she ever stop? Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, it's over. The fuel's burnt out. Everybody okay?
Yeah. When I get up from here, I'll bet I'll leave an impression in the floor you could take a plaster cast from.
Mr. Evans. Evans.
I don't think he'll reply for a while, Jet. He's out cold. I'll attend to him in a few minutes. I don't think I could get myself up off the floor for the moment if I tried.
Everybody stay where you are. Don't move for at least 15 minutes.
And how about those zombies? Did we get away from them?
I don't know, Lemmy. If we didn't, there's nothing we can do about it. We've played our last card. I think we've lain here long enough. How about it, Doc? You seem to be moving around without any trouble.
Okay, but take it easy. Get up slowly.
Mitch, if you feel well enough,
check the motor and our speed.
Righto.
Let me get the radio. Turn off that recorder and try to pick up Earth on the receiver.
Yes, mate. Oh,
Anything wrong?
Oh, I just feel giddy, that's all. I only hope what we went through was worth it.
Well, that we'll find out when you get hold of Earth.
Yes, mate. Right away, mate.
Frank, get the televiewer. I'll be over there in just a moment.
Yes, sir.
Now, Doc, how about the controller? We may need his help before long.
Well, I'll do my best. He should come around soon. There's nothing seriously wrong with him that I can see.
Hello, Space Fleet. Control calling Space Fleet.
Shit, I've got him.
Control calling freighter number 1.
Did they get our transmission?
Repeat, control calling Space Fleet.
I don't know, mate.
Calling freighter number 1. We still have not heard from you.
Oh,
Repeat,
no.
we have not heard from you. Please increase your signal strength. Increase your signal strength.
But I can't increase it. What do you want me to do? Burn out the transmitter altogether?
All right, Lemmy, try again.
But what's the point?
There's every point. Each hour brings us a little nearer to Earth, and with it a better chance of establishing contact. We must establish contact.
Yes, mate. I'm sorry if I blew me top, but I don't feel so good. I've got a shocking headache, like I've been run over by a steamroller.
We all feel the same way. But we've got to carry on.
Yeah. Well, I'll be better later, I expect. Hello, Earth. Space Fleet Freighter number 1, calling Earth. Receiving you, strength 2.
Well, that's about the quickest
Repeat,
inspection
strength
I ever
2.
did. Well, we used up every scrap of fuel. We're adrift now with absolutely no control over the ship. You'll just keep going forever.
That's no more than we expected. How about course?
Oh, we're heading in the right direction, but going too fast. We'll reach a point on the Earth's orbit, all right, but 2 or 3 weeks before the Earth gets there. Unless we can slow down.
What with?
Well, that's what I said. We'll just go flitting around the solar system forever. We've sacrificed ourselves to certain death, with a ship adrift in space for our tomb.
All hope isn't gone yet, Mitch.
And what hope is there?
If we can save the Earth, maybe the Earth can save us.
Why, has Lemmy contacted him?
No, but he will. I know he
Yeah,
will.
but before that Martian fleet overtakes us, and will it overtake
I
us?
was about to find out. You better come over to the televiewer and see for yourself. How's it going, Frank?
Oh, they're definitely closer, Jet, but not nearly as close as they would have been hadn't we fired the motors.
Well, that's something. We better take a check on their distance from us.
Switch on the radar, Frank.
Radar on.
As soon as she warms up, we'll figure out exactly how long we can hope to stay ahead of those asteroids.
Well, according to my calculations, it'll be a week before they overtake us. By that time, we shall be 5 million miles nearer to Earth.
My calculations agree with Mitch's. We've little over 7 days in which to establish contact with Control.
Well, don't look at me. Can I help it if Control don't hear us? I'm doing my best.
We all realize that, Lemmy, and it's thanks to you we've got this far. Now at least we have a chance to contact Earth.
Jet!
Hello, what's up with Frank?
Come over here, quickly.
What's the trouble?
Oh, those asteroids, they've increased speed.
What?
Yes, sir. They're closing in on us very rapidly. Must have increased their speed by at least 25%. Check it for yourself.
There's no need to. I can tell they're closer by the size of the images on the screen.
Yeah, they mean to overtake us, all right.
And they'll be on us in less than a couple of days.
If they go on increasing, it'll only be a matter of hours.
Oh, blimey. Hello, Earth. Space Fleet calling Earth. Can you hear me? Have most important and urgent message for you. If you love me, answer me call. Please answer me call.
Keep at it, Lemmy. Keep calling.
You're darn right I will.
What's that?
It's the lunar controller. He's waking up.
And about time, too.
Where am I? What happened?
All right, take it easy. You blacked out during the acceleration, but you'll be okay.
Let me get up.
No, wait a minute.
Let me get up, I said.
Very well.
The fleet. What about the Martian fleet?
We managed to pull away from them, but they've increased their speed. They seem determined to overtake us.
Of course they are. You don't think you can outpace them in this old crate, do you?
It was a chance, and we took it.
How fast can those asteroids go?
They can reach a maximum speed of 45,000.
They'll be on us in a few hours.
You haven't a hope. They're bound to overtake us and crush us to pulp. Squash us right out of existence.
We won't mind that quite so much, so long as we get a message through to Earth first.
You may not mind, but I do. I don't want to die just yet.
None of us does, but what can we do about it?
Turn the ship round. Get back to Mars.
We couldn't change the course of this ship by a fraction of a degree.
Why not? You got this far, didn't you?
We haven't any fuel, that's why not. We used it all up.
You used it all up? Every bit?
Yes.
What for?
To gain time, and to set course for Earth.
But you'll never land. With no fuel to slow the ship down, you couldn't possibly land.
Don't you think we realize that?
Then why did you do it? Why?
I told you to gain time. And the nearer we get to Earth, the better chance we have of establishing radio contact.
And what if you do make contact?
Then at least Earth will know the method by which the conquest will be attempted.
What if they do? How does that help us?
We didn't come all the way to Mars to look after ourselves, Mr. Evans. We came here to get vital information that Earth needs. Well, we've got it. And we're going to do our best to see that the Earth gets it. If it's the last thing we do.
It will be. It'll be the last thing any of us will do. There's no hope for us. No hope at all. We shall die.
Our deaths are unimportant.
Yours might be, but mine isn't. Who gave you the right to decide that I should die?
I'm captain of this ship. I give the orders here, and those orders will be obeyed, no matter what they entail.
You don't give me orders, Mr. Morgan.
So long as you're aboard, you'll take my orders and like it.
You put more importance on getting that message back to Earth than you do on the lives of your crew?
I ask them to do nothing I'm not doing myself.
More importance than on my life?
Yes, it's certainly more important than that.
Out of my way.
What?
Out of my way, do you hear?
Where are you going?
Stand aside, you.
Hey, turn it up. What do you think you're doing?
Let me get to that radio. Get out of my way.
Get out of it.
Get out of the way.
Oh, you dirty... take that, you...
Get him, Mitch. Doc, give me it. Oh, no, you don't. All right, Jet, we got it.
Give him one.
It's got it.
Oh, yeah.
What are you trying to do? Wreck the radio completely?
Why not?
He's gone crackers. Completely off his rocker.
Not me. I'm the only sane one here.
That's a matter of opinion. Now, listen to me carefully.
I'm listening.
Just understand this once and for all.
Well?
We don't intend to cooperate with any Martians or with you. We're going to stay out of their way as long as we can. At the same time, we shall make every endeavor to contact Earth Control. We shall continue to do so until that fleet of asteroids overtakes us and all hope is gone. Now, put on one of those Martian suits.
What for? You're not going to set me adrift outside, are you?
No, but while you're wearing a suit, your movements are restricted and clumsy. You're less likely to surprise us. But make any further attempt to go near that radio or any other vital equipment aboard this ship, and you'll spend what little time may be left of this voyage down below in the hold, deep down, where you can do no harm. Now, is that clear?
Yes. Couldn't be plainer.
Very well. Help him on with his suit, will you, Doc?
Okay.
Mitch, get over to Lemmy, see if he's okay.
Sure.
Oh.
You all right, Lemmy?
Oh. Do I look all right?
Now, where'd he catch you? Let's have a look. Oh, crikey, I think you're going to have a nice black eye.
So what am I supposed to do? Put a dehydrated steak on it?
Are you sure you feel okay? You don't want me to take over?
No, thank you. If you'd been quicker in coming to the rescue, it wouldn't have happened at all.
I'm sorry, Lemmy. It all occurred so quickly. We didn't know he was going to hit you.
Well, you ought to know you can't trust him. He's liable to do anything. Now, leave me alone. I've got work to do.
Well, there's no need to get riled with me.
I'm not riled, just busy. You want me to contact Earth, don't you? We've got those Martians on our tail, haven't we?
Okay. You're obviously all right.
Well, we won't be much longer if you don't let me get on with it. That fleet will be on us in just a few hours, and Earth hasn't heard a peep from us yet.
But Lemmy's efforts at the radio were fruitless. Occasionally, he picked up the voice of control, only to hear the operator say that he was still listening out for us but failed to receive us. At last, after more than 5 hours of almost continual calling, Jet ordered Lemmy to rest and told Mitch to take the Cockney's place at the radio controls. Meanwhile, the Martian fleet was slowly but surely overtaking us. What had originally showed on our televiewer screen as bright, star-like images now resolved into bodies of a definite, solid appearance. The freighter, unlike the Discovery, which had been stripped of all its gear by the Martians, carried no telescopic lenses, so we were unable at this stage to get a close view of our pursuers. At this distance, there were too many to count, but we could easily see the 21 leading asteroids. They flew in a crescent formation. In the center was a huge asteroid, at least twice the size of those that escorted it, 10 on each side, the line tapering back like a colossal pair of wings. Behind the first formation, we could see others, all identical with the first, stretching back into the distance for what must have been hundreds of miles. I got my first detailed look at the fleet when I relieved Frank at the televiewer screen. I had hardly been there 10 minutes when Lemmy, who had spent all his time until now working on the radio and in consequence had never seen the Martian ships, came over to the televiewer and stood at my side.
Is that them, Doc?
Yeah, that's them, all right.
Well, they may have an evil purpose in view, but they certainly look a magnificent sight. How long before Earth has a fleet of ships that big flitting round the solar system?
If the invasion succeeds, Lemmy, never. Any luck with control?
Not when I left the radio. Maybe Mitch will have better luck than I did. What beats me is they heard the first call we made, but have heard nothing since. Here, you don't think the Martian fleet has anything to do with it, do you? That they're jamming us or something?
I don't see why. They never prevented our calling Earth before, or receiving replies either.
No, they never have they? And if they were jamming us, we wouldn't hear control at all. We both work on the same frequency.
Maybe the signals are blocked by some other cause. Maybe as we change our position, reception conditions will get better. They never were much good at this distance anyway.
You're right there. And that transmitter's not anything like as powerful as the job we carried in the Discovery. Oh, if I ever find the geezer who ripped it out of the flagship, I'll do him.
I'm sure you will.
Do you think that fleet will catch us up, Doc?
Well, the way things look now, they certainly will.
Oh, if they hit us, we won't stand much chance, will we?
Absolutely none.
Oh, don't. Well, if it does happen, we know very little about it.
They may, of course, just overtake and pass us, just leave us standing.
And then what'll happen to us? The mere proximity will be enough to swing us right off course, I reckon.
Certain to. But even if they didn't, even if we were likely to get anywhere near the Earth, we'd never be able to make a landing.
No, we'd just go sailing on, round and round the sun. Sometimes past near the Earth, sometimes near Mars. Forever.
Mm-hmm. Or until one day, in the dim and distant future, maybe hundreds of years from now, we'd collide with one or the other of them. Or be battered to pieces by a meteor swarm.
Hundreds of years?
Yes, Lemmy.
How much grub we got on board?
Enough for approximately 8 months, if we go carefully.
And what grub it is, too. What a ship all round. Nowhere to cook, no bunks to sleep in, only half the equipment we need, no chairs to sit on. And that Jack Evans never more than a few feet away from you. It's enough to give you the creeps.
No, these freighters were never built to carry crews. We should consider ourselves lucky we can manage as well as we can.
Tell me that in 9 months, when we're past the Earth and all the grub's gone. Maybe it would be better if that Martian fleet did run us down. At least the end would be quick.
And our chances of contacting Earth, nil.
Yeah, that is a point. We can't forget the folks at home, can we? It was for their benefit we started out on this jaunt. Only a handful of them realise it. Here, can I get you something to eat, Doc?
No, thanks, Lemmy. I had something just before you came off watch.
Well, in that case, I'll get a little kip. Do you mind if I lie down on your so-called bed?
No, but what's wrong with your own?
Jack Evans is sitting next to it. I couldn't sleep.
Very well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Doc. I'll do the same for you sometime.
24 hours passed. By now, the asteroid that made up the leading formation of the Martian fleet more than filled the whole televiewer screen. Slowly, or so it seemed, the huge, global-shaped rocks, miniature planets, in fact, crept up on us, closer and ever closer. All of us, all that is, except Lemmy and the lunar controller, gathered round the televiewer screen to watch the fascinating but awful sight. The lunar controller seemed to have lost interest in everything and sat on the floor for hours on end, his back to the wall, knees drawn up, his head buried in his arms. Lemmy, now refreshed from his sleep, was standing radio watch for the 3rd time.
They're slowing down. Yeah, their speed's dropped considerably in the last 2 hours.
That means they may not intend to ram us after all.
That means they're not likely to pass us by either. If you ask me, they intend to match their speed to ours.
But why? What can they hope to gain by that?
How should I know? But that's the position as I see it.
They must almost be on us now. That big asteroid, the leading one, more than fills the screen.
And it's directly behind us. If it keeps on the same course, it's bound to hit us. How can we avoid it?
It's all very odd. I'd have thought the idea would be for them to get to Earth as soon as possible.
I'd have thought so too, but whatever their intention, there's nothing we can do about it. Not a thing. Rotate the camera, and let's take a look on either side of that big asteroid. See if the rest is still in formation.
Rotating.
Struth! She can't be more than a few hundred miles behind us now.
You can see the sphere bays on her quite easily, and the spheres lying on their floors.
Hey, Jet, look. The smaller asteroids, they're leaving formation, going on ahead of the big one.
They intend to surround us.
Jet!
Yes, Lemmy?
Come over here quick. Control. Avert us.
Oh, at last. Stay by the televiewer, fellas. I'll be right back.
Repeat, receiving your signal, strength 1. Repeat, strength 1. Am ready to receive your message. Over.
There. Hear that? They heard us. Very faint. But they heard us.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'd better get cracking on the preliminary calls.
Skip the formalities, Lemmy. We'll go straight into the important thing, the text of the message.
Yes, mate.
Switch over to transmitter. I'll deal with this.
And what do?
Oh, go over to the televiewer. Keep me informed of what's going on outside. Those asteroids are preparing to envelop us.
Hey? You mean they ain't going to ram us after all?
I don't think so. Get over there. There's a good fella. After I've given control of vital information about the Earth's television stations, I'll give them full details of what's happening out here.
And I'll see you're kept informed, chum.
Good. Let's hope they really are hearing us this time. Hello, Earth. Space Fleet Freighter number 1 calling control. Have important message for you regarding the invasion of Earth by Mars.
Listen carefully. The main fleet is already on its way. The method by which the Martians hope to overcome all resistance to their invasion plans is as follows.
What's happening out there? What are they up to?
They're level with us now, Lemmy, and they're breaking formation.
That big asteroid hasn't come any closer, but the smaller ones are taking up positions all around us.
Yeah, they're hemming us in. They must think we're still fuel and might attempt to get away from them again.
How about it, Lemmy? Did Earth hear us?
Yes, Doc. Jet's talking to him now. Giving them all the gen.
Well, are they hearing him?
They should be, but we won't know for sure for another 8 minutes at least. Hey, listen.
Yeah, that's a familiar noise.
I'll say it is. It's that Martian music, the kind that puts you to sleep.
Too right it is. So that's their little game, trying to hypnotize us.
Well, then don't let them. Fight it. With willpower, we can resist it. We must resist it.
Well, that's easier said than done, Doc. You know what happened to us last time?
Good grief, those Martian ships are all around us.
And that's where that audible noise must be coming from. They've got us now, and no mistake. Oh, dear, I'm beginning to feel tired and all.
Walk up and down, Lemmy. Keep slapping your face. But whatever you do, don't go to sleep. Frank.
Yes, Doc.
Start walking. Go on.
Oh, yes, Doc. Oh, I must keep awake. Oh, I'll face. I must keep awake. Don't go to sleep. Whatever happens,
okay, Mitch?
I must keep awake.
Yeah, I think so. How about Jet?
Oh, he seems to be all right. You keep an eye on the others. I'll go over to him.
Okay.
Jet.
Doc, what's happening there? That noise.
Look, we're completely surrounded. How about Earth? Did you get the message through?
Oh, I don't know. There hasn't been time for them to reply yet.
Stay awake, Jet, for Pete's sake.
Oh, the recorder. Switch it on. It'll transmit automatically. No matter what happens.
Now pull yourself together. Don't let that music get you. We must fight it. We must keep awake. Jet!
I must not go to sleep, whatever happens. Oh, I must.
Jet, wake up. Do you hear?
Doc, that noise, it stopped.
Thank goodness.
Has Jet passed out?
I'm afraid so, Lemmy.
Well, that leaves only you and me awake then.
Well, have the others passed out too?
Yes. Mitch, Frank, and the lunar controller. They're still standing up, but they're out to the world. What happens now?
I don't know.
Did Jet get the message through to Earth?
I think he did manage to send it once before that music got him.
Well, it'll be a few minutes before they call us then.
Well, meanwhile, get over to the televiewer and see what's going on outside. I'll try to rouse the others.
Right.
Jet, can you hear me? Wake up, for Pete's sake.
Oh, no. Doc!
What is it, Lemmy?
They're here. The Martians are coming.
What was that?
Look, there. See? One of those Martian spheres. It's left a big asteroid and it's heading for our ship.
They must think we've all been overcome by that hypnotic music, as we were down on Mars.
Well, that's where they make a big blunder. It's a good job me and you have got strong wills.
Oh, had they kept it up, I don't think either of us would have held out much longer.
But what good has it done us? They're coming now. And what can you and me do against them?
Well, we'll do what we can, and we can prevent their getting in here for a start.
How?
Get over to the airlock. Disconnect the outside controls so they can't open the main door.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'll disconnect the door into the cargo hold so they can't come in that way.
Well, that's the main door fixed. Now what?
And that's the hold door disconnected, too. Now let's see how close they are and...
They're right outside.
Didn't waste any time, did they?
And they're coming out. Look, the door's opening. Oh, crikey. Are they Martians?
I shouldn't think so, Lemmy. Just conditioned types in Martian spacesuits.
Oh, give them conditioned. They'll be in a pretty poor condition if they lay a finger on me.
They're starting to drift across now. I expect they've been ordered to come over here to pick us up.
And take us back to that big asteroid?
Yeah, probably.
Well, unless they've brought a couple of tin openers with them, they're going to be unlucky.
You stay here. I'll get back to Jet. See if I can wake him at least.
Well, you think you will? You remember last time that noise came on, we were out cold for hours. All of us.
Yeah, but nobody tried to wake us then.
Well, do your best, Doc. I'll stand by to repel boarders.
Hey, Jet. Jet, wake up. Jet, wake up.
Aye, aye. They're outside now. Trying the main door. No point in your getting knocked. That control's not operating.
Doc,
Thank goodness you've come round at last.
what happened?
You passed out. That noise, remember?
Yes, but how about the rest of the crew?
Well, Lemmy and I managed to resist it, but Mitch, Frank, and the lunar controller didn't.
I can see they didn't. What on earth's going on?
One of those Martian spheres is outside. Its crew is trying to get in here.
What?
Yeah, but don't worry. We disconnected both outside door
Oh,
sockets.
good for you. How about control? Did they get our message?
Well, they've hardly had time to reply to it if they did.
Hey, Doc.
Yes, Lemmy?
Those geezers, they're giving up. They're drifting back to the sphere.
Oh, that couldn't be better. Keep your eye on them.
Right.
Oh, come on, Jet. Up on your feet. Help me rouse the others. Righto, Doc.
What's happening out there, Lemmy?
What's happening in here?
Well, Mitch and Frank are awake, and Doc's working on the lunar controller now.
Oh, well, all that's happened out there is those Martians, or condition types, or whatever they were, gave up trying to get through the main door and tried a cargo hatch. Then they got back in the sphere and beetled off back to the asteroid.
And you've seen nothing of them since?
No, mate. Maybe they've gone back to get some tools or something to cut their way in.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I'll take over here now, Lemmy. You get the radio, will you?
All right. I don't think they're ever going to hear us. If you ask me, we've had our chips.
We don't give up that easily, Lemmy.
Who's giving up? I merely said I thought we'd had our chips, that's all. And as I see it, we have. If I hear from control, I'll give you a yell.
Fine.
Control calling Space Fleet.
Hey, Jet.
Calling freighter number 1. Receiving you, strength 2.
It's control. They've heard us.
Coming, Lemmy. Frank, take over the teleview, will you?
Repeat, receiving you, strength 2.
Controllers heard us.
Yes, Mitch.
Did they get the message?
How do I know? He said nothing about that yet.
Have received your message.
They got it. Do you hear that? They got it.
Received your message, but do not understand its contents.
Oh, no.
Quiet, Lemmy.
Full consideration to your request is being given at the highest level, but it is imperative that more information as to the reason for closing down all television stations be given immediately.
No, ain't that just like them? Why don't they just do as they're told and ask questions afterwards?
We haven't time to explain everything.
Well, how do we know it ain't that geezer down on Earth who's playing for time?
Time for what?
Time for the Martian fleet to reach Earth.
Well, why should he?
Well, according to Jack Evans, there's thousands of condition types already planted down on Earth. Some of them with very important positions and all. He had one himself. He was the lunar controller.
And you think the radio operator is a condition type?
Well, why not? Anybody might be. If not him, then his supervisor. Or his supervisor's supervisor.
That's possible. That message would go through a considerable number of people before it got to Space HQ.
And all they'd have to do is acknowledge the message and then ignore it.
That's a point.
Evans.
Well?
You heard what Lemmy suggested. What's your view? Is that operator or any of his immediate superiors in league with the Martians?
Do you think I carry a complete list of every condition type down on Earth in my head?
No, but you should know of those who were in any way connected with Space HQ.
Thousands of people, from shipbuilders to the humblest launching platform crewman, are connected with Space HQ.
Still, you must have known some.
All the ones I knew, and there were 6, are back on Mars. We all returned together when we were picked up from the lunar colony the day you took off in the Discovery.
Are you speaking the truth?
Why not? What good could it do me to side with the Martians now?
They seem very keen to transfer us to that big asteroid. Might do you a lot of good, if it's your intention to save your own skin.
I've told you all I know. I've nothing more to say.
Oh, very well.
Why ask questions if you have no intention of accepting my answers?
Well, Jet, what do we do?
To explain all we know to Earth will take hours. If reception is still bad, they'd be constantly asking for repeats. The more we tell them, the longer they'll ponder over it.
All they have to do is close down all television stations. We'll have time to tell them why after they've done it.
You think so? By now, the Martians on that asteroid, if there are any on it, must realize we're not all lying here unconscious as they expected.
Yeah, they're probably thinking up some plan to get us out of here right now.
We'll put an end to us altogether.
Call up Control, Lemmy. I'll talk to them.
Yes, mate. Hello, Control. Space Fleet Freighter number 1. Calling Control.
Hey, Jets!
Now what?
Come over here, quickly.
Stay with Lemmy, Mitch.
Right.
I'll be right back. What's the trouble?
Oh, trouble is right. The ship, she's falling.
Falling? How do you mean?
Towards the asteroid, very slowly at the moment, but we're getting closer to its surface and no mistake. Check it with the radar and you'll see.
I certainly will, right away. Mitch, Doc.
Yeah?
Well, what is it?
We're going to crash into that asteroid.
What, the big one behind us?
We may now assume it's below us, and we're falling towards its surface.
At what rate?
Quite slowly at the moment, but by the time we get down as far as the surface, our rate will be enough to give the ship and us a nasty bump.
Yeah, we might have known this would happen. A body as large as that asteroid's bound to have some gravitational effect on a little ship like this.
It's attracting us like a pin to a magnet. If only we could counteract the pull.
What with, Doc? We haven't a scrap of fuel in the tanks.
We're helpless. Helpless as a ship at sea drifting on the tide.
If only Earth would wake up.
Jet, I've got him.
Talk of the devil.
Coming, Lemmy.
This is probably our last chance to persuade them to take action. You must persuade them, Jet.
Come on, we'll get over the radio and see what we can do. That you act on this information immediately. There's not much time left. Repeat, act immediately. Unless you do, it'll be too late. Repeat, too late.
That's telling them, mate. Now let's see what effect that has.
Yes, if I know those brass hats up at Space HQ, very little.
Well, that's their last chance. If they don't take action this time, we may never be able to tell them again.
Ain't that just like them? Send us all this way to Mars to find out how the invasion will be made, and then when we tell them, they don't want to believe it.
I don't blame them, I must say. Whoever thought television would be their major weapon?
It's been a major weapon in the hands of many people down on Earth for years.
But never for such a sinister reason as the Martians have in mind.
No.
This is no time to debate morals, Martian or otherwise. We're getting perilously close to that asteroid now. We must get ready for the impact.
Oh, blimey.
How long before we actually hit the ground?
About 5 minutes. Get onto your beds. I want nobody on their feet when the crash comes.
How big is it likely to be?
Oh, nothing like as severe as if it were the Earth or even the Moon we were falling onto. But even so, somebody could get hurt.
And this is no time for us to have casualties on our hands.
That's why I'm ordering everybody to lie down.
Well, what happens if control comes through meanwhile?
Calling Space Fleet.
Aye, they're here already.
Calling freighter number 1.
Well, that can't be them. Our signals hardly had time to reach them.
Calling freighter number 1. Can you hear me?
That's not control.
You're darn right it's not.
Calling Space Fleet. Freighter number 1.
It may not be control, but the accent is certainly that of control.
That no better answer it?
No, let me stay where you are. I'll do it.
Don't stay too long, Jet. We're nearly down on the deck.
Hello? Freighter number 1 answering. Receiving you, strength 4.
Your ship is falling. You are in danger of crashing onto the asteroid.
We realize that, thank you.
There's no delay between replies.
Who are you?
That geezer must be calling from one of those asteroids outside.
We will do our best to save you from the crash.
That's very nice of you, mate.
What can you do to prevent it?
You will put on your spacesuits and accompany the escort I will send for you.
And who do you think you're giving orders to?
What if we don't care to leave here?
A sphere will set out from here immediately. Be ready to leave your ship and transfer to it when it arrives.
Answer my question. What if we don't care to leave here anyway?
If you ask me, Jet, he won't be answering any questions.
You have very little time left. Prepare to transfer at once.
We prefer to stay here and take a chance, thank you.
The sphere is ready to leave.
They must have a regular taxi service down there.
You're wasting your time. We have no intention of leaving this ship.
And you're wasting your time talking to him, Jet. That can only be another of those electronic brains.
Of course it is. What else would it be?
You think so?
Aye, aye. I thought you'd given up talking altogether.
What did that remark mean exactly, Mr. Evans?
That is not the voice of an electronic brain.
Hey, listen. Do you hear anything? Anybody?
If it's not an electronic brain, what is it?
You'd better lie down, Jet. We must be very close to the surface by now.
Answer me, Mr. Evans. What is it?
That noise. Are you all deaf? Doesn't anybody hear a noise?
Yeah, I hear it, Lemmy, as plainly as I hear you.
And it's getting louder, I swear it.
Evans, answer my question.
If you have any questions to ask me.
What was that, Lemmy?
I didn't say anything, Jet.
Yes, you did. I distinctly heard you.
But I didn't.
Of course you didn't. It was me you heard.
Oh, Mother. What's happening?
Jet, get down. We're nearly on the deck.
Lemmy, what are you playing at?
Oh, I must be sick. Very sick. I must be going off me rocker.
Not so sick as you might be if you don't listen to me.
What on earth is going on?
Look out. We're about to hit the deck.
Jet, get down for Pete's sake. Jet, look out. Jet, look out.
Oh!
Steady, Lemmy.
Well, at least she's still standing upright.
No, she's not. We're toppling. We're going to fall over.
Oh, no.
Get over to that wall.
Have we time?
Not if we're going to argue about it. She'll go down in slow motion. We're quickly. We can use our beds as shock absorbers. Now, come on.
Come on,
go.
Now, relax. Relax and we'll be okay. Everybody all right?
Yes, Jet, I think so.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, if this had happened down on Earth, we'd have all been killed for certain.
It was quite a hefty bump all the same. One I shook the living daylights out of me.
How about you, Mr. Evans?
I'm all right.
Then get up on your feet. All of you. Let me see if the radio's been damaged.
All right, but how can I work with a cabin all skew if? What was a wall is now the ceiling, and what was the ceiling and floor are now walls.
You can still reach the radio, can't you?
Yes, mate.
And get on with it.
Yes, mate.
Meanwhile, there are a few things I'd like to know, which you can tell me.
Me? What things?
This asteroid we're on.
Well?
It's the biggest one we've seen. It must be a very special one.
It is. It's the flagship, as you might say, of the whole fleet.
The nerve center?
Possibly.
Then whoever gave you your orders when you were in command of 734 might well be aboard it.
Almost certainly.
Martians?
How should I know? I've never been inside a Martian ship of that size, and I've never seen a Martian, or knowingly spoken to one. No one has that I'm aware of.
That voice we heard talking just before we touched down.
It sounded like control down on Earth.
I know, but it couldn't have been. It was far too strong.
Yeah, it had a most peculiar quality about it.
What's your opinion, Mr. Evans? What is your opinion?
I have no opinion.
Look, what do you hope to gain by playing dumb?
I'm in trouble enough letting you escape from 734. You want me to jeopardize my position even further?
You're still scared of what the Martians might do to you if they recapture you.
They're bound to recapture us. How can we escape?
Oh, stop thinking of your own skin and answer my questions.
What if I refuse?
Then you'll be put outside, where they can pick you up at their leisure.
All right. I'll answer your questions, if I can.
That's more like it. Now, could that have been the voice of a Martian talking to us?
No more than that electronic brain you wrecked was a Martian.
That brain received messages from outside, which you said came from the Martians. It translated them into speech. That was the way you received your orders.
Yes.
But you never at any time had any direct contact with a Martian.
No.
Why not?
It is said that Martians cannot speak. Not in the way we understand. That's why the electronic brains were designed. They are the only medium by which contact with Earthmen, conditioned or otherwise, can be made.
But that doesn't explain why that voice sounded like that of the operator down on Earth.
No.
Or the voice of Lemmy. And it was definitely the voice of Lemmy coming out of our receiver. Now, how can you account for that?
I can't account for it. I wish I could.
Hold it, Jet. Lemmy's coming over.
All right, Mr. Evans. That'll do for now. I'll talk to you again later.
I think we've had it, Jet.
How do you mean?
Well, the receiver's all right, but the transmitter's definitely on the blink.
It doesn't work?
It works, but only on low output. No signal from us would ever reach Earth now.
Can you put it right?
Well, I can't tell. I'd have to have the lot to pieces. It'd take hours to find the fault, maybe days to correct it.
Have you tried calling Earth?
No.
Then how do you know our signals won't reach them?
Well, it's a foregone conclusion.
Well, let's try. Can't do any harm.
But what's the point? I told you, didn't I? The transmitter's definitely up the spout.
Let's make one call at least to make sure.
All right, if you say so. But you're only wasting your time. And mine. Freighter number 1, calling Earth. Are you receiving me? Repeat, are you receiving me? Over. Well, does that satisfy you?
We'll give them time to answer.
Well, if you say so. But if you ask me... Hello, freighter number 1. Hey?
Receiving you loud and clear.
Oh, no. It's my own voice again. What is going on?
Hello, freighter number 1. Repeat, receiving you loud and clear.
Oh, it must be a nightmare. I'll wake up in a minute.
This is no nightmare, Lemmy. I thought you liked the sound of your own voice.
Not when I haven't got control of it, I don't. It's enough to scare the life out of me.
It's enough to scare the life out of anybody.
Yeah. Eh? What do you mean by that, Mitch?
Only confirming what you said.
Mitch is right. You admitted it yourself.
Somebody's having us on. It's a trick. That can't be a real voice. It's a new form of psychological warfare. A method of sending us all crackers.
Not at all, Lemmy. If I'm to talk to you, I must use a voice of some kind.
Well, why use mine?
How about this, then?
Eh? He's changed it.
It sounds exactly like Doc now.
But I haven't said a word.
You don't have to.
Or do you prefer Mitch's voice?
Or Frank's?
Or even our mutual friend, Mr. Evans.
Yeah, I didn't like the way he said that. I mean, they said. No, he said. Oh, now he's getting me all confused. Haven't you got a voice of your own, chum? You shouldn't have to go using everyone else's.
Yes, I have got a voice of my own.
Then why don't you use it?
It wouldn't help the situation if I did.
Oh, now he's talking like Jet.
Listen to me, whoever you are.
I'm listening.
This constant change of voice may be great fun for you, but it's nothing but confusion to us.
I'm sorry. I'll stick to just one voice in future.
Thank you. Does it have to be one of our voices?
I'm afraid it does.
Oh.
Now you listen to me.
Well?
I admire your courage, your tenacity.
We don't want compliments, thank you.
Then what do you want?
That should be obvious. But are you likely to help us achieve it?
No, I don't think so.
And there's nothing more to say, is there?
Do you want to stay out there on the surface all the way to Earth?
What else can we do?
You could leave that ship and come in here.
Oh, no.
At least you'd be comfortable. Live in a room that is the right way up and have a bed to sleep in.
You can't get round us with footing offers of comforts.
You shut up and speak when you're spoken to.
Here, there's no need to be rude, is there?
You were rude to me, weren't you?
That's what you call getting your own back, Lemmy.
Keep quiet, Lemmy. Don't interrupt any more.
Shall I proceed, Captain Morgan?
Yes.
In this voice?
Well, yes, unless Doc has any objection.
No, I haven't. None at all. Go right ahead.
Thank you. As I was saying, I can offer you comfortable quarters for the rest of the journey.
With what object?
With no object, other than to make your journey more comfortable. You must be very cramped in there.
We are.
But if you prefer to stay, then you may do so.
Not long ago, you were ordering us to leave here. Why the sudden change in approach?
Most people aboard this ship have to be ordered to do everything.
Condition types, you mean?
Exactly. It was more a matter of habit than impoliteness. Besides, I didn't think you'd want to stay in there from choice.
Well, we do. We prefer it to anything you have to offer anyway.
Why? Do you think I will eat you?
We don't think you can possibly have any reason for wanting to help us. We're opposed to you and your plan to invade the Earth. If we could possibly prevent it, we would. And you can tell the Martians that from us.
It is known already. Our only regret is that you are against us instead of with us.
That we will never be.
Is yours the spirit that prevails down on Earth?
On the whole, yes. You should know that.
Why should I?
You can't be a condition type.
No, I'm not.
Then you must know. Have you no memory at all of your fellow creatures? Or have you been up here so long you've forgotten?
Nobody has been up here as long as I have.
Don't you know anything of Earth at all?
I know a good deal. I know of its green hills, its forests, its seas, its temperate climates. The Earth is a beautiful planet, in the flower of its youth. Not like Mars, old, worn out and dying, covered in deserts, deficient in water and oxygen, cold by day, frozen by night, hardly able to support life of any kind any longer. I have been looking forward to this trip for years and years.
You make Earth sound like a regular paradise, chum.
It is, and will remain so, if the people who inhabit it know how to take care of it.
You think they don't?
They don't act as though they do. Their planet will die soon enough without their hastening its end. A millennium ago, it was the same on Mars. Too late did the Martians land. By the time they did, a fruitful world was rapidly turning into a desert. Animal life all but disappeared. The intelligent, thinking beings took to living underground. The rest perished. The deterioration continues with frightening rapidity. Soon Mars will support no kind of life whatsoever. The time has come to get out, to find a new abode.
The Earth.
It is the only place.
And you'd help the Martians to take it, to betray your own kind.
Who do you think I am, Captain Morgan?
Well, that's obvious, isn't it? You're the commander of this asteroid, and of the smaller ones that accompany this one.
I am more than that. I am the commander of the whole fleet.
What? Well, how long have you been working for the Martians?
All my life. 300 years.
Lord, Rip Van Winkle.
300 years?
Martians live a long time, by Earth standards.
What was that? You mean you're one of the Martians yourself?
No. I am the Martian.
You mean the chief, the head one, whatever you like to call it?
No. I am the Martian. There is only one, and I am he. The only one there is left.
The only one left, he said. Just him.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Just one, I can't believe it.
It doesn't make sense.
Hello, answer me.
But I must say he sounds a very singular character altogether.
Hello, why don't you answer?
He'll answer when he's good and ready.
What do you know about this? Did you know there was only one Martian?
No, I didn't. I'm just as surprised as you.
Yeah, but how could there be only one? Think of the organization down there on Mars. All those people have been picked up from Earth, the factories, the spheres, the whole Martian fleet. Could just one man organize and control all that?
Maybe a man can't, but a Martian obviously can.
Yeah, but Paddy said there were dozens of Martians.
He thought there was one on that asteroid we escaped from. Well, all it turned out to be was an electronic brain.
But where can just one Martian come from?
He must have had a mother and a father.
Well, maybe the whole system from top to bottom is a series of electronic brains. Maybe there are no Martians of any kind.
You mean the whole planet is run by robots?
Well, why not?
Then who made the robots?
That is the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I believe everything that voice told us.
So do I, Jet.
Why?
I don't know. I just had a strange feeling that I could trust him to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
If you were swayed by the fact that he was using Doc's voice, you unconsciously applied all you knew of Doc to him.
I don't think so, Mitch.
Well, if you say so, but we're all entitled to our own opinion.
If you're so ready to believe all he tells you, Jet, why did you refuse to leave this ship and go into that asteroid? He said we'd be comfortable and come to no harm.
I'm sure that is the case. But the moment we leave this ship, all hope of our recontacting Earth will be gone.
But you still think we will contact them, then?
Well, the radio's working, isn't it?
Yes, it's working, but its signals will never reach Earth. Not from this distance.
From what distance, then?
Well, at the rate we're travelling, not for 3 months at least.
Exactly. I want us all to be here in 3 months. We must contact Earth sometime. Convince them that they must take action on our message sometime.
And the best of luck. If that Martian lets us stay here long enough to re-establish contact with Earth, I'll be very surprised. At the moment, it doesn't sound like we're even going to make contact with him.
That's where you're wrong, mate.
Eh? Oh, he's here. He's back.
I never went away.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Captain Morgan, I can.
And you have to use my voice to tell him?
Sorry, I forgot. I promised to stick to this one, didn't I?
Thanks very much.
A pleasure. Now, Captain, you were calling me, I believe.
Yes, I was.
Well?
I didn't really have anything to say, but the news that you were the only Martian in existence came as rather a shock. I just wanted to confirm that we had heard you correctly.
You did.
Well, if you don't mind us asking, what happened to all the others?
There have been no others for a long time.
But this plan to invade the Earth, did you instigate that?
Oh, no. That has been in existence for nearly 500 Earth years. There were many Martians then.
Well, what happened to them?
When a planet dies, every living thing connected with it dies also. No amount of science, of planning, of burrowing underground, of creating artificial living conditions can stave off ultimate extinction.
And is that what happened to your race?
We did our best to prevent it. We lived underground for centuries, but that didn't solve our problem. The few of us that were left soon realized that our only hope lay in moving lock, stock, and barrel to a new planet. So we did.
Where to?
The Earth, where we could breathe, smell the fresh green grass and the forests, feast our eyes on the oceans of precious water.
You mean you've invaded the Earth once already?
Yes.
Well, why aren't you there now?
We made the mistake of landing on Earth peaceably. You see, until that time, we had surveyed the planet only from a distance. We had no idea of the nature of the people who lived there. We tried to be friendly, but they hunted us down and killed us. It seemed hardly possible that so much hate and cruelty could exist in such tiny people.
Tiny? Then what are you, then?
By your standards, a race of giants.
Oh, blimey. It's just as well there is only one of them, then, isn't it?
We left the Earth and more than half our number behind and returned to our native planet. But the Earth has not forgotten us. Even though this happened a long time ago, ever since then, giants have been synonymous with evil. And the stories of how we were slain have been handed down from generation to generation.
You mean you're the origin of all those legends and fairy stories that feature giants?
Of course. Why else would they assume that giants lived in the sky? That is certainly where we came from.
But you didn't come down no beanstalk, Jack, I'll wager.
And now you're attempting an invasion for the second time.
Yes, but this time we made sure we would not be opposed. During our first visit to Earth, it had been our intention to teach its inhabitants to take care of their planet, teach them not to destroy it, as we had virtually destroyed ours. But they would not listen. Our visits to Earth were now only to deserted places from where we picked up Earthmen. It wasn't long before the human population on Mars greatly outnumbered the Martian one. Once conditioned, they worked for us, built our ships, grew our food, but still our kind rapidly diminished. So we left Mars altogether and took to living inside the asteroids between here and Jupiter, but with no better result. It began to look as though our plan would fail. We needed desperately to get to Earth, but until we could be sure that its inhabitants would not oppose us, we had to bide our time.
You had to wait until you had the whole world in a conditioned state, eh?
Exactly. But we had no way of hypnotizing the millions of people on Earth.
Ah, until television became common the world over.
Precisely. And now, at last, it has. But almost too late. I am the only Martian left.
And yet you'll carry the plan through.
Of course. It is not just for myself that I do this. It is to save the world, too. So long as I have control of its people, I can save it. 20 more years, and it could have been done smoothly and effortlessly, with nobody on Earth being aware of it.
Then who put the spanner in the works?
You.
Me? What did I do?
You and your captain and the rest of your crew. Your successful voyage to Mars, what you say?
Let the cat out of the bag?
That's it. So the invasion date has been advanced. We're on our way. Under my directions, Earthmen will not make the mistakes my grandfathers made. They will not bring their planet to an untimely end.
It's their planet. Why shouldn't they if they want to?
That is all I have to say for the present.
Well, that isn't all I have to say. You've done all the talking up to now.
Hey, listen. Somebody's singing.
Yeah, the rebel song. Where's it coming from?
Hello? Hello, are you still there?
It's coming out the radio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Captain, we can hear you.
What on earth is that?
That's the voice of Harding, one of our old freighter crew of the first Mars space fleet.
I thought he was dead.
No, Lemmy. He was taken prisoner along with Frank.
Then where is he now?
We're coming, Captain. Open the door and let us in.
He must be outside.
Frank?
Sir?
The televiewer, is it still working?
I don't know. I haven't tried it since we landed.
Well, try it now.
Right. Well, she's working all right. Give her time to warm up and... Oh, here comes the picture now.
Yes, and there they are. A whole army of condition types marching towards the ship.
Well, which one is Harding, if he's there?
How can we tell? In those suits, they all look identical.
Yeah, what are they coming over here for anyway? What's the idea?
Goodness knows, Mitch. But we're not letting them in. That's certain.
Captain Morgan.
Yes, they're outside now. Must be a couple of hundred of them at least.
Leave your radio on and we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, what do you want?
Put on your suits and come on out.
We don't wish to come out, thank you.
Why not? Can't be very comfortable in there with your ship lying on its side.
It's far from comfortable, but we prefer to stay.
We're just being stubborn. Come on out.
We are not coming out.
Then I'm afraid we have no choice but to come in.
There, what did I tell you? I knew they'd prize us out of here sooner or later.
You don't think getting in here is that easy, do you? Those outer doors are pretty thick. It'll take a month to cut through them.
Not with Martian equipment, it won't. They'll be through those doors in virtually no time at all.
Is that the truth?
An hour or so from now will tell you whether I'm telling the truth or not.
Blimey, they've started.
They're working on the main door.
If you'll take my advice, Captain Morgan, you'll order your crew to put their spacesuits on. When they start cutting through the inner door, every scrap of air in this place will disappear and leave the cabin a vacuum.
They have 2 doors to cut through before that happens. Now, out of my way. I want to get to the radio. Hello? Hello?
Hello there, Captain. Have you decided to come out?
I didn't want to talk to you, Harding.
I'm the only one you can talk to at the moment.
What kind of man are you, anyway?
What have I done?
Just thrown in your lot with the Martians, that's all.
I don't see any wrong in that. Nothing but good can come from this invasion anyway.
You think so?
Oh, it's just what the world needs. One authoritative government which is not just the future of one country at heart, but the whole world.
And you think we can't achieve that without the Martian taking over?
Earthmen have been threatening to do it for years, but they've never managed it yet. They're too darn selfish, too concerned with their own personal or national desires to make the necessary sacrifices that world government entails. They need somebody from outside to organize it for them, show them how it can be done.
The Earth's entitled to a choice in the matter.
Oh, it's a matter of opinion.
And we have the right to remain here if we wish.
About as much right as you have to claim Mars as a colony for Earth. We're coming in, Captain Morgan. None of you will come to any harm, but be sure to have your suits on by the time we reach the inner cabin door. It'll be roughly in 2 hours.
What are you scared of? What harm can we do by remaining here anyway?
We just want to be sure you don't re-establish contact with Control, that's all. I'll see you later.
Well, gentlemen, seems ours is a fairly hopeless case.
When Harding does get in here, I'll do him, the dirty traitor.
Oh, you can't lay too much blame on him, Lemmy. It might have happened to you if you'd been taken prisoner and conditioned as he was.
He didn't sound conditioned to me.
You think they will cut their way into here, Jim?
I don't see how we can stop them.
Then, is there any point in letting them bore holes in the ship?
It gives us a little time.
Well, for what?
To transmit our final message to Earth.
What's the point? They'll never hear us.
We'll set the recorder going. Let it keep repeating our last message over and over again. They might hear it and take the necessary action. Attend to that, will you, Lemmy?
Yes, Jack.
The rest of you put on your suits. Yep. We'll evacuate the ship just as soon as Harding and his men get inside.
Right.
Hey, Jet.
Yes, Frank?
They're through the main door now. They've cut a great gaping hole in it.
Sure, it took them just 45 minutes. Mind yourself, Mitch. Let me get to the screen. Sure.
There, sir. See?
I'd hardly miss it, could I?
A couple of them have already entered the airlock, carrying those little gun-like tools with them.
Are they what they used to cut their way through the door?
Yeah.
Very well, gentlemen. Fasten your helmets and test your radios.
Here they go. They haven't wasted any time, have they?
Helmet fastened. Testing.
Okay, Doc.
Frank Rogers testing.
Okay, Frank.
Mitch calling. Helmet fastened.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Lemmy?
How's that, mate?
Fine.
Hello, Captain Morgan. Harding calling.
Well?
We're coming through the inner door now. You'd better put your suits on.
We have them on, thank you.
Oh, well, why not open the door? It'll save us a lot of trouble.
If you must come in, you come in your own way.
Okay, if you say so, you can expect us in about 30 minutes.
Why not let him in? Why allow him to get all that bother?
I want that tape to go on transmitting as long as possible.
Very well. But I don't think it'll do the slightest bit of good.
Oh, that's it. I finished.
And here they come.
Hello there, gentlemen. Nice to see you all looking well.
Hello, Harding. I never expected to see you again, least of all in these circumstances.
Oh, I'm sorry it has to be this way. I always had a great admiration for you, Captain.
Thank you. You're a good crewman yourself.
Well, let's not waste any time.
Where are we going?
Into the asteroid. I'll escort you. I'll be leaving the rest of the men here for a while to rip out the gear from the ship.
What for? What use can it be to you?
Nothing should ever be wasted, Captain, and that applies not only to equipment, but to natural resources, too. That'll be one of the first things people down on Earth will learn when we take over. Now, if you'll step this way, we'll get outside.
You've got enough men here, Harding, haven't you? Enough to rip out a dozen ships.
The more men allotted to a task, the quicker it's done. All right, boys, get in there, rip out the gear and have it transferred to main stores, then return to your individual quarters. And if you and your men will follow me, Captain, we'll get below the asteroid surface.
One moment, Harding.
Well, Doc?
That song.
The men are singing it. You can hear it over your suit's radio.
But that's the rebel song. The last time we heard it, it was sung by men who were intending to revolt.
Oh, don't you believe it? Every man in the fleet knows that song. He sings it because he's pleased to be going back to Earth. Who told you it was a rebel song?
Paddy Flint, but I don't suppose you ever heard of him.
Oh, I most certainly have. He gave me part of my training. He even taught me that song. He had some weird notion that he had written it. But he'd been on Mars a long time.
Yeah, nearly 100 years, we reckon.
That'd account for it. Old age doesn't show physically on long-conditioned personnel, but it shows itself in other ways.
Poor old Paddy. He just couldn't get anything right, could he?
Exactly where are we heading?
I told you, into the asteroid.
Will we meet the Martian?
That depends on what he feels about it. He seldom shows himself.
But he has been known to?
Oh, yes, there are one or two who have seen him.
Well, what does he look like?
I don't know. I've never seen him.
He told us he was an ogre.
Not an ogre, Lemmy, a giant.
Well, that's the same thing, isn't it?
Here we are. Now, hold on a moment while I open the airlock.
Yeah, I don't think I want to see him.
Now, in you go, all of you. As soon as she's filled up, it's quite safe to take off your helmets if you wish. Well, these are your quarters, gentlemen. I hope you find them to your liking.
This place? For us?
Yes.
Blimey, posh, isn't it? Sight more comfortable than that old freighter, I must say.
Where do we sleep?
This is just your common room. The bedrooms are behind the doors leading off here. The controls on the wall manipulate the entertainment circuits.
Well, what are they?
Oh, they're clearly labelled radio, film, or in a few weeks when we get closer to Earth, you can receive the television programs radioed from stations in every principal city down there.
Oh, you mean the television stations down on Earth are still operating?
Of course. Do you think we'd be going to all this trouble if they weren't? Now, you'll find a change of clothing in the closets in your bedrooms. Meanwhile, you'll remain here until you're sent for.
When will that be?
You have no idea. Maybe an hour, maybe in a month. So long for now. Food will be brought in an hour.
Do you think he really knows that the television transmitters down on Earth are still working?
How can it? It'll be weeks before we get close enough to Earth to pick up TV signals.
What is more important is whether Control received our last message.
We'll never know now, that's for certain.
Well, if we wake up one morning to find the invasion's over, we'll know they didn't get it.
Or that they failed to take action on it, which is more likely.
If only we had some way of finding out.
Why not ask his nibs, the Martian? He'd know, I'll bet.
And you think he'd be likely to tell us?
I'll bet Control is calling us right now and wondering why they don't get a reply.
That should be obvious. And if they've any sense, compel them to take action.
Look, did you tell them the fleet was on its way?
Of course I did. The only thing I couldn't tell them was when it would arrive.
2 months.
Is that all?
That was the time I was given.
Oh, they'll never expect us as soon as that. They'll estimate 6 months at least.
And if they leave closing down TV stations till then, they'll have had it good and proper.
Maybe we can find some way of contacting them from here.
What, from right in the enemy's camp? Are you kidding?
Every move you make will be watched. Every word you say will be heard.
There you are. What did I tell you?
We remained virtually imprisoned in the large and comfortable living quarters for what must have been weeks on end. During that time, nobody came near us, except an odd condition type or two to bring us our food and to clear up. We amused ourselves as best we could, listened to radio programs from Earth, and watched innumerable films which we could select at the press of a button. We spent hours gazing at a televiewer screen which showed us the universe outside. Always, right in the center of the picture, was the Earth. It grew larger every time we looked at it. After 7 weeks, it had grown so large that we were able to pick out the features of its surface with ease. Slowly, the 5 continents revolved before us. The brilliant white clouds appeared to be actually touching the Earth's surface, and the sea, shining like a skin of pale blue glass, seemed to be on the same level as the land masses, and part of them. At this distance, it had a strangely solid appearance, as solid as the brilliant polar ice caps which form the brightest part of the globe. We were getting very close to home now. We should, under normal circumstances, have been thrilled at the thought, but now, with the fate of the whole world at stake, our homecoming was far from being a happy one.
Do you think we're near enough to receive any TV transmissions? Always assuming they're operating.
It's less than 3 hours since you tried every channel that thing is able to receive.
Oh, we'd have travelled a long way in 3 hours.
Let's wait a bit. If a picture did appear, I couldn't stand it.
Well, the connive at putting it off won't help. We might as well know the dreadful truth.
I'll put it on.
Hey, wait a minute. Sounds like we've got visitors.
Hey, it's Harding.
How do you do, gentlemen? I'm to take you to the Martian suite.
What?
He wants to see you.
Well, what for? Why can't he talk to us over the intercommunication system?
I never question Martian orders, Captain. Merely obey them. Shall we go?
Very well.
Not you, Mr. Evans. You're to stay here.
Why? Why single me out?
Orders are that you stay here.
All right. There's no need to shout at me.
The rest of you follow me. This way, please.
Well, this seems to be the end of the line.
Just a huge circular room.
With a high dome-shaped roof.
Is this where he hangs out? Can anybody see him?
There's so little light, it's not easy to see anything.
Oh, blimey. Look out.
What is it, Lemmy?
Over there. Somebody's standing against the wall.
Stand still. Don't move. Hello? Anybody here?
Of course. Would I have invited you here if there wasn't?
It's him. It's the geezer.
I thought you said he was a giant. Whoever that is isn't any bigger than we are.
And why doesn't he move? He just stands there staring at us.
Oh, what an ugly mug. And those eyes. They're glowing, I'll swear it.
What do we do, Jet? Go over to him?
I suppose so.
Maybe he wouldn't like it if we approached too close.
Go ahead. I don't mind.
Hey, that voice seems to come from up on the roof.
Of course.
And who's that over there?
Why don't you go over and see? He doesn't bite. In fact, he wouldn't move a muscle if you bit him.
Come on.
Well, I'll be... It's nothing but a statue. Carved from rock with precious stones for eyes.
Eh?
And this poor light, no wonder we mistook it for a man.
It's like a relic from an ancient South American civilization.
That's exactly what it is. But when my ancestors acquired it, the civilization which produced it was contemporary. The city from which that statue came has long since been destroyed by a violent earthquake. Its remains overgrown by the jungle. But the people who lived in it were kind to us. So, when we returned to Mars, we brought most of them back. They built our cities for us.
So that's why those pyramids down on Lycus Solis were so familiar.
Yes, they were built by Earthmen.
occurred to us to build upwards. We always built down, into the ground.
So is that why you brought us here, just to tell us that?
No, I wanted to talk to you.
What about?
We are getting very close to Earth now.
We realize that.
I have a great liking for you and your crew, Captain Morgan. A great admiration, in fact.
Aye, aye. Now what's he leading up to?
I admire the way you have stuck steadfastly to your purpose. It is only a pity that you should have spent so much of your time and energy on a lost cause.
All is not lost yet.
You still live in the hopes of Earth having taken action on your information about television stations?
Of course.
I'm sorry to have to disappoint you.
Now what?
On the wall, a picture's appearing.
You can see Earth has taken no action whatsoever.
Oh, blimey.
So you see, Captain Morgan, all your efforts have been in vain. It is futile for you to hope that you can do anything to prevent the invasion.
Well?
But even after the conquest, as you call it, the Earth will still need men, Earthmen, to carry out my orders and help run it efficiently. I'd rather my controllers were not condition types. And there are very few normal men whom I can trust.
And you think you can trust us?
I am sure. Once you've decided to accept such positions.
The answer is no.
A pity. What else can I offer?
To call off the invasion and go home?
Would you have called off your invasion of Mars had I asked you? At least I have a good reason for invading Earth. I am looking for somewhere to live.
And why move into our planet? Is there nowhere else you can go?
Not in this solar system, there isn't.
Well, you talk as though there are others.
There are. Our nearest neighbor, the star you know as Proxima Centauri, has 15 attendant worlds, and all but 2 of them supporting life of some kind. One is remarkably like the Earth.
Then why don't you go there?
Proxima Centauri is more than 4 light years from here. Even in these asteroids, we couldn't hope to cover the distance in less than 70 years. The whole lifetime of an Earthman. But only a fraction of that of a Martian.
Then you could go then. That would solve all our problems.
It is not just myself I had to consider. There are thousands of Earthmen who are part of this fleet. Do you deny them the right to return home?
Not if they return without you, we don't.
They cannot return without me. Besides, I am not so young myself. There would be precious little of my life left by the time our destination was reached, and none at all of the rest of the Earthmen in this fleet.
Well, that does put a different light on it, I must say.
There is also the question of conserving the resources of Earth. For I am convinced that unless man is forced to take care of the planet he has inherited, he will rapidly destroy it, himself, and all other kinds of life in the process. Oh, far from being opposed to my plan, you should welcome it. It can only result in ultimate good.
How many times have we heard that line?
There's a great deal in what you say. Man is destructive, but he's rapidly learning that it doesn't pay.
He is not learning fast enough, Captain. Neither did we. I offer the Earth the benefit of 1,000,000 years of experience.
But you cannot do it without holding the Earth in subjection.
I will.
By hypnotism.
That is the only weapon I need.
But it is a weapon.
The subjects will be unaware that they are hypnotized. To them, nothing will appear to be changed. Their future happiness is assured.
What makes you think they'll be happy?
Why shouldn't they be?
You think they'll knuckle down and obey orders without question at all times, forever?
I do not have to hold them down forever. I cannot live that long. But I want to spend the time left to me quietly among the Earth's green hills, under its blue sky and along its golden shores. By the time I am dead, the Earth will have learned its lesson.
You hope.
And be glad to lead the kind of life I will establish, because it is the only way.
But your Martian way of life is entirely alien to basic human nature.
You think so?
Earthmen, on the whole, do not like taking orders from anybody.
Your own crew take orders from you. They obey you implicitly.
Because that is their wish. You'd soon see a difference in their attitude if I ordered them about at the point of a gun. Besides, the conditioning to which you will subject the Earthmen will wear off in time, and they'll awake to the realization of your existence and what you've done to them.
For them.
Well, that's where you make your mistake. Materially, your victims may be better off, but there is one vital part of their makeup which you'll have overlooked.
And what is that?
Their love of freedom. The most vital thing a man can have next to his soul. Earthmen in all parts of the world have been conquered many times by other Earthmen. There's no doubt at all that in many cases the conquest has been a good thing for the conquered, brought them new ways of life, raised their standard of living, turned them from fierce savages into civilized beings, but have they been grateful?
They should have been.
Oh, in a way they have, but Most men prefer to control their own destinies. And the moment people on Earth wake up to the fact that they're governed by an alien like you'll have a revolt on your hands. I guarantee it. Oh, history proves time and again that you can hold a group of people down for a period, but you cannot hold them down forever. The desire for freedom is too strong.
And you'll find half the men leading the revolt will be your supervisors and controllers.
Men like Jack Evans, who won't be above organising a little conquest of their own if they get the chance.
Yeah, the Earth will be in a far greater mess than it is now, and all your good intentions will have come to nothing.
That we shall see. You put up a good case, but the invasion will be carried through just the same. I thought perhaps you might have had the welfare of your home planet sufficiently at heart to cooperate with us. Clearly you haven't. But this is no ordinary conquest, Captain. Remember that. And above all, do not underestimate my power.
Oh, blimey, what's that? Look at the wall. It's glowing, all of it.
Yeah, there's a picture appearing.
This must be another of those three-dimensional televiewer screens.
Oh, look, it must be him. He's showing himself.
Crikey, he's as tall as a house.
Is this supposed to frighten us?
No, Captain Morgan. Mere size could not frighten you. Lemmy,
Eh?
look at me. Look into my face.
You go and take a running jump at yourself.
Look into my face.
Get out of it.
Look into my face.
Oh, Mother, what big eyes you've got. Oh, what's going on? I feel...
What do you say now, Lemmy?
What are your orders?
Very good. You see, gentlemen, how easily it can be done. And everything down on Earth is ready.
What are your orders?
Lemmy.
Don't worry. His conditioning is slight. A few slaps on the cheek will soon bring him round. Now you may return to your quarters.
He's gone.
Thank goodness.
Lemmy.
Oh, it's all right, Jet. I'll get him. Lemmy. Lemmy.
Oh.
Lemmy, wake up.
Oh, what happened?
Get up on your feet.
Did I faint or something?
You're okay now. Now, come on.
Where are we going?
Back to our quarters. The interview is over. After returning to our quarters, the first thing we did was to switch on our televiewer receiver. I think in the back of all our minds was the hope that perhaps the Martian had been fooling us, that the so-called transmissions from Earth were, in fact, a trick to convince us that all hope had gone and to persuade us to fall in with his plan. But the stations were working all right. Earth, apparently, was completely unaware of the danger it was in. 2 days later, we had crossed the moon's orbit and were rapidly approaching Earth. The final stage had come.
Aye, something's happening. What's all that noise?
Goodness knows, Lemmy. Now, how about you, Evans? Do you know what it is?
The asteroid is slowing down. We're preparing to go into orbit round the Earth.
Oh, no.
This ship will remain approximately 5,000 miles above the surface. The smaller asteroids will go into about 1,000 miles.
And then?
When every ship is in position, the broadcast will be made. The Martian's face will appear in every receiver working down on Earth. In just a couple of minutes, it'll be all over.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Not that I'm aware of. Except to make the best of the circumstances and throw your lot in with the invading force.
And what if we don't care to?
Then I have no doubt you will be conditioned yourselves, eventually. And from then on, you'll have no choice but to do exactly as you're told.
Encouraging, isn't it?
We could only wait and let events take their inevitable course. 36 hours later, we were in free orbit round the Earth, and the rest of the fleet, hundreds upon hundreds of smaller asteroids, had taken up their positions 1,000 miles above the Earth's surface. They formed a belt round and above the Earth's equator, similar to those that encircle the planet Saturn. They were 4,000 miles below the big asteroid in which we were traveling, but we could see them quite distinctly. We were powerless to do anything. We had no way of contacting Earth now. We could only stand by helpless and watch.
Lemmy.
Yes, mate?
Turn on the television receiver.
What for?
We might as well know when the end does come.
Be careful, Captain.
What about?
When the Martian appears and begins the conditioning process, it will affect everybody who is watching, including us.
And we won't watch. We'll just listen.
She's on. It's London, #1. And if I might say so, That music they're playing could be more appropriate.
How long before the fatal transmission will be made?
It was scheduled for 1600 hours Universal Time.
That's only 90 minutes from now.
That's all.
What the... Hey, the receiver, it's cut. What? Yeah, Jet. And the picture's gone, too. Yeah.
Oh, the set must have broken down.
Martian receivers don't break down.
But Earth's transmitters do.
Lemmy, switch to another channel.
Right. No, nothing.
Oh, try the rest. Try all of them.
Yes, mate. Madrid. Nothing. Paris. Nothing. New York. Nothing. Johannesburg. Nothing. Everything's off. Can't be a transmitter working anywhere.
Then they must have been closed down.
Yeah.
They've taken action at last. But this is too good to believe. But why take so long about it? Oh, does it matter? So long as they're off, the Martian plan for hypnotizing the world's populace is frustrated.
Let's hope they are off, and it's just this receiver that's gone wrong.
No, it's not the receiver, Doc. There's definitely nothing for it to pick up. His nips has had it now. What can he do?
He'll think of something. He'll not be beaten that easily.
You think so? I would like to see him get out of this. It's 15 hours since those transmitters went off, and absolutely nothing has happened. Why doesn't that geezer do something?
He can't just leave the entire fleet encircling the Earth forever.
Maybe he's hoping the television transmitters will open up again.
No chance of that, Doc, I'm sure.
Yeah, they don't know what a narrow escape they had down there. But why did they wait until the last minute?
Oh, I think that's easily explained, Mitch. They got our message all right, but they didn't expect the fleet to arrive for another couple of months at least. But when the asteroids appeared in the sky, and everybody on Earth must have seen them, they had to shut down quickly. That's why they didn't go off until the last moment.
Oh, but there's pandemonium going on down there.
Not half the pandemonium there will be if the Martian attempts a landing without having conditioned everybody first.
Captain Morgan.
Oh, crikey, he's here.
Hello, yes?
You have exactly 1 hour in which to get off this asteroid.
Get off? But...
You will be conducted to a sphere bay out on the surface. You are at liberty to board one of the spheres and fly it down to Earth with the rest.
With the rest? You mean you're going to attempt an invasion after all?
No, it was never part of my plan to spill blood.
How do you mean?
Not only did your message get through, but your space headquarters took the necessary action.
I know that already.
But they still expect me to invade. And all over the world, great armies and air forces are standing by, ready to repel us should we set foot on the planet.
And so you send us down. What do you think we are, clay pigeons?
I'm sending nobody. Anybody who returns to Earth at this stage does so of his own free will.
Will any others be going?
Thousands. More than half the personnel of the entire fleet. They have chosen to go.
I don't understand. How can they have...
It's quite easily explained, Captain. I cannot invade now. My strongest weapon has been snatched from me, so I've decided to withdraw. But I have given the members of the fleet an opportunity of returning to their native planet, if they wish.
And more than half of them have elected to.
Yes. And when I think of the beauty of your planet, I cannot blame them. Yet it pleases me to know that so many are prepared to remain under my control and command. You may not believe it, Captain Morgan, but a lot of the people aboard this fleet were quite enthusiastic supporters of my plan to invade.
They hardly had any choice, did they?
Switch on the intercommunication televiewer.
No, don't. One look at him and he'll condition us all.
This is no trick. It's not my picture, you will see.
Switch it on, Lemmy.
Right. It's just a group of condition types.
They are conditioned no longer. They are men with minds of their own, going up to the surface to prepare spheres for those who have chosen to return to Earth.
But they are going with you.
Yes.
Well, why?
Look at them closely. They are men from all parts of the world. They are composed of all kinds of races and colors, but they have one thing in common.
What's that?
They come from minority groups. Many of them, during their lives on Earth, suffered persecution, were denied common human rights. Earth does not hold particularly pleasant memories for them.
You're not kidding.
And yet they're singing about Earth?
It is a new Earth they have in mind, where persecution, hunger, misgovernment, and wars do not exist.
That is precisely the goal towards which the Earth is steadily progressing.
But slowly, Captain, so slowly. It won't happen in your lifetime, I can assure you.
Well, it won't happen in theirs either. But where is this Earth they sing about?
4 light years from here.
Proxima Centauri.
where there is a planet which is remarkably like Earth.
Yes.
You're taking them there?
I shall try. I don't guarantee that I shall manage it, but I shall do my best.
Yeah, but most of those men will be dead long before they get there.
They don't mind. They go for their children's sake. Now you haven't much time. Are there any of you who wish to remain and chance the trip to another star? Nobody?
Here, how about you, Jack Evans?
I'll return to Earth, thank you.
Go on, a nice long cruise would do you the world of good.
I prefer to stay behind.
I can't persuade you?
No.
Well, that's it then. We all want to go home.
Very well. Harding will escort you to the bay. Put on your suits and be ready when he comes. The others are waiting.
Others? What others? Hello? Hello?
He's gone. He's not answering.
But there are several things I want to ask him.
Unless he's pulling a fast one, you'll never be able to ask him anything again.
Here she is, gentlemen. All you have to do is climb aboard and head for Earth.
Aren't you coming with us?
No.
You prefer to risk your neck getting out to Proxima Centauri?
Yes, I do. I have no doubt that we shall get there. Well, I'm glad you're so confident. And if we can get there, we can get back. Remember that. Tell it to your children.
Aye? Come on, Lemmy. Aren't you go?
Yes, mate.
Goodbye, Harding. Good luck.
Good luck to you, sir.
Oh, blimey, look up there. The Earth. It nearly fills the whole sky. I don't mean that. Look at all those spheres. Hundreds of them. Are they all going down to Earth?
And where else? Now, come on. Get inside the ship or we'll be among those who won't be going.
All right, stow your suits. Get ready for takeoff.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Evans, does this ship carry a radio?
Yes. That's it over there.
Any idea how to tune it?
I think so.
And show Lemmy how. And go with him, Lemmy. Try to contact control.
Yes, mate.
All set, sir. Take off whenever you're ready.
And do it now, but take it easy.
Contact.
Here we go. We're off. Get the televiewer, Mitch. Select a spot on Earth to which we can home on the automatic navigation control.
Roger.
Well, Jet, that seems to be that.
Let's not be too sure, Doc. We still have to convince Earth that those spheres outside and this are no longer part of an invasion fleet.
Hello, Earth. Lemmy Barnet calling. Calling control. Can you hear me? Repeat. Lemmy Barnet calling control. Can you hear me?
I'd better get over to the radio, Doc. When they do come through, I'll have a lot of explaining to do.
Hello, control answering, receiving you. Strength 4. Repeat, strength 4. Come in, Lemmy. What's the news? What's happening out there?
Jet, I've got him.
Thank you, Lemmy. Leave this to me. I'll take over now.
Yes, mate.
Hello, Control. Morgan speaking. Have very important news for you. Listen carefully. We are on our way down to Earth. Repeat, on our way down to Earth, accompanied by hundreds of Martian spheres. This is not the invasion fleet. Repeat, not the invasion fleet.
Oh, look at that. Did you ever see such a wonderful sight?
We're only 100 miles above the surface now.
It really is green, isn't it? And we're low enough now to pick out the hills. The higher ones, anyway.
Yes, Lemmy.
Doc, Lemmy.
Yeah?
If you want to see a sight, come over here.
Well, what is it?
The Martian fleet. It's on its way. It's leaving.
Sakes, it is, too. It looks even more impressive from down here than when we were flying in it.
We can't look so insignificant ourselves with all those spheres following behind us.
I hope they make it. The Martian fleet, I mean.
Good luck to them.
Hey, what was that, Lemmy?
I said good luck to them. At least they got courage. And if you ask me, that new Earth of theirs won't be such a bad place to live
Well,
in.
if you feel that way about it, why didn't you go with them?
What, and leave Becky behind? Get out of it. She's the one thing I've got that will make life on this Earth bearable.
It's getting very close to landing time, Jet.
Get back to the radio, Lemmy.
Yes, mate.
Tell them we'll be touching down within 30 minutes.
Right, mate.
Get over to number 2 control table, Mitch. Get ready to take us down.
Roger.
Hello, Control. Lemmy Barnet calling.
Hello, Lemmy. How you doing?
You should be sighting us soon. We'll be on the deck within 30 minutes.
Thanks for the information. We're all ready for you. Anything else?
Oh, just one thing, that's all.
What's that?
Put the kettle on, will you? I'm dying for a cup of tea.
That was the 20th and final episode in the present series of Journey into Space. Taking part in this recording were Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, Alfie Bass as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, and Don Sharp as Mitch. Other parts were played by Alan Tilford and David Jacobs. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Sound control and special effects were by Brian Willey and Tony Luke. The scientific advisor throughout the series was Kenneth Gatland.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies and the cool green hills of earth.
Journey into Space was written and produced for the BBC by Charles Chilton.